Chapter 364. I'm really an alchemist. Oh no, that little white tiger's movement was so fast. I actually couldn't hold him. Shangguang Lingshe was peeved. Right at this time, the carriage curtains were pulled aside, revealing a handsome man's face. Lingshe, we've arrived. Shangguang Lingshe had no time to bother with white light right now. She could only bend down and dismount the carriage, giving a lady's curtsy to the man. Many thanks to your highness, 7th prince. Lingshe had a very pleasant time these few days, Shangguang Lingshe said. Haha, to be able to go sightseeing with one of the two absolutes in the capital, Shangguang Lingshe, it's my honor. 7th prince's bearing was extraordinary, without the slightest hint of putting on airs. Lingshe is but a common girl. How am I some dual beauty of the capital? It's all some meddlesome people monkeying around, Shangguang Lingshe said magnanimously. But 7th prince laughed and said, Lingshe is too modest. Since I've already sent Lingshe here, I won't impose on you anymore. Help me send my regards to Uncle Shangguang. Shangguang Lingshe smiled sweetly. Goodbye, 7th prince. Seeing off 7th prince with her eyes, Shangguang Lingshe's gaze began to wander about. But how was there still White Light's figure? In a deserted corner, Yuan showed himself. He rubbed White Light's tiny head hard and said with a smile, when our family's White Light acts cute, really nobody can resist. White Light jumped aside and bared his teeth at Yuan. Very clearly, that incident earlier already became his everlasting pain. He was a divine beast. A divine beast. Yuan chuckled and said, all right, I'm not messing with you anymore. Well done this time, I'll give you candy to eat later. Heh. Only then did White Light became pleased. It was just that when Yuan made him go inside the spatial spirit artifact, he refused to enter no matter what. Yuan was helpless and could only bring him along by his side. Yuan had searched that middle-aged martial artist's memories before. Following his memories, Yuan finally found the Shao family's Four Seas building. Smelling the waves of herbal fragrance wafting over, Yuan unwittingly recollected the days of the fragrant medicine pavilion. Not sure if father and mother are doing well now. I don't know where they went to in the northern domain. Going back this time, it's time to go find them in the northern domain, Yuan murmured to himself. After musing for a brief moment, Yuan stepped into the Four Seas building. The fierce Gale world's martial age was extremely flourishing. But due to a shortage of resources, their alchemy path and formations path were all much declined. Compared to the endless world, they were far weaker in these aspects. However, martial artists' root was still the strength of their own bodies. Hence, the aggressive nature in the bones of the fierce Gale world natives was still very strong. Therefore, when those martial artists heard that the realm passageway was linked together, their first reaction was to invade the endless world and not to trade to make up for what they lacked. Buying medicinal pills, over there. Tier 3 medicinal pills are very expensive. Looking at your penniless appearance, do you have money? Said a shop assistant said to him with his head held high, right at the moment Yuan entered the door. The clothes that Yuan was wearing were clothes Lan Feng prepared for him. With the location that the Lan family tribe resided in, he naturally could not bring out any fine clothes. The shop assistants in the capital were all people whose eyes grew at the top of their heads. One look at Yuan's appearance and they knew that he came from the countryside. They naturally did not have a good attitude. Furthermore, precisely because the fierce Gale world's medicinal pills were in shortage, they appeared even more valuable. These shops that engaged in medicinal pills were naturally much sought after. As for their attitude, it was unsurprisingly not very good. Yuan casually threw out a bronze token and said, as the manager here, I'm here to enlist for the Shao family's guest retainer. This bronze token was what Yuan found in that middle-aged martial artist's storage ring. It was the token to enlist as a guest retainer. Guest retainer. The assistants looked at Yuan with suspicious eyes and said with a scornful look, a brat whose hair isn't even fully grown dares to come and enlist as a guest retainer. Do you know how to light a fire for pill furnaces? Do you think that you're Miss Yuan? Quickly go, quickly go. The manager is very busy and doesn't have time to waste on a kid like you. As he spoke, the assistant was about to push Yuan. He exerted force but shoved empty space. Currently, Yuan already arrived behind him and lightly pushed his back. The assistant's face directly planted on the door. Ouch, brat, you dare to make a move in the Four Seas building. I think that you're tired of living, right? Said the assistant as he touched his face that was in pain. This assistant was Spirit Condensation Realm 2. This bit of injury was naturally nothing much to him. But people came and went into the Four Seas building. This haughty assistant, lost a huge amount of face. Yuan smiled and said, "Seems like you made a move first, right? How could an alchemy emperor's dignity be affronted by a little clerk?" Yuan was just doling out some small punishment. It was already considered showing mercy. But the commotion over this side already drew a large group of people to surround and watch. Evidently, it could not be resolved anymore. The assistant yelled out at the top of his voice, "Where are the guards? Where the hell did the guards go to? Somebody is making a scene. Why aren't you taking him down?" This yell, 2 late-stage crystal formation realm guards suddenly appeared. But before they could make a move, a voice sounded from behind them. "What happened?" An elderly man came out unhurriedly. The assistant covered his face and said, "Manager Tong, this brat is intentionally here to cause trouble. I asked him to leave, but he didn't and even attack me." Manager Tong's face fell, and he asked Yuan, "Was there such a thing?" Yuan said coolly, "I came to enlist as Shao family's retainer. He didn't even test me before asking me to get lost. Isn't that going too far?" The assistant said hesitantly, "Manager Tong, this brat is at most 16 years old. Even if he started learning alchemy in his mother's womb, it's also impossible to have great accomplishments, right? This punk thinks that he's Miss Yuan, having alchemy grandmaster standards at a young age. He's clearly here to cause trouble." The words that the assistant said gave no cause for much criticism. With Yuan's age, wanting to have major accomplishments in the alchemy path was basically impossible. "What say you, young man?" This manager Tong was a composed person and did not jump to conclusions. Who would have expected Yuan to take out a badge very calmly and wear it on his chest? It was shockingly that low-rank alchemy master badge. "I'm really an alchemist. I'm not here to pull your leg," Yuan said composedly. When the surrounding spectators saw this scene, they involuntarily nearly vomited out a mouthful of blood. Was this young man here to play the fool? A low-rank alchemy master also dared to come to register for Shao family's guest retainer. Cough, cough, haven't gone to the Alchemist Association for very long to take the test. I'm just indicating my identity. As for whether I have the qualifications or not, just test and you'll know. Yuan explained. Ha ha ha, Manager Tong, I said that he came to cause trouble, right? A low-rank alchemy master actually dares to come to our 4C's building to register as a retainer. In my opinion, he's definitely sent over by the Tong family to intentionally create trouble. The assistant jeered. The first thing an alchemist would do after advancing ranks would be to go to the Alchemist Association to pass the test for the badge pertaining to their rank. Hence, the way the clerk saw it, Yuan was simply here to create a disturbance. But Manager Tong still ruminated for briefly before saying to Yuan, "Young man, can you release your soul force?" Chapter 365. All had been said by you people. Of course I can. But it doesn't have to be here, right? Yuan did not wish to be watched like a monkey. Manager Tong nodded his head and brought Yuan into a wing room. Is here all right, young man? Yuan nodded slightly. A majestic soul force rippled out. Sensing Yuan's soul force, Manager Tong's expression could not help changing. Middle-rank alchemy grandmaster, Manager Tong said in astonishment. Breaking through to the second-level crystal formation realm, Yuan's soul force already crossed the threshold of low-rank alchemy grandmaster and became middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Manager Tong, I wonder if I have the qualifications to enlist for the guest retainer position. Yuan said with a smile. Only now did Manager Tong come back to his senses and said, of course. Even if you're unable to pass the test, I also have to highlight to the family head to keep you. You got to be kidding. A 16-year-old middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. If they did not rope in such a person, wouldn't it be such a pity? As an alchemist, in truth, the hardest thing was the divine soul realm. Other aspects could be made up for through hard work, but the breakthrough of divine soul realm varied from person to person. Why was there nobody who could refine divine pills in the divine realm? It was because no alchemist could shatter the fetters of divine soul realm. Furthermore, a genius like this, if Yuan turned to the Tong family, wouldn't there be an additional extremely terrifying opponent in the future? Haha, then that's good. Yuan stubbornly stayed here just to get close to those two slaves. Otherwise, he would have turned around and left long ago. I wonder what little brother's name is. Manager Tong's attitude underwent a 180-degree change and already addressed Yi Yuan as brothers. Ji Qing. Yi Yuan gave his fake name. So, it's little brother Ji Qing. You came just in the nick of time. Miss Yuan is currently giving out the test to the alchemists who enlisted for guest retainer. Shall we go now? Manager Tong consulted Yi Yuan's opinion. Yi Yuan did not move right away. Instead, he asked curiously, Manager Tong, pardon Junior for shooting my mouth off, but what is the Shao family recruiting retainers for? Such a large family business like the Four Seas building shouldn't lack alchemists, right? Manager Tong sighed when he heard this and said, not hiding from little brother, the Shao family doesn't lack alchemists, but lack powerful alchemists. Oh, please enlighten, Manager Tong, Yi Yuan asked. Actually, the recruitment of retainers this time is something which cannot be helped. In this capital, the biggest medicinal pill managing businesses are our Shao family and the Tong family. It's precisely so that our two families are practically sworn enemies. In order to vie for the medicinal pills market, the two families once came to blows. Just the sea transformation realm experts that died were over a dozen. Later on, Lord Wind Emperor sent people to pass the word down to make the Shao and Tong, these two families, stop fighting. Only then did the conflict stop. What has this got to do with you guys finding guest retainers? Yi Yuan asked with a confused look. Afterwards, through His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's mediation, our two families set down rules. Every 10 years, the two families' juniors will undergo a grand pill assembly once to determine the two families' share of the medicinal pill market. And this year just happens to be the 10th year. Manager Tong said. Yi Yuan's expression was odd as he said, you all are finding guest retainers in order to participate in this grand pill assembly. The Shao family's junior generation can't make the cut. Manager Tong's face changed, and he said furiously, what do you mean can't make the cut? First young master, Shao Rufeng, and second miss, Shao Ruyan, are both extraordinary alchemy path prodigies. Especially second Miss Yuan, she already stepped into the high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm at the age of 20. You dare to say they can't make the cut? Yi Yuan pursed his lips but thought otherwise. 20-year-old alchemy grandmaster. What was there to be proud of? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Manager Tong could not help being stunned and nearly had an impulse to slap his mouth. This young man was only 16 years old. By the time he was 20, he would probably be a high-rank alchemy grandmaster already. Seemed like his household's missus did not have anything worth showing off, right? Manager Tong coughed dryly twice to ease the awkward situation. He continued, actually, it's first young master's body that has a problem and is unable to take part in this grand pill assembly. Miss Yuan alone simply cannot defeat the Tong family. Yi Yuan nodded and said, like that huh? Then is it compliant with the rules for me to participate? After all, I'm not a Shao family member. Manager Tong said, as long as you join the Shao family, it's naturally compliant with the rules. Halfway through his words, Manager Tong suddenly noticed something off. What do you mean did it adhere to the rules if you participate? Who told you to take part? Wasn't this punk's self-confidence a little too inflated? The test wasn't even passed yet, and he wanted to represent the Shao family to fight. One had to know that among the alchemists who came to register this time, there was no lack of high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan had just entered the middle rank not long ago. Wanting to pass most likely would not be that easy. The reason why Manager Tong took a fancy to Yi Yuan was because he was eyeing his potential, not his present strength. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, since it follows the rules, let's go take the test then. Manager Tong had a gloomy look. This punk really took himself to be someone from the Shao family. When Manager Tong brought Yi Yuan out from the wing room and Yi Yuan was invited upstairs, the assistant's eyes went wide. Could it Brad really be an alchemist? The clerk had a premonition that he seemed to have gotten into big trouble and provoked someone that he should not have. Don't look at me, don't look at me, the clerk repeated in his heart. But whatever one feared would come. Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head and flashed a slight smile at him. Then he went up slowly. The assistant's legs went wobbly, and he nearly kneeled on the ground. It's over. This time, it's really over, the assistant murmured to himself with a wail. Manager Tong brought Yi Yuan straight up to the third floor and arrived at a hall. There were already quite a few people in the hall and even a number of medicinal cauldrons laid out. At the far end, there was a partition. The partition was blocked by many layers of chiffon. But, One could faintly see a lithe and graceful silhouette inside. Manager Tong asked Yi Yuan to wait for a moment and walked over to the partition. Yi Yuan calmly sized up this hall and those alchemists. These few people were all the same, high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Seemed like only he alone was a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Of course, in these people's eyes, he most likely did not even count as an alchemist. There were still 4 alchemists apart from Yi Yuan. They clearly saw Yi Yuan too. Seeing the badge adorned on Yi Yuan's chest, they could not help having a disdainful look. Elder brothers are all here to enlist for Shao family's guest retainer. Yi Yuan was warm and enthusiastic as he went forward with a flattering smile. So what if yes, you aren't the same as us, right? Said an alchemist among them, making a scornful look. Ah, haha, you even saw through this. Big brother has really good eyesight. That person said sneeringly. You, a low-rank alchemy master, came to play the fool, right? This place isn't suitable for you. Better get lost quickly so as to avoid incurring Miss Ruyuan's displeasure. Yeah, a little fellow who doesn't know his own limitations. This bit of strength and you also dare to come out and lose face. I think you better go back home and drink milk, said another person. Without the strength of a high-rank alchemy grandmaster, don't come out and make a spectacle of yourself. The few of us were chosen through layers upon layers of sifting. Who do you think you are? Yi Yuan chortled and said, why are all the stuff I wanted to say all had been said by you people? Chapter 366 Look at you all play. This sentence from Yi Yuan drew the aggro from all the alchemists. At this time, Manager Tong came before the 5 people and said, all right. The few of you were selected very carefully, and your strength goes without saying. I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's start the test now. Hang on, Manager Tong, said an alchemist, interrupting Manager Tong's words. You have something to say? Manager Tong asked with a frown. That alchemist pointed at Yi Yuan and said, Manager Tong letting a low-rank alchemy master compete together with us, isn't this insulting us? I refuse to compete with him. Yes, we don't want to compete together with a low-rank alchemy master. The other 3 people immediately concurred. Manager Tong's face darkened, and he said solemnly, I've already tested. He's not a low-rank alchemy master. He's the same as you all, possessing alchemy grandmaster divine soul realm. It's just that he hasn't taken part in the Alchemist Association's tests for a long time, that's why he's wearing low-rank alchemy master badge. The few people naturally did not believe it. Not everybody on this earth was Xiao Ruyuan. A 16-year-old youth could become an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he became an alchemy grandmaster, could he become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster? Possessing alchemy grandmaster divine soul realm doesn't mean being able to refine tier 3 medicinal pills. I think that Manager Tong is clearer than us on this point, right? If Manager Tong insists on letting him compete with us, I'll withdraw. The alchemist earlier pulled out the big guns. Yes, I'll withdraw too. Manager Tong did not think that these few people would actually make things difficult for him. He involuntarily sneered coldly and said, withdraw. Heh, the way I see it, you people seem to feel that our Shao family is easy to bully, But I'm telling you, a starving camel is larger than a horse. The Shao family's matters were not a secret. Now, the news that the Shao family was going to be thoroughly finished this time was circulating outside. These few alchemists naturally also heard some extent of it. It was just that they also did not think that if the Shao family was perfectly fine, why would they find them? Indeed, once Manager Tong said these words, these few people's faces changed. At this time, Yi Yuan sat down carelessly on a chair and said, all right, you guys just play. I won't participate, all right. But, if you guys all can't make it, it should eventually be my turn, right? You're the one who said it. So what if I said it? This little lord, I, will sit right here and watch you guys play. I want to see what the hell you all can come up with. Yi Yuan said. Manager Tong secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan taking the initiative to withdraw really resolved his imminent problem. Honestly speaking, the counterattack by those people earlier was seriously quite devastating. He could indeed use the Shao family's power to forcefully suppress them. But if they really chose someone and he intentionally went easy during the Grand Pill Assembly, that would not be amusing. Yet, Manager Tong did not have much hope in Yi Yuan. Hence, Yi Yuan taking the initiative to withdraw was naturally the best alternative. Earlier, He already clarified the situation to Miss Yuan. Miss Yuan also agreed to give Yi Yuan a chance. As long as Yi Yuan performed well, entering the Shao family was naturally not difficult. But the difficulty of this test was much, much tougher than the difficulty of the test to be given to Yi Yuan afterward. Hehe, you still want to appear on the stage? There's no more chance. Sit there properly. The test officially began. Manager Tong said to the 4 people, the content of the test is very simple. There are refined medicinal embryos in here. The content of your test is to refine these medicinal embryos into pills, and it will be considered as passing the test. Evidently, this pill formula was very precious and naturally could not be leaked out. If just the medicinal embryos were provided, even if these few people were even more powerful, they also could not possibly steal the pill formula. Of course, this did not include Yi Yuan. The 4 people were even happier when they heard it. This was too easy. One had to know that the process of refining pills was very complicated. Any single oversight could cause the pill refinement to fail. But now, even the medicinal embryos were refined. They were only responsible for the final refinement and forming the pill. It was practically something that was not troublesome. Although they knew that this medicinal pill was surely not very easy to refine, how could the few of them be simple people? The 4 of them held their cleavers and entered the battlefield, starting the refinement at the same time. Perhaps they deliberately wanted to show off in front of Shao Ruyan. These few people's refinement techniques were very resplendent, looking quite like the model of a respected grandmaster. Even Manager Tong also nodded secretly when he saw it. These people were indeed worthy of being strictly and carefully selected. Their strength was highly outstanding. Yi Yuan watched this scene composedly by the side, with a slightly ruminating expression on his face. Actually, same as martial artists, the ranks of alchemists and the true standards of alchemists could not be equated the same. An alchemist obtaining the title of high-rank alchemy grandmaster did not mean that he could refine all the tier 3 high-grade medicinal pills. The same tier 3 high-grade medicinal pills, but the refining difficulty varied greatly. Even high-rank alchemy grandmasters could not refine some tier 3 middle-grade or even low-grade medicinal pills. Behind the partition, Shao Ruyan was also watching these 4 alchemists refine medicinal pills in a perturbed mood. This concerned whether the Shao family could win at the Grand Pill Assembly or not. Truthfully speaking, even if selected, Shao Ruyan did not have the confidence to win for certain. The strength of the Tong family's juniors was actually even stronger than the Shao family. But this matter was related to the Shao family's development in the next decade. Shao Ruyan was compelled to face the problem head-on. A pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at those 4 people, hoping that it was best if they did not make mistakes. But whatever one feared would come. Just 7.5 minutes later, only to hear a puff. Someone already failed. The medicinal pill was burned into black charcoal. That alchemist had a dejected look. Why is this damn pill so hard to refine? The other 3 people's faces currently no longer had the composure from when they just started. The difficulty of this medicinal pill had indeed exceeded their imaginations. Their soul force was completely locked onto the medicinal pill, and they did not dare to slacken the slightest bit. However, this did not have any damn use. Another series of puffing sounds went on. A furnace of useless pills was refined out. When that person came to one side and saw Yi Yuan's Cheshire cat smile, he wished that he could go up and rend his face. But their attention was very swiftly drawn over by the other 2 people. The 2 people's foreheads were already drenched in sweat. Clearly, the difficulty of this medicinal pill was already on the verge of surpassing their limits. Before long, another person failed. Only one person was left still persevering. The 3 people who were defeated had their eyes glued on the last person, hoping that he could succeed. Because from their peripherals, they already saw the expression on Yi Yuan's face. Earlier, each and every one of them looked down on Yi Yuan, thinking that they would definitely be the one who won. But now, there was only one final seedling left on the field. Manager Tong was also very nervous. In the blink of an eye, the 4 people who were carefully chosen only had one left. This unwittingly made him feel tremendous pressure. Fortunately, the strength of this remaining one was still considered decent. He actually already barely managed to finish refining the medicinal pill. Condense. Following his cry, everyone's heart tightened. Did it succeed or not? Chapter 367 Work like a horse. When the medicinal pill formed, everyone heaved a sigh in relief. Even the always composed Manager Tong also secretly wiped his sweat at this time. The other 3 people came forward as well, wanting to see what kind of medicinal pill was refined. Chu Ji, how is it? Succeeded? The three people asked, rather nervously. Chu Ji wiped away the sweat on his forehead and nodded, saying, I'm exhausted to death. Finally I formed the pill. Talking up to here, Chu Ji looked at Yi Yuan with a proud grin and said, I said that you won't have the chance, means you won't have the chance. Well, can you get lost now? Yi Yuan was delighted when he heard that. Isn't the furnace not opened yet? Come, open it and have a look. See what kind of crap you refined. Chu Ji's face darkened. He finished extremely forcefully earlier. He knew that the grade of the medicinal pill was definitely not high. But in front of so many people, he naturally had no reason to fear. Have a look then, I'll let you give up after this. As he said, the medicinal cauldron opened. Fragrance suffused all around. The four people reached their heads over to take a look. Even Manager Tong could not resist moving closer to have a look too. With this look, Chu Ji's face could not be preserved anymore. The medicinal pill was refined. But it was simply a defect good, unable to even enter the ranks. Chu Ji said to Manager Tong with a bitter face, Manager Tong, you take a look. Manager Tong was quite disappointed as well. But he also knew how great the difficulty this pill refinement was. Chu Ji being able to refine successfully was already fairly decent. Manager Tong sighed and said, there's already no more time. It's you then. Chu Ji was overjoyed when he heard that. Being able to join the Shao family, he no longer needed to worry for the rest of his life. One had to know that alchemist was a profitable career but also a money-burning career. Without the support of a major faction behind, it was very hard to have improvements. Chu Ji being able to cultivate to high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm was already his limit. Any further, and he must find a backer. Otherwise, it would be like this for this life. Hold on. Right at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded. Xiao Ruyan spoke. The gauze curtains were pulled aside. A veil-covered girl walked out from behind the partition. Although there was a fine gauze covering the face, it could not conceal that lithe and graceful figure of hers, swaying until the four people were entranced. The four guys did not dare to slight her. They hastily gave a bow and said, we pay respects to Miss Ruyan. Xiao Ruyan nodded her head lightly, but said, you all are also aware that the Grand Pill Assembly this time is of utmost importance to my Shao family. Chu Ji, although you refined the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, it's only a defect good, not even entering the ranks. While your strength is not bad, you can't win the Tong family. Xiao Ruyan was clearly also slightly melancholic in her words. In truth, this sort of method like finding guest retainers from outside was a choice that could not be helped. The powerful alchemists were long divided up by the various large factions. The remaining ones were those who were rejected. These four people in front of her were considered passable among those who failed to meet the mark. Chu Ji was thunderstruck when he heard this. He said with a face full of indignation, but just now, Manager Tong clearly said that we just have to succeed in the refinement and that will do. How can you all renege on your word? Snort. A discordant snicker interrupted Chu Ji's words. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Chu Ji had anger that he dare not flare towards Xiao Ruyan. But it did not mean that he dare not turn it towards Yi Yuan. He immediately said furiously, what are you laughing about, stinking brat? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, sorry, I couldn't hold it. If this is also considered as a successful refinement, then aren't alchemists too easy to become? Humph. Making sarcastic remarks when you can't understand the difficulty. You come and refine then if you have the capabilities. Weren't you saying that you could refine very arrogantly just now? Why don't you refine one for me to see? Chu Ji said with a cold smile. Xiao Ruyan's mind was currently in a whirl. These two people's endless bickering made her even more displeased, and she could not help saying, stop arguing. Although his soul force is not bad, wanting to refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill is basically an impossible thing. The few of you leave first. I need some peace and quiet. When these words were said, Yi Yuan was piqued. Why is Miss Ruyan the same as these uncultured people, judging people by their outward appearance? When these words came out, everyone perspired profusely. Xiao Ruyan was uncultured. Wasn't this brat's gall too fat? Indeed, Xiao Ruyan was so furious that her entire body was trembling. She was just about to blow her top when she heard Yi Yuan curl his mouth and say, isn't it just Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill? Give me 15 minutes. I'll refine for you to see. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath to calm her emotions. But her tone became cold. What a high-sounding sentiment. 15 minutes to refine a jade dragon heart calming pill. Do you think that you're an alchemy king? Fine, I'll let you try it. If you can't refine it, if I can't refine it, I'll sign my life away to work like a horse for Miss Yuan for the rest of my life. How's that? Yuan said smilingly. Xiao Yuan's pretty face went red. Luckily, there was the fine gauze blocking her face. But when she saw that Yuan's smile did not have lecherous intent, she knew that she misunderstood. As one of the two beauties in the capital, there were too many men pursuing Xiao Yuan. Even if she did not wish to, she still had immense skill in the aspect of examining a man's words and observing his countenance. What do I want you to work like a horse for? If you can't refine it, then help our Xiao family refine medicinal pills for life. Xiao Yuan said. Hearing these words, the four people all took pleasure in his misfortune. They knew deeply from experience the refining difficulty of this jade dragon heart calming pill. This punk only had a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster's soul force. It was still uncertain if he could refine pills or not. It was essentially impossible to refine it. He was going to be a pill slave for the rest of his life for sure. Not everyone was Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan being able to reach such a realm was because her talent was good. More importantly, she had the powerful Xiao family supporting her from behind. Look at what this punk was wearing. One look and they could tell that he came from the countryside. What kind of background could he have? At most, his natural talent was a little better, and his cultivation was a little quicker. Refining a lifetime of medicinal pills. That's also a blissful thing. Except, I still have other things I need to do, Yuan said with a rather emotional sigh. Only a short while ago, Yuan's lifelong aspiration was to refine medicinal pills for life. But the god of destiny makes fools out of people. Now that he had transmigrated, he had no choice but to pursue the paramount of martial path to avenge his old hatred. Xiao Yuan could not help being very puzzled when she saw Yuan's somewhat desolate eyes. How old was this young man? Why did it seem like he had experienced countless vicissitudes of life? But to say that Yuan could refine the jade dragon heart calming pill, Xiao Yuan refused to believe it no matter what. It was true that this jade dragon heart calming pill was a tier 3 high-rank medicinal pill, but barely any alchemy grandmasters could refine it. Even her own success rate was just 50%. This youth looked like he was even a few years younger than her. How could he possibly succeed? Xiao Yuan merely had a momentary burst of anger just now. For this youth to have middle-rank alchemy grandmaster soul force, his potential was limitless. No matter what, the Xiao family had to retain him. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, an extremely powerful alchemy grandmaster might appear in the Xiao family. Enough crap, we're still waiting to see how you refine the pill. Our skills are lacking, so we need to learn well. Chu Ji said, sarcastically. Chapter 368. This is flaunting skill. Xiao Yuan furrowed her eyebrows but did not say anything. Yuan smiled and said, one needs comprehension abilities to learn things. Your talent is too poor, you can't learn anything. Chu Ji's face darkened. Smile. I hope that you can still smile in a while. When you can't refine it, just wait to be a pill slave for the rest of your life then. Yuan could not be inclined to bother with him. He went to the medicinal cauldron's side. Instantaneously, the aura on Yuan's body changed abruptly. Earlier, there was still some profligate juvenile aura. But now, it was as deep as the sea, as if everything in the outside world no longer had anything to do with him. Clearly not standing far from him, but it seemed to be two different worlds. Xiao Yuan's expression involuntarily changed and immediately put away her belittling heart. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Xiao Yuan touched her heart and asked herself when she refined pills, she could not reach Yuan's degree of focus either. Furthermore, Yuan did not carry out meditation but directly refined the pill. Such ability, among 10,000 alchemists, there might not even necessarily be one. Xiao Yuan waved her hand to motion for everyone to move back and not disturb Yuan's pill refinement. Yuan grabbed with one hand. A bundle of flames flew up from the bottom of the furnace, enveloping the entire medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, he formed seals with both hands. The temperature of the flames was rapidly rising. TCH. Pretending to be profound. This level of fire controlling skill is also just a little nice to look at only, Chu Ji said disdainfully. Yeah, just showing off his skill. Pleasant to the eyes but of no use at all. Another person concurred. They naturally would not remember that, as a matter of fact, they were also showing off their skills earlier. It was just that they did not parade for long before they could not sustain it anymore. And Yuan was already very restrained currently. If he really showed off his skills, even he would be frightened. Keep your mouth shut if you don't understand. Use your soul force to take a look. The surrounding temperature around the medicinal cauldron is all exactly the same. This lets the medicinal pill receive heat extremely uniform. When refining a jade dragon heart calming pill, the most important thing is uniform heating. When Xiao Ruyan spoke up, the rest naturally shut their mouths sensibly. And Xiao Ruyan herself was also extremely surprised. Could it be that this Ji Qing had refined jade dragon heart calming pills before? Otherwise, how could he possibly know this crucial aspect? Was it just a coincidence? As they were talking, Yuan already completed the heating. Gesturing with one hand, the medicinal embryo flew into the medicinal cauldron. Next, the dazzling display of technique that made everyone feel dizzy officially began. One seal after another was fired into the medicinal cauldron non-stop. Yuan's hands were like phantoms, intoxicating the people watching it. Even Chu Ji and the others who had been displeased with Yuan all along was also spellbounded by Yuan for a moment and kept their mouths shut. This was still Yuan not wishing to be overly conspicuous, so he did not enter the legendary realm. Or else, it would not be as simple as flaunting his technique. 15 minutes passed in a flash. Only to see Yuan lightly cry out, "Condense." The pill was formed. Only at this time did everyone feel as if they woke up from a dream. Manager Tong's strength was the greatest and recovered from his stupor first. He murmured, under his breath, "This is genuinely a pompous display of one's skill." Chu Ji and the rest also recovered and could not help flushing crimson red. Apart from Yuan's realm being inferior to theirs, his other aspects were way stronger than them. Yuan sniggered and said, "Just nice, around 15 minutes. Inspect the pill then, Miss Ruyan." Xiao Ruyan took in a deep breath and could not help sizing up Yuan. She was astonished. "This is a tier 3 high-grade medicinal pill. You're actually not the least bit debilitated after finish refining it." When Xiao Ruyan herself refined the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, every time she finished the refinement, it would be a little more than she could stand. Yuan, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. Xiao Ruyan sensed it very clearly just now. Yuan had only just broken through to the middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Yuan laughed and said, "Still alright. As long as the control is a little more precise, you don't need to expend so much soul force." Everyone felt depressed. How precise did one's control have to be able to expend so little soul force? Earlier, when he finished the refinement, Chu Ji felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. He was a veteran high-rank alchemy grandmaster, and it was more than he could bear. Yuan, a newly advanced middle-rank alchemy grandmaster, could actually do it to such an extent. A little more precise. How much was this little more? Chu Ji felt like he had no more face to stay on. But he was still rather unwilling to give up. He wanted to see if Yuan really refined out a medicinal pill. Chu Ji plucked up his courage and opened his mouth. "Who knows if you're deliberately kicking up a cloud of dust? Or maybe, you wasted the pill long ago." Yuan grinned and said, "I knew that you wouldn't turn back without hitting the south wall." "Open." Yuan pointed a finger. A medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron on its own and landed on the jade dish. Everyone rushed to look at that medicinal pill. With a single look, it caused them to involuntarily draw a cold breath. High-grade medicinal pill. Chu Ji could hardly believe it. Xiao Ruyan's beautiful eyes also became intent, and she stared at Yuan rather incredulously. She could refine out a high-grade Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, but the success rate was too low. Majority of the time, it was all middle grade. When she performed below her usual standards, it would be low-grade pills. She never thought that this young man's first refinement was actually directly a high-grade medicinal pill. You must have cheated." Chu Ji pointed at Yuan and said. Yuan smiled and said, "Stop disgracing yourself here. Quickly get lost. Entering the Grand Pill Assembly with this standard of yours is no longer a matter of losing. It's directly throwing away all faces of the Xiao family members." Xiao Ruyan's patience was utterly worn out too. She said somberly, "Scram for me. Lacking strength and still reproaching others. So many pairs of eyes were looking. Pray tell then, how did he cheat?" Chu Ji was so furious that his complexion turned green. He said with a cold snort, "Go, then go. This place doesn't want to keep this lord, there will naturally be a place to hold this lord. Harumph. Finished talking, Chu Ji flicked his sleeves and left. Manager Tong's face fell, but he looked towards Xiao Ruyan, clearly seeking her opinion on whether to take care of this fellow or not. He only dropped it when he saw Xiao Ruyan shake her head slightly. Only after Chu Ji and the other 3 people left, Manager Tong asked, those few people were so high and mighty. Why did Miss let them leave? Xiao Ruyan let out a sigh and said, if it were in the past, how could I tolerate them being so arrogant? How could they dare to be stuck up in front of me? It's just that they were publicly recruited by us. If a mishap happened to them in our place here, it would be even harder for this 4C's building to sustain. Manager Tong also sighed faintly when he heard that and did not say any more. Yi Yuan also made out some things by the side. The Xiao family's present situation seemed to be very bad. They actually did not even dare to offend these alchemists without backgrounds. Logically speaking, although a large family like the Xiao family was not a pinnacle faction in the capital, wanting to take care of a few alchemists without backgrounds was still a piece of cake. But all these were not what he could bother about. His goal was to figure out who those 2 slaves were. At this time, Xiao Ruyan broke away from her pessimistic mood and returned to Yi Yuan once again. Mr. Ji, if my conjectures are correct, you should have refined the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill before in the past, right? Xiao Ruyan asked Yi Yuan with glittering eyes. Chapter 369 Xiao Family Guest Retainer. Ha, of course I've refined it before. Such a simple medicinal pill. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of hiding it. To Yi Yuan, this Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill was indeed simple. The truly heaven-defying difficulty level Tier 3 medicinal pill were countless times more complicated than this. Except, Xiao Ruyan had an impulse to cough blood when she heard these words. Mr. Ji, can you enlighten Ruyan who you learned from? Xiao Ruyan asked dejectedly. Hee, my master is just country folk. Miss Ruyan has definitely never heard the name before. Moreover, before I left, Master severely warned me not to use his name. Yi Yuan pulled out another master. This move was the best. The fierce Gale world was so huge. Could Xiao Ruyan really dig his master out? But Xiao Ruyan was not someone who was so easy to dupe. She interrogated again, since you're not willing to say, I won't force you either. But how do you make me believe that you're not somebody sent by the Tong family? I really have no way of proving it, Yi Yuan said helplessly. That means that there's a possibility that the Tong family sent you here. Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, wanting to see if he was telling lies. Yi Yuan naturally had a composed look as he said with a smile, I think that if the Tong family wanted to do something, they wouldn't be foolish enough to send an expert like me over, right? Just based on those dregs that you were recruiting just now, wouldn't they winning you be as easy as turning over their hands? Xiao Ruyan was rendered speechless. Yeah, the Tong family completely did not need to do anything now and was already sure to win this grand pill assembly. Sending over one Yi Yuan to be a spy now was simply something superfluous. An alchemist that could refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill so casually was not some common good. At this time, Manager Tong moved close to Xiao Ruyan and said, Second miss, that's the logic. Furthermore, there are only 3 days before the Grand Pill Assembly takes place. We have no other alternatives either. Even if he really is a spy, we can only use him. Xiao Ruyan sighed and gave a limpid bow, saying, All right then, Mr. G. From today onwards, you're Xiao family's guest retainer alchemist. I hope that Mr. G can go all out to help my Xiao family win this match. As long as Mr. G can win a match, my Xiao family is willing to pay any price. For real, does this any price include Miss Ruyan? Yi Yuan's eyebrows raised up. Once these words came out, too, killing intents instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan hastily chuckled and said, Ha ha ha. Just making a joke, just making a joke. Don't take it seriously, Miss Ruyan. Humph. This sort of joke, I advise that you better not make them next time, so as to avoid you losing your small life. I still have things to do, so I'll head back to the Xiao family first. About Mr. G's matters, Manager Tong, you arrange it. Xiao Ruyan then left without even turning her head back. Yi Yuan involuntarily stuck out his tongue. Cracking this kind of joke with women would indeed suffer a disastrous catastrophe. Manager Tong saw the situation and used his finger to poke Yi Yuan. Oh you, what kind of joke did you have to crack? Why did you have to crack one with second miss? You're already considered lucky that she didn't kill you on the spot. Yuan suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Oh, right, isn't Miss Xiaoruyan hosting a martial competition to find a spouse?" "What's with that?" Manager Tong sighed heavily and said, "Sigh, second miss, she has a bitter life. Spouse-finding martial competition is also Xiao family's action that could not be helped. Truthfully, within this capital, how can it just be the two Huang and Shui families that are coveting second Mrs. Beauty?" Since Yuan already became Xiao family's guest retainer, Manager Tong naturally did not have anything much to hide from him. He briefly introduced the Xiao family's matters to Yuan. Yuan also sighed unceasingly after he heard it. As a second-rate family, the Xiao family's and Tong family's strength had always been equally matched. In so many years of Grand Pill assemblies, both sides had victories and defeat. But this sort of equilibrium situation was utterly shattered 30 years ago. 30 years ago, the Tong family's alchemy path strength suddenly skyrocketed. Quite a number of top geniuses appeared in the junior generation in succession, winning the Grand Pill assembly in one fell swoop. According to the agreement, the Xiao family must hand over 50% of the medicinal pill market after defeat. This Grand Pill assembly was actually the deciding factor on how many shares the two Xiao and Tong families occupied in the medicinal pill market. The victor occupied 70% of the medicinal pill market, while the loser only had 20%. The remaining 10% was allocated to the other small factions. For so many years, the two families had always been well matched in strength. When one side lost, they would think of any way possible to win back too. Hence, it would practically replace once every 10 years. But since 30 years ago, the Xiao family had never won a match before, consecutively losing 3 periods. This year's match was the 4th period. If the Xiao family lost again, they could basically announce their withdrawal from the medicinal pill market. The Xiao family was obviously unresigned to continuous defeats. These 10 years, they piled virtually all of their resources on Xiao Rufeng and Xiao Ruyan. These two people did not let them down either. Especially Xiao Ruyan, who cultivated to the realm of a high-rank alchemy grandmaster at a young age. But there were unforeseen storms in nature. A while back, when Xiao Rufeng entered closed seclusion, wanting to break through to the Soul Sea realm in one stroke and to become a quasi-alchemy king, his breakthrough failed, he suffered a backlash. Now, Xiao Rufeng was bedridden with severe injuries and simply could not recover for the Grand Pill assembly in 3 days' time. Compelled against their will, the Xiao family invited Chu Ji and the rest over. The medicinal pills refined at the Grand Pill assembly were basically all Jade Dragon Heart calming pill difficulty level. Chu Ji and the rest could not even refine the prepared medicinal embryos. At the Grand Pill assembly, they would only serve as a stopgap. Xiao Ruyan was also very disheartened earlier behind the partition. Who would have expected Yuan's appearance would actually make her eyes light up? As for the spouse-finding martial competition, it was also because the Xiao family's strength was weak. The Xiao family had to consolidate their position through means of uniting in marriage. If the Xiao family really lost the Grand Pill assembly, they had to find a way out for themselves in advance. Except, the Xiao family could not afford to offend either one of the Huang and Shui families. So, they could only use this kind of spouse-finding martial competition method to determine who Xiao Ruyan belonged to. Speaking of that, Xiao Ruyan was a pitiful person. Yuan also sighed endlessly after hearing the Xiao family's story. Therefore, regardless where Mr. Ji come from, please put your best effort forward and help the Xiao family win the match. This old man is forever indebted. Manager Tong said, giving Yuan a deep bow. Yuan hurriedly went to help him up and said with a smile, "Isn't it just a Grand Pill assembly? A piece of cake. Forget about one match, even 3 matches is not an issue." "Ah, right, can I take on 3 matches by myself? This way, the Tong family will lose for sure." Manager Tong hurriedly said, "That's naturally not permitted. This Grand Pill assembly is competing in the composite strength of the two families' juniors. How can they possibly allow one person to fight 3 matches? Like that, huh? Then that's too bad. Guess they got lucky," Yuan said with a face full of regret. Talking about alchemy, Yuan was naturally excited. Forget about 3 matches, he would not mind even 30 matches. Chapter 370 Xiao Changfang. Ah, where did this little white tiger come from? How adorable. Come, let big sister hug. Hee hee, look, he got angry. Even his angry appearance is so cute. Hee hee, this sir, is this your little white tiger? Can you lend me to play for 2 days? From yesterday onwards, white light became a beautiful scenic spot in the Xiao Manor. No matter where Yi Yuan went, he would become the focal point of everyone. Especially these young ladies and maid-servants, when they saw white light, each and every one of them would be rooted to the ground and be unable to resist coming forward to tease him. But white light did not like other people's affection. Each time other people came over, he would put on a posture that kept people 1,000 miles away and bared his fangs at them. However, the more he did so, the more lovable these young ladies and maid-servants found him. Yi Yuan was obviously not wandering around with nothing to do. He wanted to find an opportunity to inquire about the matter regarding the slaves. But he could not be so obvious with this kind of thing either. To prevent drawing suspicion, white light naturally became the best cover-up. With white light as a front, Yi Yuan could openly find these maid-servants and young ladies to chat. In the long run, he really found out quite a bit of news. By approaching the subject in a roundabout manner, Yi Yuan still confirmed in the end that the Xiao family really purchased 2 Endless Worlds slaves recently. Speaking of it, those 2 slaves were not bought by the Xiao family, but the Huang and Shui family gifted one each. Evidently, these 2 families gifting slaves was in order to curry favor with Xiao Ruyan. As a second-rate family, the Xiao family did not have the qualifications to buy such rare slaves yet. Yi Yuan still wanted to inquire about the looks of those 2 slaves. But regretfully, those 2 were sent to Xiao Ruyan's manor directly. Other people totally did not get a chance to see, and the residences of women were all a part of the inner courtyards. There were experts guarding all around. With Yi Yuan's present strength, wanting to intrude inside silently was not very probable. Seemed like to approach those 2 Endless World people, it ultimately still fell on Xiao Ruyan. With Yi Yuan's present condition, he could only come into contact with these 2 people. The others should have been bought over by powerful factions. Wishing to figure it out in a short period of time was something not very easy. But Yi Yuan was not in a rush either. Ever since he knew that Mei Zhen and the rest were peddled to the central capital, Yi Yuan made the preparations for a long period of struggle. Aya, Ji Qing, I finally found you. I've been following behind you and asking around for quite some time. Yi Yuan was currently ruminating when Manager Tong yelled out at the top of his voice. The Xiao Manor's area was immensely vast. Wanting to find a person really needed to expend some effort. Manager Tong is finding me for something. I figured out that I'll have to live in Xiao Manor in the future, so I obviously have to familiarize myself. That's why I'm looking around, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Manager Tong had an indignant look as he said, I say, little brother Ji, there are only 2 days to the Grand Pill Assembly. You have to do some preparations, right? Wandering leisurely around like this probably isn't good, yeah. Yi Yuan could not help rolling his eyes when he heard this. Isn't it just a Grand Pill Assembly? What's there to prepare? Isn't the Tong family just sending a couple of juniors up? It's not like we're competing against their family's old freaks. Seeing Yi Yuan pay no attention to it, Manager Tong was furious. I say, Ji Qing, you're our Xiao family's guest retainer now, and drawing our Xiao family's salary. The Grand Pill Assembly concerns the Xiao family's survival. You have to at least put in some effort, right? Although the Tong family is sending their juniors, their strength is very formidable. How formidable? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Speaking of which, Yi Yuan was really completely clueless about that so-called Tong family. Tong family? Sigh, forget it. Come with me, there's somebody who wishes to see you. After you see him, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan followed Manager Tong to a quiet and secluded courtyard and entered a room. It's Tong Suan, right? Did you bring Ji Qing here? A deep voice came from inside the house. Yes, he's right outside, Manager Tong said respectfully. You withdraw first, let him enter. The voice inside the house sounded again. Finished talking, Manager Tong turned around and said to Yi Yuan, you enter alone. Remember, don't be impudent. Oh, Yi Yuan replied very carelessly. Manager Tong was depressed but did not say anything. He still withdrew. Yi Yuan entered the house, but it was a pill refinement room. A middle-aged man was currently meditating on the bed in the center of the refining room. Yi Yuan was just about to go forward to greet, only to see a majestic soul force attack him in a manner that blotted out heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered but did not evade, allowing the other party to do as he pleased. The middle-aged man's divine soul looked to have very strong offensive power, but when it landed on Yi Yuan's body, it was incomparably gentle. The light soul force enveloped Yi Yuan as if it was seeking out something. After several breaths, the other party's soul force retreated like tidewater. Young man, you're very poised. When my soul force attacked you, you were actually completely unruffled. The middle-aged man's deep voice sounded. It was just that although his voice was calm, it carried some astonishment. Clearly, Yi Yuan's performance just now greatly exceeded his expectations. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't dodge it. Why take a superfluous action? Ever since I entered this house, if Senior wanted to kill me, I can only be at your mercy." The middle-aged man suddenly laughed and said, "Indeed, heroes come from the youngsters. Listening to the meaning in your words, if it were outside, you have the ability to escape." Yi Yuan said neither servilely nor arrogantly, might not be without assurance. Evidently, the other party was a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. The possibility of trying to escape from the other party's hands was trifling. But in Yi Yuan's dictionary, there wasn't the word impossible. If he made proper use of the environmental and human conditions, he might not have zero chance of escaping. Recalling back then, he was only at the second-level spirit condensation realm. Didn't he still kill the sea transformation realm Black Crow old man? Of course, the difference between Soul Sea realm and Crystal Formation realm was an entirely different concept from the disparity between sea transformation realm and spirit condensation realm. Hence, Yi Yuan just, humbly, said that he might not be without assurance. There was a heaven and earth difference between the lower three realms and middle three realms for martial artists. No matter how strong a sea transformation realm was, they were only a lower three realm martial artist, completely incomparable from the middle three realm Soul Sea realm. Heh, Tong Suan said that you're capable but doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Indeed not false. But, you really escaped a calamity just now, the middle-aged man said with a laugh. Yi Yuan knew in his heart, but intentionally asked in confusion, "Oh? What do Senior's words mean?" News came from the realm passageway that an endless world youth might have already silently infiltrated the capital. "I was testing your divine soul just now. If your divine soul was different from us fierce Gale world martial artists, I would have killed you without hesitation earlier," said the middle-aged man indifferently. Yi Yuan was taken aback at the right level, asking in surprise, "There's actually such a thing? Senior actually suspects that I'm a person from another world. Just that your age matches the information report. Your appearance in the capital is also very sudden. I only tested you out of cautiousness." "Oh, right, I'm called Xiao Changfeng, Xiao family's family head." Chapter 371 Interacting a little is good too. Towards the middle-aged man's identity, Yi Yuan had already deduced it. Hence, there was not really anything surprising. In truth, when Xiao Changfeng's soul force pounced towards Yi Yuan earlier, Yi Yuan's first reaction was to retaliate. But he reacted very quickly. Xiao Changfeng most likely held suspicions towards his identity. Therefore, he might as well release his divine soul and let Xiao Changfeng examine freely. Yi Yuan did not have much attainments in disguising skills. But in the camouflaging of the divine soul, who in the lower realms could match him? Although they were all humans, on different planes, human souls still had some slight differences. This point, Xiao Changfeng knew. As an alchemy emperor, how could Yi Yuan be ignorant? Hence, ever since eliminating Lan Bao, Yi Yuan already camouflaged his own divine soul into the appearance of a fierce Gale world's martial artist through divine soul mystic arts. With Lan Feng's divine soul as a reference, Yi Yuan's camouflage was naturally flawless. Forget about Xiao Changfeng, who only had Alchemy King level soul force. Even if an alchemy sovereign was present, he would also have no way of seeing through Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's research in the divine soul surpassed the lower planes. Rather, if Xiao Changfeng really made a move against Yi Yuan, while Yi Yuan was far less powerful than his soul force, he could forget about gaining any advantage. Even if he really killed Yi Yuan, he himself would surely lose half his life as well. Yi Yuan did not make a fuss over it. If he was too fake, it would be easy to leave flaws instead. Though the Xiao family was declining with day after day, to be able to become the head of a family, how many would be fools? Therefore, when Yi Yuan heard that Xiao Changfeng was the Xiao family's family head, not only was he not surprised, he had a furious look as he said, "Harumph. Since family head doesn't trust me, what did you make me a guest retainer for? I'll resign from this guest retainer at once and leave the Xiao family." Finished talking, Yi Yuan really flapped his sleeves and left. Xiao Changfeng did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so staunch and knew that he went overboard. He hastily called out, "Wait a minute, little brother Ji." But Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back as he said, "Other people give me an inch, I'll return them tenfold. If people don't trust me, why is there a need for me to snub despite showing good intentions? Farewell, family head Xiao." Xiao Changfeng was so miserable that he nearly coughed blood. But he had no choice but to chase after. Xiao Rufeng was still bedbound, and they finally found a replacement with much difficulty. If this Yi Yuan ran, then how the hell were they going to fight in this grand pill assembly? A gust of wind blew past. Xiao Changfeng blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "What? Can it be that family head Xiao wants to use force?" Xiao Changfeng had never been forced to submit to a junior before. His old face was almost all lost. However, at this present moment, he had no choice but to control his temper and persuade Yi Yuan. That probing earlier already completely enraged Yi Yuan. Any more in Yi Yuan would not help the Xiao family fight even if he had to commit suicide. Xiao Changfeng already knew that Yi Yuan's personality was very firm and persistent. How could he still dare to use force? He could only smile flatteringly and said, "Little brother Ji is mistaken. I apologize to you for the matter earlier. I believe that little brother Ji has also heard that His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is already preparing to invade the endless world on a large scale. We have no option but to be more cautious." But Yi Yuan did not buy it. "Then may I know if family head Xiao has probed out anything?" Xiao Changfeng had an embarrassed look as he said, "Little brother Ji is a true blue fierce gale world native for sure. You naturally can't be a spy." "Humph, I can understand family head's thoughts, but even if you want to feel me out, you can also let me know beforehand. Probing me without rhyme or reason like this is an unprecedented shame for me." Yi Yuan said icily. This family head was indeed overly impetuous with this matter. "I hope that little brother Ji is magnanimous enough to forgive," said Xiao Changfeng, controlling his temper, and apologized. Going over the limit was as bad as falling short. Yi Yuan obviously would not go overboard in needing him. He waved his hands at once and said, forget it. You're a senior no matter what. I'll drop this matter at that. I wonder what family head is looking for me for." As the saying went, only capable people dared to be arrogant. Yi Yuan was so. Yi Yuan was like a savior to the present Xiao family. Even if Xiao Changfeng was any angrier, he also had to swallow it back into his stomach. While he was a Xiao family guest retainer, it did not mean that anyone could command him as they pleased. If he did not teach Xiao Changfeng a lesson, he would definitely become smug from success in the future and go overboard. The two people sat down once more as guest and host before Xiao Changfeng opened his mouth to ask, "Little brother Ji, do you know why Rufeng he failed his assault of the Soul Sea realm?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Could it be due to overly anxious for success? Assaulting a major realm was not something fun. Not everyone would be as smooth sailing as Yi Yuan as well. To the vast majority of martial artists, assaulting each major realm was a major threshold in their lives. Very clearly, Xiao Rufeng did not cross it." Xiao Changfeng revealed a slightly surprised look and nodded, saying, "He wanted to win this grand pill assembly too badly. That's why he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm, wanting to reach quasi-Alchemy King realm. But sadly, he failed on the verge of success." "Oh, can it be that there's actually a quasi-Alchemy King among the Tong family's juniors?" Yi Yuan was rather surprised. Quasi-Alchemy King was nothing much to him. But in a place like the Fierce Gale world, to be able to become a quasi-Alchemy King at a young age, his talent could be deduced from that much. Xiao Changfeng suddenly felt like he was like a clown. He beat around the bush, wanting Yi Yuan to ask why. But Yi Yuan's reaction was too quick. He just slightly hinted a bit and Yi Yuan guessed the truth of the matter. This boy was too clever. What a freak. "That's right. Actually, I came to find you to give you a reminder not to underestimate your opponent. The alchemy path strength of the Tong family's junior generation is very strong," Xiao Changfeng said with a grave face. Evidently, Yi Yuan's haughty performance made Tong Suyan unable to rest easy. And after he reported it to Xiao Changfeng felt worried too. This grand pill assembly completely did not matter to Yi Yuan, but to the Xiao family, it was a major pinnacle event that determined the family's destiny. It was even more important than the Fierce Gale world invading the Endless World. Yi Yuan's expression involuntarily became odd. He would never take the enemy lightly. But in terms of alchemy path, there was really no opponent worthy of him attaching importance to in the lower realms. Especially the so-called junior generation. So, family head came to find me for this matter, huh? Isn't it making a great fuss over nothing? There are still 2 days to the Grand Pill Assembly. No matter how seriously I take things now, it also makes no difference to the matter, Yuan said with a smile. You can't say that. There are many things that you can do. How about this? Making use of these 2 days, I'll make Yuan interact more with you to learn from each other's strong points while making up your weak points. I know that your strength is very powerful, but the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill is just an entry-level medicinal pill in the Grand Pill Assembly. To want to obtain victory, one must refine medicinal pills with even great difficulty. Xiao Changfeng exhorted. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Yuan's expression was normal, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He was just fretting about being unable to find a chance to get close to Xiao Ruyan, but Xiao Changfeng delivered it to his doorstep himself. Yuan nodded immediately and said, Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill is only an entry-level medicinal pill, huh? Then it seems like the challenge level is a little high. Exchanging pointers with Miss Ruyan for a while is also good, in case I find myself at a loss when the time comes. Chapter 372. Will it be a little better? Second level, 4 C's building. Xiao Ruyan lightly bit her lip, the tips of her hair carrying sweat beads about to drip at any moment as she had a very strained look. With a puff, a cloud of green smoke appeared in the medicinal cauldron. Evidently, a furnace of useless pills was refined. Why, where is the problem? Xiao Ruyan used the back of her hands to wipe away the sweat on her forehead as she looked restless with anxiety. Second miss, better not force it. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill has already been confirmed as a medicinal pill that cannot be refined. Even family head can't refine it. Second miss. Manager Tong consoled her by the side. Xiao Ruyan's eyes welled up with tears, but it stubbornly refused to flow out. Since this vast tuber essence stimulating pill was handed down, it's impossible that it can't be refined. There must be something wrong. I'll try again. I can definitely refine it, Xiao Ruyan said obstinately. Manager Tong heaved a sigh and said, I know that second miss wished to let first young master's body recover before the Grand Pill Assembly begins. But second miss, if your own soul force is overdrawn in these 2 days, wouldn't that affect the overall situation even more? Humph. Didn't that Ji Qing say that he can take on 3 by himself? Let him go alone then. Xiao Ruyan was not swayed but pointed the spearhead at Yuan instead. Evidently, Yuan's jesting action made her very displeased. Miss Ruyan, can I presume that you're praising me? Yuan's voice suddenly sounded out. Xiao Ruyan saw Yuan, and she became even more incensed and said huffily, your skin is really thick. A punk that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know how strong Tong Yongchang's strength is? Don't think that there's anything impressive about you refining a Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. When you're in front of Tong Yongchang, you're nothing. Yuan shrugged and said, the Tong Yongchang that Miss Ruyan is talking about is the quasi-alchemy king known as the Tong family's junior generation's #1 genius, right? How about this? During the Grand Pill Assembly, I'll handle him and leave the rest to you all. How does Miss Ruyan feel? Leave to you, truly overrating your own abilities. Enough crap, don't hinder me refining pills. Xiao Ruyan already completely lost patience with Yuan's arrogance. She did not have time to bicker here. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster dealing with a quasi-alchemy king. Was this insulting people's intelligence? Oh, so, Miss Ruyan is currently refining pills, huh? Then I'll have to learn well by the side. Yuan suddenly became interested. He also really wanted to know what kind of standard this Xiao Ruyan was at. 20 years of age was merely around the same as Nanfang Ruaoking, but her strength was a full major realm higher than Nanfang Ruaoking. While there was the support of the Xiao family in between this, Xiao Ruyan's monstrousness need not be mentioned. The Huang and Shui family taking fancy on Xiao Ruyan were most likely not just because she was one of the 2 beauties in the capital, but probably because of her unlimited potential in the alchemy path. To marry a future quasi-alchemy king, maybe even alchemy king back home, this deal was worthwhile no matter how one looked at it. But Xiao Ruyan did not buy it. Stay far away from me. Yuan curled his mouth and said, do you think that I want to curry favor with you? Isn't it still because that old man of yours asked me to interact more with you, saying that it can improve everybody's alchemy standards? Honestly, I'm unwilling to do so. My level is so high, what if you secretly learn from me? Xiao Ruyan nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Your level was high. How high? Refined a tier 3 high-grade medicinal pill and you really think that you're invincible? Do you have shame or not? Xiao Ruyan confirmed with Manager Tong's opinion. Seeing Manager Tong nod his head slightly, she knew that the first half of what Yi Yuan said was true. Since it was Lord Father who made him come, then it was not good to chase him out. Stay at one side and watch properly. Don't interfere with my refining. If you ruin my furnace of medicinal pills, see how I take care of you. Xiao Ruyan warned. As for the latter half of Yi Yuan's words, she chose to directly ignore it. Her old man was an alchemy king. Did she need to secretly learn from Yi Yuan? After saying this, Xiao Ruyan began refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill once more. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill's refinement was extremely challenging. Not only did it have a humongous expenditure on soul force, but it was also an immense burden on the alchemist's essence energy. Xiao Ruyan already refined 2 furnaces of useless pills prior to this. Hence, not long after this refinement started, she appeared to be struggling very hard. But it was as if Xiao Ruyan was at loggerheads with herself, gritting her teeth hard and persevering. Yi Yuan watched Xiao Ruyan calmly. With his vision, he could naturally see through Xiao Ruyan's depth. Although it was just this short while, Yi Yuan was also able to see that Xiao Ruyan's foundation was rather solid. Even under a situation where the expenditure was so huge, not the slightest bit of error appeared in her refining. Just from this aspect, Xiao Ruyan was a qualified alchemist. Though they were both high-rank alchemy grandmaster realm, Xiao Ruyan was way stronger compared to Chu Ji and the like. But very soon Yi Yuan discovered some problems appeared in Xiao Ruyan's refinement. The control of fire was of utmost importance to the refinement of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. One needed to continuously control the changes in temperature of the medicinal cauldron to adapt to the medicinal pill's transformation. But Xiao Ruyan's refinement did not have such changes. The medicinal cauldron's temperature was consistent from beginning to end. Even if her refining technique was not wrong, due to the control of the medicinal pill's temperature being lacking, she simply could not refine the pill either. Miss Ruyan, do you think that if this medicinal pill was refined this way, it would be a little better? Yi Yuan suddenly interjected. At the same time as he spoke, Yi Yuan already fired out a seal, submerging into the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Ruyan was currently fully engrossed in the refining. Having the procedure being disordered by this seal that arrived unexpectedly, she instantly had an impulse to kill Yi Yuan. But the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was already being refined. Giving up at this time would cause everything to fall short of final completion. She could only forcefully suppress the fury in her heart and glare viciously at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stuck out his tongue to show his innocence and retreated to one side embarrassedly. But right at this moment, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed. Because she discovered that being disrupted by Yi Yuan, not only was the medicinal pill was damaged, it became even more solidified instead. Xiao Ruyan clearly remembered that during the refinement previously, it seemed like she would lose total control over the medicinal pill at this time. Why did it have signs of the pill forming instead this time? Xiao Ruyan unwittingly recalled that scene earlier. When that seal of Yi Yuan's hit over, it did not seem to have any change towards the medicinal pill, but rather, it seemed to have offset a portion of her essence energy. It was precisely because this portion of essence energy was cancelled off that it seemed to have made some changes happen to the cauldron's temperature. Could it be that, when refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, one needed to grasp the cauldron temperature at all times according to the process of the medicinal pill's refinement? This discovery made Xiao Ruyan pleasantly surprised. She started to experiment with increasing or decreasing a portion of essence energy to control the temperature of the medicinal cauldron. Grasping the temperature of the cauldron was an alchemist's basic skill. But those able to truly grasp the cauldron temperature well were very rare. Just a short while passed, and Xiao Ruyan was already drenched in sweat. Chapter 373. You all are bullying me. Controlling fire was like cooking. Cooking a dish was easy, but cooking a delicious dish was very hard, especially those complex dishes. The control towards fire needed to be precise to the extreme. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill inside the medicinal cauldron was like a dish with exceedingly complex procedures. Wanting to cook it required an enormous expenditure of mental strength to control the fire. Xiao Ruyan's expenditure previously was already huge. Now, it was naturally even more taxing. But Xiao Ruyan's willpower made Yi Yuan view her in a completely different light from before. Under the situation where both essence energy and soul force reached the limits, she forcefully persisted. Condense pill. Xiao Ruyan gave a lovely cry. Mild detonating sounds came from within the medicinal cauldron. Second miss. Miss Ruyan. When the medicinal pill formed, Xiao Ruyan finally could not sustain any more and collapsed weakly. Yi Yuan's figure swayed, and he caught Xiao Ruyan. Second miss, are you alright? Manager Tong asked. Being hugged by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan seemed to be oblivious to it, her gaze glued on the medicinal cauldron. Manager Tong. Xiao Ruyan was already faint and weak, barely able to speak. But Manager Tong understood and hurriedly went to retrieve the medicinal pill. It greatly startled Manager Tong. A formed medicinal pill laid inside the medicinal cauldron quietly. Xiao Ruyan actually really refined successfully. Second miss. You really refined it. It's really the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Manager Tong carried the medicinal pill with both hands as he said agitatedly. Although Xiao Ruyan was feeble, a satisfied smile finally showed on her face. Then, her eyes closed, and she fainted away. No idea how long had passed, Xiao Ruyan woke up abruptly and sat up at once. Why are you here? Xiao Ruyan exclaimed in shock. She sat up to have a look. Yi Yuan was currently playing with the vast tuber essence stimulating pill that she refined with a disdainful look. Not knowing why, the rage inside Xiao Ruyan's heart surged up all at once. Yi Yuan turned his head over and looked at Xiao Ruyan with a smile as he said, "Hey, if it wasn't for me helping you, you can forget about participating in that whatever grand pill assembly the day after tomorrow. You're not thanking me and still yell at me." Xiao Ruyan had a doubtful look. She did not know what Yi Yuan was talking about. But she discovered very quickly that not only was her essence energy already fully recovered, but even her soul force had also already reached the peak state. What on earth did Ji Qing, do? She clearly already overdrew her soul force when refining. It simply could not be recovered from without several days of recuperation. Why was she completely fine right now? Did you help me? What did you do? Why are my soul force and essence energy both fully recovered? Xiao Ruyan asked with a frown. Nothing much either. I just happen to know a kind of divine soul mystic art that allows me to use my divine soul to nourish other people's divine soul, achieving the effect of perfect harmony. I've never tried it before. Trying it out today, the effects are indeed pretty good. Yi Yuan said with a rather satisfied smile. It was just that when Xiao Ruyan heard that, her pretty face immediately flushed scarlet red. A thick killing intent enveloped Yi Yuan. How was this divine soul mystic art that Yi Yuan said? It was simply defiling her. Dao companions would dual cultivate through such means, so as to nourish each other's divine soul. When Xiao Ruyan heard that Yi Yuan used this sort of method to help her recover her divine soul, the killing intent in her heart could not be any greater. Yi Yuan flew aside, while the table he was originally sitting at already turned into fine powder. You lecher. Go to hell. Xiao Ruyan's voice was somewhat quivering. Hey, just making a joke. There isn't any need to be like this, alright? Yi Yuan cried out weirdly as he ran for his life. Making a joke? Is this also called a joke? Don't run, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Ruyan was already thoroughly rampaging. Hey, I'm really joking. If you continue to be like this, I won't be courteous anymore. Yi Yuan dodged a palm and yelled out weirdly once again. Alright then, I want to see just how discourteous you will be. With Xiao Ruyan's late-stage crystal formation realm strength, how could she be afraid of Yi Yuan, a second-level crystal formation realm's threat? But the next moment, she crumbled. Her palm whistled forth, heading straight for Yi Yuan's face. But right at this moment, a medicinal pill suddenly appeared in front of her. It was precisely the vast tuber essence stimulating pill that she painstakingly refined. This vast tuber essence stimulating pill was used to help Xiao Rufeng recover his strength. She would rather overdraw her soul force and being unable to take part and also had to refine it. How could she bear to destroy it? No choice, Xiao Ruyan could only avoid the medicinal pill, and attack Yi Yuan from another place. But no matter how she attacked, that medicinal pill could accurately block her, making her simply unable to attack. Xiao Ruyan was quivering with rage. Finally, she could not help bursting into sobs. Ah, I say, don't cry. If you let other people see this, they might think that I really did something to you. Once Yi Yuan saw Xiao Ruyan cry, he immediately knew that he went overboard. What men could not stand the most were women's tears. Yi Yuan was no exception either. He did not have much experience coaxing girls and was actually at a complete loss on what to do for a moment. It was fine if he did not talk. When he spoke, Xiao Ruyan cried even more miserably. Sob, sob, all bullying me. Xiao family elders bully me. Huang family and Tong family, those two bastards, also bully me. Now, even you this stinking brat also bully me. Sob, sob. Yi Yuan had an embarrassed face. He was really only joking around. To think that Xiao Ruyan looked so strong but was actually a woman in the end. Cough, cough, I really didn't do anything to you. Actually I only let you eat 2 medicinal pills. If you don't believe it, you can try refining the medicinal strength. It shouldn't have dissipated yet at present, Yi Yuan said somewhat bewilderedly. Xiao Ruyan's sobbing sound finally quietened a little. She looked at Yi Yuan doubtfully and said, is what you said true? Aiya, wouldn't you know once you test the medicinal strength? One pill is an essence energy recovery medicinal pill. The other pill is a soul force recovery medicinal pill, Yi Yuan explained. Xiao Ruyan revolved her essence energy and soul force half-believingly. Indeed, she sensed that there were 2 strands of medicinal strength circulating within her body. The medicinal strength was very gentle, making her feel very comfortable. Xiao Ruyan could not help being very astonished. What medicinal pill could actually have such a miraculous effect? She suddenly recalled that move from Yi Yuan when she was refining. Xiao Ruyan even thought that Yi Yuan was intentionally interrupting back then. Could it be that there was a purpose to doing so? He knew that the way I was controlling the fire had a problem, so he was giving me pointers. The vast tuber essence stimulating pills formula did not mention how to control the fire inside. Therefore, even Lord Father could not refine this tier 3 medicinal pill. And this pill formula was passed down by Xiao family's ancestors. Other factions were completely unaware of the vast tuber essence stimulating pills formula. How did Ji Qing know? Looking at Yi Yuan once again, Xiao Ruyan suddenly felt like she could not quite see through this youngster. That seal, was it intentional? Xiao Ruyan asked probingly. Yi Yuan had a blank face as he said, what seal? What are you talking about? When I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, didn't you struck out a seal? You're talking about that. Actually, I was thinking of pulling a prank. To think that it actually failed. How boring, Yi Yuan said, seemingly as if he was annoyed. Chapter 374 Being ignored. Xiao Ruyan stared at Yi Yuan with her beautiful eyes, wanting to see if Yi Yuan was lying. But how could she discern Yi Yuan intentionally masking it? You really didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh in relief but also felt somewhat disappointed. Really unintentional. It's just that your luck was good. Yi Yuan said sulkily. You. Xiao Ruyan nearly broke down. Alright, I'll give you the medicinal pill. Since you're already fine, then I'll leave first. Still want to make us interact more? Isn't it just at this level? Refining a medicinal pill but nearly crippled yourself at the end. As Yi Yuan was talking, he exited the 4Cs building and did not see the murderous gaze from behind. Yi Yuan naturally did it on purpose. This place was not the endless world. He did not wish to stand out too much. If Yi Yuan was willing, he could refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. But Xiao Rufeng had nothing to do with him. Helping Xiao Ruyan up to this step was already doing what was humanly possible to help. Although he knew that Xiao Ruyan would surely cast her mind back to this, that was not important. He would just let her go and guess then. 2 days later, the day of the Grand Pill Assembly finally arrived. What Yi Yuan never thought of was that the Grand Pill Assembly was actually held in the Fierce Gale World's Alchemist Association headquarters. Ever since going to the Alchemist Association once in the state of Qin, Yi Yuan had never stepped foot in here again. Little brother Ji, I'll have to trouble you for the Grand Pill Assembly this time. Xiao Rufeng clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan. This was still Yi Yuan's first time meeting this Xiao family's number 1 genius. He looked well-mannered and soft-spoken with a rather refined demeanor, giving people a good impression at first sight. But Xiao Rufeng's complexion was clearly not good. Although he consumed the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, the low-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill was only barely able to help him consolidate his foundation and nurture his essence. It was only able to alleviate the sequela from failing to assault realm. If Yi Yuan made a move to help him refine a high-grade or even superior-grade medicinal pill, Xiao Rufeng would surely be able to recover to his peak condition right now. But Yi Yuan had no such plans. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill was indeed an extremely hard to refine tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. Compared to the Jade Dragon Heart calming pill, the difficulty level was way higher. If Yuan was freakish enough to be able to refine any medicinal pill, it would be hard to avoid drawing the suspicions of an observant and conscientious person. During this grand pill assembly, Yuan did not plan on going all out either. Just winning his own match was fine. Thinking about it, dealing with the Tong family's weakest genius, taking the other party down shouldn't be something difficult, right? Yuan smiled and said, "First young master is too kind. Since Ji Qing is Shao family's guest retainer and is drawing Shao family's salary, I naturally have to put forth my strength for the Shao family." Shao Rufeng smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite, Ji Qing. This foolish elder brother is a few years older. Brother Ji can just call me Brother Shao." Yuan did not decline either and said with cupped hands, "Brother Shao." At this time, an unfriendly gaze came from behind Shao Rufeng. Who could it be but Shao Ruyan? But today, within Shao Ruyan's eyes, other than displeasure towards Yuan, there were a few parts additional of uncertainty. Evidently, Yuan had become mysterious in her eyes. "Ruyan, your eyes are really discerning. To actually be able to find an alchemy path genius like Brother Ji. Truly, the heaven doesn't want my Shao family to perish," Shao Rufeng said to his sister. Shao Ruyan shook her head and said, "So what if I found him? We're bound to lose the match with Tong Yongchang without any doubt. And I don't have confidence in winning Tong Yongshu either. Even Tong Yonghui is also somebody with uncommon strength. Whether or not Ji Qing can win him is another matter altogether." Very clearly, even if they had Yuan, Shao Ruyan was not optimistic about today's match. Listening to Shao Ruyan's words, Shao Rufeng's brows were also locked tightly together. Regarding this match that gambled with their family's destiny, the two of them could not afford to lose. In a twinkle, the people in front of the association's gates gradually increased. This match today not only concerned just the two Shao and Tong families' fate, but it also involved the enormous change in the capital's alchemy world arrangements in the days to come. Basically, there was already nobody who was optimistic about the Shao family. Now, many families were itching to have a go to try and replace the Shao family's position. Medicinal pills was a business with even more extravagant profits in the Fierce Gale world. The Fierce Gale world's resources were scarce. The price of medicinal pills was several times of the Endless world. There were even some rare medicinal pills that could sell at a sky-high price. Such a large market, how could everyone possibly watch it slip by them? "Oh, isn't this the Shao family's #1 genius, Shao Rufeng? I thought that you'd be bedbound, unable to get up. Didn't think that you actually came." A haughty voice was heard. Shao Rufeng's face fell when he saw the arrival. He said with a cold snort, "Tong Yongchang, don't get too smug." This person was shockingly the Tong family's genius, Tong Yongchang. But, Tong Yongchang was even more pleased with himself as he said, Of course I am feeling smug. I say, you lying on the bed is already pretty good. You don't have to come out and embarrass yourself. But now, you just have to run in front of me to make a spectacle of yourself. Do you think I will feel smug? What's this called? This is called delivering your face here for me to smack. Ha ha ha, you." Shao Rufeng was so enraged that his entire body was shaking. But because of his failed breakthrough, being able to step on stage today was already pretty good. It was simply impossible to beat Tong Yongchang's match. It unwittingly gave people a feeling of a hero being caught in difficult circumstances. In truth, with Shao Rufeng's talent, advancing to quasi-alchemy king was something inevitable. Watching helplessly as the grand pill assembly got increasingly closer, and yet he still could not break through after so long. Finally, it made him unable to restrain himself from taking the plunge to forcefully break through. It was just that he did not receive divine favor and failed his breakthrough. "Oh, right, I heard that you all even went around recruiting guest retainers for this competition. Your Shao family is really too tragic, to actually not even be able to pool together 3 alchemists to come on stage. Is this brat the replacement you guys found? Looks only so." Tong Yongchang looked at Yuan with a half-smile. But Yuan did not take notice of Tong Yongchang's derision. His attention was placed entirely on the person behind Tong Yongchang. That person's eyes were somewhat dull, clearly different from normal people, as if he did not have his own thoughts. This person was none other than precisely Yuan's senior, Du Cheng. Yuan forcibly suppressed his own agitated emotions, with the expression on his face being as usual. His eyes did not look in Du Cheng's direction either. But regarding Tong Yongcheng's words, not a single word sank in. But in Tong Yongcheng's perspective, his mockery was like a stone falling into the ocean, it was utterly disregarded. This made him unable to quite preserve his face. "I'm talking to you, punk. Didn't you hear?" Tong Yongcheng said solemnly. Yi Yuan ignored his words once again. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Rufeng, turns out that your family found a fool to take up the gauntlet. I think you all should just directly concede today. What's there still to compete?" Tong Yongcheng wanted to use laughter to resolve his embarrassment. Except, everyone looked at him like they were looking at a fool. Because no matter how foolish the Xiao family was, they also would not find a fool to take part in such an important grand pill assembly. Seeing nobody answer, Tong Yongcheng's face finally fell, and he made a move, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan moved. Chapter 375 TNG's Horse Racing Strategy. Tong Yongcheng had the intentions of embarrassing Yi Yuan. The grab act was not held back at all. But his vision blurred and Yi Yuan disappeared without a trace. Tong Yongcheng was secretly alarmed as a sense of impending danger assailed from behind. Turning around with a jerk, but there was nobody there. Still from the back, a sense of danger pounced once again. Tong Yongcheng turned around once more. There was still nobody there. Everyone looked at him with strange looks, wanting to laugh but unable to laugh. Wanting to laugh was because Tong Yongcheng looked like he was afraid of even his own shadow, it was very hilarious. They were unable to laugh was because Yi Yuan's movements were like that of ghosts and goblins, it was entirely unlike the movements that a crystal formation realm martial artist would have. While Tong Yongcheng was an alchemist, he was a bona fide sea transformation realm martial artist. He actually could not even touch Yi Yuan. "Are you looking for me?" With a flicker of his body, Yi Yuan appeared before Tong Yongcheng's once again. Tong Yongcheng's face fell and had a feeling like he was being toyed with. Within this capital, there were not many people who dared to play tricks on him. "Good, excellent, you've successfully infuriated me, I'll make the Xiao family die very horribly. Who knows if when the time comes, should they be thanking you for fighting on their behalf, or hate you for making them not even have the slightest thread of hope." Tong Yongcheng laughed coldly and said to Yi Yuan, "Ha ha, talk again about winning, what the use of talking big here?" Yi Yuan did not care a whit. Tong Yongcheng snorted coldly, and then led Du Cheng and the Tong family members into the association building. Yi Yuan did not turn around but felt quite a few eyes staring fixedly on him. Turning around to have a look, he indeed saw Xiao Ruyan looking at him with an unkind expression. "So your movements were actually so quick. Did you intentionally give way to me the day before?" Xiao Ruyan said. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Already said that I was just joking. Why take it seriously? You can still laugh. You've already thoroughly infuriated Tong Yongcheng just now. He'll definitely exert all his effort this time. We have even less of a chance now." Xiao Ruyan grumbled. "Ruyan, at this time, the Xiao family should be even more united as one. How can you question Brother Ji? Brother Ji entered the Xiao family at a time of crisis. It's sufficient to show his sincerity. Even if the Xiao family loses today, we should also treat Brother Ji kindly and generously." Xiao Rufeng hurriedly stopped and glared fiercely at Xiao Ruyan. "Ruyan is insensible. Please don't get angry, Brother Ji," said Xiao Ruyan, apologizing to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Haha, Brother Xiao is too kind. I joined the Xiao family originally just to find a place to stay. I didn't think so much. But since I've already joined, there's naturally no reason to go back on my word." Although he suspected that Xiao Rufeng was just putting on a show, Yi Yuan did not mind. One should say that the anguish in Xiao Rufeng's heart right now could only be more intense compared to Xiao Ruyan. But he could take the opportunity to rope in Yi Yuan so shrewdly and subtlety. It was truly the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person. Xiao Ruyan pursed her mouth but did not make a sound. Following this, the Xiao family's group 2 entered the association building. The Alchemist Association headquarters occupied a huge territory. When the group of people arrived in a great hall, the place was already filled with distinguished guests. Yi Yuan took his seat and noticed several gazes looking over at him provocatively, and he could not help but to feel gloomy. "You guys were clearly the ones stirring trouble. Why did you make it seem like I owed you guys? What the hell?" But thinking about it, those few people should be the Tong family's junior generation. And on that note, the strength of Tang family's junior generation was indeed way stronger than the Xiao family's. Yuan slightly released his sense and discovered quite a number of high-rank alchemy grandmasters, far beyond those few currently stepping onto the stage. Looking at the Xiao family's side in contrast, apart from Xiao Rufeng and sister, there were barely any alchemy grandmasters. Thinking about it, their standards should not be much. Otherwise, they would not have needed to find Yuan this guest retainer either. Yuan's attention was still on Ducheng. He traveled thousands of miles, deep behind enemy lines, for the sake of saving this bunch of fellow apprentices. Now that he finally saw one of them after experiencing life and death, waves surged slightly within Yuan's heart. Right at this moment, the entire Great Hall suddenly quietened down. Evidently, an important figure had arrived. Yuan did not recognize a single person here. He only knew one, and that was Xiao Changfeng. But Yuan saw that he was currently escorting an elderly person. But that old man looked rather impatient. Similarly, in Alchemy King powerhouse, Xiao Changfeng actually had a sort of groveling attitude, making Yuan sigh unceasingly. When the family declined, even if one was an Alchemy King powerhouse, they also would not have a backbone. In the martial artist world, it had always been the powerhouse's game. Nobody would pity the weak. On the other side, a middle-aged man with a similar age to Xiao Changfeng also accompanied an old man. But the two of them were laughing and talking, clearly the relation of equals. That person was naturally the Tang family's family head, Tang Fengshuo. After chatting a few sentences, Xiao Changfeng and Tang Fengshuo both returned to their family's seats, while the two elderly men sat on the seats in the center. But a seat was still reserved in the middle of the row in the center. Clearly, there was still another even more important character that had not arrived. Xiao Changfeng sat between Xiao Rufeng and Yuan, while the other family elders sat at the back. After taking his seat, Xiao Changfeng suddenly said to Yuan, "Little brother Ji, in this match, you will face Tong Wenchong. Rufeng and Ruyan will face Tong Wenshou and Tong Wenwei respectively. Facing Tong Wenchong, you just have to do your best. Victory or defeat isn't important, alright." Yuan understood in his heart that this was clearly Xiao Changfeng not believing in his strength, wanting to use the method of Tianji's horse racing strategy to win this competition. Towards Xiao Changfeng's arrangements, Yuan did not have any conflicting thoughts. After all, he did not wish to be too conspicuous. In this kind of life and death juncture grand competition, hoping for Xiao Changfeng to entrust all of his hopes onto an outsider like Yuan was clearly not something very realistic. In comparison, Xiao Rufeng and Xiao Ruyan, the brother and sister pair, were his biological children. They were naturally more dependable. Previously, the Xiao family was finding guest retainers impatiently because Xiao Rufeng was confined to his bed. The Xiao family only had Xiao Ruyan one person left. Now, since Xiao Ruyan refined the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, Xiao Changfeng naturally believed in his own son more. Although Xiao Rufeng was not in his optimal condition right now, wanting to win Tong Wenshou should not be something hard. The Tong family sent out 3 people to battle. Tong Wenwei's strength was the weakest, leaving Xiao Ruyan to deal with him. The assurance was naturally much greater too. One should say that under the situation where Yuan's formidable strength was excluded, such an arrangement was the most rational. Yuan did not have any mentality about not being able to get past losing to Tong Wenchong. He was a reincarnated alchemy emperor. What was he being serious for against a puny little quasi-alchemy king? Previously with Tong Wenchong, it was at most considered squabbling with words. Yuan was not that petty to such an extent. Anyway, Xiao Changfeng did not place his hopes on him either. He just had to hoodwink him a little, and that would do. Thinking this through, Yuan was even less serious about this grand pill assembly. He was planning out in his mind on how to get close to Ducheng. Yuan just nodded his head slightly at Xiao Changfeng to indicate that he got it. Chapter 376 The Forsaken Youth. After a short while, an old man slowly walked out from the back and sat down on the centermost seat. Everybody stood up at this time and bowed. They said, "We pay respects to Sovereign Star Abyss." The old man nodded slightly and said, "Everyone, have a seat." This old man, I, only wished to come and have a look at what genius descendants have appeared in our capital these few years. This matter about judging, old me won't be taking part in. You all just decide it on your own. I'll be watching everybody's performance in today's match and take one person as my disciple. When Sovereign Star Abyss's words were spoken, everyone revealed ecstatic looks. What did I hear? Sovereign Star Abyss is going to accept disciples. I didn't hear wrongly, right? It has already been decades since Sovereign Star Abyss has accepted any disciples. Today, he actually wants to accept a disciple out of the blue. What on earth happened? A sovereign's disciple. As long as one can step onto this track, they will have a meteoric rise. When Yuan saw this Sovereign Star Abyss, his eyes also shrunk slightly. This was the first sovereign-level powerhouse that he met. When martial artists reached the divine traversing realm, they could be titled as sovereigns. That was also a sovereign-level powerhouse. The meaning of a sovereign-level powerhouse was extraordinary. In regards to the lower realms, they were practically pinnacle existences. This old man was apparently a divine traversing realm powerhouse. More importantly, he was even an alchemy sovereign. An alchemy sovereign on the alchemy path was similarly considered as reaching a high level in proficiency. Only alchemy sovereign powerhouses had the minimum qualifications to enter Yuan's arcane eyes. Due to the disparity in strength between Yuan and Sovereign Star Abyss being too great, he completely could not see through the other party's depth. But Yuan had a sort of feeling that this old man was not simple. Seemingly detecting Yuan's gaze, Sovereign Star Abyss's gaze also looked towards Yuan. That deeply profound gaze actually nearly made Yuan collapse uncontrollably. Yuan hastily moved his gaze, secretly sighing with vicissitudes of emotions. Right now, his soul force was still too weak. The other party just swept a glance lightly like that, and it practically made him lose his mind. Rufeng, Yuan, the two of you have to perform well this time. Even if you're defeated, you also have to obtain Sovereign Star Abyss's favor. As long as you become his disciple, our Xiao family can likewise protect our family business. Xiao Changfeng said softly with visible joy on his face. The pair nodded slightly, but Yuan sighed lightly in his heart. This Xiao Changfeng was evidently an experienced and cunning person. But he was too conservative with this sort of major matter. It might not have a good outcome. Firstly, this method of Tianjian racing horse strategy was actually a very negative way of dealing with things. It was equivalent to admitting that their own family was not as strong as the other party. Giving up fighting with the other party's strongest person and letting the strongest person on their side deal with the Tong family's number 2 figure, even if they won in the end, there would not be anyone cheering for the Xiao family either. Xiao family would obtain victory, but lose the respect of others. And Xiao Changfeng making his own son and daughter perform well to draw the attention of Sovereign Star Abyss was similarly a method that lost one's drive. The Xiao family was in an inferior position to begin with. The family did not know how to risk it all to fight, but entrust their hopes onto another person instead. Yuan could not agree with this way of doing things. Furthermore, Yuan had a feeling that Tong Wenwei and Tong Wenshou might not be easy to deal with. Truly, the older the person was, the smaller the guts were. Alright, the once-in-a-decade Grand Pill Assembly is about to begin. Most of the people present here know this old man, but this old man better still introduces himself first. I'm the Alchemist Association's first elder, Yang Shu. The Grand Pill Assembly this time will be hosted by me. Speaking up to here, Yang Shu cleared his throat. Xiao Changfeng and Tong Fengshuo got up at the same time and said, I'll have to trouble Sovereign Star Abyss and Elder Yang. Yang Shu nodded slightly and continued, Sovereign Star Abyss has already spoken. The juniors of the Xiao and Tong families have good fortune. The sovereign has not taken in any disciples for close to 50 years already. This time can be considered as an epic-making event. Alright, enough superfluous words. The two Xiao and Tong families have already sent the name list of the battles to my hands. I'll now announce the battle sequence. Speaking up to here, Yang Shu looked at the battle name list in his hands, his eyes involuntarily swept over Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng's heart palpitated but did not say anything. He naturally knew that doing it this way was inappropriate. But this was also a solution that could not be helped. Yang Shu was silent for a moment, and continued, the first battle, Xiao family's Xiao Ruyan against the Tong family's Tong Wenwei. When these words were uttered, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? Xiao Ruyan is actually facing the Tong family's weakest Tong Wenwei? What kind of situation is this? Heh, to think that Xiao Changfeng actually pulled this sort of underhanded trick. Looks like the Xiao family's fortune is over. Yeah, looking at this, Xiao family has already given up on the battle with Tong Wenchong, leaving Xiao Rufeng and sister to go deal with the weaker Tong Wenshou and Tong Wenwei. Tong Fengshuo was also a little stunned. But he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha. Xiao Changfeng, you're really deteriorating the older you get. The Xiao family declining in your hands is also something within reason. But if you think that victory is within your grasp like this, then you're too naive." Xiao Changfeng was aware that reason was not on his side and did not respond to Tong Fengshuo. He looked straight ahead, no idea where he was looking at. Yang Shu coughed lightly and continued, "Silence, silence. The second match, Xiao Rufeng against Tong Wenshou. The third match, Ji Qing versus Tong Wenchong. That boy is really pitiable, to actually have to face Tong Wenchong. I reckon that he'll be defeated horribly. Hee, what's pitiful about him isn't this. I heard that his strength isn't bad. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster that can actually refine tier 3 high-level medicinal pills. He joined the Xiao family in their moment of crisis but was directly forsaken by Xiao Changfeng. That's his pitiable part. Using such a method, even if they won, it will also be winning through unorthodox means. It's just sad for this young man." Many people felt sorry for Yi Yuan, a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster battling a quasi-alchemy king. What chances of victory was there? There were also many who felt disappointed. They originally thought that they could see Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchong's summit battle. Who knew that there was no opportunity? Although Tong Wenchong was a quasi-alchemy king, he had only just advanced to the realm of quasi-alchemy king not long ago. In truth, there was still a chance to win, though this chance was very minuscule. Xiao Rufeng had enjoyed Xiao family's limitless resources. Adding in his talent, he had always been keeping in pace with Tong Wenchong these few years. It was just that Tong Wenchong stepped into quasi-alchemy king realm a step before Xiao Rufeng. That was why Xiao Rufeng appeared a level weaker. But now, the Xiao family retreating without fighting made many people present feel disappointed. Yang Shu continued and said, "The rules of the Grand Pill Assembly will be the same as past years. I won't be repeating them. Now, starting the first match, Xiao Ruyan versus Tong Wenwei." On the stage, the Xiao and Tong two families faced each other across a great distance. All sorts of alchemy medicinal herbs, wares, and medicinal cauldrons were also placed between them. Xiao Ruyan took in a deep breath and stepped up. Not knowing why, before Xiao Ruyan stepped onto the stage, her gaze unconsciously looked over towards Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan was also presently looking at her and gave her a hand gesture. "Miss Ruyan, good luck." Chapter 377 Xiao Ruyan lost. Although Yi Yuan's words were cheers, no matter how she looked at it, it somewhat lacked some sincerity. But not knowing why, Xiao Ruyan's originally rather nervous feelings actually calmed down under Yi Yuan's encouragement. She shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan and came to the fighting area. "Tch, good intentions taken for granted," Yi Yuan muttered to himself resentfully. At this time, a quasi-alchemy king came to the arena. Clearly, he was the person maintaining order on site, while the final ruling was still by Yang Shu and the other 6 alchemy kings. As for Sovereign Star Abyss, he shut his eyes from the start just now, looking as if he was snoozing, like everything here had nothing to do with him at all. The first match, constituting medicinal pills. There will be people delivering 100 types of spirit medicines right away. The two of you need to differentiate these 100 types of spirit medicines and freely match these 100 kinds of spirit medicines together, forming pill formulas. Finally, the one who composes the most pill formulas win. That quasi-alchemy king explained. There was a long table in the center. When the quasi-alchemy king finished talking, some apprentice-looking people brought up stock after stock of spirit medicines. There were tier 2, tier 3, so on and so forth. Xiao Ruyan and Tong Wenwei each respectively went to one side of the arena and started to differentiate the spirit medicines. This was actually testing the fundamental skills of the alchemist. Speedily and accurately identifying spirit medicines was an essential skill for alchemists. But in this sort of grand pill assembly that determined the fates of two families, identifying the spirit medicines were clearly not an easy matter. It was true that the two people could differentiate the vast majority of the spirit medicines. But there were definitely a handful of rarely seen spirit medicines that the pair had not even seen before. Under this sort of situation, one would have to see if the alchemist's foundation was sturdy or not, and if they could identify them through the records in the books. "Old Lu, in your view, which of the two of them will win?" Yang Shu asked an old man beside him. This old man was similarly an alchemy king powerhouse, Alchemist Association's elder Lu Han. Lu Han said, Yuan's, this lass's, talent is exceedingly high. Her future accomplishments are boundless. It's just too bad that she was dragged down by the Xiao family. Tong Wenwei is 7 to 8 years older than that lass, but his foundation is more solid than hers. In my opinion, the outcome should be around 50-50. Yangshu nodded and said, actually, I feel that the Xiao family only has Yuan, this lass, that can give Tong Wenchong a run for his money. Rufeng, that boy is already beaten by Wenchong. If Yuan this lass performs well, maybe she can let Lord Star Abyss take her in as his disciple. Lu Han concurred and said, these two brats have been at loggerheads for so many years. This time, they finally will determine the winner. But I heard that Rufeng this boy was able to take part in the Grand Pill Assembly today because Yuan that lass refined the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Looks like this lass's talent is even above her brother's. Yangshu exclaimed in surprise, there's actually such a thing. No wonder. Assaulting cultivation realm and failing is the most troublesome. Although the Xiao family has the vast tuber essence stimulating pill's complete pill formula, they were missing the refinement method. To think Yuan that lass actually successfully refined it. When Xiao Yuan and Tong Wenwei started, the others were all discussing fervently. There was a sound isolating formation around the arena. The two of them could not hear it, but quite a few people thought highly of Xiao Yuan's potential. Although, in terms of strength, Xiao Yuan might not be able to beat Tong Wenwei. However, the Xiao family could not afford to lose. They had to win the first two matches completely. Otherwise, there was only the outcome of being eliminated. The two people's identifying speed was remarkably quick in the beginning. But towards the back, the two people's speed visibly slowed down, especially Xiao Yuan's. Her speed was noticeably slower than Tong Wenwei. Of course, the most important thing was still the composition of medicinal pills. As long as the medicinal pills composed on one side was more than the other, even if the spirit medicines were not fully identified, they would still win. Xiao Yuan deduced over and over again, repeatedly evaluating numerous times, before writing down the answers at the last moment. Tong Wenwei was not any better. The two people handed over their answers at practically the same time. The answers were sealed within jade slips. Both parties did not know how many answers the other person wrote. The quasi-alchemy king hosting passed the sealed answers to Yangshu. The 7 judges started to examine and verify the answers. Yangshu placed the two persons' jade slips into a spirit artifact. Very quickly, the contents inside the jade slip were projected onto a wall. Xiao Yuan wrote 93 types of spirit medicine names. Tong Wenwei wrote 95 types of spirit medicine names. In the match regarding the spirit medicines names, Tong Wenwei wins by a small margin. Now, we'll take a look at the pill formulas that the two of them have written. Yangshu's voice sounded out sluggishly. Everyone held their breaths. While talking, Yangshu inserted another jade slip into the spirit artifact again. The contents of the jade slip likewise appeared on the wall. Yangshu pointed to the newly projected contents and said, the newly projected contents are the model answers that the 6 elders present and I spent 2 nights to enact. All the possible combinations of these 100 types of spirit medicines are all on here. Next, let us cross-reference them one by one. Inferring pill formulas according to these 100 types of spirit medicines, the pill formulas written out might not all be able to be refined out. It was just a theoretical answer. The creation of a type of pill formula needed to experience extremely complex experiments. It might only succeed through countless failures. There might even be the possibility that it would not succeed at all. These 100 types of spirit medicines, with combinations of pairs and trios, it could theoretically infer out thousands upon thousands of answers. But because of the various spirit medicines' attributes and differences in medicinal properties, there were but scarcely several dozen kinds that genuinely had the possibility of forming a pill formula. And among these scanty few dozen types, it was already pretty good for one type to be able to form a pill formula in the end after going through numerous tests. But even the pill formula that could ultimately be formed might not be a useful pill formula. Some pill formulas might be very heaven-defying, but there were pill formulas that had very insignificant effects on martial artists, utterly without value. Hence, each and every kind of ready-made pill formula was exceptionally precious. Other than those common pills, as long as it was a pill formula that had some slight value, each major faction would treasure it greatly. And each development of a new kind of pill formula was also riddled with difficulties. Especially the higher the rank of the medicinal pill, the more valuable the expended medicinal herbs naturally was. How could the average alchemist have that level of financial resources to develop new pill formulas? Only those titanic factions could have the possibility of developing new pill formulas. Just like the Tranquil Cloud sect, a large group of quasi-alchemy kings engaged in it for a long time, and only just developed some Tier 1 medicinal pills. The medicinal pills that Yuan took out were roughly the same as the things that they developed. Back then, it was like stepping on their tails. There are a total of 63 types of pills in our answer list. Xiao Ruyan wrote down 38 types of pills, and Tong Wenwei wrote 40 types. Now we'll be comparing the correct answers now. Yang Shu started to match Xiao Ruyan and Tong Wenwei's answers with the correct answers one by one. The result was that Xiao Ruyan only got one pill formula wrong, while Tong Wenwei had 3 wrong. It was actually a draw in the end. And under the situation where it was a draw, they would look at who wrote the most spirit medicines. Since the two of them wrote down the same number of pill formulas, then the one who wins in the end is. Yang Shu was about to announce the results. Wait a minute, Yuan suddenly got up and interrupted Yang Shu's words. Chapter 378. What he said is right. Hearing Yang Shu announce the results, the expressions of Xiao Changfeng and Sun were very ugly. Getting off on the wrong foot, the first match was already a loss. Clearly, it would be a tremendous blow to the Xiao family. Furthermore, Xiao Ruyan only lost the match because of a slight disadvantage. It would be hard to avoid affecting her competition later at the back. But right then, Yuan suddenly stood up. Wait a minute, Yang Shu furrowed his brows and said unhappily, whatever it is, wait until after I announce the results, then talk. Sit down for me. Yuan clasped his hands and said, my lord, the winner of this match should be the Xiao family. Yang Shu's expression turned sullen. His tone became cold as he said, are you questioning if the 7 of us are partial to the Tong family? But Yuan smiled and said, I'm just taking the matter on its merits. Tong Wenwei got 4 answers wrong. Hence, this round should be his loss. Harumph, a load of crap. Just now, I matched it correspondingly to the model answers. How can it be wrong? Family head Xiao didn't even say anything. How can a junior like yourself be allowed to talk drivel here? Yang Shu said with a cold snort. Xiao Changfeng's brows also knitted slightly. He did not understand why Yuan was so extreme and could not help urging, little brother Ji, I know that you hope for the Xiao family to win, but it's better to not say these sort of words. He naturally wished to see the Xiao family win. But in front of so many people, the Alchemist Association could not possibly play favoritism and commit irregularities. Yuan doing this was truly a bit unreasonable. But Yuan did not care at all and said coolly, the path of alchemy is ever-changing. Even if the few of you are Alchemy King powerhouses, how can you dare say that the answers that you came up with are the model answers? I don't even have the right to give my opinion. When Yuan's words came out, the expressions of the few Alchemy Kings from the Alchemist Association changed, their faces revealing unhappiness. And that Sovereign Star Abyss's eyelids quivered, then returned to normal right away. Xiao Changfeng, is this person that you found intentionally here to cause trouble? Can it be that the 7 of us Alchemy Kings added together can't even match this Alchemy Grandmaster brat? Then what's there still to compete in this Grand Pill Assembly for? Your Xiao family can just directly win. But Yang Shu ignored Yuan and directly questioned Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed. These words from Yuan offended all of the judges. What was there to compete later at the back? Ji Qing, stop rambling blather. Sit down for me, Xiao Changfeng said solemnly. At this time, he could not help suspecting Yuan's motives. Jumping out to challenge the judges at this time, wasn't this deliberately ruining the Xiao family? Yuan's brows knitted and he turned his head to look at Xiao Changfeng, his eyes becoming cold. Not knowing why, when Xiao Changfeng saw Yuan's eyes, he involuntarily felt a chill from the bottom of his heart and actually did not dare to meet his gaze. This boy, Xiao Changfeng secretly broke into a sweat in fear. If you use a man, don't suspect him. If you suspect him, don't use him. If family head feels that I'm messing around, I can withdraw right away. Yuan said nonchalantly, but his tone became icy. He was helping the Xiao family fight for benefits, but Xiao Changfeng actually helped outsiders to reproach him. Even if he knew Xiao Changfeng's concerns, Yuan also involuntarily felt bitterly disappointed. Xiao Changfeng, an exalted Alchemy King, was actually pressed down by Yuan's aura for a short while. Ha ha ha, Xiao Changfeng, you're really deteriorating the longer you live. Did you find such a punk to amuse everybody? The answers derived by the 7 strongest Alchemy King elders in the association are all not correct answers. Is there anything funnier than this? Tong Fanshuo was also fanning the flames by the side. Just as the situation was quite in a stalemate, a rather weak voice sounded out, "Lord Father, I believe that Ji Qinghe wouldn't talk nonsense. I'd like to get an answer." It was precisely Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly. He did not think that this lass would actually come forward to defend him at this time. Even if Xiao Ruyan was a rarely seen genius, being surrounded by a group of alchemy kings, she was still somewhat nervous in her heart. But having experienced the matters of these few days, especially Yi Yuan's performance when refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill, Xiao Ruyan had a feeling that perhaps what Yi Yuan said was really not wrong. Originally, Yi Yuan was already planning on flicking his sleeves and leaving. But he dismissed that sort of thought at this moment. Xiao Ruyan's words stirred up a huge commotion once more. 2 alchemy grandmasters were questioning the Alchemist Association's 7 great alchemy king elders. This was way too astounding. Many people looked towards Xiao Ruyan with strange eyes. Could this lass already be subdued by the brat called Ji Qing? Heh, this grand pill assembly has been conducted for so many times. As per His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's instructions, it has always been our Alchemist Association hosting it. No problem had ever appeared before. To think that this time, we'd actually bump into 2 juniors who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This match is won by Tong Wenwei. If you're unwilling to submit, you can go and lodge a complaint to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Now, carry on with the next match. Yang Shu announced the results very domineeringly. The Alchemist Association hosting the Grand Pill Assembly was the instructions of the Wind Emperor. Yang Shu had the authority to decide the victor and loser. Moreover, he touched his heart and felt that what he did was unquestionable. He was not afraid of the Shao family going to the Wind Emperor to lodge a complaint. Furthermore, after today, whether or not the Shao family could survive in the capital was still unknown. Yi Yuan just sneered incessantly. This bunch of arrogant and overweening fellows was seriously hopeless. But what he did not expect was that right at this moment, the sovereign star abyss who was about to fall asleep spoke unhurriedly. "Yang Shu, listen to what this junior has to say." Yang Shu's expression changed, but he dare not defy, replying respectfully, "Yes." After that, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Since Lord Star Abyss wants you to talk, then you tell us. If you can't say the reason why, it won't be as simple as sentencing the Shao family's loss. You'll also be chased out of the Grand Pill Assembly." Yi Yuan felt rather surprised but was disinclined to bother with Yang Shu. He said coolly, "Wash star grass and vermilion spirit fruit as the main ingredients. Sky South Star, Violent Flame Sand, and Autumn Pine Nut as supplementary materials. This combination is unable to refine out a medicinal pill. Hence, it simply cannot be considered a correct answer." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's gaze involuntarily looked towards the light curtain and found Tong Wenwei and the elders' answers very quickly. Indeed, they were the exact same. "Ignorant child, the alchemic logic of these 5 types of medicinal herbs has been analyzed by us. If extensive experiments take place, it can absolutely form a pill formula. What right do you have to say that it can't?" Yang Shu said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan paid no heed to his questioning and continued, "From the surface, the alchemic logic of these few types of medicinal herbs doesn't have any conflicting aspects, so it should be able to form a pill formula. But during the medicinal pill refining process, these 3 types of supplementary materials together will cause a series of changes, destroying the medicinal properties of the washstar grass and vermilion spirit fruit. It utterly cannot form a pill." When Yi Yuan saw that Yang Shu wanted to refute, he spoke again, "Don't be in a hurry to refute me. If you don't believe it, we can verify it right now." Yang Shu was just about to speak when Sovereign Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth and said, "There's no need to verify. What he said is right." Chapter 379 Yi Yuan's Hin. "What? This? How is this possible? Sovereign Star Abyss actually said that this punk is correct. Doesn't that mean that the 7 great elders were all wrong? It's too subversive. Does this boy have good luck and randomly stumbled upon it, or is it true skill and genuine knowledge? I think it should be a random shot in the dark, right? Those 7 elders are all Alchemy King powerhouses. The depth of their understanding towards medicinal herbs is simply not what the likes of us can imagine. It's possible that this punk saw some obscure knowledge before, and this knowledge just happened to be what the elders don't know. True. After all, the elders are not omniscient either. There is bound to be a dead angle in their alchemy knowledge. Sovereign Star Abyss's words made everyone explode. What this boy said was actually correct. And the so-called correct answers that the 7 great elders came up with together was actually wrong. These 7 great elders were all old freaks that had been famous for over 100 years. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Their knowledge about the alchemy path was even more inconceivable by ordinary people. And Yuan, he was only a 16-year-old little fellow. The time he lived was not even a scrap of the elders. He actually pointed out the 7 great elders' mistakes right to their faces. No one suspected Sovereign Star Abyss's words, because in the central capital's alchemy world, he was the absolute authority. He said that it was wrong. That means that the 7 great elders were surely wrong. There was no need at all to go and doubt. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yuan disbelievingly and involuntarily swallowed hard. He could not help recalling the eyes that Yuan looked at him with earlier. That was a disheartened expression. How could he not tell? If not for Xiao Ruyan stepping up at the crucial moment, Yuan most likely would have already flicked his sleeves and left at this moment, right? Thinking about it now, Xiao Changfeng could not help feeling fear after the event. Yuan was sincerely helping the Xiao family, while he was suspecting him. Sovereign Star Abyss finished saying that sentence and closed his eyes again as if he slept again. It seemed like that scene earlier was just him sleepwalking. Yangshu obviously knew that Sovereign Star Abyss was not sleepwalking. It was just that he still did not dare quite believe it. Initially, he thought that this youth was deliberately causing trouble. Who would have thought that there really was such a thing? After the Grand Pill Assembly, he would really have to go and verify to see if what this brat said was true or not. Although his face was swept away by a youngster in public, the Grand Pill Assembly still had to carry on. Yangshu could only open his mouth to say, since Lord Star Abyss says that this answer is wrong, the first match, Xiao family's Xiao Ruyan wins. Tong Wenwei's expression was rather ugly. He had clearly won already. Who would have expected to be thwarted by this brat? He could not help glaring viciously at Yuan with a sort of murderous impulse. The second round, deconstructing medicinal pills. The 2 of you will each receive 3 medicinal pills momentarily. These medicinal pills were refined according to the Alchemist Association's pill formulas. They are absolutely impossible for the outside world to have. You need to discern the components of the medicinal pill through sight, smell, and taste. The one who analyzes it correctly wins. The quasi-Alchemy King directly brought everyone into the second round of competition. Tong Wenwei had no choice but to put away his thoughts and carry on with the second round of competition. Deconstructing medicinal pills was a very high-level skill. It required the alchemist to be exceedingly familiar with medicinal herbs. But the accuracy was hard to guarantee. Furthermore, even if the components of the medicinal pill was fully deconstructed, wanting to refine it was also something not very likely. Hence, that was why the Alchemist Association could rest assured in taking the medicinal pills out for the 2 families to deconstruct. Xiao Ruyan won the first round. Her confidence rose greatly. This second round of competition, she solved a total of 11 types of spirit medicines from the 3 kinds of medicinal pills, while Tong Wenwei only deconstructed 9 types. Xiao Ruyan won again, but the most critical was still the third round, which was pill refinement. As an alchemist, the most important was naturally pill refinement. Hence, the weight occupied by pill refinement in the Grand Pill Assembly was also very huge. In the Grand Pill Assembly, each person had to finish competing in the 3 rounds before the winner could be determined. And all of the variables surfaced in this third round of pill refinement. Even if the first 2 rounds were losses, as long as one completely thrashed their opponent in the third round of refining, they could similarly be victorious. The so-called complete thrash was one party completely crushing the other party in terms of medicinal pill quality. Or one side successfully refined the medicinal pill while the other party failed. If the difference in quality between the 2 people was not great, it was naturally the one who won the 2 rounds consecutively prior to this that won. And during this process, the opinions of the judges were actually very important. Therefore, that was why the Wind Emperor appointed the Neutral Alchemist Association to host it. Of course, everyone could see the quality of the medicinal pill. The use of the judges would only surface under the situation where the difference was extremely minute. The medicinal pill that the 2 of you are going to refine is Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Jade Pith Ice Clear Pill, said the Quasi-Alchemy King. Among the Tier 3 pill formulas, some pill formulas were made known to the public and also publicly acknowledged to be extremely hard to refine medicinal pills. This Jade Pith Ice Clear pill was one of those. Seeing this pill formula, the expression on Xiao Ruyan's face changed. The refining difficulty of this Jade Pith Ice Clear pill was very high. Xiao Ruyan just happened to be weak in refining this sort of medicinal pill. At most, she only had 30% certainty of refining it out. And on the other side, a pleasantly surprised look appeared on Tong Wenwei's face. Evidently, this medicinal pill suited his taste. Xiao Rufeng frowned and said, "Why did this topic come out? The Jade Pith Ice Clear pill just happens to be a medicinal pill that Ruyan is weak at. This battle is not going well." Xiao Changfeng's expression was also very grave as he said, "The Jade Pith Ice Clear pill's requirement towards fire control is very high. But Ruyan's weak point is fire control. It's really quite troublesome." Xiao Ruyan came before the medicinal cauldron and took in a deep breath. But her eyes involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently smiling at her. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's finger moved slightly, forming a seal. Xiao Ruyan could not help being stunned when she saw the situation. She thought to herself, "Wasn't this the seal that he struck out when I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill? What does he mean?" Xiao Ruyan suddenly thought back to the feeling on the day when she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Although she was dog-tired at that time, that sort of feeling was very subtle. Could his meaning be, to let me find the feeling on that day when I was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill? But I tried several times afterward and kept being unable to find that sort of state. Xiao Ruyan thought to herself. Calming down her emotions, Xiao Ruyan finally started to move and refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill. Preparing the herbs and refining the medicinal embryo, these were all not difficult things to Xiao Ruyan. On this step, she did an even more outstanding job than Tong Wenwei. What Xiao Ruyan was most worried about was the refinement. She really did not have much assurance. "I must refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill. Even if it's only a low grade. Tong Wenwei's level is most likely at most just refining out a middle grade pill even if he's adept at this kind of medicinal pills. As long as my medicinal pill isn't too poor, I'll win." Xiao Ruyan gritted her teeth and secretly made her resolve. Xiao Ruyan beckoned with one hand. The medicinal embryo flew into the medicinal cauldron. The flames gradually rose. Xiao Ruyan began the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill's refinement. Chapter 380 Counterattack. Although she pulled out all stops to refine the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill, not long after it started, Xiao Ruyan's rhythm became somewhat disorderly. Refining was a task that exhausted mental strength immensely. The aspects that needed to be taken care of was far too many. This was only refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. When Yi Yuan was refining Tier 9 medicinal pills in his previous life, that was simply a colossal project. Refining a single medicinal pill for a month was something normal. But, to the present Xiao Ruyan, the Jade Pith Ice Clear pill was still an enormous challenge to her. Everyone present was an expert. One look and they knew that Xiao Ruyan's condition was not quite right. "Ruyan, this little girl has talent, but she is still too young in the end." An Alchemy King elder evaluated her skill. Fire control requires very exquisite essence energy control. It isn't the work of a single day. For Ruyan, this last to be able to perform to this step is already very not easy. Yeah, the path of fire control doesn't have shortcuts. One can only become very meticulous through large amounts of practice. Tong Wenwei is several years older than her in the end. In this aspect, he's performing better than her. Looks like the victor is already determined in this match. Those few elders clearly did not think optimistically of Xiao Ruyan, because signs of her defeat had already appeared. Alchemy King experts were Alchemy King experts after all. Even if they were questioned by Yi Yuan, their strength and vision were still right there. Xiao Ruyan felt that she was straining more and more. The medicinal pill inside the medicinal cauldron also became increasingly unstable, with the possibility of becoming a useless pill at any moment. But right at this time, she suddenly sensed a seal being struck into the medicinal cauldron unseen, making her jump in fright. In her panic, Xiao Ruyan nearly caused the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron to be ruined. What's with Ruyan, this lass? The essence energy undulations earlier were so intense that it nearly ruined the medicinal pill. Yeah, just a little more. But, even so, it would probably be very difficult for her to rescue this medicinal pill too, right? It's almost certain that it will be refined into a useless pill. I've seen this lass refine pills before. Although her skills are still lacking, a mistake like this shouldn't have appeared. Could it be that the mental pressure is too great? Xiao Ruyan's little incident was enough to make many people choke up from fear. One had to acknowledge that everyone liked beautiful women. Not only was Xiao Ruyan beautiful, but her alchemy talent was also exceedingly high. Everyone naturally liked her. Even more, although the Xiao family's influence was weak, it did not stop everyone from viewing her positively. For these alchemy kings to compare Xiao Ruyan to Tong Wenchong, it could be seen just how positively they viewed Xiao Ruyan. Hence, when they saw that Xiao Ruyan actually made such an error, quite a few people heaved a sigh while wringing their hands. However, Xiao Ruyan in the midst of refining not only did not have the slightest hint of remorse at this time, but she was also excited to the point she was about to scream out. It's this sort of feeling. It's this sort of feeling. I found it. I found it. Xiao Ruyan was wildly elated in her heart. This sort of feeling was precisely the sort of feeling when Yuan injected the seal while she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill previously, she was also in a total mess from the beginning, all the way until Yuan threw in that seal, guiding her into a subtle rhythm. Later on, Xiao Ruyan also tried it out a few times, wanting to find that subtle feeling of fire control. But all of it failed. All the way until Yuan gesticulated that hand sign at her just now, Xiao Ruyan finally ascertained that Yuan's seal was absolutely intentional. Her refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was no coincidence at all. Yuan helped her to refine the pill. Therefore, she had been following the path from that day when she was refining the vast tuber essence stimulating pill from the very beginning and kept wanting to find that feeling back then. Now, she finally found it. Oh. Not only was Ruyan that lass not affected by that mistake just now, she gradually entered the most optimal state instead. It's true, this lass seems to have gotten a knack for it. Her fire control ability seemed to have gone up a huge step. Hiss. The medicinal pill is on the verge of taking form soon. She's actually about to refine successfully. Truly inconceivable. According to past experiences, for such a major fault to happen during the refining, it could only refine a useless pill. Wanting to salvage the situation in the later stages was something virtually impossible. However, Xiao Ruyan did it. Xiao Ruyan gave a light cry. The medicinal pill formed. The result was that Xiao Ruyan actually finished earlier than Tong Wenwei. Xiao Rufeng could not conceal the euphoria in his heart and cried out, "Well done, Ruyan." Although Xiao Changfeng did not speak, one could tell from his expression that he also felt very surprised and pleased by this result. Except that Xiao Ruyan was not looking at them but at Yuan, who was at the side instead, her eyes filled with gratitude. Yuan raised a thumbs up at her and returned a faint smile. At this time, Xiao Ruyan did not have the cold haughtiness from a few days back but looked like a little girl who received a praise from her lover instead. Her cheeks turned red. When Xiao Changfeng saw this scene, he involuntarily frowned. But he did not say anything. It was just that Xiao Changfeng could not help being secretly very puzzled. Could it be that Yuan being able to refine this medicinal pill was also due to Yuan's credit? This boy, what on earth was his background? Before long, Tong Wenwei also refined successfully. The remainder was left to the 7 alchemy kings to make a verdict. The 2 medicinal pills were placed before the 7 alchemy kings. The few people consulted for a while. Yangshu opened his mouth to say, what Tong Wenwei refined as middle-grade jade pith ice clear pill, while Xiao Ruyan's is low-grade. The third round, Tong Wenwei wins. Talking up to here, everyone held their breaths. Now, it would have to depend on whether or not Tong Wenwei's medicinal pill could thoroughly suppress Xiao Ruyan's. If it could completely crush hers, he still had a possibility of obtaining victory. Only to see Yangshu pause for a moment, then opened his mouth again to say, but, the medicinal pill that Tong Wenwei refined just barely managed to reach the level of middle grade, while Xiao Ruyan's jade pith ice clear pill is already infinitely close to middle grade. Hence, collating the results of the 3 matches, Xiao Ruyan wins. What? How is that possible? Such a large mistake happened to Xiao Ruyan in the middle. The final completed medicinal pill actually infinitely approaches middle grade. Tong Fengshuo blurted out. Yangshu's brows knitted and he said unhappily, "Family head Tong, are you also questioning us old fellows? If you don't trust this elderly self, you can come and see yourself. You're also an alchemy king. It's unlikely that you can't even distinguish the grade of the medicinal pill, right?" Yangshu was filled with pent-up anger. Today, He was repeatedly questioned by people. As an Alchemist Association elder, since when had he suffered such treatment? But towards Xiao Ruyan's performance, Yang Shu was also very shocked inwardly. Such a large mistake happened, but not only did Xiao Ruyan not refine a useless pill, she even raised the quality of the medicinal pill to such an extent. It was truly mind-boggling. Tong Fengshuo had an awkward look. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Elder Yang misunderstood. I'm not questioning the few of you, it's just. Yang Shu waved his sleeves and interrupted his words, saying, "Come, men, bring these 2 medicinal pills before family head Tong and let him see for himself whether this old man is lying through my teeth or not." Chapter 381. A terrifying opponent. Tong Fengshuo looked at the 2 medicinal pills before his eyes and was silent for a long time. Family head Tong, I wonder if I, Yang Shu, talked nonsense or not? Yang Shu asked in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Tong Fengshuo had an awkward look as he said, "It's this Tong's yardstick of a petty man. I hope that Elder Yang is magnanimous enough to forgive." Humph. Yang Shu gave a cold snort and spoke no more. Over on this side, the Xiao family members also heaved a long sigh in relief. The first battle was really won in a rather thrilling manner. If not for Yuan coming forward at the crucial moment to point out the mistake of the 7 great elders, Xiao Ruyan would have already been defeated now. The problem was that the Xiao family simply could not afford to lose the first 2 matches. As long as they lose one, this Grand Pill Assembly would not have any need to continue either. Well done, Ruyan. Ruyan, you're truly my Xiao family's fine daughter. For a moment, Xiao family members' praises gushed forward like floodwaters. But Xiao Ruyan was very indifferent. She did not have much good impression towards these family elders. "Ji Qing, thank you." Xiao Ruyan came in front of Yi Yuan and gave thanks solemnly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "It's Miss Ruyan that is impressive. What has it got to do with me? All right, take a rest first. The match later is about to begin." Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and sat back onto her seat. Xiao family, many people's complexions were ugly. The feeling of being disregarded by Xiao Ruyan made them very displeased. And this sort of unhappiness was also carried forward to Yi Yuan. Right at this time, Yang Shu said, "All right, the second battle begins now. Xiao family's Xiao Rufeng versus Tong family's Tong Wenshou." Xiao Rufeng stood up. Xiao Changfeng instructed, "Keep cool. Take down this match and deny Tong Wenshou the opportunity to step onto the stage and we'll win." Xiao Rufeng nodded and stepped onto the stage directly. And on the other side, Tong Fengshuo similarly stopped Tong Wenshou and exhorted, "Wenshou, teach Xiao Rufeng a good lesson for me and let everybody see just how great your improvement is." "Yes, family head." Watching Tong Wenshou's departing back view, Tong Fengshuo smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Changfeng, do you think that by marshalling soldiers in rank for battle like this can catch me off guard? In front of absolute strength, you're just a joke." The second battle. The development of the battle situation exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rufeng was the Xiao family's #1 genius. Even if he was not at his peak condition right now, his strength and experience should still surpass Tong Wenshou. Yet, when the battle started, Tong Wenshou was unbelievably powerful, making everyone drop their glasses. The first match, constituting medicinal pills, Tong Wenshou actually identified all of the spirit medicines and even wrote down 3 more answers than Xiao Rufeng in the constituting medicinal pills part. Everyone was staring open-mouthed. The Xiao family members were completely scared out of their wits. Even Xiao Changfeng had a grave expression too. Tong Wenshou's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. A dark horse. This is absolutely a dark horse. Xiao Changfeng racked his brains in scheming, but he probably never expected that Tong Wenshou's strength was actually formidable to such an extent. Even if Xiao Rufeng's refining condition was not at his peak state, his foundation skills are still there. He's actually totally suppressed by Tong Wenshou. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if Xiao Rufeng can salvage the situation at the back. If he can't make a comeback, then the Xiao family is utterly finished. For a moment, whispering sounded out inside the hall. Tong Wenshou's performance astounded everybody. The situation which should have been a one-sided win actually had a drama-like change appear. Xiao Rufeng was also unbelievably stunned. A deep sense of defeat came over. He was already completely beaten down by the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchong. If he could not even win the #2 Tong Wenshou, then wouldn't he, the Xiao family's #1 genius, become a joke in the capital? Xiao Rufeng gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I must make a comeback at the back. I can't lose. If I lose, the Xiao family will be utterly finished. I absolutely can't lose. Indeed, Xiao Rufeng finally regained one round in the second match. Except, Xiao Rufeng's advantage in the second match was negligible. He only wrote one more type of medicinal herb than Tong Wenshou. Not only did this sort of result fail to let everyone feel his spur, but it also affirmed Tong Wenshou's might instead. The final round. One can tell that Tong Wenshou's basic skills are very solid. It's just who knows what will happen when he really refined pills. Looks like all these years, Tong Wenshou has been covered up by Tong Wenchong's radiance the entire time. The Tong family's number 2 genius actually has such strength. Winning the Xiao family twice in a row is also something within reason. I feel that Tong Wenshou's refining strength might not be weak. At the very least, it won't be much weaker than the peak condition Xiao Rufeng. And now, Xiao Rufeng is not yet fully recovered. The victor is really hard to determine. If one said that a match was still luck, after 2 matches, nobody doubted Tong Wenshou's strength anymore. The strength of this fellow who lived in the shadow of the genius Tong Wenchong was so powerful that it was terrifying. Ha ha ha, those fools from the Xiao family still thought that they could win our Tong family like this. What a freaking joke. Before I broke through, Wenshou's strength was never much weaker than mine. They actually naively believed that they could win Wenshou by relying on an invalid. Too naive. Tong Wenchong burst into laughter. Ha ha, Big Brother Wenshou is unleashing everything he has after staying low profile. This time, he finally let the people of the capital see his brilliance. Tong Wenwei did not suffer the effects of a setback and was full of smiles with Tong Wenchong. Heh, but I also never thought that Xiao Changfeng actually arranged for that punk to fight with me. It really makes me very excited. Tong Wenchong looked at Yi Yuan in the distance with unfriendly eyes. He had a feeling of being humiliated previously in front of the gates. This time, he was prepared to vent it out properly and thoroughly shatter Yi Yuan's confidence. As he was talking, he beckoned with his finger. Du Chen, who was behind with a vacant look, carried tea water in front of him. Tong Wenchong received the tea and savored a sip. He pointed at his knee and said, "Endless world's trash, quickly give me a massage to loosen up my joints." Du Cheng's divine soul was being controlled and could only be at the mercy of Tong Wenchong. He bent his body to help massage. "SS's, you pig, what are you using so much strength for? Want to die?" As he spoke, Tong Wenchong stomped a foot on Du Cheng's chest, kicking him far away. Du Cheng was directly kicked until he vomited a large mouthful of blood. But he still struggled to his feet and returned to Tong Wenchong's side to continue helping him loosen his muscles and bones. Tong Wenchong had an enjoying look this time and groaned, "This strength is more like it." Yi Yuan, what wrong with you? Ever since Xiao Ruyan came back, her attention had been on Yi Yuan all along. Right then, she suddenly sensed that Yi Yuan's breathing was slightly disorderly and could not help being very curious. Yi Yuan's expression was normal as he turned his head and said to Xiao Ruyan with a smile, "Nothing. It's just that seeing the final decisive battle, my state of mind is in somewhat of an upsurge, that's all." Tong Wenchong did not know how terrifying of an opponent he had provoked. Chapter 382 Who Can't Laugh? Xiao Rufeng and Tong Wenchong's match starting to get everyone's attention. Naturally, there would not be anybody who noticed Yi Yuan's fury, which was constrained to the limits in a corner. The two people started refining. Tong Wenshou's strength refreshed everyone's understanding once again. His movements did not have any areas that were the slightest bit sluggish. He practically completed the medicinal pills refinement in one go. On the other hand, one could see from Xiao Rufeng's refinement that he was indeed not at his optimal condition. Even so, he still completed the refinement splendidly. When the 2 medicinal pills were delivered in front of Yangshu, everyone held their breaths once again. This match was the crucial battle that determined who won and who lost for the 2 Xiao and Tong families. The 7 great Alchemy King elders evaluated for some time. It was still Yangshu who spoke, saying, "What Xiao Rufeng refined is middle grade. What Tong Wenshou refined is high grade. This match, the Tong family wins." Xiao Rufeng's head exploded with a buzz. Lost just like this. Xiao family. Puvark. Xiao Rufeng's emotions were too agitated, which finally brought out his old injuries, spewing out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother, Rufeng." Xiao Changfeng and Xiao Ruyan hurriedly supported Xiao Rufeng, only to see his complexion ashen white, looking extremely frail. "Father, Ruyan, sorry." It's all my fault. The self-reproach in Xiao Rufeng's heart could only be imagined. Don't speak anymore. I'll send people to bring you back to rest properly. Xiao Changfeng said. Brother, don't talk anymore. You've already done your best. Xiao Ruyan's tears streamed down. But Xiao Rufeng shook his head obstinately and said, no, I'm not going back. I want to see the conclusion. But, Xiao Ruyan and her brother's feelings were evidently very deep. Seeing Xiao Rufeng like this, her heart ached immensely. Right at this moment, a palm reached out in front of her. A medicinal pill was held in the center of the palm. Xiao Ruyan turned around to take a look. Who could it be but Yi Yuan? Let him eat it, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Xiao Ruyan lowered her head to take a look and could not help being greatly shocked, saying, High-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. Where did you get it from, Ji Qing? Don't Xiao family guest retainers have this authority? I went to ask for some medicinal herbs and took some time out these 2 days to refine it. Quickly let him eat it. If this continues, he'll die, Yi Yuan said coolly. Oh, okay. Xiao Ruyan hurried fed the medicinal pill to Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Changfeng was also very astonished. The vast tuber essence stimulating pill was a pill formula held only by his Xiao family. Moreover, it was not a complete version. How did Yi Yuan know? Furthermore, this boy could actually refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill. When the Xiao family recruited Yi Yuan, what Yi Yuan refined was the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill, while the refining difficulty of the vast tuber essence stimulating pill was way greater compared to the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. With Xiao Ruyan's strength, she only barely refined a low grade. But Yi Yuan could refine a high grade. Perhaps, the Xiao family had not reached the end of their ropes yet. After Xiao Changfeng settled his son down, he came in front of Yi Yuan and said softly, little brother Ji. But Yi Yuan interrupted his words and said, no need to promise me anything. This battle, I'll beat Tong Wenchong until he doesn't have the confidence to refine pills anymore in the future. Yi Yuan's words were very calm and did not sound like any heroic words. However, Xiao Changfeng felt a chill arise. He sensed that Yi Yuan was not joking. Except that, Yi Yuan, he was only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Could he beat the quasi-alchemy king Tong Wenchong until he had no confidence to refine pills in the future? This sounded rather comical no matter how one listened to it. But regardless of what, Xiao Changfeng saw the final trace of hope. This was much better than despair. To be able to refine a high-grade vast tuber essence stimulating pill, maybe this Ji Qing could really contend with Tong Wenchong. Over on the Xiao family's side, it was deathly quiet. Everyone was like a defeated rooster. Towards Yi Yuan, they completely did not have any confidence at all. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster versus a quasi-alchemy king. Are you kidding? While at the Tong family's side, there was jubilation all around. Both sides formed a powerful contrasting difference. Ha ha ha, well done, Wenshou. Tong Wenchong hugged Tong Wenshou and said happily. Ha ha, just lucky. Fortunately, Xiao Rufeng is not at his optimal condition right now because he failed his assault on the sea transformation realm. Tong Wenshou was very low profile. Oh, Wenshou, you don't need to belittle yourself. I'm all too clear about Xiao Rufeng's level. Even if he's at his peak condition, he might not be able to beat you. Even if he's stronger than you, he's also not much stronger. Tong Wenshou nodded and said, Next, it will be up to you, Wenchong. Tong Wenchong was delighted when he heard that. He said, Heh, I already can't wait to get up on stage. I've been annoyed at that punk long ago. This time, I'm going to let him know how medicinal pills are refined. Tong Wenshou smiled and said, I heard that punk is just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. With your strength, you can completely crush him. But Wenchong, you still have to be careful. The Xiao family are not fools. Since they sent him out, he definitely has aspects surpassing others. But Tong Wenchong replied unconcernedly, what aspects surpassing others can there be? I've long inquired clearly. This punk can only refine the Jade Dragon Heart Calming Pill. He can at most leap ranks to refine medicinal pills, it's no big deal. If our realms were similar, I would really need to be a little careful. But he's just a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster, he's too weak. Tong Wenshou smiled and did not refute. He knew that what Tong Wenchong said was right. He was also well aware of the degree of Tong Wenchong's genius. It was impossible to lose to such a young middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Tong Wenshou's talent was not poor. It could even be said to be very impressive. But in the Tong family, he had always been steadily pressed down a notch by Tong Wenchang, who was even younger than him. The disparity between the two could be seen. If Tong Wenchang could not even take care of a brat like this, then that would really be a joke. At this time, Tong Fengshuo came over as well and said to Tong Wenchang, take down that boy in on go, and let the Shao family thoroughly scram out of the capital. We've prepared for so many years. Today, the day of harvest has finally arrived. Tong Wenchang smiled and said, rest assured, father. I'll be right back. As he said, he kicked aside Du Cheng, who was beside with one leg, and walked into the battle arena. And this scene similarly landed in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan was very calm right now. But the calmer he was, the more it showed just how great his rage was at this present moment. Tong Wenchang came before Yi Yuan and said with a wide grin, punk, when we were outside, you probably never even dreamt that your opponent would be me, right? Haha, don't be afraid. I won't leave any face for you. But Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he said, hope that you can still laugh in a while. I can't laugh. Ha ha ha, what a hilarious joke. If you're just amusing me, congratulations to you, you've done it. But I want to see if it's you who can't laugh in a while, or me who can't laugh. Tong Wenchang said with a proud look. Chapter 383. I'm done. When Yangshu saw Yi Yuan, his expression was rather unnatural. His authority was questioned by an unknown boy. Furthermore, he even questioned it successfully. No matter how one spun it, it was very humiliating. He reckoned that this matter would spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. But this was a matter that Sovereign Star Abyss personally took an interest in. He could not fly off the handle either. Yangshu thought to himself, don't let me catch your handle in a while. Otherwise, I'll make you die very horribly. Restraining his state of mind, Yangshu said, the third match, Shao family's Ji Qing versus Tong family's Tong Wenchang. Begin. The first match, constituting medicinal pills. Bring up the spirit medicines. The quasi-alchemy king's voice sounded out once again. When his voice fell, Tong Wenchao was like on stimulants, oddly excited. While Yi Yuan, who was opposite him, closed his eyes to recuperate as if everything happening here had nothing to do with him. TCH. Deliberately mystifying things, Tong Wenchang said disdainfully. Soon enough, 100 types of spirit medicines were brought to the stage and packed to the brim. Tong Wenchang started immediately, entering information into the jade slip at high speed. While at this time, Yi Yuan still did not move yet. Tong Wenchang gave a cold laugh, and his speed of entering the stage did not stop. Identifying these spirit medicines was nothing hard to him. The real difficulty was constituting the medicinal pills. Tong Wenchang's speed was exceedingly quick, it was faster than everyone prior to him. One could tell that Tong Wenchang's basic skills were terrifyingly solid. Even the Shao family's #1 genius known as Shao Rufeng was far from him. Why hasn't Ji Qing started yet? Could it be that he has already given up? I already said, he definitely just happened to know that obscure knowledge, that's how he guessed it correctly. A teenage baby, how deep can his attainments in the alchemy path be? Sigh. This Ji Qing's performance prior to this was so eye-catching. Originally, I still wanted to see if there are any surprises. Looking at it now, I was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made many people feel very disappointed. In this sort of time where every second needed to be seized, Yi Yuan was actually resting his mind with closed eyes. What was he playing at? Posturing was not done like this. No matter how beautifully you postured, what was the use if you lose in an utter mess in the end? When Xiao Changfeng saw this scene, he wished that he could jump up there and wind Yi Yuan up. What was he doing? What on earth is Ji Qing this punk thinking about? Why hasn't he moved yet? Xiao Changfeng said anxiously. Father, Ji Qing doing so should have some deep meaning, Xiao Ruyan said weakly. Actually, she did not dare to confirm either. But Yi Yuan, this punk, was indeed very mysterious. Maybe he really had his own plans. What deep meaning can there be? I don't freaking understand. Could it be he can use his nose to sniff out every type of spirit medicines? Or perhaps, he's already deducing the pill formula in his head. Xiao Changfeng said rather exasperatedly. This, Xiao Ruyan did not know how she should refute it as well. What father said was clearly not possible. Nobody could do something so heaven-defying. Although Xiao Ruyan had long viewed Yi Yuan in a completely different light, she also did not think that Yi Yuan could do that. Ha ha, punk, you just slowly posture there. I'll see how you give an account to the Xiao family in a while. Tong Wanchong had a pleased look. He had already identified half of the spirit medicines. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Quickly look, Ji Qing is about to begin. Only starting at this time, doesn't he feel that it's too slow? Tong Wanchong has already identified half of the spirit medicines. Yet, Yi Yuan did not start identifying the spirit medicines as they imagined. He directly picked up the jade slip and started entering the contents. This scene stunned everyone even more. What is he doing here? Started logging in once he opened his eyes. Haha, he's trying to defy the heavens here. He can't have already identified all of the spirit medicines, right? I finally understood it. This boy is purely here to be funny. The matter of questioning the 7 great elders earlier might be a blind cat catching a dead rat, bumped into it. Yi Yuan's abnormal actions made everyone's glasses drop. Forget about a teenage youth, even those alchemy kings that have lived for several hundred years did not dare to answer questions like that either. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "I'm done." As he spoke, Yi Yuan handed the jade slip to that quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wanchong was stupefied by Yi Yuan's move and involuntarily stopped. No way, right, you're already done. Are you challenging the elders? Bottom line. Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered with you either. Tong Wanchong was thoroughly speechless. Outside the stage, there was an even greater commotion. Oh my god, where did this boy come from? I've already been wholly defeated. Does he think he's a god? Swept a glance and all the answers are crystal clear in his heart. All manners of ridicule came over. But there was a sound isolating formation in the stage. Yi Yuan could not hear it all. After he handed over the jade slip, he went to one side by himself to rest. The cup in Xiao Changfeng's hand was crushed into powder by him. Is this punk making fun of my Xiao family? To actually be so half-hearted like this. Previously, he even said to me to make Tong Wanchong not have the confidence to refine pills in the future. Utter bullshit. Xiao Changfeng gnashed his teeth angrily. Quote. Xiao Ruyan was speechless. Honestly speaking, she also felt that he was too slipshod in doing this. Could it be that the thing that happened previously was just her own misconception? After 4 hours, Tong Wanchong finally deduced all of the answers and handed it up. The quasi-alchemy king turned in the 2 people's jade slips together. Yangshu received the 2 people's jade slips and conveniently placed the model answer's jade slip and Tong Wanchong's jade slip into the spirit artifact. The light curtain appeared. The reason why he did so was that he already firmly believed that Yi Yuan was here to cause trouble. Answering all of the questions in a short 15 minutes. How was that possible? Previously, this brat actually guessed correctly. Heaven is really blind. Comparing it, Yangshu nodded secretly. This Tong Wanchong was still very reliable. Well deserving of being the first person among the juniors to advance to quasi-alchemy king. Tong Wanchong, 100 types of spirit medicines, all correct. There are a total of 73 kinds of compositions that the 7 of us inferred, and Tong Wanchong answered 56 kinds. Yangshu announced, indeed worthy of being the number 1 person in the junior generation. He's actually this impressive. In my opinion, even if Xiao Rufeng really broke through to the sea transformation realm, he probably won't be Tong Wanchong's match either. Yeah, this first match is purely on the understanding of medicinal effects, and it has nothing to do with cultivation realm. Tong Wanchong's performance is way better than Xiao Rufeng's. Don't forget, there's still that funny boy. Yangshu gave Yi Yuan a ruminating look and placed his jade slip into the spirit artifact, saying, next, we'll look at Ji Qing's answers. Answering in just 15 minutes, he should have a well-thought-out plan, right? These words sounded sarcastic upon hearing it. Finally, it was time for him to give vent to his anger. The light display was densely covered in words. What was written was even more than the model answers. With the mentality of poking fun, Yangshu swept a look at the light curtain. But the expression on his face now was exceedingly fascinating. Chapter 384 Model Answer. Ha ha ha, you guys, look at that Ji Qing's answer. It seems to be much longer than the judge's answer. He's amazing what, he can even point out the error in the 7 great elders' answer, so his level is naturally higher than the 7 great elders added together. His answer is, naturally longer too. PFF'd, you're so bad. But this boy really did it over the top trying to please the public with hogwash, for fear that others don't know that he's a moron. Seeing the densely filled answers on the light curtain, everyone was ridiculing Yuan. A contestant's answer was way more than the model answer. Was this being funny? Did he really think that he was an alchemy sovereign that could overpower 7 great alchemy king experts? They did not notice that Sovereign Star Abyss's eyes, which had been closed all along, opened slightly, his eyes emitting 2 rays of light as he looked at the light curtain. What wrong, Elder Yang? Not announcing the results yet, said an alchemy king. Seeing Yang Shu in a daze, the alchemy king could not help but to urge him. He was completely disinclined to even look at the contents on the light curtain. Sheer nonsense also had to have a limit. Yang Shu took in a deep breath and said slowly to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, wait a moment. Allow us to discuss it." Finished talking, Yang Shu said to the other 6 judges in a low voice, "The few of you, take a close look at Ji Qing's answers." The 6 alchemy kings were stupefied when they heard this, their gaze involuntarily turned to look at the light curtain. A single look, and they were all horrifyingly shocked. Yuan's answers were actually exactly the same as the answers that they deduced together. No, it could not be said to be exactly the same, because Yuan's answers were even more than their answers. What is going on here? If one says that he is lucky, isn't this too lucky? Then what's with the extra answers? The 73 kinds of answers that we've listed, Ji Qing's answer have it all up there. The remainder is all answers that we didn't list. How to calculate this? The 7 people gathered together and started to discuss urgently. And this scene made everyone feel bewildered. What in the world is happening? Why aren't they announcing the results yet? Seems like something is not quite right. Can it be that this Ji Qing's answer really has quite a few correct? He didn't blindly toss out so many answers, and he was lucky to guess correctly in the end, right? Wrong. I checked carefully just now. The medicinal pill combinations that the correct answers have, Ji Qing's answer has all of them. That's also to say that he answered all the questions correctly. But what's with the extra answers? What? All of them? How is this possible? A tossed stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone checked the answers on the light curtain in succession. They discovered to their astonishment that the 73 kinds of answers the elders listed, Yuan really answered all of them. Tong Wenchong was naturally checking them too. Along with the affirmation of each answer, his expression became exceedingly ugly. What did this count as? Ji Qing shut his eyes for a long time and wrote the answers right after opening his eyes. The result was that all of the answers were correct, and there were even so many more answers. Tong Wenchong suddenly had a very absurd thought. It was not to such an extent where these additional answers were also correct answers, right? Could it be that this boy was clairvoyant and could know the past, present, and future? This was too nonsensical. At this time, Yang Shu and others still had yet to figure out the result. To say that Ji Qing lost, he had indeed answered all of the questions. To say that Ji Qing won, his answers were several dozen more than the correct answers. What the hell was up with these extra answers? Helpless, Yang Shu could only stand up and salute Sovereign Star Abyss, saying, "Lord Star Abyss, have a look at the result of this match. How should this be handled?" Star Abyss closed his eyes again at this time. He just lightly uttered 3 words, "Ji Qing wins." The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Tong Wenchong's entire body quivered, his eyes turning red instantaneously. Forcefully suppressing the rage in his heart, Tong Wenchong gave Star Abyss a bow and asked, "Lord Star Abyss," Wenchong boldly asks, "Ji Qing he answered so many nonsensical answers, so why can he still win? Could it be just because he answered all of the model answers?" Tong Fengshuo was greatly startled and hurriedly yelled out, "Wenchong, shut your mouth for me. How can you dare to be rude to Lord Star Abyss?" Who knew that Star Abyss waved his hand slightly to stop him and said coolly, "Model answer. Whence does the model answer come from? If one had to say that there is a model answer, then Ji Qing's answer is the model answer." Buzz. When Star Abyss's words came out, there was a huge uproar. Ji Qing's answer was the model answer. Ji Qing's answer was several dozen more than the 7 great alchemy kings' answer. His answer was the model answer. Didn't that mean that his individual strength was even stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? This kind of result when heard was simply a fantasy tale. If these words came out from another person's mouth, they would definitely treat it as bullshit. But these words were uttered out from Sovereign Star Abyss's mouth. Who was Sovereign Star Abyss? He was the absolute authority in the Central Capital's alchemy world. The words that he said, who dared to question them? This Ji Qing is simply too heaven-defying. To actually list down so many medicinal pill combinations. Could it be that he already knew beforehand which spirit medicines could appear today? Otherwise, how can he possibly infer so many answers within such a short period of time? Yeah, this boy is too heaven-defying. When he wrote the answers from start to end without pause like he knew the answers long ago. Can it be that he really knew the answers in advance? Knew my ass. Didn't you see that the answers he has written are several dozen more than the model answers? I counted just now. Ji Qing wrote a total of 120 answers, more than twice of the answers that Tong Wenchang wrote. This is really brutal enough. Tong Wenchang looked around vacantly, battered out of his senses. His eyes could not quite find a focal point. The densely filled answers on Ji Qing's light curtain were actually all correct answers. Could it be that this brat's basic skills were even that much stronger than the 7 great alchemy kings added up together? Comparing him with Yi Yuan was simply like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. At this time, Yi Yuan, who had been sitting quietly the entire time uninterestedly, suddenly got up and came beside Tong Wenchang. He said with a smile on his face, "This is only the beginning. It will be even more interesting at the back. You can continue to laugh. If you don't laugh, it's pointless." Finished talking, Yi Yuan returned to his area and said to that quasi-alchemy king, "You can start the second round already." The quasi-alchemy king was stunned. Oh, as he said, his gaze turned to look at Yang Shu, waiting for his command. Yang Shu nodded and said, "The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills. Begin." Overwhelming rage, Tong Wenchang pointed at Yi Yuan and snarled, "Punk, don't think that you'll win for certain like this. We still don't know who will emerge victorious." Chapter 385. I'm done again. 3 medicinal pills were presented before Yi Yuan and Tong Wenchang, respectively. That quasi-alchemy king was just about to announce the commencement when he was interrupted by Tong Wenchang. The quasi-alchemy king frowned and asked, "What is it?" Tong Wenchang clasped his hands at Yang Shu and said, "Elder Yang, I request to deconstruct 10 medicinal pills. Furthermore, include 3 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills among them." When Yang Shu heard that, his eyes narrowed. Clearly, he was weighing Tong Wenchang's suggestion. Undoubtedly, this request of Tong Wenchang greatly increased the difficulty of deconstructing the medicinal pills. To alchemy grandmasters, they were the most familiar with tier 3 medicinal pills. Before breaking through to quasi-alchemy king, them researching tier 4 medicinal pills was simply meaningless. It was completely an action reaching for something beyond their grasp. And Tong Wenchang himself actually just broke through to quasi-alchemy king not long ago too. His proficiency level in quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills was not high. This request undoubtedly increased the difficulty for both sides. After musing for a moment, Yang Shu slowly said, "I don't have any objections. But this request of yours still has to get the Shao family's approval. After all, this is the competition between your 2 families." "I disagree. The tradition of the Grand Pill Assembly has always been competing 3 tier 3 medicinal pills. What qualifications does a junior like Tong Wenchang have to alter the rules?" Shao Changfeng immediately rejected. Tong Wenchang sneered and said, "Humph. The Shao family are all a bunch of cowards. Don't even dare to fight a fair and above-board competition and only know how to use some small tricks. Since this punk can write out so many correct answers, I reckon that deconstructing 10 medicinal pills can't stump him either, right? Why don't you ask his opinion?" Finished talking, Tong Wenchang looked at Yi Yuan with a ridiculing face and said, "Boy, you're not the same as the Shao family members, all cowards, right?" Yi Yuan looked at Tong Wenchang with a smile that was not a smile and answered with a question, "Do you really want to compete?" Not knowing why, when he saw Yi Yuan smile, Tong Wenchang suddenly had a bad feeling. But his words were already said. He naturally had no reason to withdraw them and smack his own face. Moreover, even if this punk was more powerful, it was also not possible to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, right? Of course, words that I, Tong Wenchang, said, how can there be the logic of taking them back? You just say whether you dare or not. Since that's the case, then let's play a little bigger. Change the 10 medicinal pills all to quasi-tier 4, how about that? Yi Yuan was still very indifferent. The words said were light as a feather, like quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were the same as candy to him. Tong Wenchang's face darkened, looking at Yi Yuan somewhat disbelievingly. This punk isn't deliberately forcing me, right? 10 quasi-tier 4 pills. Yi Yuan's words threw everyone into an uproar. A middle-rank alchemy grandmaster actually wanted to deconstruct quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Furthermore, it was 10 pills. Although Yuan's performance previously was very monstrous, everyone just thought that he was already familiar with tier 3 medicinal pills to a heaven-defying degree. It could not go so far as to even quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. One had to know that Yuan was only 16 years old. Without repeated tempering, how could one possibly be familiar with medicinal pills to such a degree? Tong Wenchong gritted his teeth and said viciously, 10 pills then. How can I, an exalted quasi-alchemy king, be afraid of you, a middle-rank alchemy Grandmaster? Yangshu also showed a slightly excited look. He wanted to see just where Ji Qing this brat's limits lied. Fine, since both of you parties agree, then compete in deconstructing quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Yangshu said. When the 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills were placed in front of Tong Wenchong, his expression became very ugly. In deconstructing medicinal pills, the core materials were relatively easier to deconstruct. But the supplementary materials were not so easy to deconstruct. He could not resist taking a look at Yuan, and he could not help being stunned once more. Yuan closed his eyes to rest again. Tong Wenchong was virtually about to break down. Where did this punk's confidence come from? These were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. Could it be that he could also instantly answer these quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills? This punk is definitely kicking up a cloud of dust to mess with my mind. Don't look at him anymore. I just have to do my part well, and that will do. Tong Wenchong forcefully dragged his gaze back. But when he had just started to deconstruct the first medicinal pill, before even determining a single type of the main ingredient, Yuan's nightmare-like voice sounded out. I'm done again, Yuan said coolly. This time, the time that he used was even shorter than the previous time. Tong Wenchong opened and closed his mouth, feeling like his throat was somewhat dry. When he watched Yuan hand the jade slip to the quasi-alchemy king, Tong Wenchong was practically about to crumble. But he had to control his impatience to finish deconstructing the 10 medicinal pills. What if Ji Qing is deliberately messing me up? Yes, it's definitely like this. Tong Wenchong secretly encouraged himself and forcefully dragged back his perturbed state of mind. Outside, everyone was exchanging glances. They already did not know what kind of words to use to describe their astoundment. These medicinal pills were quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills, and they were all medicinal pills owned solely by the Alchemist Association. Not one of them was a mass-produced stuff in the outside world. Yuan did not even look at them and deconstructed all of the medicinal pills. Hey, do you think that Ji Qing's answer will be all correct again? This, maybe, deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills so quickly, forget about quasi-alchemy kings, even alchemy kings most likely can't do it as well. Unless they know the pill formula beforehand. But, these 10 medicinal pills are all the Alchemist Association's exclusive pill formulas. This grand pill assembly today is truly too surprising. Another long wait. Tong Wenchong finally finished deconstructing all of the medicinal pills. But at present, he was already covered in sweat. Putting aside the mental pressure, deconstructing 10 quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills in such a short time was also an enormous challenge to him. When the quasi-alchemy king presented the 2 persons jade slips before Yangshu practically snatched from him the 2 jade slips. But this time, Yangshu did not look at Tong Wenchong's jade slips. He plunged his divine sense into Yuan's jade slip at the first moment. After several breaths, amazement was written all over Yangshu's face. Elder Yang, can it be that Ji Qing's answer? Yangshu smiled bitterly and said, you guys take a look yourselves. As he said, Yangshu passed Yuan's jade slip to that alchemy king elder. After the alchemy king elder finished looking at it, he murmured to himself, this. How is this possible? After the 7 elders finished looking at it, the expression on their faces was practically identical. Everyone knew that Tong Wenchong's jade slip completely did not need to be looked at anymore. But out of a responsible attitude, after being shocked for a long time, the 7 elders still endured looking over Tong Wenchong's jade slip. However, their expressions when they were looking at Tong Wenchong's jade slip was with complete nonchalance. Evidently, after finish reading Yuan's jade slip, they already found it tasteless. The second match, deconstructing medicinal pills, Ji Qing fully deconstructed the components of all 10 medicinal pills, and he answered all the questions correctly. This match, Xiao family's Ji Qing, victorious. Yang Shu finally announced the results. Chapter 386 Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. The word victorious was like a sledgehammer that smashed onto Tong Wenchang's chest, making him feel stifled. All correct. Could it be that Yuan knew the complete pill formula for these 10 medicinal pills? If not for this case, how could he possibly deconstruct all of the components? Tong Wenchang's mind was in a disorderly mess. Yuan won 2 matches in a row like he performed extraordinarily well today. This was too great of a blow to him. He was the Tong family's #1 genius, a legendary figure among the junior generation. Not that he could not take losses, but this manner of defeat really made him unable to accept it. The answers that he went through innumerable difficulties and racked his brains for did not even come close to him. Furthermore, from start to end, Yuan did not even look at the questions and just directly submitted the answers. This way of winning was too abnormal and also too heavy of a blow. Right at this moment, it was only to hear Yang Shu said slowly, "I know that everybody might have doubts about this result. So I'll order someone to seal up all the medicinal pills present in these 2 jade slips. If anyone has objections, they can go to the Wind Emperor to request to open the seal or pay a sufficient price to the Alchemist Association." These 10 medicinal pills were all exclusively owned by the Alchemist Association. In order to not let the pill formula leak out, one naturally had to pay an adequate price to be able to view it. If it were a normal circumstance, this price naturally would not be too great. But the problem was that Yuan deconstructed all the components of the medicinal pills without missing a single one. This way, the possibility of the pill formulas leaking out would increase dramatically. Hence, if the Tong family wished to view Yuan's jade slip, the price they had to pay would surely be hard to imagine. Up to this point, this crucial yet unsuspenseful competition actually had a drama-like change. Yuan secured 2 matches like a wild wind sweeping away fallen leaves, beating the Tong family's #1 genius, a low-rank quasi-alchemy king Tong Wenchang, until he could not even raise his head. Previously, everyone thought that the Xiao family would become a bygone after today. But Yuan's sudden emergence forcefully dragged the Xiao family back. Now, the Xiao family already firmly suppressed the Tong family by a head. As long as Yuan did not lose too horribly in the final match, the Xiao family could take back 70% of the medicinal pill market's management rights anew. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yuan's back view and actually felt a chill run down his back. Yes, an Alchemy King expert shuddered at an Alchemy Grandmaster. He finally understood now what that sentence Yuan said prior to this meant. To beat Tong Wenchang until he had no confidence to refine pills. This statement sounded very laughable, but looking at it now, Tong Wenchang might really get a psychological obstacle in alchemy. This kind of simple, yet crude winning method was enough to utterly crush the opponent's confidence. If Tong Wenchang were unable to walk out from the shadow of today's defeat, then his accomplishments in this lifetime would probably end here. But when a person's confidence was completely crushed, how could it be easy to find it again? Such a method that destroyed one's opponent was even crueler than killing him directly. How in the world did Tong Wenchang offend Ji Qing that the latter would actually use such a cruel manner to crush his confidence? Xiao Changfeng dared to confirm that Yuan completely did not have this intention before coming. Deciding to do so should be a sudden thought. Xiao Changfeng remained puzzled after pondering over it. Just what kind of a freak did my girl find? Xiao Changfeng unwittingly laughed wryly in his heart. Xiao Changfeng was originally the most worried person among everyone about the final match. But now, he had inexplicable confidence in Yuan. He felt that Yuan could definitely defeat Tong Wenchang in refining pills. Because to want to thoroughly crush Tong Wenchang's confidence, this third match was the most crucial one. The third match, the medicinal pill that the two of you will be refining, is the Tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. Yang Shu said. When his voice fell, the surroundings burst into an uproar all at once. Oh my god, it's actually the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill. This is seriously crazy. The Explosive Rising Dragon Pill is known as an emperor-like existence among Tier 3 medicinal pills. It was not because of its medicinal effect but because of its refining difficulty. Yeah, the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill's requirement towards soul force is exceedingly high. Up until now, I've never heard of any alchemy grandmasters that refined the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill before. Tong Wenchang was utterly defeated in 2 matches. This match, he finally saw a bit of hope. In the case of the Explosive Rising Dragon Pill, the advantage that he has is too great. The explosive rising dragon pill formula was not really precious. Many major factions had it. But its refining difficulty was seriously too high. Those who could refine the explosive rising dragon pill were all quasi-alchemy king strength and above. Even low-rank quasi-alchemy kings would also find it very taxing to refine this medicinal pill. As for an alchemy grandmaster, this medicinal pill was impossible to refine. Ha ha ha. When Tong Wenchong heard the contents of the final match, he started laughing madly. Ji Qing, even the heaven is helping me. I want to see just how you'll refine this medicinal pill that is unsolvable to alchemy grandmasters. Yi Yuan did not pay attention to him. He still sat there with his eyes closed to rest his mind. With an appearance like this matter did not concern him. Tong Wenchong finally managed to find a bit of superiority sense and wanted to deal a good blow to Yi Yuan. But his fist landed on cotton, making him very depressed. Tong Fengshuo could not help frowning when he saw the situation and finally could not sit still anymore. Wenchong, come over here. Tong Fengshuo said solemnly. Tong Wenchong was startled and came before Tong Fengshuo. Father, Wenchong, this boy is very abnormal, and his strength is formidable. You mustn't lower your guard. This third match concerns our Tong family's next 10 years' fortunes. The load on your shoulders is very heavy. Tong Fengshuo said. Tong Wenchong broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, Wenchong knows. Father, please put your heart at ease. Tong Fengshuo sighed lightly and said, how do you want me to feel at ease when you're like this? Didn't you notice that you've been completely brought into his rhythm by that kid? Tong Wenchong's hair stood on its ends from fear, and he broke into a cold sweat. But, that punk, I know, that's why I didn't say anything when you lost the first 2 matches. This kid's knowledge in the alchemy path is extremely solid. He probably grew up in a medicine garden from a young age. But no matter how amazing he is, he's also just a 16-years-old youth. Do you understand? Tong Fengshuo said. Father's meaning is, solid fundamental skills is Ji Qing's greatest advantage but also his greatest disadvantage. The alchemy path has never had a shortcut that can be taken. Without copious amount of severe training and practice, there's no way to have any sort of accomplishments. He's only 16. How formidable do you think he can be when he's truly refining pills? Tong Wenchong's eyes lit up and said in delight, Father's meaning is that this Ji Qing, his theoretical knowledge is extremely powerful, so it delayed actual practice instead. Tong Fengshuo nodded slightly and said, that's right. If it was some other medicinal pill, then forget it. But this explosive rising dragon pill is immensely advantageous to you. You just have to refine the pill according to your own rhythm. Forget all about the first 2 matches defeat. This match, you can definitely turn defeat into victory. Chapter 387 Legendary Realm reappears. When he came back again, Tong Wenchong's emotion was much more stable. Looking at Yi Yuan who was still closing his eyes and resting, he sneered coldly and returned back to his operating platform. The third match, begin. Tong Wenchong did not start right away but took a deep breath to calm his mind before he started to portion the medicine. The medicinal herbs were already prepared. The alchemist just needed to dispense it according to the pill formula, then refined it into a medicinal embryo, and that would do. This was naturally not something difficult for Tong Wenchong. Soon enough, Tong Wenchong finished dispensing the medicinal herbs but then he took a look at Yi Yuan on some devilish impulse. With this glance, he involuntarily had an impulse to spew blood again. Yi Yuan, this fellow was actually closing his eyes to rest again. He had been bustling about for a long time, and Yi Yuan actually had not started work yet. My god, DP, you really have to posture like that. The first time was like this, the second time like this, and the third time was still like this. Ignore him, I just have to do things according to my own rhythm. He's only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster, it's impossible to refine the explosive rising dragon pill. Tong Wenchong repeatedly exhorted himself. After reciting it silently for 10 times, Tong Wenchong's emotions finally stabilized somewhat. This time, he swore to never look at Yi Yuan again. Roughly an hour later, Tong Wenchong's refinement of the medicine embryo was already drawing to an end. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan finally moved. He came before the operating platform and directly crushed and mixed the spirit medicines together. Then he started refining the medicinal embryo straight away. There's such dispensement of medicine. He doesn't even weigh it out. Fuck me, today, I've really broadened my horizons. If this Ji Qing can refine out the explosive rising dragon pill like this, then these quasi-alchemy kings, really need to go jump into the river and kill ourselves. You should hold your words back a little. This Ji Qing has already consecutively created 2 miracles in a row. You're certain that he can't create another miracle? Hand-grabbing style of medicine portioning once again astonished everyone. But Yi Yuan already fully entered a state at this time, and was utterly unconcerned with everything in the outside world. Next was refining the medicinal embryo. It was only to see Yi Yuan's fingers moved like phantoms, completing the refinement of the medicinal embryo with extreme speed. Everyone was taken aback from shock. Yi Yuan actually completed refining the medicinal embryo at the same time as Tong Wenchong. What skill level was this? I've really increased my knowledge today. Turns out that prepping the medicine and refining the medicinal embryo can actually be done like this. Heh. Previously, I was still worried that Ji Qing's skill in actual practice would be lacking. Now, looks like this worry was totally undue. Yeah, if preparing the materials and refining the medicinal embryo are both fine, then Ji Qing is really too heaven-defying. Whether there's an issue or not, we'll know in a while. If the portioning ratio is wrong, even if Ji Qing is the reincarnation of a divine Buddha, it's also not possible to refine out a finished medicinal pill. He's starting. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see if any shocking actions would appear once again when Yi Yuan was refining the pill. Yi Yuan naturally would not disappoint them. Try Origin's Samsara art, activate. The furnace fire rose sharply. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from the original spot. At the same time, Sovereign Star Abyss, who had his eyes shut all along, snapped open his eyes abruptly and stared fixedly in Yi Yuan's direction. What refining method is this? So formidable, simply unheard of. How is this refining pills? This is simply performing movement technique. No, wait, I feel that Ji Qing's refining method is very extraordinary. Did you guys see clearly? In the process of Ji Qing revolving his skill, he's actually hitting out one seal after another constantly. Of course I saw that. But does firing out seals like this has any benefits in forming the pill? Don't know, but have you noticed, when he circles one round around the medicinal cauldron, he only fires out seals at 3 fixed points. It really is true. Yi Yuan already had a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster soul force at this time. Executing the Tri-Origins Samsara art again was way easier compared to at the spirit condensation realm. His current movement technique was faster compared to before. The seals were already grasped more soundly and accurately. Gradually, a peculiar atmosphere undulated out in the hall. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's figure became increasingly slower and progressively clearer, just like the scene was playing in slow motion. Of course, even if it was in slow motion, Yi Yuan's figure was still very swift. Because his movements were too quick, everyone felt like it was pleasing to the eyes and mind. Yi Yuan's refining process was as if a form of art in their perspective. They were wrapped in the ecstasy of it, it was like they were drunk or dreaming. Under such a condition, time flew by swiftly. An hour went by in a flash. Then Yi Yuan cried out lightly, "Condense." At this instant, the medicinal cauldron was actually enveloped by a multicolored light. It was persisting for a long time without dissipating. The entire place was deathly quiet, as if time had stopped. Only Tong Wenchong's actions with sweat pouring down his face made people feel like time was still flowing. Except that compared to Yi Yuan's refinement process, Tong Wenchong's refinement was just like a clown act. It was without any aesthetic sense to speak of. For a good long while, no idea who said the word, legendary, which shattered this death-like silence. Legendary realm. This is the legendary realm. My God, I didn't think that I could actually see the legendary realm in my remaining years. Too marvelous. Refining pills, this sort of dry and dull thing was actually given such a wonderful sense of beauty by Ji Qing. Truly too unbelievable. After the silence, sounds of exclamations sounded out all around. The few Alchemy King elders at the top seats all exchanged glances. They saw from the other party's eyes amazement and envy. Yes, as an alchemist, this was the realm that they chased after all their life. They never would have expected that such a realm would actually appear on a 16-year-old youth. "I'm done," Yi Yuan nonchalantly said a sentence. He then returned back to his seat to close his eyes and rest. While on the other side, Tong Wenchong was still risking his life to refine the pill. He had also entered his own state and was completely oblivious to Yi Yuan's performance. He naturally did not know either that everyone was all using sympathetic eyes to look at him. After another hour, Tong Wanchong completed the pill refinement. Ha ha ha, my explosive rising dragon pill is at the very least middle grade. Maybe even possibly high grade. Ji Qing, you'll lose this match for sure. Tong Wanchong clearly had yet to detect his own situation, laughing wildly after forming the pill. But he soon discovered that the atmosphere was not quite right. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me with those eyes? What I refined as a middle grade, maybe even high grade explosive rising dragon pill. Even among low-rank quasi-alchemy kings, only a few can refine it, right? Tong Wanchong was rather baffled. Present Ji Qing's and Tong Wanchong's medicinal pills. I think this match doesn't have any suspense anymore. No, wait, I should say that the suspense is even greater. I think that everyone would want to know just what grade of explosive rising dragon pill Ji Qing refined, right? Yang Shu said with some slight agitation. Chapter 388. After today. The medicinal pill fragrance had already permeated the entire hall. Everyone knew that this medicinal pill that Yuan refined would certainly be extraordinary. As for Tong Wanchong's despotic words, everyone overlooked it directly. At this time, there was already no one at all who paid attention to him. Elder Yang quickly unveiled a mystery. I can't wait anymore. Yeah, this explosive rising dragon pill, even if an alchemy king expert came to refine it, they might not be able to guarantee high grade every time, let alone superior grade. I have a feeling that this explosive rising dragon pill is probably not limited to the level of superior grade. My god, a transcendent grade explosive rising dragon pill. I simply dare not believe my eyes. Tong Wanchong looked perplexed, but when he heard everyone's words, he finally understood a little. At the very least, he knew that he was already utterly disregarded by people. Ji Qing, what on earth did he do? Yang Shu looked at Yuan's medicinal pill from left to right. The more he looked, the more he could not bear to part with it. Finally, Yang Shu heaved a sigh in admiration and said, you all guessed correctly. Ji Qing's explosive rising dragon pill is beyond all doubt transcendent grade. This is simply like an immortal medicine to martial artists who cultivates fire attribute cultivation methods. Tong Wanchong's entire being was petrified there. Only two words repeatedly reverberated in his head. Transcendent grade, a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill, this. I heard it wrongly, I must have heard it wrongly. A high-rank alchemy, grandmaster refining a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. Isn't this insulting my intelligence? Tong Wanchong repeatedly suggested to himself. Still, nobody paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were glued at the medicinal pill that Yuan refined. Really transcendent grade, how many years has it been since a transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill has appeared in our capital? Yeah, this is simply the pinnacle work of tier 3 medicinal pills. At least, among alchemy grandmasters, no, within quasi-alchemy king realm, it's impossible for anyone to refine such a medicinal pill. Legendary realm, transcendent grade tier 3 high-level medicinal pill. I've simply witnessed a miracle today. Yuan's masterpiece made everyone lose themselves in the wonder. Yang Shu already could not wait to end this grand pill assembly. He wanted to have a good chat with this young man. The results don't need me to say it, right? This third match, the Shao family. Wait, Yang Shu's words were said halfway when it was rudely interrupted by Tong Wanchong. Yang Shu's brows furrowed, his tone becoming cold as he said, what do you have to say? Tong Wanchong had a ferocious face as he said, I feel that there's something fishy going on with this match. That boy is only a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. How can he possibly refine a transcendent grade explosive rising dragon pill? And also, the previous two match, his answers were too strange. Yang Shu's Soul Sea realm aura erupted completely. An overwhelmingly powerful aura crushed Tong Wanchong until he felt asphyxiated. Clearly, Yang Shu really became enraged this time. Your meaning is that our alchemist association would collude with the Shao family to engage in fraud in this grand pill assembly. Yang Shu said leisurely, but anyone could sense his fury. Everyone was horrifyingly shocked. These words from Tong Wanchong could be considered to have poked the hornet's nest. Although the capital's Alchemist Association headquarters was under the rule of the Wind Emperor, it did not mean that the Wind Emperor could freely issue orders to the Alchemist Association. In reality, the Alchemist Association could entirely not listen to the Wind Emperor's commands. It was just that because in the fierce Gale world, the Wind Emperor was an extremely special existence. He was this small world's one-of-a-kind powerhouse. In order to express their respect, that was why the Alchemist Association was brought under the Wind Emperor's rule. While the Alchemist Association organized all past sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly, this was not an order issued by the Wind Emperor, but the Wind Emperor inviting this neutral organization. In the lower realms, unless they were brain damaged, otherwise, nobody dared to provoke an organization like the Alchemist Association. If not for this case, with the Wind Emperor's might, he could completely swallow up the Alchemist Association. However, did he dare? Tong Fangshuo was greatly frightened by Tong Wenchang's words. He came forward to salute Yangshu and said, "Please don't blame him, Elder Yang. Wenchang, he is momentarily confused, that's why he would say such offending words. The Alchemist Association has hosted so many sessions of the Grand Pill Assembly and has always been impartial. How can we dare to question? Wenchang, why haven't you apologized to Elder Yang?" As he reached the end, Tong Fangshuo already had a stern tone and countenance. Yet, Tong Wenchang had already completely lost himself. How could he listen? "Why do I have to apologize? Father, don't you feel that it's very fishy? That boy didn't even look and composed so many pill formulas. He even deconstructed all 10 of the quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. If not because he knew the answers beforehand, with him just being a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster." Tong Wenchang had yet to finish talking when Tong Fangshuo sent a large slap over, directly sending him flying. When he crawled up again, Tong Wenchang's entire face already swelled like a pig's head, blood was everywhere on his face, looking extremely wretched. "Unfilial son, if you say any more nonsense, see if I don't cripple you. Come, men, bring this unfilial son of mine back for me, and watch him strictly. Without my permission, nobody is allowed to let him out." Tong Fangshuo was so furious that blue veins throbbed. The Wind Emperor dreading the Alchemist Association was only because he feared the force behind it. But to the Alchemist world's Tong family, the Alchemist Association was absolutely an existence which could not be offended. Tong Wenchang was missing a screw right now, to actually dare to rebut Yangshu. That wouldn't be a problem of just losing a few percentages of shares of the medicinal pill market. While this move looked very ruthless, it protected Tong Wenchang very well. Bringing him back to lock him up, that was just the Tong family's internal affairs. If Yangshu really pursued this matter, whether Tong Wenchang's puny life could be preserved or not was still another matter altogether. How could an old fox like Yangshu who lived for several hundred years not understand Tong Fangshuo's intentions? But in the capital, the Alchemist Association also had the Alchemist Association's difficulties. Tong Fangshuo already did it to this step. He could not very well pursue this matter further. All right, today's matter ends here. Now, I'll announce the results. This Grand Pill Assembly, the Xiao family wins with 2-1. If the Tong family is unwilling to submit to this result, you can very well go and complain to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, Yangshu said. Within these words already disclosed his thick displeasure. Although Yangshu was not a character whose words were as heavy as 9 tripods, he was also a figure who carried weight. His words still had plenty of weight. Tong Fangshuo was having a headache. This was not Yangshu alone being unhappy. Tong Wenchang's words already offended everyone in the Alchemist Association. This kind of chink, who knew how much effort was needed to be able to mend it later. In truth, Tong Fangshuo could not blame it on his son either. Anybody who encountered something like this would probably lose their sense of propriety as well. What he was worried about now was whether Tong Wenchang still had the confidence to stand before a medicinal cauldron again to refine pills after today. It took 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to raise a person. For Tong Wenchang to become hailed as the Tong family's #1 genius, all the expended resources up until now was only more and not less than Xiao Rufang. But after today, Chapter 389 First-Rate Family. Before today, Tong Wenchang was in high and vigorous spirits. His limelight covered everyone in the capital's junior generation, tramping the Xiao family's junior, Xiao Rufeng, beneath his foot. But just as he was about to reach the summit, he was kicked down directly from the altar by Yuan. There was no battle at the summit, not even evenly matched. Yuan, this alchemist who was younger, and had even lower cultivation realm than him, had used absolute strength to crush Tong Wenchang. No glint and flash of cold steel, but such a wound was even harder to heal compared to knife and sword injuries. Tong Fangshuo knew that after today, Tong Wenchang would probably fade away into the masses, but what he was worried about right now was not this. It was how the Tong family should receive the wrath of the Alchemist Association as well as the suppression after the Shao family took their place. Once he thought of this, Tong Fengshuo could not help feeling incredibly vexed. Right at this moment, Sovereign Star Abyss opened his mouth and said, "Ji Qing." The hall quietened down straight away. Everyone guessed what this peak figure in the capital's alchemy world was about to do next. Everyone's eyes when looking toward Yi Yuan was filled with envy and congratulating intent. Yes, nobody was jealous. Yi Yuan already used his strength to conquer everyone. They knew that they did not have the qualifications to be jealous. Yi Yuan bowed slightly and said, "Lord Star Abyss." Star Abyss nodded his head slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge this old man as your master?" If it were somebody else, they would likely be so agitated that they would jump up. But to Yi Yuan, this was rather laughable. After musing for a brief moment, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Junior is willing." Star Abyss naturally had no qualifications to be his master. Yi Yuan obviously did not wish to acknowledge him as master either. But Yi Yuan's current situation was very special. Within this capital, one might say that he had enemies everywhere. Once someone discovered his identity, he would face certain death. In the capital, forget about divine traversing realm powerhouses, Soul Sea realm experts were simply as many as oxen fur. Any one of them randomly pops out, and he could die without a burial ground. Although he could use a divine soul mystic art to cover up his divine soul, his appearance could not be changed at all. If he was recognized by the Lan family tribe members, he would be dead for sure. Finding a backer such as Star Abyss, his safety would increase dramatically. Wanting to rescue people would also be way more convenient. Star Abyss nodded with a smile, clearly very pleased with this disciple. And at this time, Yi Yuan's weight in everyone's eyes naturally became different. People from factions all around hurriedly encircled around. "Congratulations to little brother Ji for acknowledging a famed master. Your future prospects are limitless. Congratulations to little brother Ji Qing. I'm the boss of the Dewa Hall. In future, if little brother Ji has any needs, you just have to instruct. What my Dewa Hall can take out, I'll absolutely do it without demur." For a moment, Yi Yuan was totally swarmed. This process lasted roughly an hour before everyone gradually dispersed. At this time, the people in the hall were already pretty much all gone. Even the 7 great Alchemy King elders and Sovereign Star Abyss had already left. Only now did Shao Changfeng come forward and bowed deeply to Yi Yuan. "I represent the Shao family to give thanks to little brother Ji's great kindness. This grace is the same as giving my Shao family a new lease on life." Originally, this Shao was planning on giving little brother the position of Shao family's guest retainer elder. Little brother could demand the Shao family's resources limitlessly. But since little brother became Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil, I'm afraid you will turn your nose up in contempt at this tiny bit of reward. If little brother has any areas where you have use of this Shao for, feel free to speak. This Shao will not shrink from death to accomplish it." Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Family head don't need to be courteous. I have no request for the Shao family. If family head really wants to help me thank Miss Yuan then. If not for her, this Ji would probably have flicked my sleeves and left already." But these words sounded rather ambiguous. Shao Ruyan, who was behind Shao Changfeng, flushed red. Shao Changfeng felt anguished in his heart. His actions previously indeed still infuriated this little ancestor. But he was also secretly rejoicing that this little ancestor seemed to have taken a fancy to his own daughter. Except that, the Shao family was going to hold the spouse-finding martial competition very soon. The Shui and Huang two families were already glaring like a tiger with covetous eyes. Now, there was an additional Ji Qing. How should this be done? Shao Changfeng felt a headache. He fished out a token from his body and passed it to Yi Yuan, saying, "Little brother Ji, this is my Shao family's highest level token. If you have any needs, you just have to bring this token to any business under the Shao family's name, and they will collaborate with you." Yi Yuan nodded and was not courteous this time. This was what he deserved. In truth, if not because he was afraid that this old fox would become suspicious, Yi Yuan even wanted to directly open his mouth to ask for that 2 slaves from him. But Yi Yuan also knew that his origin was unknown. Even if he kept things as vague as possible, it would also be hard to prevent Shao Changfeng becoming suspicious. How to approach those 2 people without leaving a trace would probably still have to be said about through Shao Ruyan. That was why he deliberately mentioned Shao Ruyan and not to show Shao Changfeng any attitude. Since that's the case, then this Ji thanks family head. Yi Yuan extended his hand to receive the token. Seeing Yi Yuan accept the token, Xiao Changfeng also heaved a long sigh in relief. After today, Yi Yuan's status would be extraordinary. Sovereign Star Abyss's brilliant pupil in his own strength stood head and shoulders above all others too. Such a figure did not need long before he would be known to all in the capital. To be on friendly terms with him was absolutely beneficial to the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng chuckled and said, "Little brother is too polite. That, you youngsters have common topics. This old fellow, won't mingle together. This Xiao takes my leave first. Yuan, you and little brother Ji interact together more. If little brother Ji has any requests, you do your best to agree to it. Rufeng's old injuries relapsed and still needs to return to have a good rest to recuperate. He'll be going back together with me." After Xiao Changfeng left, Xiao Yuan finally loosened up a little. She said with a slightly flushed face, "Ji Qing, this time, it's really all thanks to you." But at this time, Ji Qing suddenly put on a teasing smile and said, "I thought that you would say something like, unable to repay the kindness and can only offer myself in marriage. That way, I can just conveniently accept it." At this, Xiao Yuan's face blushed scarlet red, and she could not help saying disdainfully, Why are you always not serious? Haha, a fair maiden is a gentleman's good match. How is it not serious? I'm very serious right now." While he verbally said serious, his face was not serious at all. If it were before, Xiao Yuan would definitely have stomped off already. But this was not her first day coming into contact with Yi Yuan anymore. She knew that he was joking. Although it was quite unbearably embarrassing, she also forcefully endured it and did not cover her face and run. But Yi Yuan did not expect that Xiao Yuan's expression suddenly became downcast and she said, "A fair maiden is a gentleman's good match. But I don't have command over myself." Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Now that the Xiao family's crisis is averted, this matter of martial competition to find a spouse still has to continue?" Xiao Yuan shook her head dejectedly and said, "Martial reigns supreme in the fierce Gale world. Apart from the Alchemist Association being able to isolate and safeguard themselves, alchemy families are all vassal existences. If not, with the Xiao family and Tong family's financial power, we would have long ranked among first-rate families. In the capital, the truly powerful ones are still the first-rate families like the Huang family, Shui family, as well as the Shangguan family." Chapter 390 Where His Confidence Lies. Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turned out that alchemy skills were not thought highly of at all in the fierce Gale world. The fierce Gale world martial artists mostly relied on their own talent and hard work to cultivate. Their reliance on medicinal pills was not as great as the endless world. Of course, this was only comparatively speaking. Those large families, as well as the forces under the Wind Emperor's command, would naturally enjoy more resources. Their cultivation would naturally be faster too. But to them, medicinal pills were just adding flowers to embroidery and not delivering fuel in the snow. Actually, Yi Yuan could tell that while the fierce Gale world was deficient in resources, the environment itself was actually their most valuable resource. Fierce Gale world martial artists could be said to have a natural affinity with the concept of wind. Their cultivation along this path would also be quicker. If Yi Yuan's conjectures were right, there were no shortage of martial artists who comprehended true intent in the fierce Gale world. The moment Yi Yuan entered the city, he came into contact with the alchemy world influences. He still did not have a direct understanding of the other forces. Looking at it now, the two Xiao and Tong families actually had a good deal of things that they had no control over. Like that, since you aren't willing to marry, find a guy to beat those two fellows down and wouldn't it be settled? Yi Yuan said. Xiao Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Where is the Xiao family going to find such a character? The Huang family's Huang Wenchou and the Shui family's Shui Zaihe are the number 2 experts among the capital's junior generation. Their strength is on par with each other. Wanting to find someone stronger than them, and still have to meet the age requirement. Easier said than done." "Oh, number 2 experts. Then who's the number 1 expert?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "The number 1 expert is similarly 2 people. They are the His Highness, the 7th Prince, and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingyun." When she spoke of these 2 people, Xiao Yuan's face also revealed solemnness. "Oh, so impressive, Then that's a little hard to deal with. Why not I help you beat them off, and then you promise me one thing?" "How about that?" Yi Yuan said with a grin. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up but immediately dimmed again. I know that you're incredibly powerful in the alchemy path. But in terms of martial strength, you can't possibly beat those two people. Furthermore, if you need me to do anything, Father also had said earlier, you just have to speak freely. Yi Yuan snickered and said, really? Even wanting you is okay too. Xiao Ruyan was already completely numbed. She said, of course you can. The prerequisite is that you can take me away. However, these words made Yi Yuan jump in fright. He gave a perfunctory laugh and said, just making a joke. I don't want to be hunted down by the Huang and Shui, two great first-rate families. In truth, Yi Yuan really wanted to ask about the matter of the slaves. But he was unable to fully trust Xiao Ruyan, so he forcefully swallowed his words back down. The matter of endless world slaves was too sensitive. He just had to open his mouth, and it would draw people's suspicions. Xiao Ruyan was extremely intelligent. It was impossible to not have any notions at all. Even if he helped out the Xiao family tremendously this time, on the matter involving the war between the two worlds, which side Xiao Ruyan would ultimately choose to stand on was really hard to say. As for Xiao Changfeng, Yi Yuan was even less hopeful of him. That old fox would definitely take him down immediately and deliver him in front of the Wind Emperor to claim credit. At this time, a youth walked into the hall slowly, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Junior apprentice brother Ji, I'm Master's first disciple, Shi Heoran. Master asks you to go see him with me after you finished settling the stuff over here, said the youth to Yi Yuan. This Shi Heoran was shockingly an Alchemy King expert. This person looked young, but his age was probably no longer that young. The aging of martial artists' appearance would gradually slow down following the continuous increase in strength. This Shi Heoran was at most 100 years old but had already stepped into the Soul Sea realm and advanced to Alchemy King. In the lower realms, this was absolutely a prodigious talent. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that Shi Heoran's gaze was restrained and had quite the air of someone broad-minded. He was totally different from Tong Wenchong. It was such a contrast. Tong Wenchong's title of quasi-alchemy king sounded scary, but actually his foundation was superficial. It was entirely in order to race against time that he forcefully broke through to the Soul Sea realm. To alchemists, the greatest taboo was this point. Unstable foundation. The further back, the harder to break through. In spite of Tong Wenchong breaking through to quasi-alchemy king very early, if he wanted to break through to alchemy king realm, without 100 or 200 years of accumulation, it simply could not be attained. But this Shi Heoran's soul force was pure, it was clearly tempered out through severe training. Only by experiencing countless times of pill refinement could one refine their soul force to this sort of degree. This point, others could not tell, but Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. But what made Yi Yuan surprised was why did Star Abyss send his first disciple over to fetch him? Even if it was taking in a new disciple, wasn't this too solemn? At Star Abyss's place, he was but a newcomer. Making his first disciple fetch him, how great of a face was that? I've seen Alchemy King Shi. Xiao Ruyan gave a bow to Shi Heoran, and then she said to Yi Yuan, Ruyan dare not delay Lord Star Abyss's affairs and will take my leave here. Today's matter, Ruyan thanks Mr. Ji on behalf of the Xiao family. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Miss Ruyan don't need to mind. Take care. Looking at Xiao Ruyan's supple back view, Shi Heoran smiled and said, Miss Ruyan and the Shangguan family's Shangguan Lingshe are named the capital's two beauties together. Till today, nobody can capture their hearts. To think that junior apprentice brother Ji has only entered the Xiao family for a few days, and Miss Ruyan's heart is already secretly pledged. Indeed formidable. Yi Yuan was stunned. Originally, he thought that this Shi Heoran was someone who was serious in speech and manner. Who knew that he would crack this sort of joke at first sight? Haha. Eldest senior apprentice brother is overthinking. Miss Ruyan just has feelings of gratitude towards me. How can a proud person like her take fancy upon an inexperienced greenhorn like me? Yi Yuan said self-mockingly. But Shi Heoran thought otherwise and said with a smile, I'm somebody who has been through this. I won't misjudge. What you said is right. Miss Ruyan is indeed a proud person. But that's because she hasn't encountered a man deserving of her to fall in love with. And today, junior apprentice brother Ji's performance has already thoroughly subjugated her arrogance. Moreover, junior apprentice brother Ji is already under master's tutelage. How can you call yourself an inexperienced greenhorn? As long as junior apprentice brother is willing, ask master to come out and intercede for you. How can the Huang and Shui families dare to say a single word of objection? When Yi Yuan listened, he thought to himself, shit. This Shi Haoran did not seem to be joking. Could it be that Xiao Ruyan really fell for him? But he and Xiao Ruyan are people from two different worlds and would surely become foes in the future. When the time came, how should they face each other? Cough, cough, thinking too much. Now was not the time to be thinking about this matter. Rescuing his fellow apprentices was the first order in this matter. Yi Yuan laughed perfunctorily and said, eldest senior apprentice brother, don't make fun of this junior. Aren't I still young? I haven't considered this matter yet, so I won't trouble master to grace his presence. Shi Haoran burst into laughter and said, junior apprentice brother is really a strange person. In the capital, which man doesn't wish to hold these two beauties in their embrace? Yet, you have this strength and opportunity but make excuses to decline. Fine as well, as long as Miss Ruyan has yet to wed, you have plenty of chances. Even if the spouse-finding martial competition determined her spouse, as long as she is still of a chaste body, you can still marry her over. This is where the confidence of those under sovereign star abyss lies. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered. This Shi Haoran was to his liking. Chapter 391 Hopeless Situation. The dojo of Sovereign Star Abyss, Xianxia Mountain. Yi Yuan and Shi Haoran were walking side by side. Master Star Abyss took in a total of 7 disciples. You're the 8th person, but you're the one with the greatest talent, Shi Haoran said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior's tone when saying this is like two different people from earlier, without that sort of aura that disdained all beneath the heaven. Along the way, Yi Yuan and Shi Haoran chatted until now and felt that this person quite matched his disposition. Different from the seriousness in speech and manner, and solemn and mature eldest senior apprentice brother in his impression, Shi Haoran was with some hint of being quick to settle grudges in favor. Shi Haoran laughed and said, inferior means inferior. That has nothing to do with disdaining the world. Legendary realm, forget about me, even master he can't do it either. Just based on this point, I'm inferior to you. Just luck. But Shi Haoran did not think so. Luck is also a part of strength. Swap any middle-rank alchemy grandmaster over, they can't win Tong Wenchong. At least, when I was at your level, I can't do it. As they were talking, the two people already arrived at the summit of the mountain. A magnificent great hall entered their sights. Go in then. Master is already waiting for us, Shi Haoran said. Following Shi Haoran into the main hall, Star Abyss was already waiting for him. Haoran, you take your leave first. I'll talk alone with Ji Qing, Star Abyss said. Shi Haoran bowed and withdrew. Star Abyss slowly opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up. But Yi Yuan also measured Star Abyss with his eyes without any care. Legendary realm, pretty good. To be able to reach such a realm at this young age, you're bound to surpass me on the alchemy path in the future, Star Abyss suddenly said. Yi Yuan was a little perplexed and did not know what these words from Star Abyss meant. He could only say, Lord Star Abyss is too kind. Ji Qing is embarrassed by undeserved praises. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, you don't have to be humble. Actually, I know that I can't teach you anything at all. The reason why I called you over in the name of master and disciple is because of another reason. Yi Yuan's heart palpitated. Could it be that this old man discovered his identity? That was not very likely. Yi Yuan's heart was palpitating, but he said with a straight face, this. I wonder what Lord Star Abyss is looking for me for. Star Abyss did not answer but retorted with a question instead, where did you come from? Yi Yuan's heart palpitated again and secretly raised his guard, quietly revolving his essence energy. This child is somebody from the wilderness. Lord Star Abyss won't know even if I said it, Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss chuckled and said, you aren't a fierce Gale world native, right? Allegedly, an endless world spy might have infiltrated the capital. If my conjectures are right, that person is you, yes. This time, Yi Yuan no longer had any thoughts of being lucky in his heart and already made the preparations to fight for his life. But right then, Star Abyss's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, heart like still water. What a fine lad, you really give people continuous surprises. Turned out that Yi Yuan already quietly entered heart like still water realm. But this point was actually seen through by Star Abyss. Yi Yuan was really depressed. He did not know where he revealed a flaw. With this old man's strength, he was able to see past his divine soul mystic art. It was true that Star Abyss's strength was very formidable. But Yi Yuan similarly had great confidence in his own divine soul mystic art. Sovereign Star Abyss should not be able to see through him. Could it be during the Grand Pill Assembly? Even though he made a showy display of his abilities, he did not divulge any flaws. Yi Yuan initially wanted to use Star Abyss as a backing. To think that he actually directly exposed the skeleton in his closet. At this point, Yi Yuan no longer had the need to cover up. There was only the path of risking his life that he could take. Yi Yuan already silently completed the accumulation of essence energy and secretly mobilized heaven and earth essence energy. Evidently, Star Abyss had long discovered Yi Yuan's little actions. But, he did not stop Yi Yuan, letting him carry it out free. This was absolute confidence. He believed that Yi Yuan absolutely could not escape his five-finger mountain. Yi Yuan naturally would not be courteous either. Essence energy erupted abruptly. 1,000 flowing petals. Explode for me, Yi Yuan roared. Innumerable flower petals appeared out of thin air, enveloping Star Abyss thickly. Exploding sounds constantly rang without pause, wanting to erode Star Abyss's protective essence energy. But it was all futile. The 1,000 flowing petals which had never failed him in previous battles was utterly useless this time. The flower petals which filled the skies vanished completely. Star Abyss still waited there perfectly unscathed. Not even a hair was hurt. But Star Abyss's gaze right now was likewise filled with astonishment. Such an impressive youngster. I originally thought that since you have such unmatched talent in the alchemy path, your martial path must surely be average. To think that your talent in the martial path is not at all inferior to your alchemy path. To actually be able to maneuver heaven and earth essence energy at the crystal formation realm and cast such a powerful move. Star Abyss said with amazement written all over his face. Yi Yuan's expression was very ugly. Nobody was clearer than him about the strength of divine traversing realm powerhouses. In the lower realms, soul sea realms were common, but divine traversing realms were uncommon. Each sovereign-level powerhouse was a peak existence in the lower realms, a godlike existence. One could say that all were ants beneath divine traversing. But Yi Yuan was only a crystal formation realm expert now. No matter how monstrous he was, it was also not possible to cross two major realms to defeat Star Abyss. However, since it was death either way, Yi Yuan naturally would not submit to arrest without putting up resistance. Kanghua's sword swept horizontally. 1,000 flowing petals was used once more. But this time, Star Abyss did not take a beating passively. It was only to see the corner of his mouth give a wee smile. With a flick of his sleeves, the myriad falling flowers dissipated. But right at this time, another Yi Yuan appeared behind him. Yi Yuan cried out. An enormous fire dragon coiled toward Star Abyss. An intense explosion sounded out. Except that this explosion did not spread out as Yi Yuan imagined. Instead, it became smaller and smaller, increasingly smaller, and finally turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath. This Star Abyss was too powerful. The firelight vanished entirely, revealing that aged body of Star Abyss. Only that this time, he was no longer sitting but standing up. His eyes showed immense astoundment. Two kinds of moves. It actually contained three kinds of true intent. Fine lad, you really let this old man broaden his horizons. Star Abyss praised with a sigh. Star Abyss was only sighing with admiration, but Yi Yuan was already in despair. The wind fire violent blaze transforming dragon was already his strongest move. It actually only forced Star Abyss to stand up. He could only fold his arms and wait for death. If it were not under this sort of life and death crisis, Yi Yuan's battle result was ample to be proud of. Divine traversing versus crystal formation. Why would he need to get up to make a move? Standing there to let you hit. Even if you exhausted your essence energy fully, you could not harm a single hair of his too. But now, if he was captured by Star Abyss, he only had a road that led to death. Flee. Even if he comprehended the wind flow concept, he also could not possibly escape Star Abyss's hands. Yi Yuan unwittingly gave an agonized smile. Kanghua's sword moved. 1,000 flowing petals fluttered once again. Only that this time, the attack target of the 1,000 flowing petals was himself. Chapter 392 Therefore. Sorry. This was the 1,000 flowing petals. Behead. Character formula. When Yi Yuan created this move, he never thought that he would one day use this move on himself. He also did not think that the originally seamless infiltration would actually be seen through unexpectedly. But if Yi Yuan were made to choose one more time, he would still infiltrate the fierce Gale world without hesitation to rescue his fellow apprentices. Where justice lie, advance even if you face millions obstructing you. Watching himself being enveloped by the myriad flying petals, Yi Yuan unwittingly gave a bitter smile. To think that merely a year after reincarnation, he would have to die again. In his previous life, he was only fortunate enough to escape because he had his father, Ji Zhengyang, protecting him. Just as Yi Yuan closed his eyes to await death, a blast of wind blew over and actually scattered his 1,000 flowing petals fully. Yi Yuan's expression could not help hardening as he said coldly, "What's the meaning of this, Lord Star Abyss?" Star Abyss sat back down again at this time, and said with a faint smile, "You're mistaken. The other reason that I'm talking about is not to expose your identity. Now, can we sit down properly to have a chat?" Yi Yuan's gaze flickered. He did not quite get Star Abyss's thoughts. Not to expose his identity. Then what was all that crap earlier about? Yi Yuan had many doubts. He nodded flatly and sat down opposite of Star Abyss. Right at this moment, Shi Haoran's voice came from outside the door. "Master," disciple sensed intense essence energy undulations from here just now. "Are you alright?" Star Abyss replied nonchalantly. "I was giving Ji Qing some pointers earlier, that's why a small commotion was caused. You all don't have to be alarmed over nothing. Without my permission, nobody is allowed to approach this place." "Yes, Master." A moment later, there was indeed no more activity outside. Star Abyss looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "A crystal formation realm martial artist actually caused such a massive commotion in my place. Truly terrifying. In my opinion, your talent can no longer be described using monstrous." Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape and simply calmed his heart down, saying coolly, "Geniuses are nothing. Experts are the terrifying ones. If you can't beat someone, you'll still be a clump of yellow dirt in the end." Star Abyss nodded and said, "That's right, that's right. Neither arrogant nor rash, being able to face difficult predicaments calmly. Decisive and daring, resolute in killing. You're a dragon among men and will surely soar above the skies in the future." Yi Yuan was dumbfounded. What did this zealous flattering mean as well? What does Lord Star Abyss wish to say? Star Abyss chuckled and said, "Legendary realm. This old man has seen it twice in my life. Today is the second time. But to be able to cultivate the Tri-Origin Samara art to the legendary realm, I've never seen that before in my life." Yi Yuan's brows knitted. Could it be that he revealed flaws due to this Tri-Origin Samsara art? This made no sense, right? Lord Star Abyss suspected me because of this? Yi Yuan asked gloomily. Star Abyss had a smile as he nodded and said, "That's right." "Why so? Although the Tri-Origin Samsara art is rare, it's not really some impressive inheritance, right?" Getting a definite answer, Yi Yuan was even more depressed. Haha, if the Tri-Origin Samara art doesn't even count as an impressive inheritance, then what kind of ability is considered an impressive inheritance? Looks like your origins are even more incredible than I imagined. This Tri-Origin Samara art is my Dao Yan lineage's unpropagated secret. Within the fierce Gale world, apart from Haoran and me, nobody cultivated it before. But you were able to cultivate the Tri-Origin Samsara art to such a level. Clearly, you aren't my fierce Gale world's aboriginal, Star Abyss said with a profound significance. The fierce Gale world is so large. How can Lord Star Abyss come to a conclusion that there are no other people who know the Tri-Origin Samsara art? Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. Although the fierce Gale world is huge, its accomplishments in alchemy skills aren't much. If my conjectures are correct, my standards when placed in the endless world probably can't even enter the top 5, right? So, how many inheritances this Tri-Origin Samsara art has in the fierce Gale world, this old man is still well aware. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said. Yi Yuan curled his mouth and declined to comment on Star Abyss's conjectures. Yi Yuan was not too familiar with the endless world, but according to his estimations, the northern domain should have several sovereign-level powerhouses. Star Abyss's strength might really not even rank in the top 5 when placed in the endless world. It was precisely because the fierce Gale world was too weak in the alchemy path, the inheritances were naturally pitiably scarce. Star Abyss saying that he had a good idea about the Tri-Origin Samsara art inheritance was not false. It was just that Yi Yuan revealing a flaw because of such a matter was seriously something he had not expected. Just based on this, you determined that I'm not a fierce Gale world native? Yi Yuan countered with a question. Star Abyss suddenly burst into laughter and said, "This old man originally only suspected, so I tricked you. To think that you're really that endless world spy. You, this junior, is truly impressive. To actually be able to use divine soul mystic arts to change the characteristics of the divine soul. Even I can't see through it with my realm. This round of exchange truly astonished me over again and again. Yuan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Ever since he reincarnated, it had always been him plotting against others. To think that today, he was actually schemed by someone. But this honestly could not be blamed on Yuan either. After all, in a different world like this, him entering deep inside alone, his mind was actually in a tightly wound up state all this while. Star Abyss, this old fox was brimming with confidence all the way and directly exposed Yuan's identity. How could Yuan doubt this? If it were some other person, they might really harbor hope in their hearts and insist that they are not someone from the endless world. But with Yuan's temperament, how could he willingly place his life in the hands of others? Therefore, his identity being exposed was also within reason. You're so sly, old man. Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Star Abyss stroked his beard and said, this is called all's fair in war. But you, this young man, is somebody with affection and faith. For the sake of your fellow apprentices, you actually risked your own life to enter deep inside the capital alone. I, this old man, have lived for many years and have only yielded to one person. But today, there's one more. Oh, I wonder who the other person is. Yuan asked curiously. The other person is naturally my master, Sage Dao Yan. He affirmed his Dao with alchemy under such an environment like the fierce Gale world and ascended to the divine realm. The first person since time immemorial in the fierce Gale world. This tri-origin samsara art was passed down to me by his elderly self. And my lifetime aspiration is to follow in his footsteps and ascend to the divine realm. Speaking of his own master, Star Abyss also had a look of admiration and fixation. This was the second time Yuan heard of Dao Yan, this name, and could not help being stirred. This Yi is unworthy of Lord Star Abyss's admiration. Now, since I've already fallen into your hands, I wonder how you plan on dealing with me. Yuan asked. So, your real name is surnamed Yi. If you were just a mere nobody, just based on your ties of camaraderie, this old man could let you off. But, with the talent that you just displayed, if I let you grow unchecked, you might be a catastrophic calamity to my fierce Gale world. Although this old man is the association head of the Alchemist Association, I grew up in the fierce Gale world after all. Therefore, sorry, said Star Abyss. Talking up to here, Star Abyss also had a regrettable look. Chapter 393. That boy. A prodigious talent like Yuan, anyone who met him would their talent-cherishing heart stirred. But if such a genius was the enemy, that would be too scary. Undoubtedly, those few moves from Yuan earlier already made Star Abyss sense immense threat. Yuan's potential was too great. As part of the fierce Gale world, he could not let Yuan mature. But Yuan did not have any nervousness right now. Instead, he said coolly, I can give you a reason not to kill me. Star Abyss was stunned, but he shook his head and said, it's futile. Just based on those few moves that you displayed just now, you can't be kept alive. Or else, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, might not even be your match in the future. Yuan smiled and asked, the sage Dao Yan that you mentioned earlier, was his name called Li Daohang? Star Abyss's entire body shuddered, his eyes full of astoundment. He asked tremblingly, how do you know Master's name? The number of people in the entire fierce Gale world who knows his name can be counted on one's fingers. Furthermore, with your age, how is it possible? Seeing Star Abyss's reaction, Yuan finally set his mind at ease. Star Abyss's master, Sage Dao Yan, was really that Li Daohang that he knew. Haha, it's really Li Daohang huh? Yuan said with a laugh. A divine traversing realm powerhouse was quivering like an ordinary old man currently. Li Daohang was the master that influenced Star Abyss's entire life. His status in his heart was akin to that of a god. Hearing news of him once again, how could Star Abyss not be agitated? You know my master. But, how is this possible? Star Abyss said in disbelief. Yuan was merely 16 years of age. When he was born, Li Daohang had ascended to the divine realm long ago. It was simply impossible for the two of them to have any interaction. Yuan truly said Li Daohang this name. This left Star Abyss racking his brain for answers. Star Abyss's mind was currently flooded with countless question marks. He urgently wanted to know Li Daohang's present situation. But Yuan just refused to say it. This involuntarily made him have an impulse to scratch his ears and face in anxiety. I naturally know him, but if you want to know his recent developments, you need to swear a heavenly Dao oath. The matter I speak of today will be said by me, enter your ears, and not a third person is permitted to know. Don't you think about using some method like soul search to find what you want. Since I can hide from you when it comes to the divine soul, you should know my means, Yuan said with an icy look. Star Abyss was secretly shocked. He really had that thought just now. But being reminded like this by Yuan, he knew that he definitely had no chance of succeeding anymore. Yuan could hide from his divine traversing realm detection with crystal formation realm cultivation. How powerful his divine soul mystic art was could be imagined. Even if Yuan was not his match, him wanting to search the soul was something impossible. After struggling repeatedly, Star Abyss finally could not resist Yuan's temptation and swore the heavenly Tao oath. Now, you can tell me, right, Master, is he well right now? Star Abyss asked somewhat uneasily. Hearing these words, Yuan also had a rather complicated expression. He only spoke after musing for a moment, whether he's well or not, I don't know either. Maybe he's okay, maybe he's not okay. Star Abyss was stupefied and could not being saying furiously, you made me swear a heavenly Tao oath just to give me such an answer. Yuan looked at him and gave a long sigh, saying, how do you think a 16-year-old youth like me can have such incredible alchemy skills? Although the Tri-Origin Samsara art isn't considered some pinnacle ability, wanting to reach the legendary realm isn't something easy either. Do you think that it can be executed by a 16-year-old youth? Star Abyss was secretly alarmed and said in surprise, is it possible that but your body and divine soul is very compatible. How is this possible? Yuan naturally would not tell him that this was due to those golden characters. He just said indifferently, the means of the divine realm is unimaginable to you. This isn't considered much to me. This is indeed so. I suspected previously, but after using my divine soul to investigate for a long time, I didn't discover any traces at all either. So I dispelled this sort of thought too. To think that, Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Yuan said nonchalantly, actually before I took over, I was an alchemy emperor. How did Star Abyss have any demeanor of an expert right now? He nearly jumped up. Alchemy emperor. Why you're actually an alchemy emperor. Oh my god, Star Abyss stammered. To an alchemist, their lifelong aspiration was not to reach the divine king realm but the legendary alchemy emperor realm. And to Star Abyss, forget about alchemy emperor, even alchemy ancestor was a realm that was far from his reach. Alchemy emperor. The weight of these two words was too heavy. Yuan seemed to have long expected Star Abyss's reaction and said coolly, that's right. Li Daoheng, that boy still has some abilities. At that time, he wanted to enter my tutelage. I didn't accept him, but he brazenly refused to leave and followed behind me to do a considerable period of chores. Later on, he became an alchemy venerable too. That boy, Star Abyss's face twitched. His master was that boy. Then what was he? That grandson. Fuck me. A little kid scolding the locust while pointing at the mulberry, how to tolerate it? Star Abyss could not resist cursing in his heart. Yuan clearly saw through his reaction and said nonchalantly, you don't have to feel unwilling to submit. You're also aware that in the martial artist world, the strong reigns supreme. The alchemist world is likewise so. With your present accomplishments, you've just barely learned the rudiments. Li Daoheng is also just barely considered to have gained a higher level of mastery later on. In front of me, if he isn't a boy, then what? Star Abyss said displeased ly, why don't you talk about what traits and characteristics that Li Daoheng has? Maybe it's the same surname and same name. Star Abyss was an old fox. He naturally would not be ushered in by Yuan so easily. Just as he said, there were many people with the same surname and name. Also, Yuan might be deliberately duping him. Yuan said disdainfully, that boy doesn't have any other abilities. That shamelessly bold and hard to shake off ability is powerful enough. He spent a full 3 years in the main hall pestering before I grudgingly agreed to take him in. If you have to say what characteristics he has. As he spoke, Yuan casually struck out several seals. Star Abyss's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation. Wandering seal. Yuan made a move again. Star Abyss was shocked once more. Green Lotus seal. 7 Evils Kindred seal. Each seal that Yuan struck out, Star Abyss's throat would raise an octave. At the back, he was practically about to use the lion's roar. I wonder if these can prove that the Li Daoheng I know is your master. Yuan asked with an amused look. Star Abyss nodded like a chicken pecking for rice. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. This 16-year-old youth before his eyes was really an alchemy emperor powerhouse that took over a body to rebirth. These are all the seals that Master used to rise to fame. That person is really Master. Star Abyss no longer doubted. Yi Yuan said scornfully, relying on these lousy things and also being able to become famous. No wonder his level was so trash. It means veiled insults. Chapter 394 Shattering Fantasy. If you dare to speak impertinently about Master again, I won't be courteous. Yi Yuan repeatedly belittled Li Daohang over and over again. Finally, it made Star Abyss unable to bear it and explode. But how could Yi Yuan bother with his feelings? How did Li Daohang, that boy, teach you? Don't you have any consciousness of honoring and respecting your teachers? Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss crumbled and said, of course I respect and honor my teachers. But what has this got to do with you? Although I didn't take Li Daohang in as my disciple, no matter what, he followed me for nearly 100 years too. It's not too much for me to say that I'm half a teacher to him. If you being impolite to me is not disrespecting your teacher, then what is it? Now, I'm a tiger that landed in the plains. If you still wish to kill me, do as you please. But, if you ascend to the divine realm in the future, be sure not to go and find Li Daohang. If he knows that you killed me, he'll smack you to death in one palm without hesitation at all. Of course, with your talent, ascending to the divine realm is probably also something very challenging. Star Abyss ruminated over it. Clearly he fell into a dilemma. The person that he respected the most in this life was Li Daohang, while this young man before his eyes actually said that he was Li Daohang's half a teacher. Wouldn't that mean that he was his grand teacher? If Yi Yuan really died in his hands, wouldn't he really become someone who betrayed his master and forefathers? But this person was an alchemy emperor who took over a body to rebirth. How powerful an alchemy emperor was, Star Abyss completely had no notion at all. But he knew that it was very, very powerful. Powerful until he was simply unable to imagine it. The present Yi Yuan in front of him was akin to an ant, while if he was in front of an alchemy emperor, he did not even count as an ant, insignificant like a speck of dust. Such a figure was way more terrifying than any genius character. Although Yi Yuan's strength was not formidable, his various kinds of means were inconceivable. Before long, he would become an extremely terrifying opponent of His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. To kill or not to kill? Yi Yuan just looked at Star Abyss like this and was not in a hurry to press him. He was not very clear about this Star Abyss's disposition. But he was still very clear about Li Daohang's moral character. Li Daohang was a very talented and very hard-working person. While he did not take in him as his disciple, Li Daohang treated him as his master all along, silently following by his side for close to 100 years. Of course, in this 100 years, his harvest was also tremendous, growing from an alchemy ancestor to an alchemy venerable expert. As for Star Abyss, Yi Yuan actually still had some confidence. Previously, when he mentioned Li Daohang, that sort of revering and respectful expression did not seem to be fake. Indeed, after Star Abyss mused for quite a while, he sucked in a deep breath and said to Yi Yuan, I can let you off too. But you have to guarantee not to let my fierce Gale World's people plunge into misery and suffering. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you're overthinking it. This sort of thing like a war between two worlds is a matter as big as the heavens to you all. But to me, it essentially counts for nothing. My horizons have never been on this plane. After you ascend to the divine realm, you'll naturally understand the meaning of these words of mine. Star Abyss was dazed. Thinking about it, that was true too. To an alchemy emperor, the matters of the lower realms were too inconsequential. That will be good. Star Abyss heaved a sigh in relief. If the war between two worlds can't be avoided, I most likely won't be able to detach myself from it. There are my present kin and friends over there. I have no way of watching them all become fierce Gale World slaves. However, I can assure you that I won't help the Endless World invade the fierce Gale World. Honestly speaking, if you have the capabilities, you can persuade the Wind Emperor not to invade the Endless World. This way, we can all be happy. Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss gave a bitter laugh. Easier said than done. You've also seen the fierce Gale World's living conditions. It's impossible for His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to give up this war. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, foolish. Once the war between two worlds launches, it will only plunge the people into an abyss of misery and suffering. Even if the fierce Gale world wins, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory too. He used improving living conditions as a pretense to invade another world, isn't it, in order to satisfy his own selfish interests? To plunder more cultivation resources. At that time, the ones dead will be his citizens, but the beneficiary will be him, this high and lofty Wind Emperor, His Majesty. But Star Abyss disagreed. Lord Wind Emperor is already standing at the pinnacle of the world. Why would he still have so much desire towards resources? Him doing so is of course for the millions of martial artists in the fierce Gale world. Heh, you fool. Just a boundless realm. He's standing at the top of the world. Still early. The greater one's strength, the greater the requirements towards resources. Otherwise, he could have shattered the void and left long ago with his strength. Why is he still reluctant to leave the lower realms? Because he knows that if he went to the divine realm, he would only vanish into the faces of the crowd. Yuan said with a cold sneer. Star Abyss wanted to refute but felt that any words were very feeble. This, impossible. Star Abyss said impossible, but he was already convinced in his heart. Although you're the Alchemist Association's association head, your strength is not there yet. There are still many things that you don't know. But he, as the ruler of a world, knows way more things than you do. Don't look at how you can summon rain and clouds in the capital. After you ascend to the divine realm, you're also just a servant. The intensity of the competition in the divine realm is what the current you simply cannot imagine. The vast majority of the martial artists who ascend would croak before even enduring past the initial stage after going to the divine realm, Yuan said with a laugh. Yuan spoke indifferently, but Star Abyss's hair stood on its ends from shock after hearing it. To him, the divine realm was a holy and pure land, a paradise. There were limitless cultivation resources over there and countless powerhouses. It was the playground for martial artists and alchemists. But Yuan's words shattered all of his fantasies to smithereens. But, I'm in charge of a world's alchemist association. There's also hard work even if I haven't performed meritorious deeds, right? Can it be that the Alchemist Association completely doesn't care about my life and death at all? Star Abyss asked in bewilderment. Of course they care. The divine realm's resources are indeed abundant until you can't imagine it. However, there are also so many martial artists that you can't imagine it. Alchemists are similarly so many that you can't imagine it, especially in a place like the Alchemist Association. It has the strongest bunch of alchemists in the divine realm. The alchemists that ascend are also countless. If resources are distributed equally, then the Alchemist Association would not have been able to make ends meet. Although you also have some cleverness in trivial matters, you're still a lot worse compared to Li Daohang. Do you feel that you can get the Alchemist Association's emphasis? Yuan's words were like a small hammer, shattering Star Abyss's glass heart bit by bit. Star Abyss felt like his world outlook instantly disintegrated, his entire being lost his bearings. People were aware of their own affairs. Star Abyss's talent in alchemy might be top-notch in the fierce Gale world, but there were countless lower planes. He was nothing impressive among them and even less of a something after reaching the divine realm. Yuan saying that he would go to the Alchemist Association to do menial labor was possibly already giving him face. Then what should I do? Star Abyss was utterly confused. Yuan smiled and said, Li Daohang was smarter than you and more talented than you. So he did not join the Alchemist Association. His skin was also thick enough to beg me to take him in. But you've already stuck on the Alchemist Association's label and can only pave a bloody path for yourself. The prerequisite is that you have the capabilities. Chapter 395 Conflict. Star Abyss was completely befuddled. In truth, the fierce Gale world's Alchemist Association basically had no relations with the divine realm. This seemed to be a forgotten land. Of course, this could not be blamed on others either. Who asked the fierce Gale world's alchemy path to be very underdeveloped? Hence, Star Abyss's understanding of the divine realm was entirely fantasized by himself. He only knew how naive he was after listening to Yuan's words now. Star Abyss did not doubt Yuan's words, because his words were the most logical. It was just that he imagined it without basis to give himself an intense psychological hint that the divine realm was a beautiful place. Yet, this was simply impossible. Straightening out his thinking, Star Abyss suddenly bowed towards Yuan and said respectfully, Star Abyss is ignorant. Senior, please point out the right path. Unknowingly, Star Abyss already took Yuan to be an old monster-like existence, and quietly changed his form of address. Yi Yuan reached out a hand to prop him up and said with a sigh, "You're also aware of what happened to me now. How can I dare to receive your solemn grace? I think you also know that me saying this is actually just in order for you to let me off and to carry on living. This is far from showing you the right part, but I can still manage to let you ascend to the divine realm." Knowing when to stop and go over the limit was as bad as falling short. The disparity in strength between Yi Yuan and Star Abyss was too great. He wasted his breath talking until now in order to make Star Abyss open his mouth to beg him. As long as Star Abyss required Yi Yuan's assistance, he naturally would not harm him. One must not have malicious intentions, but also must not be without caution against others. Although he had Li Daoheng this layer of relationship between Star Abyss, Yi Yuan had to take precaution against him. Only by rousing the desire within Star Abyss's heart could he guarantee complete success. Indeed, when Star Abyss heard these words, he became unbelievably agitated. "How will Senior teach me?" Star Abyss asked excitedly. "You're Li Daoheng's disciple. I believe you do not lack in soul cultivation techniques. But you're only at the middle stage sovereign level today, indicating that it's already very hard for you to break through again," Yi Yuan said. Star Abyss had an abashed look as he said, "I've lost face for master." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Lost what face? That boy himself wasn't much either. Followed me for 100 years and didn't even break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. That's called losing face. The fierce Gale world's resources are sparse, and it's indeed not suitable for alchemists to break through. For you to be able to cultivate to such a realm was already not very easy." This was not Yi Yuan deliberately posturing in front of Star Abyss. The Medicine King Hall truly had many Alchemy Emperor experts. The person that he brought along for 100 years had yet to break through to the Alchemy Emperor realm. This made him feel very ashamed. Alchemy Emperor realm was not the pinnacle for alchemists. It was only another beginning. Similarly, being an Alchemy Emperor expert, there was a distance of a heavenly chasm between Yi Yuan and the rest. From low rank to peak Alchemy Emperor, this was a gulf that many people could not cross in their entire lives. Yi Yuan was famed as the person most likely to become an alchemy god precisely because his speed when breaking through to peak Alchemy Emperor was too quick. So swift that it made those long-renowned peak Alchemy Emperor powerhouses perspire from shame. Hearing Yi Yuan scold Li Daoheng once again, Star Abyss wished that he did not hear it. Right now, he could only pretend to not have heard it and played possum as he said, "Could it be that Senior has a way to let me break through to perfection sovereign level?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Have you ever heard of Soul Meld Pill?" Star Abyss's entire body quivered, and he exclaimed in shock, "Senior can actually refine the Soul Meld Pill. I've seen that before in the association's records. That's a legendary level tier 5 medicinal pill." Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said, "You should have thrown away those lousy records in the fierce Gale world long ago. How does the Soul Meld Pill count as some legendary level medicinal pill? You don't think that an Alchemy Emperor can't even refine a tier 5 medicinal pill, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Star Abyss nearly choked and said, "Star Abyss's knowledge is shallow. I've incurred ridicule from Senior." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "But, I can only give you an empty promise. My current strength can't refine it at all. After I have sufficient strength, I'll come and find you." Star Abyss was overjoyed and said, "No worries, no worries. Star Abyss can afford to wait." "Oh, right, Senior previously said that Master he. What does that mean?" Yi Yuan gave Star Abyss a look and said with an emotional sigh, "Looks like you still have some feelings toward Li Daoheng, that chap. At least his teachings were not in vain. However, I really don't know how he's like now. Back then, only a wisp of my soul escaped to the endless world. I completely couldn't care about other things. Li Daoheng's life and death was fully grasped in the hands of Ji Kanglan. If Ji Kanglan carried out a large-scale cleansing crazily, Li Daoheng's little life would probably be very hard to preserve. If Ji Kanglan still took into consideration some old feelings, Li Daoheng might survive. But Yi Yuan felt that the possibility of the latter was higher. It was just that he could not very well say it to Star Abyss. Seeing Yi Yuan's despondent expression, Star Abyss also knew that his question poked Yi Yuan's sore spot. But he also secretly started worrying for Li Daoheng. Coming out from Star Abyss's place, Yi Yuan headed straight for Shi Haoran's place. Before going in, he entrusted white light to Shi Haoran. However, when Yi Yuan came to Shi Haoran's place, he did not see Shi Haoran's silhouette, while white light was being hugged in. the embrace of an extremely beautiful girl with a face full of grievance. Beside the girl stood a handsome and suave yellow-shirt youth. Hee hee, you can't escape from the palm of my hands this time, right, little white tiger? Shangguan Lingshe said playfully. Shangguan Lingshe had sea transformation realm strength. How could white light contend with that? Under Shangguan Lingshui's despotic power, white light could only be in her embrace obediently. Yi Yuan jumped in fright when he saw the situation. Wasn't this girl the one who brought him into the capital? Why would she appear here? The freaking thing was that Yi Yuan saw a boundless scenic view when he was kept under her skirt back then. Now that he saw her in the flesh, Yi Yuan felt very awkward in his heart. Yi Yuan instinctively wanted to dodge aside, but it was already too late. Shangguan Lingshe and that yellow-shirt youth already saw him. Why are you, a servant, so ignorant of the rules? This place is a restricted pill refinement place. How can you freely enter and leave? Said the yellow-shirt youth with a frown. He knew all of Star Abyss's 7 great disciples. There wasn't Yi Yuan at all. Plus, Yi Yuan's strength was meager and his attire was ordinary. The yellow-shirt youth subconsciously thought that Yi Yuan was a servant. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. This yellow-shirt youth's overbearing attitude made him very displeased. Putting aside that Yi Yuan was not a servant, even if he really was a servant, there was no need to be like this either, right? This sort of ordering people about with a gesture attitude made it seem like everyone owed him something. Was there a need for that? Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, the yellow-shirt youth was even more displeased. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Get lost. As he said, he flicked his sleeves. An extremely powerful force hurtled towards Yi Yuan. It actually wanted to forcefully push Yi Yuan outside. This yellow-shirt youth was at the 5th level sea transformation realm. In his view, this move was naturally more than ample to deal with the 2nd level crystal formation realm Yi Yuan. Yet, that force wind just howled past Yi Yuan's body like this, while Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well without even moving a muscle. Chapter 396 He Must Die Today. You have quite a knack in doing things. The yellow-shirt youth was slightly stunned. He did not think that a mere 2nd level crystal formation realm could actually block the force of his flick so effortlessly. White light, come here. Let's go. Yi Yuan was disinclined to bother with this wildly arrogant youth and lightly called out. White light gave a low roar and struggled free from Shangguan Lingshui's embrace. In a blink of an eye, he arrived behind Yi Yuan, trying to hide. He's called White Light, a very nice name. Is he a little white tiger that you're raising? Shangguan Lingshe blinked her eyes and asked Yi Yuan curiously. So what if yes? Yi Yuan answered indecisively. The yellow-shirt youth's actions made Yi Yuan rather displeased. The hate for the house extended even to the birds perching on it. Yi Yuan naturally did not have much favorable impression towards Shangguan Lingshe too. Shangguan Lingshe had yet to speak when the yellow-shirt youth reprimanded, insolence. Do you know who she is? To actually dare to be so impudent. Yi Yuan looked at him indifferently and said, impudent. I wonder who's the one shouting and wrangling here, reversing the order of host and guest. Still say that others are impudent. The yellow-shirt youth sneered coldly and said, reversing the order of host and guest. You mean that you're the owner of this place? I wonder since when did sovereign Star Abyss's dojo become your territory? Yi Yuan smiled and said, you don't know. It's something not long ago. Since when had the yellow-shirt youth suffered such provocation? He laughed from extreme anger and said, good. I'll lug you before Sovereign Star Abyss and ask him if this place is your territory. Shangguan Lingshe was greatly alarmed and hurriedly said, Your Highness, 7th Prince, don't. But it was already too late. 7th Prince arrived beside Yi Yuan at lightning speed. Be careful. Shangguan Lingshe could not bear to see Yi Yuan's tragic state and closed her eyes as if she was in pain. But it was only to hear a whistle. Then there was silence. Several breaths had passed, yet, Shangguan Lingshe did not hear any activities. She could not help opening her eyes curiously. With this look, Shangguan Lingshe could not help being greatly startled. Yi Yuan was currently standing and facing 7th Prince far away and actually looked like he was completely unscathed. My god, a 2nd-level crystal formation realm martial artist actually dodged an attack from the number 1 person in the capital's junior generation. Who in the world was this young man? Indeed have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to be so impertinent in front of this prince. But, you're still a little green in the end. 7th Prince snickered coldly. Could it be? Shangguang Lingshe looked towards Yi Yuan again. Indeed, she saw a trace of fresh blood flowing down along the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth. He sustained injuries in the end, but to be able to escape with his life from 7th Prince's hands, this young man was already very remarkable. In the entire capital, only big brother Shangguan Lingyun could contend with him. The effects of other people were only to serve as a foil to his might. Seeing Yi Yuan injured, the white light beside Yi Yuan became restless with anxiety. Yi Yuan had the intention to stop, but his internal injuries were not light. It was already too late. Only to hear a whoosh, a streak of white light left an afterimage behind in midair as it pounced towards 7th Prince. 7th Prince laughed coldly and struck with one hand, accurately hitting that streak of white light. Crash! White light was sent flying out, crashing onto tea table, smashing the tea table into smithereens. White light, Puvark. Seeing white light get injured, Yi Yuan could not help getting very anxious. With a jerk, it affected his wounds, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Humph! A tier 2 little beast. As overconfident as your master. Asking for trouble, 7th Prince said with a cold snort. Seeing white light being wounded, Shangguan Lingshe also became anxious and said, Your Highness, they didn't intentionally offend you either. How can you deal such a heavy blow? As she spoke, Shangguan Lingshe arrived at white light's side with a large stride, wanting to carry him up. But just as her hands were about to touch white light suddenly vanished before her eyes. Ah! You damn little animal, I'm going to kill you. Following that, Shangguan Lingshe heard 7th Prince's shocked and furious voice. Turning around to look, she saw that 7th Prince's face had a few extra claw marks. Clearly, they were left behind by white light. Shangguan Lingshui's eyes involuntarily revealed astonishment. A tier 2 little white tiger actually wounded 7th Prince. What was the background of this one person and one beast? Each of them actually had such extraordinary skills. But white light, who succeeded in one try, already returned to Yi Yuan's embrace, dripping with fresh blood, looking horrifyingly ghastly. His injuries were clearly very severe. That slap from 7th Prince earlier was really not light at all. Yi Yuan lightly caressed white light. Taking in a deep breath, he said to 7th Prince, right. Very good, I've remembered this. Yi Yuan and white light were together day and night. He had long treated him as an indispensable part of his own life already. To talk about feelings, his feelings towards white light was even deeper compared to Mo Yuntian and the rest. 7th Prince actually beat white light to such a manner. This was something that Yi Yuan could not accept. Hence, he had to suffer Yi Yuan's wrath. This 7th Prince was indeed well deserving of being the #1 expert among the capital's junior generation. His strength was truly peerlessly powerful. Although his realm was similar to Lan Bao's, his true combat power was not even on the same level as Lan Bao. This 7th Prince similarly comprehended true intent. Hence, that one exchange earlier, Yi Yuan could not fully evade 7th Prince's attack and sustained considerable internal injuries. Under the situation where his movement technique could not gain any advantage, Yi Yuan's realm became his greatest shortfall. There was a full major realm disparity between the two of them. Yi Yuan just sustaining injuries was already the best outcome. 7th Prince, who had always feared neither heaven nor earth, actually could not help shuddering when he saw Yi Yuan's ice-cold eyes. What's going on? I actually feel fear. How is that possible? 7th Prince could not quite believe it in his heart. Heh, still want to take revenge? That will also have to see if you have that opportunity. 7th Prince grinned hideously. This 7th Prince was decisive in killing, taking action when he said so, and completely did not say a word of rubbish. His voice had yet to fade when his person already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. His movement technique was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and displayed his movement technique. At the same time, he condensed out a small handful of 1,000 flowing petals to block in front of him. Even so, Yi Yuan was still sent flying out. 7th Prince's speed was too fast. Yi Yuan simply could not dodge in time. Yi Yuan vomited blood again. But he adamantly safeguarded white light in his bosom and did not let him sustain a single bit of shock. White light's injuries were already very severe. If he received damage again, he would die. If this were not the case, Yi Yuan would not clash head-on with 7th Prince either. Enough, Your Highness, 7th Prince. Shangguan Lingshe admonished. 7th Prince said flatly, Lingshe, you should know my temperament. I absolutely won't permit anyone or anything that threatens my existence. This boy is rather abnormal. If I let him grow unchecked, he might really be able to threaten me. Therefore, he must die today. As he said, Seventh Prince placed his hands together. An extremely powerful essence energy undulation spread out. Chapter 397 Scram. Seventh Prince's personality was extremely overbearing. He probably only maintained his friendliness and smiles in front of Shangguan Lingshe. Towards some latent threats, Seventh Prince had always exterminated them while they were still in their budding state. Yuan was actually able to evade 2 of his attacks consecutively with second-level crystal formation realm strength. This was something utterly inconceivable. Therefore, he decided to kill Yuan. Even if Shangguan Lingshe barred the way, he also had to kill Yuan. Boy, in the capital, nobody dares to oppose me, Zhao Chenggan. All those who set themselves against me are already dead. You won't be an exception too. Don't blame me either. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not growing eyes, to provoke an existence such as myself. Seventh Prince said icily. Finished talking, his figure moved, and already arrived before Yuan. A huge explosion. Zhao Chenggan's figure fell back over a dozen steps before barely managing to stop his body. His palm being returned, Zhao Chenggan's internal organs were in a disorderly mess. Alchemy King Shi, seeing the arrival clearly, Zhao Chenggan said in surprise. The arrival was precisely Shi Heoran. He turned around to take a look at the severely wounded Yuan, his brows involuntarily knitted together. All right, won't die, okay, then you tend to your injuries. Leave the rest to me. No, I won't die. Borrow Senior's pill refinement room to use. Go ahead. Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill to consume and carried white light into the pill refinement room. He did not look at Zhao Chenggan from start to end. Zhao Chenggan's brows furrowed. He said to Shi Heoran, Alchemy King Shi, he's your junior. Why haven't I heard about it before? Shi Heoran did not answer him. Raising one hand, a medicinal pill appeared in his hand, only to see him release gently. The medicinal pill fell. He grabbed it in his hand and casually rubbed it. A pile of powder fell from the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingshui's expression changed. They came to find Shi Heoran precisely for the sake of requesting a medicinal pill from him. Shi Heoran did not come out the entire time because he was refining the medicinal pill for them. That was why he did not detect the commotion outside. Now that the medicinal pill was already refined, Shi Heoran actually destroyed it in front of them. You guys, leave. Don't come back in the future. This place doesn't welcome you. Of course, if junior apprentice brother Ji forgives you, I won't say much. Please. Shi Heoran made a please leave gesture. The meaning of showing guests the door was already perfectly clear. Zhao Chenggan's facial expression flickered erratically. Within this capital, he had always been high and lofty. Never had he suffered such treatment. Even prior to this, Shi Heoran was all smiles towards him. For the sake of this brat, Shi Heoran actually fell out with him. Alchemy King Shi, it was this boy who offended me. That's why I made a move to punish him. Furthermore, I wasn't aware that he was your junior. That's why there was this misunderstanding. Zhao Chenggang explained. Shi Heoran's strength was extremely formidable. He also had exceedingly high status in the capital. Zhao Chenggan felt that there was the need to explain to him. After all, this sort of thing like offending the Alchemist Association was not something amusing. Although Shi Heoran could not represent the Alchemist Association, he was Sovereign Star Abyss's strongest eldest disciple. To a very large degree, his attitude represented Sovereign Star Abyss's attitude. Zhao Chenggan never would have thought that Yuan was actually Shi Heoran's junior. It was a little troublesome this time, but he also had immense faith towards his own identity and strength. He believed that Shi Heoran would not easily offend him either. One had to know that behind him stood the fierce Gale world's most powerful, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Yet, he was too naive. I have no interest in hearing which of you is right or wrong. I only saw you trying to kill him just now. So, you can scram now. Shi Heoran said coolly. Zhao Chenggan was enraged upon hearing that and said, Shi Heoran, me explaining to you is giving you face. You don't fail to appreciate others' kindness. Could it be that you wish to let the Alchemist Association break away from His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Me making you scram is already taking into account His Majesty, the Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, do you think that you can leave Kixia Mountain alive? Alright, if you still don't get lost, I'm going to make a move. Shi Heoran did not give face in the slightest. Zhao Chenggen's expression changed again and again. Shi Heoran had always had a benign and uncontentious appearance. Today's Shi Heoran was his first time seeing it. Fine, I'll leave. You'll regret it, Shi Heoran. Lingshe, let's go. Zhao Chenggen gritted his teeth and said. Shi Heoran placed both hands behind his back and did not even look at them. Around an hour later, Yi Yuan walked out of the pill refinement room carrying white light. Shi Heoran hurriedly went forward to greet him. Seeing that Yi Yuan's complexion was very pale, Shi Heoran said with a frown, "You're really messing around. Suffering such heavy injuries and still forcefully refining pills. Wouldn't that pile injury on top of injuries?" Just now, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill whole and did not have time to refine the medicinal effect at all before entering seclusion to refine pills. Although it was only refining a tier 2 demonic pill, Yi Yuan was heavily wounded. After vomiting blood several times in succession, it already added injuries on top of injuries. Seeing Shi Heoran being concerned, Yi Yuan felt his heart warm. He forced a smile and said, "No worries. I'm fine. White Light's injuries are very severe. If I don't help him refine medicinal pills, the outcome is hard to say." Shi Heoran heaved a sigh and said, "You're somebody who values sentiments greatly. To actually do things to this extent for your contract beast. This junior, I acknowledge you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "White Light and I don't have a contractual relationship. We're equals. We're just like family. How can I watch him die?" Shi Heoran said in astonishment, You guys actually don't have a contractual relationship. This little white tiger is only tier 2, and he's actually so capable of perceiving the thoughts of humans. Under ordinary circumstances, humans could only own a contract beast by thoroughly subjugating a demonic beast and forcing it to sign a divine soul contract. But this little white tiger had no contractual relationship with Yi Yuan and actually even threw away its own life for him. This was something that Shi Heoran had never heard of before. Indeed so, Yi Yuan said smilingly. White Light, this little fellow's origins was very mysterious. Even Yi Yuan could not figure it out. Being intelligent was also not something rare. What medicinal pill did you refine for him? Why doesn't he have any reaction at all? Shi Heoran noticed that White Light was not quite right. Logically speaking, after consuming medicinal pills, one's spirit would be a little better. But White Light did not stir at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I don't know what's happening too." After he consumed the medicinal pill, he fell into a state of deep sleep. But I can sense that his aura is currently in the midst of gradual recovery. It should be fine. Shi Heoran observed closely and saw that it was indeed so. He could not help clicking his tongue in surprise. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of Zhao Chenggen and opened his mouth to ask, "Oh, right, where's that 7th prince?" Shi Heoran curled his lips and said, "I made him get lost." As he said, Shi Heoran briefly recounted the matter just now for Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan stare with his mouth agape after hearing it. He only smiled bitterly after a long while and said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Why was there a need for that, senior?" Chapter 398. Sanctions. Junior, have you forgotten what I said to you? As disciples under Sovereign Star Abyss don't have to look at other people's countenance when doing things. This is where our confidence lie. 7th Prince injured you and even wanted to kill you. That's provoking our Dao Yan lineage. Making him get lost is already on account of Wind Emperor's face. Otherwise, I would definitely help Junior vent this anger. Shi Heoran said coolly. Yi Yuan did not think that a mere Alchemy King actually had such courage. Speaking of which, it was really quite like Li Daoheng, that chap's character. That boy, apart from being very cautious around him and treating him with the courtesy of a teacher from beginning to the end, he would speak brusquely to others, an appearance like your father was number 1 under the heaven. Seemed like this problem of his was successfully passed down to his disciple, which passed on to his grand students. Although he had not seen this side of Star Abyss yet, it was presumably around the same. Haha, I don't need that. This sort of thing, like taking revenge, I love to do it the most. Looks like everybody thinks that my cultivation realm is low and easy to bully. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed. It was uncertain what he was thinking about. Shi Heoran thought that Yi Yuan was lamenting and could not help patting his shoulders as he consoled, "Junior, you're only 16 years old and already at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. This speed is already very fast. When 7th Prince was at your age, he was at most spirit condensation realm. You're way stronger than him. This sort of thing like raising realm can't be rushed. It's best to proceed steadily step by step. In Shi Heoran's view, Yi Yuan had such accomplishments at a young age. He surely considered himself to be self-important. Yet he suffered a blow from 7th Prince today. This was likely very hard for Yi Yuan to accept. If Yi Yuan ruined his foundation because he rushed to break through realms, that would be losing the main goal because of small gains. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much for senior's concern. I have a sense of propriety." Shi Heoran only relaxed after seeing that Yi Yuan's eyes had regained tranquility. He said, "You recover from your injuries first. After 2 days, I'll introduce the other fellow apprentices for you to get to know." Yi Yuan nodded and did not say anything else. On the second day, Yi Yuan was notified to gather at the main hall. By the time he reached, there were already 6 to 7 people there. Each one of them sized up Yi Yuan curiously. Yi Yuan was also sizing them up curiously. Barring no accidents, these few people should be those new seniors of his. At this time, Shi Heoran also accompanied Star Abyss and slowly walked out. "Master," everyone greeted in unison. Yi Yuan naturally could not be a maverick. He could only bow along. Star Abyss nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say, "I believe that you're all aware Master accepted a new disciple yesterday. It's Ji Qing. Come, you all get to know each other. Heoran, give an introduction." Shi Heoran came to the center of everyone and said to Ji Qing, "Come, I'll introduce to you a few seniors. This fatso is your second senior brother, Tang Ji." Yi Yuan said, "Ji Qing has seen second senior brother." That fatty laughed and said, "Junior brother is indeed a fine-looking man. I heard that you were actually able to reach the legendary realm. Truly remarkable." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not at all. It was all luck yesterday." Shi Heoran smiled as he dragged a blue-shirt youth over, introducing, "This is your third senior brother, Yu Guang." Yi Yuan similarly gave a bow. Yu Guang smiled and said, "Junior brother is already a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster at such a young age. I think that in the future, you'll surely surpass your predecessors." Yi Yuan went along with a smile. Next, was the 4th senior brother Zhu Liang, 5th senior brother Cheng Su, 6th senior brother Zhang Yu, as well as 7th senior brother Wu Weilong. There were actually 3 alchemy kings among these 7 people and 4 high-rank quasi-alchemy kings. The might of these few people were clear at a glance. Li Daohang's lineage, while few in numbers, each one was able to hold a front. But through Shi Heoran's introduction, only 3rd senior brother Yu Guang held a position in the Alchemist Association among these 7 people. The rest had been following Star Abyss all along to cultivate and did not mingle with secular affairs. Seemed like this Star Abyss had quite the attainments in this aspect of teaching disciples. When Shi Heoran finished the introductions, Star Abyss suddenly opened his mouth to say, "You all don't look at how number 8's age is younger than yours. His alchemy strength is stronger than all of you. In the future, if you have any queries in alchemy that you don't understand, feel free to consult him." "What? Consult little junior brother? Master, isn't this statement used a little incorrectly?" said number 4, Zhu Liang. "Yeah, Master, not that we're looking down on little junior brother, but we've followed you for so many years and have more or less learned some smatterings. It can't be to such an extent where we can't even match little junior brother, right?" Number 7 Wu Weilong was evidently quite reluctant to yield. Star Abyss narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Your little junior brother had a fortuitous encounter before entering my tutelage. His alchemy abilities are unfathomable, more than ample to be half your teacher. You all don't have to make such a huge fuss over nothing and don't need to argue with me either. Those who are unwilling to submit can very well challenge him. Of course, his age is young. You guys don't use cultivation realm to bully him." Shi Heoran and 2nd senior brother Tang Ji were still alright, but the other people's faces more or less had a hint of unnatural expression. Clearly, they begged to differ on Star Abyss's words. Yi Yuan's performance yesterday in the Grand Pill Assembly, they had already heard a little to some extent. But what one heard might be false, while what one saw would be real. Yi Yuan was definitely remarkable, but it was also not remarkable to the extent where he could be their teacher, right? Yi Yuan kept quiet the entire time, but he had already cursed Star Abyss's predecessors countless times over in his heart. This old punk actually made him help him teach his disciples without even giving him a heads up. Asking an alchemy emperor to help guide his disciples. To think that this fellow could do it. Seemed like this old punk also came around a little and wanted to exploit his value. Sigh. Who asked him to owe this old fellow such a great favor? Yesterday, Yuan already reached a consensus with Star Abyss. Star Abyss would help him inquire about his fellow apprentices' news. If there was a possibility, Star Abyss would directly make a move to get that person out. Yuan's identity was not suited to get people, but Star Abyss was different. Nobody would suspect him. With Star Abyss making a move, wanting to rescue his fellow apprentices should be much easier. Seniors, don't listen to Master talking rubbish. If there are any queries, we fellow apprentices should have more exchanges. Everybody improved together, Yuan said modestly. These few people's expressions only became slightly better after hearing Yuan's words. They were all people who were hundreds of years old. Asking them to consult a little child, they really could not quite get past their psychological barrier. Star Abyss opened his mouth again at this time to say calmly, there's also an incident that happened yesterday. His Highness, the 7th Prince, actually almost killed number 8 in our xianxia mountain. This made me very displeased. Looks like our alchemist association has been amicable for far too long. Nobody takes us seriously anymore. SS's, there's actually such a thing. Zhao Chenggan, this person is very overbearing. This really seems like something he would do. Heh, looks like Master, his elderly self, is going to fly off the handle this time. It's been so long since I saw Master go wild. Really looking forward to it. Indeed, Star Abyss said slowly, from today onwards, the Alchemist Association and my Dao Yan lineage will stop helping everyone from the imperial family to refine medicinal pills, and we will carry out an all-around sanction on them. Chapter 399 Remembered Wrongly. Jin Wanjin was the Swift Wind Guard's high-level commander, a Soul Sea Realm expert. These few days, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, mobilized the troops. Naturally, it could not do without the Swift Wind Guards. This team that Jin Wanjin commanded was about to set off for the front lines very soon. When soldiers go out to battle, medicinal pills and weapons naturally could not be dispensed with. Especially medicinal pills, it was far too important to a team. The quantity and quality of medicinal pills concerned their survival rate and ability to sustain in battle. A few days ago, the Swift Wind Guards ordered a batch of medicinal pills from the Alchemist Association. And today, it was precisely the date to collect the medicinal pills. Jin Wanjin came to the Alchemist Association to find Yangshu but was stopped by his disciple outside the door. Oh, Lin Yi, how have you been recently? Jin Wanjin frequently had dealings with Yangshu. He was naturally very familiar with his eldest disciple, Lin Yi. If it were before, Lin Yi would have bowed and greeted long ago. But today, his nose turned up towards the skies, looking like he could not see anyone. Master is currently refining pills. If there's something, come back another day, Lin Yi said very coldly. Jin Wanjin's brows furrowed, and he was rather unhappy in his heart. Putting aside the fact that his relationship with Yangshu was not shallow, he was the Alchemist Association's big moneybag. Why was this Lin Yi's words today so smelly and hard? Elder Yang and I have made an arrangement long ago to come and collect medicinal pills today. Why would he just happen to be refining pills? Jin Wanjin said with a frown. How should I know? I only know that Master made me guard here and not let some random shitty people come and interrupt his pill refinement. Jin Wanjin's face darkened. He said unhappily, what are you saying, Lin Yi? Elder Yang and I are old friends. I'm also some random shitty person. Like this, you go in and inform him. Just say that I came. It's impossible that he won't see me. Lin Yi was similarly displeased as he said, Master is at the crucial moment of pill refinement. How can he be interrupted? If anything goes wrong with his pill refinement, can you shoulder this responsibility? You. Good. Very good. Wait until I see Elder Yang. I'm going to ask him if I, Jin Wanjin, am some random shitty person. Isn't he refining pills? I'll just wait here today. Jin Wanjin was furious to the extreme and decided to dawdle with this Lin Yi. But to really let him barge inside, he still did not have that gall. The Alchemist Association had the entire Fierce Gale world's best alchemists. Furthermore, they were independent of the Wind Emperor's jurisdiction. Nobody dared to provoke them. Lin Yi said that Yangshu was refining pills. If it really was some important medicinal pill, Jin Wanjin really could not bear the responsibilities. Even in the Fierce Gale world where alchemy skills were undeveloped, while Jin Wanjin and Yangshu were both Soul Sea realms, Yangshu's status was much higher than his. But Lin Yi said indifferently, go ahead. Finished talking, Lin Yi ignored Jin Wanjin and let him be. In a twinkle of an eye, 8 hours passed. There was no activity inside at all. Jin Wanjin paced about non-stop. Clearly, he was very restless and angry. He also did not know what was wrong with this Lin Yi today. The latter was purposely setting himself against him. He had waited here for many hours, but not only was there no cup of tea at all, Lin Yi even got people to remove all the chairs. Simple outrageous. Although to a Soul Sea realm martial artist, standing for a couple of hours completely did not matter, this sort of contemptuous feel made him feel immense humiliation. Hard work did not let down the faithful. When the skies turned dark, Yangshu finally came out from the pill refinement room. Jin Wanjin was overjoyed when he saw the situation and immediately switched to a smiley face as he went up to greet Yangshu. He said, "Elder Yang, this Jin has waited for you for a long time. You finally came out." Yangshu smiled and said, "Oh, so, it's Wanjin huh? Looking for me for?" Jin Wanjin was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Logically speaking, refining pills for such a long time, the alchemist's soul force consumption would be tremendous. Even if it was not some important medicinal pill, it should also be somewhat exhausting. But Yangshu was full of spirit and energy, completely without the sense of any fatigue. Could this Lin Yi be lying to him? Right away, Jin Wanjin probed with a sentence, "Elder Yang, were you refining pills earlier?" Yangshu said puzzledly, "Refining pill? Not at all. I was researching some stuff in the pill refinement room. While researching, I lost track of time. To think that the sky already became dark." Jin Wanjin gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Elder Yang, not that this Jin likes to rat on others, but this disciple of yours, Lin Yi, looks down on people way too much. When I came to find you, he actually said that you were refining pills, causing this Jin to wait bitterly outside for 8 hours. Jin Wanjin poured out all the bitter water in his stomach and totally thought that Yangshu would reprimand Lin Yi fiercely. But, the development of the matter exceeded his expectations. Yangshu looked at Lin Yi and asked, "You told him that I was refining pills?" Lin Yi nodded and said, "Yes." The conversation progressed until here. Jin Wanjin was already prepared to watch the show by the side when Yangshu's following words nearly made him vomit a mouthful of old blood. Only to see Yangshu slowly turned his head to Jin Wanjin and said, "Oh, like that huh? It's this old man who remembered wrongly just now. I was indeed refining medicinal pills the entire day. Sigh, getting old, becoming useless. If there's anything, find me tomorrow. I have to head back to rest." Jin Wanjin's eyes became wide as saucers as he looked at Yangshu and did not recover for a long time. All the way until Yangshu left did he suddenly awaken and hastily chased after. "Wait a minute, Elder Yang. Wait a minute, Elder Yang." Jin Wanjin yelled out. Yangshu said impatiently, "Oh Wanjin, today's already very late. If there's anything, talk again tomorrow." Jin Wanjin panicked as he said, "Don't be like this, Elder Yang. The army is about to set out right away. I really can't afford to delay. Elder Yang, that batch of medicinal pills of mine, is it?" "Medicinal pills? What medicinal pills?" Yangshu said with a blank face. Seeing Yangshu's expression, Jin Wanjin's heart palpitated. He hastily reminded, 10 days ago, didn't we agree to order a batch of medicinal pill from you? Is there such a thing? Why am I unaware? Old brother, recently, our association's orders are seriously too many. I can't even manage it on my side. How about, you wait a while longer?" Yangshu reminded with good intentions. Jin Wanjin was perfectly clear that Yangshu was deliberately troubling him here. But he was also utterly confused. He did not know how in the world he offended this mighty god. Yangshu's status in the Alchemist Association was exceedingly high. Jin Wanjin could not afford to offend. He could only urge, "Elder Yang, you're clearly aware that our army is about to set off in a few days now. We can't afford to wait." Xianxia spread his 2 hands out and said, "Then there's no way about it. I'm really swamped over on this side. How about, old brother, you seek someone more qualified?" Jin Wanjin cursed in his heart but had no choice but to ask cautiously. He said, "Elder Yang, I don't know how little brother offended your elderly self. How about you express it a little?" Yangshu chuckled and said, "Not at all, not at all. Old brother, you're really thinking too much. I'm really busy over here. Alright, not talking anymore. My head is dizzy from refining pills. Heading back first to rest." The same scene played out everywhere in the alchemist capital. Chapter 400 Admitting Fault. In a day and a night, several great commanders from the Swift Wind Guards gathered in a hall, each of them with tightly knitted eyebrows. Old Jin, do you think that these group of people from the Alchemist Association went nuts? They don't want to earn glimmering high-grade essence crystals. Is this shredding all pretenses of cordiality with us? Asked a commander bitterly. Jin Wanjin was also green in the face and in dismal. Yeah, old Jin, among us, you're the one with the oldest qualifications. You got to come up with an idea. We're about to set off right away. If we don't have the guarantee of this batch of medicinal pills, what will we use to fight with the endless world martial artists? Said another commander. Old Jin, do you think they detest that the essence crystals we gave are too few, and they wish to take this opportunity to viciously extort a sum from us? Jin Wanjin was vexed in his heart and waved his hand, saying, all right, stop making noise. Tomorrow morning, I'll go and test Yangshu's waters. I keep feeling that this matter isn't that simple. Everyone, calm your horses down first. I'll go back and rest. Wait for my news tomorrow. The second day, early in the morning, Jin Wanjin directly cut Yangshu off at his residence. Elder Yang, we have worked together for so many years. You also know that this batch of medicinal pills concerns the life and death of our brothers. You can't wash your hands off this matter. Jin Wanjin said with a grimace. Why is it you again, old brother? Didn't I tell you, I'm really too busy recently. I really don't have time to help you guys refine medicinal pills. Yangshu similarly had a grimace. Jin Wanjin grabbed hold of Yangshu's sleeves and actually kneeled down directly. Old brother, what are you doing here? Yangshu said with an astonished look. Old brother, Jin Wanjin, am throwing out this old face today. If this batch of medicinal pill can't be obtained and His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, investigates this, old Jin, am still dead. Old brother, you can't stand aside and watch me die. Jin Wanjin was just short of sniveling in tears. Yangshu gave a sigh and said, old brother, it's really not that old brother is not helping you, but can't help you. Jin Wanjin's heart stirred. He still had a weeping face as he asked, old brother, where did younger brother, offend you? You just say it out. But, you can't wash your hands off this matter no matter what. Yangshu's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a sigh again and said, old brother Jin, our friendship doesn't need me to say any more. You know it in your heart. But this time, old brother Jin, I really can't help you. I'll give you an explanation. But you must make sure not to sell me out. Jin Wanjin's heart nearly jumped out. He hurriedly said, old brother just say. If I sell old brother out, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yangshu nodded and said slowly, actually, it's this, meaning. Yangshu extended out a finger and pointed at the sky. Jin Wanjin's expression changed. Although Yangshu did not say it explicitly, the meaning was already very clear. Who else was there above Yangshu? It could only be Sovereign Star Abyss. If it was like this, then the problem was huge. Although Sovereign Star Abyss's strength was not on the same level as His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, their statuses did not differ too much. This, old brother, just what reason is it, to actually make the Lord carry out such a decision? Jin Wanjin asked in shock. Yangshu sighed and said, to be able to let the Lord carry out such a decision, it's naturally because somebody touched his reverse scale and offended his elderly self. Alright, I can only talk until here. I can't say any more. Once that Lord flares his temper, nobody can withstand it. Jin Wanjin seemed to have recalled something terrifying, his face revealing terror. There was such a thing. That old man looks pretty amiable. To think that he's so scary when he flies off the handle. Yuan was quite surprised. Third senior brother Yu Guang had an anticipating look as he said, isn't that so? Back then, even eldest senior brother hadn't entered tutelage yet, not a single person in the entire capital was unaware of this matter. It was just that nobody dared to talk about it. Master was so awe-inspiring. He directly flew up to the royal palace and stood in midair, provokingly challenging His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. The third prince was forced by Lord Master to commit suicide. From start to finish, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, did not show his face. In truth, that was already a form of yielding. Yuan nodded his head. Such a disgraceful matter, how could the Wind Emperor possibly make an appearance? The third prince coming out to commit suicide appeased Star Abyss's fury and also preserved the royal family's face. It was counted as a better ending. Back then, Shi Haoran had not entered his tutelage yet. Star Abyss took in a disciple. The result was that he clashed with the third prince and was killed by the third prince. Star Abyss was furious when he heard the news and directly charged up to the royal palace's city walls and forced the third prince to commit suicide. Ever since then, the name of Star Abyss being protective of his people became utterly resounding in the capital. These 2 days, Yuan had been guiding his few seniors constantly and became rather idle. Of course, this was also not something that could be accomplished in one stroke. Among the few seniors, the most unwilling to acquiesce was third senior brother Yuan. He challenged Yuan using exchange as the reason. The result was that he was utterly convinced with his loss. Ever since then, the seniors no longer doubted Star Abyss's words. These 2 days, quite a few seniors came to Yuan's place to consult him on some problems. Yuan naturally would not disappoint them either. The answers that he gave were all very exquisite. After the seniors went back to appreciate it in detail, they actually felt that it was even more exquisite than what Master Star Abyss said, and even more profound and simpler to understand. Although these few disciples that Star Abyss took on were different in personalities, they were all honest and frank people. Not only were they not jealous of Yuan, but they also took him to be a good mentor and helpful friend instead. Speaking of which, they inherited the same ideology and behavior as that fellow Li Daohang. Different from happy thoughts on Yuan's side, 7th Prince's side descended into extreme chaos. These few days, storms raged in the capital. Everyone and everything were in a chaotic mess, investigating the matter of why Star Abyss would target the royal family. Other people did not know why, but he was all too clear. He initially thought that it was not something of a big deal. He did not kill Yuan in the end as well. Xianxia would not do anything to him. But he forgot that there was still an even more terrifying sovereign Star Abyss above Xianxia. As a matter of fact, Zhao Chenggan had already forgotten the third prince's matter. At that time, he wasn't even born yet. Although he heard some extent of it later on, he did not take it to heart. All the way until the news of the Alchemist Association sanctioning the royal family spread over, only then Zhao Chenggan was shocked, recalling the incident of the third prince being forced to commit suicide. These 2 days, he was in a constant state of anxiety. After thinking it over and over again, Zhao Chenggan finally still decided to go and find His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to admit his wrong. Within the deep and serene palace, it was void of people. Zhao Chenggan stood in the great hall but felt countless pairs of eyes staring at him. This child, Zhao Chenggan, requests to meet royal father. Zhao Chenggan forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "What is it?" A voice came over serenely from the depths of the palace as if it sounded out from the underworld. "This child. Zhao Chenggan kneeled onto the ground with a slam and said nervously, "This child deserves death. The matter with the Alchemist Association was caused by this child. I beg royal father to mete out punishment." There was no reply, only Zhao Chenggan's breathing sound was left in the entire great hall. Chapter 401 Carrying a Rod and Asking for Punishment. Zhao Chenggan's heart had never pounded so fiercely before. He felt like his own heart was about to explode. In the silence, every second felt like a year to Zhao Chenggan. "I already know." That cold voice sounded out again. Zhao Chenggan's entire body shuddered. Cold sweat already drenched his entire body. "Please mete out punishment, father. I didn't think. This was a test that this emperor gave you. For you to be able to arrive here, you've already passed the test." When Zhao Chenggan heard these words, he felt like his divine soul was about to leave his body. No words were more pleasant to the ears than these few words. As the fierce Gale World Soul Boundless Realm powerhouse, even a fool knew the Wind Emperor's terror. But Zhao Chenggan was even more deeply aware that the Wind Emperor's terror was not just strength. This person himself was the most terrifying. "Thank you, royal father," Zhao Chenggan said agitatedly. "Don't be in a rush to give thanks. This matter was incited by you. You think of a way to resolve it. Even I don't wish to provoke old man Star Abyss. You actually dare to yank his beard." Although he sounded calm, Zhao Chenggan could hear the Wind Emperor's fury. "Yes, this child knows his mistake. O royal father, please point out the right path." Zhao Chenggan perspired heavily. "You, go think about it yourself. This is also a test for you. All right, take your leave." When the voice faded, there wasn't any sound in the great hall anymore. Coming out from the great hall, it was like Zhao Chenggan had experienced a life and death great battle. His entire person was like he was lugged out from the waters, utterly drenched. Returning to his residence, Zhao Chenggan secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Fortunately, he did not harbor any hopes of chance in his heart and admitted his fault to royal father. Or else, his outcome would surely be very tragic. The Wind Emperor had never had any consciousness of the saying, a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs towards his own sons. He also never had a compassionate heart. He caused such a major problem this time, and it was even at the critical juncture of the great army moving out. If this matter could not be settled nicely, he would still die very horribly. Thinking up to here, Zhao Chenggan could not help getting a headache. Just what should he do to make that old fellow, Star Abyss, rescind the sanctions on the royal family? These few days, Zhao Chenggan more or less understood Star Abyss's personality through many inquiries. This old man was normally still very amiable, but once you touched his reverse scale, his terror was that even the Wind Emperor could not withstand it. Very clearly, he had already touched his reverse scale. Zhao Chenggan's thought involuntarily turned to Yuan. Could it be that he really had to apologize to that punk? But the moment he thought of Yuan's haughty look, Zhao Chenggan shrunk back again. He felt that even if he went to apologize, Yuan definitely would not accept it either. Just how should this be gone about doing? In a blink, an entire night passed. Zhao Chenggan sat there woodenly for a night without moving a single muscle. The skies were about to brighten when Zhao Chenggan suddenly clenched his fists and stood up all at once, seemingly like he made some sort of resolution. It was already daytime. The streams of people in the central capital streets were bustling about. It was forever that busy. All of a sudden, everyone dropped whatever they were doing and turned to look towards a direction. Only to see a young man bearing his upper body, carrying a bundle of thorns on his back, and walking forward step by step. This sort of thing that cut a wide swath was not frequently seen in the capital. It naturally drew the eyes of many people. What's this person doing? What's he carrying a bundle of thorns on his back for? Is he sick? Those are sawtooth tree branches. The branches are covered in blades. Having it wrapped around the body, sinking into the flesh, is not much worse off than getting 1,000 cuts. Shish, do you want to die? That is His Highness, the 7th Prince. My God, who could make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do such a thing to admit fault and ask for punishment? Doesn't he wish to live anymore? Heh, who knows about this kind thing? The 7th Prince is the person most likely to inherit the great position of the Wind Emperor. The person able to make him do such a thing is bound to be extremely formidable. Looking at the direction he's walking in, it should be Xianxia Mountain. Only that lord has the qualifications to make His Highness, the 7th Prince, do this sort of thing, like carrying a rod and asking for punishment. You're saying, Sovereign Star Abyss, what did His Highness, the 7th Prince, do to actually provoke and enrage that lord? Hee, that isn't what you and I can know. The people surrounding to watch were getting increasingly more. There was already an extremely large procession following behind Zhao Chenggan. But they all know the 7th Prince's prowess. They just followed far away and did not dare to get too close. While Zhao Chenggan himself looked steadily ahead, walking in the direction of Xianxia Mountain step by step. By the time he walked to the foot of the mountain, there was already a sea of people behind him. One would be unable to see the end with a glance. Ji Qing, I, 7th Prince Zhao Chenggan, came bearing a rod today to ask you for punishment. Zhao Chenggan enunciated each word, and he actually directly kneeled down. His voice, Zhao Chenggan revolved essence energy fully. The entire Xianxia Mountain should be able to hear it. Behind him, the crowd let out a huge hubbub. The exalted 7th Prince, His Highness, actually kneeled down. Who is Ji Qing? I've never heard that there was such a character in our central capital. I haven't heard of him before as well. Doesn't Sovereign Star Abyss only have 7 disciples? There doesn't seem to be Ji Qing this character, right? Ignorant and ill-informed. A few days ago, the Shao family and Tong family organized the Grand Pill Assembly. Originally, the Shao family's defeat was already set. It was precisely this Ji Qing who turned the raging tides, defeating the Tong family's #1 genius, Tong Wenchong, saving the Shao family. Furthermore, this Ji Qing did not win by a narrow margin, but he crushed Tong Wenchong in an overwhelming manner until he could not even lift his head. I heard that he is already locked up by the Tong family and completely became an invalid. Ah, there was such a thing. I was just saying that recently, the Tong family's shops increased anew again. Such a major incident actually happened. Like this Ji Qing is truly a character. Could it be? That's right, he's already taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss under his tutelage, becoming his 8th disciple. But why is His Highness, the 7th Prince, doing such a thing to apologize to this Ji Qing? That I don't know. Tisk tisk, the dignified Wind Emperor's successor actually suffered such an unprecedented shame. The days to come in the capital will probably be very fun. On top of Qixia Mountain, Shi Haoran looked at Yi Yuan with a smile and said, "Little junior brother, this move from master is really ruthless. It actually forced the arrogant 7th prince to this state." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "He has nobody but himself to blame for it." Shi Haoran nodded, firmly agreeing. Yi Yuan had already explained the entire course of the incident to everyone. Making a move to kill somebody due to a single word of disagreement, only a person like the 7th prince could do it. Except, if he killed some people, then he killed them. But there were some people who were not those he could afford to offend. This punk deserves it. But when are you planning on going down, little junior brother?" asked the plump second senior brother Tang Ji with a laugh. Yi Yuan also laughed and said, "What's the hurry? Let him kneel for a while first. Let's discuss alchemy skills in depth first." Chapter 402 Losing one's wife as well as one's soldiers. Time slowly trickled past. Zhao Chenggen's face became progressively darker. He had already kneeled for a full 6 hours. Qixia Mountain's gates were still tightly shut. There wasn't even a person who came out to say hello. He was the dignified 7th prince. Wasn't Qixia Mountain this group of people taking him too lightly? Zhao Chenggan really want to stomp off right now and then gather the Swift Wind Guards to come and slaughter all of these guys. But when he thought of the Wind Emperor's faint voice, a gust of cool air welled up from the bottom of his heart, instantly extinguishing all of the flames. Bearing the rod to come and ask for punishment was something that he made the painful decision to do after he thought for one night. Before coming, he already planned out well. No matter how much humiliation he suffered today, he had to push through it. Yet, when it really came down to it, he had no choice but to admit how great the difficulty was. His Highness, the 7th Prince, has already kneeled here for many hours. The skies are almost turning dark soon. I heard that the Lord's personality is very nice. What on earth did he do to make that Lord on Qixia Mountain become so enraged? He, ignorant and ill-informed much. That Lord's personality is pretty good, but once he truly becomes furious, even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has to make a concession. Oh, is there still some story in between this? That person briefly summarized the 3rd prince's incident and said, "My guess is that 7th prince likely had a conflict with that person called Ji Qing and nearly killed him." There was actually such a thing. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. 7th prince is famously tyrannical in the capital and frequently kills people because of some small issue. But this time, he kicked a metal plate. You can say that again. There had never been a lack of meddlesome people in this world. No matter how long Zhao Chenggan kneeled there, they would crowd around to watch. After several hours passed, everyone pretty much guessed the entire sequence of events. Zhao Chenggan tried his best not to listen to these discussions. But the sounds of these comments still barged inside his ears ceaselessly, making it even more tormenting for him. If not because today's matter was of utmost importance, he would definitely explode and kill people. Right at this time, a 16 to 17-year-old azure-shirt youth appeared in everyone's sight. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Zhao Chenggan, stretched his waist, and gave a yawn as he asked with a curious look, "Isn't this His Highness, the 7th Prince? What are you doing here?" Zhao Chenggan forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and said solemnly, "This Zhao Chenggan specially came here to admit his fault and ask for punishment. Young Master Ji, please inflict punishment." As he said, Zhao Chenggan pulled out a thorn from his back and delivered it before Yi Yuan with both hands. Yi Yuan received the thorn rather playfully and asked with a smile, "What fault does your Highness have?" Ji Qing doesn't quite get it. That day, didn't your Highness say that those who oppose you are all already dead? I wonder how your Highness can seek the forgiveness of a dead person. That day, it was this little prince who was momentarily muddled and offended young Master Ji. So today, I specially came here to apologize and seek punishment. Zhao Chenggan was long prepared for this and answered, "Oh, like this huh? Your Highness is unsurpassedly overbearing. I wonder if I'll die in the streets tomorrow after I forgive you today." Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. Zhao Chenggan was secretly alarmed. He really had this thought. He was prepared to find a chance to finish Yi Yuan off after this matter blows over. Of course, he would not make a move himself. There were too many ways to kill people. Personally making a move to kill people was naturally the dumbest method, getting stench all over yourself for nothing. Who would have thought that his idea was seen through by Yi Yuan at a glance? What is young Master Ji talking about? This little prince really sees through his error. That's why I'm apologizing today with such a serious attitude about this matter. I was truly too reckless on that day. It will never happen again in the future. Zhao Chenggan hurriedly said, "Oh, is that so? I've just arrived here and don't really have any enemies in the capital yet. So, if anything happens to me in the future, this liability will be counted on your highness's head." Zhao Chenggan was full of hatred in his heart. Who said that you did not have enemies? You just offended the entire Tong family a couple of days back, all right. These words from Yi Yuan was clearly borrowing his influence to suppress the Tong family. Furthermore, whoever Yi Yuan provoked in the capital later on, he even had to make an appearance to settle it. What the hell was this? But at this critical juncture, Zhao Chenggan had to swallow it too, even if his teeth were shattered. That's of course, as long as anything happens of young Master Ji in the capital, it can all be counted on my head. At that time, I'll apologize for my crime with death. Zhao Chenggan clenched his teeth and said, such a major incident, it was naturally impossible for those surrounding and watching to be ordinary martial artists. There were bound to be many people from large families and large influences among them. Him making such a promise in front of so many people was virtually pinning a death exemption medallion on Yi Yuan. No matter how large these factions were, how many dared to oppose the Wind Emperor. Even if the seventh prince could not represent the Wind Emperor, and even if the seventh prince lost such a tremendous amount of face today, he was still the strongest among the princes, and also the person with the greatest likelihood of inheriting the position of Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, there are so many people here today. Everybody be a witness. This small life of mine is all in the hands of His Highness, the seventh prince. If one day, any mishap happens to me, Ji Qing, it cannot be free of relation with His Highness, the seventh prince. Obviously, no one dared to really answer. But Yi Yuan did not need their response. His objective was already accomplished when Zhao Chenggan said these words. Haha, looks like your highness is indeed 100% sincere. I, Ji Qing, naturally can't fail to appreciate kindness as well. Please return, your highness, this matter will end here, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Zhao Chenggan said hesitatingly, young Master Ji, then, the medicinal pill matter. Medicinal pill? What medicinal pill? Yi Yuan asked with a puzzled look. Zhao Chenggan was fuming inwardly. He did not believe that Yi Yuan was unaware of the Alchemist Association's sanctions on the royal family. He was feigning ignorance right now. But, in front of so many people, he could not say it too obviously either. He was stifled until internal injuries were about to erupt. He originally thought that Yi Yuan would invite him in to talk. Who knew that Yi Yuan made him return right away? Haha, and nothing, Zhao Chenggan said embarrassedly. Oh, nothing huh, then I'll head back first, your highness. Seniors are still waiting for me to learn alchemy, Yi Yuan said with a beam as if he and Zhao Chenggan were friends. Ah, haha, go ahead, go ahead. Zhao Chenggan did not know if this was considered completing the mission either. He also did not know what Yi Yuan planned on doing. His heart was still palpitating with uneasiness. If Star Abyss did not withdraw the sanctions, it would still be hard for him to escape death. After returning to the mountain, the group of seniors gave a round of fierce praises to Yi Yuan. Little junior brother isn't old, but you're extremely adept in handling things. I think after that Zhao Chenggan goes back, he'll also have no appetite for food and drinks these 2 days. Shi Haoran said with a big laugh. Yeah, that Zhao Chenggan is used to being rampant and domineering. Today, he lost face all the way home and even had to gift little junior brother a death exemption medallion. It's truly losing one's wife as well as one's soldiers. Yu Guang said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not at all. This matter is still ultimately master's sanctions. That's impressive. Chapter 406 Yuan Fei breaks through. Condense for me. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. The square cauldron's radiance gradually dimmed, recovering back to a metal lump. After finishing the refinement, Yi Yuan plopped onto the ground. Such a refinement was a tremendous test to both soul force and essence energy. There was basically nobody who could accomplish it in the lower realms. Only an existence like Yi Yuan, whose control of soul force and essence energy was brilliant to the pinnacle, could complete a refinement like this. Big brother, it's done like this? White Light asked in surprise. Still not done. Do Want to tire me to death? Yi Yuan said crossly. Cough, cough, I didn't mean that. But, this is only half a day's time. White Light felt like the scene before his eyes was not quite real. After breaking through to Tier 3, White Light awakened inherited memories and had a much greater understanding of this world. In his inherited memories was knowledge on the aspects of alchemy. Refining so many medicinal pills was absolutely a colossal project. But Yi Yuan completed it in half a day's time. After resting for a bit, Yi Yuan finally caught his breath and said, my present strength is still too weak. If I have peak 9th level crystal formation realm strength, refining these toys can be done in 2 hours. White Light gave a low roar and said scornfully, you're indeed a freak. Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, go help me take a look. How's the quality of the medicinal pills? My realm breakthrough this time is all on these toys. White Light scurried over to take a look. Inside the square cauldron was full of medicinal pills, probably hundreds. He observed those medicinal pills closely and was filled with astoundment in his heart. How is it? Yi Yuan asked impatiently. You're indeed a freak, refining pills like this, and it still resulted to such high quality. The vast majority inside is all high-grade medicinal pills. There is still quite a fair portion which is superior grade. Only a very tiny portion is middle grade. Ha, not even one transcendent grade. Fail, Yi Yuan said with a sigh. Transcendent grade, these are Tier 3 medicinal pills. White Light was thoroughly defeated. Actually, the refinement this time, Yi Yuan's greatest drawback was still essence energy. A refinement like this was a tremendous test of the alchemist's essence energy. Without late-stage crystal formation realm essence energy, it was very hard to sustain. Only Yi Yuan's way of splitting one portion of essence energy into 2 halves to use could support his refinement to succeed. If there were even a trace of waste, it would also not be possible to have the present results. Alright, I'll recover my strength first. You play by yourself. Wait until I break through to late-stage crystal formation realm, then I'll help you refine demon crystal pills, Yi Yuan said feebly. White Light was overjoyed upon hearing it and said, haha. It's indeed Big Brother who dotes on me. Little brother, I will definitely break through to Tier 4 quickly. At that time, I'll protect Big Brother. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, it will be pretty good if you don't drag me down. While he said that verbally, Yi Yuan knew that White Light's strength could not be underestimated. Previously, when facing off against Zhao Chang'an, White Light actually wounded the Sea Transformation Realm Zhao Chang'an with Tier 2 strength. His might could be seen at a glance. If White Light had Tier 4 strength, dealing with Zhao Chang'an should be a cinch. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that White Light would explode with extraordinary strength under certain special conditions. His speed would be unbelievably quick. Regarding that final strike against Zhao Chang'an, even he did not see clearly what happened. Also, when White Light's mother was on her deathbed, White Light dealing with the 7 evils flowing cloud python was like so too. Looking at this, White Light's strength indeed could not be underestimated. The second day, Yi Yuan already recovered to his optimal condition and prepared to break through. He casually grabbed a bunch of jade spirit pills and directly stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, Yi Yuan started to revolve the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Their medicinal properties were rapidly refined, flowing into the dantian. The small crystal in Yi Yuan's dantian continuously expanded. After a day, Yi Yuan directly broke through to the 3rd level crystal formation realm. Another 3 days passed. Yi Yuan's momentum met no resistance the entire way, directly smashing the barrier between early stage crystal formation realm and middle stage crystal formation realm, breaking through to 4th level crystal formation realm. Time flowed like water. In a twinkle, a month had passed. On this day, the essence energy inside another secret room surged and was abnormally violent. Haha, Yuan Fei has divine beast bloodline when all is said and done. His talent is actually not poor. It's just that the lower realm's resources and environment made it very hard for him to mature, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. TCH, isn't it just breaking through to a Tier 4? What's the big deal? As long as I have Big Brother providing demon crystal pills, I can surely break through to Tier 4 within half a year. White Light said disdainfully. Yi Yuan was speechless. This fellow said it as if he owed him. I say, don't you feel ashamed? Yuan Fei's improvement speed is indeed inferior to yours, but he didn't spend much time to break through from middle stage Tier 3 to peak Tier 3 either. If you didn't have the support of medicinal pills, you might not even be faster than him. Yi Yuan said huffily. Cough, cough. This tiger is a descendant of the 4 great divine beasts. How can a stone ape with a dilute bloodline be compared with me? If he has the capabilities, you make him not eat medicinal pills and compare cultivation speed with me. Heh. Actually, talking about improvement speed, we can't catch up to Big Brother even if we whipped our horses. In a month, you already broke through 4 realms consecutively, reaching the peak 6th level crystal formation realm. Although White Light saying these words looked a little like licking his boots, he was really very astonished in his heart. Yi Yuan's bloodline did not have any special aspects, his body was not even the most ordinary spirit physique. But Yi Yuan's breakthrough speed was not any bit slower than him, a divine beast. Progeny. This was the most freakish. While they were talking, the dilation of essence energy at the other secret room already calmed down. Yuan Fei walked out of the secret room. The aura of Yuan Fei who broke through to Tier 4 was already completely different. It was only to see him conceal his splendor inwards with not a trace of essence energy escaping his body. One clearly could not sense his essence energy, but it gave people an extremely powerful feeling. This was still him just after breaking through a realm and not able to release and withdraw it as he pleased. Wait until he finished consolidating his realm, that sort of soul-stirring threatening force would not emanate out, and he would look no different from ordinary demonic beasts. Yuan Fei was similarly a divine beast descendant. After breaking through to Tier 4, it was equivalent to stepping into the middle of the 3 realms. His divine beast bloodline would also trigger, his combat strength became exceedingly formidable. The Stone Ape clan was originally extremely skillful at fighting. Their combat strength even far surpassed same-rank demonic beasts. It was just that Yuan Fei's divine beast bloodline was not activated in the past and was unable to unleash shocking combat strength. Haha, old Yuan, how's the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4? Looking at your appearance, it's like you're going to totally destroy the room. White Light said with a laugh. He and Yuan Fei were old friends already too. Seeing Yuan Fei broke through, he was naturally very happy as well. But Yuan Fei gave a silly smile and said, just broke through. Essence energy is still unable to be controlled freely. I've incurred young master's ridicule. But the feeling of breaking through to Tier 4 is truly excellent. I feel like my entire body is filled with strength and that I can punch through a mountain in one fist. Evidently, breaking through to Tier 4 made Yuan Fei very excited. After all, this was something he simply could not imagine before meeting Yi Yuan. Chapter 407 It's because I am scared that foundation will be unstable. Haha, looks like your divine beast bloodline awakened. Yi Yuan saw through Yuan Fei's transformation and said with a laugh. Young master has good eyes. After breaking through to Tier 4, I've awakened another part of inherited memories. Furthermore, I feel an extremely powerful bloodline strength hidden inside my body. Yuan Fei said with joy. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, indeed worthy of being the equals heaven sage ape's progeny. As long as you can draw out this bloodline strength, you'll surely be an extremely formidable existence in the future. After a moment, Yuan Fei calmed down from basking in his joy and suddenly realized something not quite right. Yuan Fei gradually went from pleasantly surprised to astonishment. Haha, old Yuan's reaction is really slow, only noticing now that something was off. You only broke through 1 level in a month's time. Big Brother is going to break through the 5th level very soon and advance to the late-stage crystal formation realm. White Light said in derision. Yuan Fei was filled with shock. Breaking through 5 levels in a month's time. Yi Yuan was at the crystal formation realm now, not the essence chi realm or spirit condensation realm back then. Wasn't such a breakthrough speed overly terrifying? Actually, logically speaking, the difficulty of this level that Yuan Fei broke through was far more challenging compared to Yi Yuan's 5 levels added up. But the problem was that the time used was too short. To some ordinary martial artists, a month's time was just barely enough for them to use to consolidate their realm. Even for those genius martial artists, wanting to break through a level in a month, that was something impossible. But Yi Yuan broke through 5 levels in succession within a month. Alright, it's late. Since Yuan Fei already broke through, you guys help to guard me. I'll break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm right now. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yuan Fei felt indescribable shock in his heart. At the rate of this speed, Yi Yuan catching up to him was just something soon. Although Yuan Fei had long known that Yi Yuan's cultivation had virtually no bottlenecks, but to break through 5 realms in a month, such a speed was too unbelievable. Yi Yuan swallowed large quantities of jade spirit pills again and started to break through to the 7th level crystal formation realm in full force. Even if Yi Yuan did not comprehend so many realms in this lifetime, directly breaking through 5 realms was not a big deal. And his current realm comprehension already greatly exceeded the current standards. It was just that since he reincarnated, he had practically been on the run constantly all along. There had been completely no chance to rest properly and cultivate essence energy, resulting in his realm being too low. Now, him breaking through 5 realms was actually just water flowing unhindered when the conditions were right. When the medicinal pills entered the abdomen, an essence energy tempest gradually formed, plunging the entire hidden room into a violent storm. Yuan Fei was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. Did young master break through realms like this during this 1 month? Of course, big brother breaking through realms has this tiger grandpa's, my, style, both of us eating medicinal pills like candy. Ha ha, White Light said with a loud laugh. Thinking about these 2 freaks, Yuan Fei was speechless for a long time. The Stone Ape clan indeed had powerful physiques, but even he did not dare to consume medicinal pills like this. He would be stuffed to death. The joy from previously breaking through to Tier 4 was already struck down at this time and badly mangled. He was deeply aware that before long, he would be thoroughly surpassed by these 2 freaks. Moreover, Yuan Fei knew that even if he broke through to Tier 4 now and awakened divine beast bloodline strength, in a genuine life and death battle, he might not be Yi Yuan's match either. After half a day, the essence energy inside the hidden room returned to serenity. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Currently, the aura from Yi Yuan's body was much stronger compared to while being at the 2nd level crystal formation realm. Hee, how do you feel right now, big brother? White Light asked with a flattering face. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, if I meet Zhao Chenggan again, even if I can't kill him, giving him a violent thrashing should still be achievable. White Light shook his head strongly and said unhappily, big brother, you broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you still can't take care of that fellow? I know that you're pissed with him. But his strength is indeed very mighty. To be able to comprehend true intent at his age, this is not what ordinary people can accomplish. Even if I already broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm now, I'm still a major realm lower than him. To be able to defeat him is already pretty good, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Humph. Anyway, I'm just very upset. I don't care, big brother, you quickly refine candy for me. I want to break through to Tier 4 as soon as possible, then viciously trample that fellow to death and let him know that this tiger grandpa isn't nice to provoke. White Light said irately, haha, there are plenty of chances. My soul force has already reached Alchemy Grandmaster Perfection Realm now. Refining Demon Crystal Pill is but lifting a finger. I'll find a time to refine medicinal pills for you. But I've already been in seclusion for a month. Star Abyss's side should have some news too. We have to quickly exit seclusion. After all, we entered the fierce Gale world in order to rescue senior apprentice brother Yuntian and the rest, Yi Yuan said. Although White Light was playful, he still knew how to prioritize what was important and what was less urgent. He had already followed Yi Yuan for a very long time and knew Yi Yuan's personality. So he stopped talking. Yi Yuan put Yuan Fei away in the spatial spirit artifact and exited the hidden room with White Light, but he saw that Shi Haoran was already waiting outside. When Shi Haoran saw Yi Yuan walk out, he came forward to greet with a smile. But when he saw Yi Yuan, his smile immediately froze on his face. Little junior brother, you, 7th level, my god, an alchemy king expert like Shi Haoran was also somewhat incoherent in speech currently. Haha, little brother was lucky to break through several realms. Elder senior brother doesn't need to be so shocked, Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. He had long known that exiting seclusion would incur his senior's shock. But he could not be bothered with so much either. He could not break through in order not to let Shi Haoran and the rest get shocked, right? Furthermore, in the fierce Gale world, it was riddled with dangers everywhere. If Yi Yuan still did not raise his realm, he would not even have the capital to protect himself. Lucky, how can I not be shocked? Little junior brother, I thought that you were in retreat to refine pills this 1 month. To think that you actually broke through 5 realms consecutively in one breath. Shi Haoran said with a bitter smile. Haha, refining pills is naturally for breaking through too, Yi Yuan said with a chortle. Shi Heoran's expression became peculiar again. He said in surprise, "Those medicinal herbs, you can't have, you can't have." Seeing Yi Yuan nod his head with a smile, Shi Heoran nearly bit his own tongue off. "You've got to be kidding. 1 month's time, refining so many medicinal herbs into medicinal pills and even breaking through 5 realms. Was this making a joke?" Facing Shi Heoran, Yi Yuan knew that he could not conceal it, so he might as well not hide it from him. "Little junior brother, you're really a freak." Shi Heoran heaved a long sigh and said, "I previously warned you not to be in a rush to break through realms, but you just wouldn't listen. You breaking through like this will affect your future cultivation." Although breaking through 5 realms in succession was very monstrous, but it would inevitably cause the foundation to be unstable. This point, Shi Heoran was very clear. Honestly speaking, when he saw Yi Yuan standing here perfectly well, he already felt that it was a miracle. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, don't need to worry. I won't treat my own future as a joke. It was because I was scared that my foundation would be unstable that I only just broke through 5 realms." Quote. Shi Heoran was speechless. Chapter 408 Xiao Ruyan met with a mishap. Shi Heoran really did not know how he should express his emotions. What was called scared that foundation would be unstable? What was called only broke through 5 realms? The cultivation of essence energy was a grinding process. Even more talented martial artists would not dare to break through realms like this. Shi Heoran decided not to argue with Yi Yuan anymore. He was going to report this matter to Master and let Master come and urge little junior brother. "Fine then, you win." Shi Heoran was speechless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is there some matter for eldest senior brother to wait here especially for me?" Shi Heoran nodded and said, "Master instructed a few days ago to ask you to go find him immediately after exiting seclusion, saying that there's something important to discuss with you. I estimated that you should exit seclusion right about today, so I came here to wait for you." Yi Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there were clues about the matter regarding his seniors? "Thank you very much, eldest senior brother. I'll go see Master right away." Yi Yuan clasped his hand and gave thanks. "Wait a minute," Shi Heoran suddenly said. "Does eldest senior brother still have anything?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. "Before meeting Master, there's somebody that you probably have to meet." Yi Yuan was somewhat confused. He did not seem to know many people in the capital. Why would there be people coming to find him? "You'll know when you go and see." When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, he could not help having a foreboding feeling. "Young Master Ji, I beg you to save second miss." Manager Tong grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and directly kneeled down, tears flowing down his old face. The arrival was precisely the Four Seas Building's manager, Tong Xuan. Seeing his sniveling look, Yi Yuan's heart also involuntarily palpitated. He hurriedly supported Tong Xuan and asked, "Don't be anxious, Manager Tong. Talk slowly. What happened to Miss Ruyan?" Tong Xuan, choking through sobs, said, "Second Miss she consumed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder this morning." At this time, already. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Go. Talk on the way." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly pulled Tong Xuan and left like a gust of wind. Shi Heoran hesitated for a moment and tagged along too. Along the way, the 3 people moved as swift as the wind. But Yi Yuan more or less also understood the sequence of events. Ever since the Grand Pill Assembly, the Shao family acquired 70% of the management rights anew. The family's situation also took a turn for the better. But the matter of the martial competition to find a spouse was already spilled water that could not be recovered. The Shao family did not have the confidence to withdraw the promise as well. Yet, Xiao Ruyan did not wish to marry at all. This 1 month, she was all moody and depressed. In between this, Xiao Ruyan even came to find Yi Yuan once. But Yi Yuan was in a closed seclusion. Watching helplessly as the day of the spouse-finding martial competition gradually approached, Xiao Ruyan also slowly became melancholic and low-spirited. Nobody would have thought that she would actually swallow the 9 nether soul-shattering powder tonight. The 9 nether soul-shattering powder was an extremely fierce quasi-tier 4 poison. It could be said to kill upon contact with blood. By the time a maidservant discovered Xiao Ruyan, she was already severely poisoned and incurable. Even Xiao Changfang, an alchemy king, was at a loss on what to do. But Tong Xuan had a sudden inspiration and carried a just-try-it mindset to go and seek help at Qixia Mountain. To think that he just happened to bump into Yi Yuan who left seclusion. This foolish woman. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth indignantly. Ever since Xiao Ruyan stood up to support him in the Grand Pill Assembly, Yi Yuan already treated her as a friend. Towards friends, Yi Yuan naturally would not watch her die passively. But he still felt very livid towards Xiao Ruyan's foolish actions. Don't wish to marry, you could run from the wedding, could run away from home, could pretend to go mad. Why did you have to use this sort of silly method? When Yi Yuan arrived at Xiao Ruyan's chambers, the place was already in a chaotic mess. In truth, Xiao Ruyan's alchemic talent was even stronger than Xiao Rufang's. Her accomplishments in the future were bound to be extraordinary. But now, an alchemy genius of her generation, one of the peerless beauties of the capital's dual absolutes, actually passed away like this. This made many people sigh unceasingly. When Yi Yuan saw Xiao Changfeng, his eyes were red. Evidently, he was heartbroken too. Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiao Changfeng was rather surprised, but he still came forward to greet. I've seen young Master Ji. That day, the matter of the seventh prince bearing a rod to ask for punishment already caused a sensation in the entire capital. Everyone knew that the face of the eighth disciple that Sovereign Star Abyss took in was so big that it poked the skies. He actually made the seventh prince bear a rod to ask for punishment and kneel down to admit his fault. While in the capital, the ones who understood Yi Yuan best was none other than the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng even held awe and veneration towards Yi Yuan in his heart. He, an alchemy king, was nothing in front of Sovereign Star Abyss. But Yi Yuan did not have any good attitude. He sneered coldly and said, "You, as her father, are truly of the highest grade. To actually have forced your own daughter to death." Xiao Changfeng's expression dimmed, but he did not refute. He heaved a sigh and said, "Although I'm the family head, I don't have much of a choice either." Who knew that Ruyan Shi would actually be so resolute? Enough crap, let me see Ruyan. Yi Yuan was not in the mood to talk rubbish with him. Xiao Changfeng nodded slightly and opened up the path. Yi Yuan rushed inside like a gust of wind. On the jade bed, Xiao Ruyan wore an unadorned but elegant white outfit, lying there quietly as if she was asleep. Seeing Xiao Ruyan, Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. Her qi had yet to dissipate fully. As long as her qi was not cut off, Yi Yuan could bring her back. All scram outside for me. Yi Yuan went forward to prop Xiao Ruyan up and turned around to bellow. There were many Xiao family elders crowding around the scene. Seeing the situation, their eyebrows all furrowed. "Ji Qing, who the hell are you, to dare yell at us like this?" "That's right, you're no longer Xiao family's guest retainer. When was it your turn to meddle in my Xiao family's affairs? Put Ruyan down, otherwise, we won't be courteous. The dead is the most important. You even dare to touch Ruyan's remains. Do you really take my Xiao family to have no people?" Many Xiao family elders immediately refused to comply and made a row. Yi Yuan laughed coldly inwardly. He knew that the ones who forced Xiao Ruyan to death were precisely these hypocritical Xiao family elders. Xiao Ruyan once complained tearfully in front of him that these Xiao family elders all bullied her, selling her out like a commodity. Although Xiao Changfeng was a little weak and indecisive, he still cared deeply for Xiao Ruyan and would not go so far as to do this. But for the sake of the Xiao family's continuation, he did not say much either. Yi Yuan's heart was like a clear mirror, which was why he did not have a good attitude towards Xiao Changfeng. Yi Yuan was naturally aware of Xiao Changfeng's difficulties. But in Yi Yuan's viewpoint, even if the Xiao family no longer existed tomorrow, he could not sacrifice his own daughter's happiness as a father either. "Xiao Changfeng, if you wish to see your daughter die like this, then let those dregs continue clamoring here." Yi Yuan's voice carried unspeakable rage. Xiao Changfeng was stunned when he heard this. He said in surprise, You can bring Ruyan back to life." Yi Yuan did not answer him. He just said coldly, "I don't wish for these flies to buzz around my ears non-stop." "You, Ji Qing, you actually dare to call us dregs and flies? Changfeng, don't listen to this punk talk nonsense. Ruyan is already dead by being poisoned. Even if Sovereign Star Abyss came here, he can't save her too. Changfeng, as the head of a family, are you going to watch an outsider raise a row here?" For a moment, the Xiao family elders all exploded, reproaching Xiao Changfeng one after another. Chapter 409 Yi Yuan flaring up. Xiao Changfeng's expression flickered non-stop. He was an alchemy king expert. He could naturally tell that Xiao Ruyan was already without any vital activities, impossible to bring back. But Yi Yuan just had to say that he could bring her back. Should he believe Yi Yuan or not? So many elders were exerting pressure on him, demanding to chase Yi Yuan away. He could not disregard everybody's opinions either. For a moment, Xiao Changfeng wavered. He looked at Yi Yuan and suddenly recalled Yi Yuan's dazzling performance in the Grand Pill Assembly. Perhaps he really could. The elders were still talking all at once, making Xiao Changfeng feel very irritated. All shut your mouths for me. Xiao Changfeng roared, silencing everyone. All get out for me. Let young Master Ji try. Xiao Changfeng said. Changfeng, how can you be so muddled? How can people revive after they die? This boy is clearly here to cause trouble, said a Xiao family elder. Xiao Changfeng glared and said, the one lying on the bed is my daughter. Can't I even make this decision? Am I still the Xiao family's family head or not? Xiao Changfeng's aura released. This time, no one dared to speak. These elders exchanged glances but finally still withdrew out of the room. Yi Yuan watched indifferently, thinking to himself that this fellow was still not considered hopeless. Yi Yuan casually threw Xiao Changfeng a jade slip and said, at least you have a bit of consciousness towards Yuan. Prepare the medicinal herbs well according to this formula. I'll need to start a furnace to refine pills in a while. Xiao Changfeng nodded and did not say much as he left. Yi Yuan supported Xiao Yuan well and executed the tempered profound gold finger once again. Roughly an hour later, the elders waiting outside the room were all quite impatient. Oh Changfeng, that boy is messing around, you're messing around with him too. You're an alchemy king, even you've determined that Yuan has died, how can he bring her back to life? Now, he chased all of us out here and stayed in Yuan's chambers alone. Where is the sense of propriety? The one speaking was a Xiao family elder with a rather high position, an exalted quasi-alchemy king too. His name was Xiao Changhong. Ever since the Xiao family seized back the medicinal pill market, these elders' confidence all swelled up one by one. They had immense faith that the Xiao family could rely on these 10 years to rise up once more. In the past, they felt a head shorter than others when they went out. But now, their heads all raised to the skies when they went outside. Hearing Xiao Changhong said so, Xiao Changfeng frowned but did not speak. The more Xiao Changhong talked, the angrier he got. He even pointed the spearhead at Xiao Yuan and said recalcitrantly, Yuan, this lass is seriously. The Xiao family raised her up so big and even nurtured her to become a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How many resources were expended? Now, when the Xiao family needs her, she did something like this. It really chills our hearts greatly. Her death doesn't matter, but how are you going to give an account to the Huang and Shui families? That's right, Yuan, this lass is seriously outrageous. With Xiao Changhong saying so, many elders immediately concurred. When Xiao Changhong saw that everyone stood on his side, he became even more zealous and continued, as I said, Yuan, this lass doesn't know what's good for her. Isn't it just marrying someone? Which girl doesn't marry? Also, those two young masters from the Huang family and Shui family are dragons among men. Could it be that they are still undeserving of Yuan? Right at this moment, a piercingly cold killing intent suddenly attacked. Xiao Changhong had yet to figure out what was going on when his throat was already tightly grasped by a hand, unable to speak. Yi Yuan pinned Xiao Changhong onto the wall and said icily, you just try saying another cynical word. Cough, 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 let go of me. Xiao Changhong's 2 feet were straight but did not dare to resist. At this time, Yi Yuan just had to spit essence energy, and he could claim this old life of this. Seeing Yi Yuan overflowing with killing intent, the Xiao family elders all felt chills. This boy was only a crystal formation realm martial artist. How could he be so strong? Although Xiao Changhong was an alchemist, he was, at any rate, a 7th level C transformation realm martial artist. He did not even get to react and was pinned on the wall by Yi Yuan. You bunch of fools. As elders, you don't have any capabilities at all, and still need the juniors to sacrifice their own marital happiness to help achieve your selfish gains. Truly laughable. You all nurtured Yuan. She has already done sufficiently well. These years, how much pressure was she, a little girl, shouldering? You these old fellows, other than gesticulating behind backs, what have you done? A bunch of opinionated things. Yi Yuan's words were filled with rage, making everyone feel a chill unceasingly. Ji Qing, here is the Xiao family. How can we allow you to be so insolent? What we do is the Xiao family's own affairs. It's not your turn to come and bother. Quickly let go of Elder Changhong. Another elder said grimly, Yi Yuan turned around and looked at that elder coldly. He suddenly smiled and said, "Is that so?" The elders were taken by Yi Yuan's aura and could not resist backing away. What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "If I recall correctly, my Shao family's guest retainer identity doesn't seem to have been removed yet, right? Since I'm a Shao family guest retainer, why can't I interfere with Shao family's affairs?" As Yi Yuan said, his face suddenly darkened as he said, "I can't be bothered with the Shao family's matters either. But Ruyan's matters are my matters. If you all dare to coerce her again in the future, your outcome will be like this rock." As he said, Yi Yuan casually fired out a blast of essence energy. A fake mountain not far in the distance instantly turned into dust. The elders' faces all changed. They were frightened by Yi Yuan's aura. To be able to instantly defeat Shao Changhong, Yi Yuan's strength could be seen at a glance. The Shao family naturally had Soul Sea Realm martial artists too. But Yi Yuan was not alone by himself. Behind Yi Yuan stood Sovereign Star Abyss. To be able to make His Highness, the Seventh Prince, kowtowed and apologized for his mistake, who in the capital dared to provoke this malefic star. "Now, all scram far away from me, in case this little lord, get vexed when I see you," Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. How could the elders dare to stay? Each one of them ran faster than rabbits. In the big courtyard, only Shao Changfeng and Yi Yuan were left currently. Shao Changfeng's expression changed again, very astonished by Yi Yuan's strength. He remembered that when Yi Yuan left the Shao family a month ago, he was still just second-level crystal formation realm strength. How long had it been only and he was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm? But now was clearly not the time to be asking this. Shao Changfeng asked rather awkwardly, "Young Master Ji, Ruyan Shi?" Yi Yuan looked at him nonchalantly and responded with a question instead, "Are the medicinal herbs all prepared?" Shao Changfeng hurried nodded and said, "All prepared. All inside Mapil refinement room. Tong Suan is right outside. He'll bring you in." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "You go inside then. Ruyan still has some time before she'll wake up. I'll go and prepare the detoxification pill right now. You look after her well." Although he was long prepared, Shao Changfeng's entire body still trembled as he asked disbelievingly, You really brought her back to life?" Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said coolly, "Could it be that you wanted to see your own daughter die?" Chapter 410 Shao Changfeng's scheme. On the jade bed, the beauty opened both eyes weakly. Shao Changfeng was overjoyed as he said, "Ruyan, you're awake." Father. Shao Ruyan saw Shao Changfeng when she opened her eyes, but she stubbornly turned her head over and was unwilling to take another look. Shao Changfeng felt a heartache as he let out a feeble sigh and said, "Ruyan, father knows that you have a grudge in your heart, but father is helpless too." Shao Ruyan still had her head turned and refused to say a word. Shao Changfeng's heart was like it was being sliced by blades. He knew that his daughter was already extremely disappointed in him. "Fine then, you aren't willing to listen to father's words, but you're willing to listen to Ji Qing's words, right?" Shao Changfeng sighed heavily and said. Shao Ruyan's body quivered when she heard that and could not resist turning her head around, her eyes filled with doubt. Shao Changfeng knew his daughter's thoughts and explained, "Father is incapable. When I discovered that you were poisoned, father was already powerless to do anything. It was Ji Qing's miraculous skills that could revive the dead that actually brought you back to life miraculously." Shao Ruyan's eyes were filled with astoundment. She was clearly than anyone else about the toxicity of the 9 nether soul-shattering powder. It could be said to kill upon infliction. After being poisoned for several hours, it was basically beyond redemption. Ji Qing could actually bring her back. How brilliant medical skills were needed for this? Where is he? Shao Ruyan asked with a slight tremor. Shao Changfeng sighed again and said, "Ruyan, I know that you might not like to hear some words, but the spouse-finding martial competition is already unavoidable. Otherwise, it will be very hard for our Shao family to keep a foothold in the capital in the future if we offend the two Huang and Shui families at the same time." Seeing his daughter's emotions becoming agitated, Shao Changfeng hurriedly said, "You don't get agitated first. Listen to me finish talking first. Perhaps, this unsolvable situation now has an opportunity to reverse." Shao Ruyan's beautiful eyes swirled slightly, and she said in surprise, "Father's meaning is?" Shao Changfeng nodded and said, "That's right. If you're really unwilling to marry into the two Huang and Shui families, maybe you can land this matter on Ji Qing. I think, if it was Ji Qing, you wouldn't reject, right?" Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan's initially pallid and wan face because of weakness became flushed red. Seeing Xiao Ruyan putting on a posture to refute but blushed instead, Xiao Changfeng sighed faintly and said, "Actually, during the Grand Pill Assembly, I already saw through your thoughts." After Ji Qing was taken in by Sovereign Star Abyss as a disciple, his status was also sufficient to be mentioned in the same breath as the Huang and Shui families. If the two of you were brought together, it isn't prohibited either. It's just. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Ruyan was actually slightly gleeful in her heart. But when she heard the two words, "it's just," Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily plunged, and she asked weakly, "It's just what?" "Sigh, I never would have thought that you would do something so resolute. I'm afraid that you drop flowers pining for love, while he, a heartless brook, babbles along." Xiao Changfeng said with a sigh. Xiao Ruyan's heart involuntarily jolted fiercely as she said unresignedly, "If he doesn't have interest in me, why did he help me repeatedly? Father is somebody who has gone through it all. Ultimately, I can see things clearer than you." Although I don't know why he entered the Xiao family, Ji Qing definitely came harboring some kind of goal. That was why father carried out an unwise decision to intentionally let him and Tong Wenkang face off. Who knew that unexpected sowing led to blooming in the garden? Ji Qing actually became the Xiao family's savior. Honestly, father actually already completely infuriated him at that time with distrust. If not for you standing up to support him vehemently, he would probably have already flicked his sleeves and left. Hearing Xiao Changfeng's words, Xiao Ruyan was even more puzzled. Since that's the case, doesn't that show even more clearly? Xiao Changfeng shook his head and said, "It's precisely because of this that showed more clearly he doesn't have feelings of man and women towards you but ties of friendship. If he entered the Xiao family because of you, he definitely wouldn't have gotten so angry because of father's distrust. He also would not have performed so low-key in the Grand Pill Assembly but try to think of ways to make you and father value him highly. Although I don't know why, something must have happened during the Grand Pill Assembly to have utterly infuriated him, making him destroy Tong Wenchang completely." Listening up to here, Xiao Ruyan's complexion immediately became as pale as paper again. Those closely involved could not see clearly. Only with Xiao Changfeng analyzing like this, did Xiao Ruyan know that maybe it was her wishful thinking. A line of clear tears flowed down uncontrollably again. "Ruyan, you don't have to be like this. This matter might still have a turnaround," Xiao Changfeng said. Xiao Ruyan said in tears, "Father doesn't need to console me. I'm not consoling you. Perhaps you can really fight on this matter. Previously, I didn't have assurance. But now, I have 70% confidence," Xiao Changfeng said. 70% confidence? Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Xiao Changfeng nodded and said, "That's right. Ji Qing should have his objectives coming to the Xiao family, so I didn't have any confidence at all. I was afraid of offending a future major figure, so I didn't open my mouth all along. But today, through your affairs, I can conclude that Ji Qing is somebody who values brotherhood immensely. If you're really unwilling to marry into the Tu Huang and Shui family, maybe you can poke open this layer of windowpane paper to him. With his disposition, I believe that he wouldn't wish to see you jump into a fire pit." Xiao Ruyan's eyes could not help lighting up but dimmed very quickly. To a girl, especially a peerless beauty like Xiao Ruyan, asking her to poke a hole through this layer of windowpane paper was too hard. This need enormous courage. Furthermore, Xiao Changfeng already made it very clear just now, Yi Yuan only had feelings of friendships towards her. What if he rejected? By not poking a hole, maybe they could still be friends. Once she poked a hole through this windowpane paper, they might not even be friends anymore. This was not the outcome that Xiao Ruyan wanted. Despair was the greatest sorrow. At that time, she might feel even worse than dying. Xiao Ruyan clearly fell into an extreme internal conflict. Sigh, I know that this is somewhat cruel to you too. But this is already the best plan that father can think of. Most importantly, you're in love with Ji Qing, isn't it? Ji Qing has already waited outside for a long time. I'll go call him in now. As for whether you tell him or not, that will have to depend on yourself." Xiao Changfeng sighed lightly and turned around and left. Xiao Ruyan did not notice that at the moment he turned around, a glimmer of light flashed across Xiao Changfeng's eyes. It was true that Xiao Changfeng said this for the sake of his daughter. But more importantly, once Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan became a pair, it would be equivalent to the Xiao family getting close to the Alchemist Association, this giant banner. With this layer of relation, nobody could shake the position of the Shao family in the capital anymore. Star Abyss actually dared to sanction the royal family for Yi Yuan. It could be seen how highly he valued this disciple. Once the two people tied the nuptial knot, the arrangement in the capital's alchemy scene would undergo a change again, and the Grand Pill Assembly would not have the need to be carried out anymore. This was Xiao Changfeng's deeper level scheme. Xiao Ruyan's thoughts were pure. How could she see through Xiao Changfeng's such deep thoughts? Speaking of which, even if she saw through it, she would most likely want to hold Yi Yuan's heart without looking back as well, right? Expose the truth. Chapter 411. Take me in as a disciple. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Xiao Ruyan's tears once again flowed down with disappointment. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, how big a matter was it? Was there a need to attempt suicide? Such a beautiful girl, so many people are fighting to have. Such a pity if you died. Putting yourself at home to be a flower vase is also pretty good. One sentence tickled Xiao Ruyan, turning tears into smiles. Rolling her eyes at Yi Yuan, she pouted and said, can't you say something properly for once? Frivolous. Her eyes were filled with amorous feelings, mesmerizing people to death. Putting Yi Yuan, who was looking into a trace as well. Haha, didn't I see that the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and wanted to liven things up? Yi Yuan said slightly awkwardly. But Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed and she shouted begrudgingly, you shouldn't have saved me. Didn't I already save you? Heh, you foolish girl, is it worth it to do this? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Ruyan sighed and said, there's no worth it or not, only willing or not. I don't wish to go against father's intention and also don't wish for myself to become another person's accessory. This was the best option. Ah, what are you doing? Xiao Ruyan was just bemoaning her fate vacantly when suddenly a face popped up in front of her, making her jump in fright and hastily backing away. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, you're lying. That scene earlier made Xiao Ruyan's little heart flutter, only to see her flustered expression, her eyes dodging like she did something guilty. When did I? Xiao Ruyan said softly. Your eyes betrayed doubt. The eyes of a person whose heart is dead like ashes or utterly without a lease of life. But you are filled with attachment towards this world. So what then? I have no other choice. Having her thoughts exposed by Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan said with hints of embarrassment. Of course, she was filled with attachments towards this world. She was attached to her alchemy path. She was attached to her parents and her elder brother. She was attached to Yi Yuan. The Xiao Ruyan at this time was very sensitive. She felt that Yi Yuan was well disposed towards her, but Yi Yuan completely turned a blind eye to her. He clearly knew that the spouse-finding martial competition was about to begin, yet he still entered closed seclusion to cultivate. In her despair, she chose this sort of extreme way of doing things. Haha, don't wish to die, then don't die, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Xiao Ruyan did not know where the courage came from. She suddenly yelled at Yi Yuan, easy talk for you. Do you know how powerful first-rate families are? Do you know the Xiao family's current predicament? Do you know my circumstances? Don't want to die. What about the spouse-finding martial competition? Could it be that you're going to go defeat Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe and marry me? Saying finish the words in one breath, Xiao Ruyan stared fixedly at Yi Yuan's eyes, looking very furious, but in truth, her heart already leapt up to her throat. She was worried Yi Yuan would say no, worried that Yi Yuan would turn around and leave. The two people stared at each other. For a moment, there was only the sound of breathing in the room. Fine. After a moment, Yi Yuan suddenly cracked a smile and said, what? Xiao Ruyan did not react right away and instinctively blurted out, I'll help you settle those two fellows. But, I have no way of marrying you. Yi Yuan felt that regarding this kind of matters, it was better not to do things sloppily. You, what do you mean? Xiao Ruyan was pleasantly surprised earlier, but the second half of Yi Yuan's sentence splashed down like a basin of cold water. My meaning is that I'll participate in the spouse-finding martial competition and help you take care of those two punks. But, I have no way of marrying you, Yi Yuan said. Although he knew that these words were rather hurtful, he had no choice but to say it. Yi Yuan only entered the fierce Gale world in order to save people. Whether he could return to the endless world alive was another matter altogether. Even if he returned to the endless world, their two sides were also destined to be enemies. Could enemy and enemy be together? Yi Yuan naturally liked beauties. But he did not have the qualifications to enjoy beautiful women right now. He could only treat Xiao Ruyan as a friend. Since he treated Xiao Ruyan as a friend, he could not bring great harm to her. This was Yi Yuan's principle. He did not agree to Nanfang Ruaoking in Nanfang Jiru back then also because of this reason. Can you tell me why? Not knowing why, Xiao Ruyan calmed down at this time instead. Yi Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I have my own difficulties. Sorry. Xiao Ruyan nodded and actually smiled sweetly, saying, as long as you don't let me marry those two fellows, that will do. Thank you, Ji Qing. Seeing Xiao Ruyan like so, Yi Yuan's heart eased up slightly. Honestly speaking, dealing with matters of the heart was really not his strong suit. Yi Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, what's to thank? Being of service to Miss Ruyan is something that many men in the capital dream to have. Other people can't even beg for it, but I gained a huge advantage. Haha. Yi Yuan himself felt that this joke was not funny at all, but Xiao Ruyan giggled nonstop. No matter how one looked at it, this laugh carried some misery and bitterness inside. But Yi Yuan did not know how to resolve it either. Ah, Ji Qing, you're actually 7th level crystal formation realm already. Xiao Ruyan suddenly noticed something and the laughter stopped. My closed seclusion this 1 month was in order to break through realms, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. I really can't see through you more and more. Your strength in the alchemy path is powerful until it makes people despair. You actually have such peerless talent in the martial path too. Just what kind of existence are you? In Xiao Ruyan's viewpoint, Yi Yuan was an enigmatic man. Or perhaps it was precisely this point which attracted her deeply. Haha, I am me, a different colored firework. Frivolous. But, even if you broke through to the 7th level crystal formation realm, you're still a lot worse than them. If you can't do it, don't force it. Xiao Ruyan said worriedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax. Just 2 middle stage C transformation realms. I think nothing of them. Really? Xiao Ruyan said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Yi Yuan said confidently. Alright then, but I still have one matter to request of you. You mustn't reject me, Xiao Ruyan suddenly said seriously. You say it first. I'll definitely agree what I can promise. Yi Yuan did not fall for it and decided to hear the contents first before deciding. Xiao Ruyan looked at Yi Yuan with a begrudging face and said, this fellow, really don't have the thoughts of being tender towards women. Haha. Yi Yuan gave a laugh. If you can really defeat Huang Wenchou and Shui Zaihe, you don't have to marry me, but I want to follow you in the future. Xiao Ruyan said. Follow me. Yi Yuan had an astonished look. Yeah, you defeat them in front of the entire capital but refuse to marry me. How will I marry in the future? So, I'm going to stick to you in the future. I want to follow you. If you don't agree, I'll just die another round. Either way, I'm already somebody who died once. Xiao Ruyan threatened. Yi Yuan felt his head swell and he waved his hands, saying, what's the deal with you following me? I already said that I have my own difficulties. That's simple. You just take me in as a disciple, and that will do. A hint of cunning flickered across Xiao Ruyan's eyes. Chapter 412 Return a favor with a favor. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan rather surprisedly and blurted out, take you in as a disciple. Yeah, I'm not forcing you to become Dao companions with me either. It's just taking me in as a disciple. Not overboard, right? Xiao Ruyan said. Yi Yuan could not help hesitating. He did not even officially take in disciples in his previous life. He really did not have the desire to be a teacher. Xiao Ruyan suddenly raising this condition made him unable to make a choice for a moment. Not that Yi Yuan was averse to take a disciple, it was just that he was not willing to waste time on something like teaching disciples in his previous life. So, he could not be bothered to take any disciples. People like Li Daohang belonged to those with better luck, they were people who were able to learn alchemy by his side. Even if he did not deliberately go and teach, Li Daohang also used just 100 years to cultivate from alchemy ancestor to alchemy venerable realm, only a step away from stepping into alchemy emperor. One could say that being beside Yi Yuan, even if it was just being a little medicine boy, it would also be endlessly beneficial. Xiao Ruyan could not help being anxious when she saw Yi Yuan hesitate and said, don't say anything like you're young and can't teach me. I know the disparity between us. Your strength is more than enough to be my master. If you don't even agree to this, I don't need you to get on the stage either. At most, I'll consume another portion of 9 nether soul shattering powder. One had to acknowledge that when a woman like Xiao Ruyan acted like a spoiled girl, all men would find it hard to resist. First, cry, second, make a fuss, and third, hang oneself. Even knowing all these, Yi Yuan was just weak to this tactic. He instantly said helplessly, "Fine then. Be my disciple then, but I'll say the nasty things first. I will leave the capital in the future." Yi Yuan naturally would not stay here for a long time. As long as he rescued his fellow apprentices, he would leave immediately. Who knew that Xiao Ruyan became overjoyed and said, "Doesn't matter. Wherever you are, I'll be there. I have a feeling that by following you, I'll get even closer to the magnificent Tao of alchemy." If you go, what about your parents and brother? Xiao Ruyan's eyes dimmed as she said, "The Xiao family has seized back management rights. My mission is already completed. The Xiao family doesn't need me anymore. As for father and mother, they still have big brother and other children. One less person is fine." Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, but he did not speak. He could sense the blow that this incident had on Xiao Ruyan was tremendous. The heartlessness of the Xiao family elders already made Xiao Ruyan lose complete faith in the Xiao family. Continuing to stay in the Xiao family, as long as she could be the bargaining chip for their exchange of benefits, they would not care about Xiao Ruyan's feelings. To the Xiao Ruyan who had already died once, she had already come to accept many things. These past 20 years, she lived for the Xiao family. From today onwards, she would live for herself. She wanted to pursue her own path, her own happiness. It was just that Yi Yuan did not know if he told her that he was an endless world native, would she leave with him or not. Following Shi Haoran out of the Xiao family, Yi Yuan kept feeling very odd in his heart. This female disciple was accepted somewhat awkwardly no matter how one looked at it. Other people took in disciples in order to continue their legacy, but why did it have the feeling that he took in Xiao Ruyan because of some ulterior motives? To Shi Haoran, Yi Yuan did not have much to hide and directly told him the agreement with Xiao Ruyan for him to hear. After Shi Haoran heard it, he first sized Yi Yuan up with a peculiar look in his eyes, and he finally raised a big thumbs up as he exclaimed with admiration, "Little junior brother is indeed extraordinary. Other people are all fighting to take the two absolutes back home to be Tao companions, but you actually blazed a new trail and started playing with teacher-student love affair." Yi Yuan had an impulse to collapse. He said huffily, "What teacher-student love affair? I didn't want to take her in as a disciple. But she threatened to die. What can I do? Ha, little junior brother doesn't need to have any qualms. There's nothing bad about teacher-student relationship either. Instead, it has another flavor. Little junior brother just has to be yourself. With master and me backing you, what's there to fear?" Shi Haoran said with a laugh. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was utterly defeated by this dirty old man and just ignored him altogether. Returning to Qixia Mountain, Yi Yuan directly went to see Star Abyss. When Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan, he similarly had a look of astonishment. "Even if you took over a body to rebirth, isn't this cultivation speed a little too fast?" Star Abyss said in astonishment. Yi Yuan was not willing to waste his breath on this. He waved his hands and said, "Relax, I know what I'm doing. Something like killing the chicken to retrieve the egg, I won't do it. You came to find me, is there some news?" Star Abyss smiled faintly and waved his sleeves. Several human silhouettes appeared out of thin air. This Star Abyss actually had a spatial spirit artifact too. Seeing these few figures, Yi Yuan could not help lightly trembling all over. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo, Senior Apprentice Brother Wujiu, Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu, Senior Apprentice Brother Du, Senior Apprentice Brother Chen. It's really great that you're all fine," Yi Yuan said agitatedly. These few people were shockingly Mo Yuntian and the rest. Apart from Mei Zhen, everybody was all here. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss was actually so extravagant, rescuing everyone in one shot. It was just that Mo Yuntian and the rest all had vacant eyes. They were similar as the Du Cheng that Yi Yuan saw that day. Clearly, the divine soul prohibitions had yet to be removed. Their divine soul restrictions will be up to you to undo then. Otherwise, I can't explain to them, Star Abyss said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a nod, "You did very well. This time, thank you very much." Star Abyss smiled and said, "With my status, asking for a few slaves is still not a problem. It's just that Mei Zhen whom you mentioned is quite troublesome." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "How so?" Star Abyss said, "This batch of endless world slaves, the highest strength is at the sea transformation realm. and sea transformation realm slaves are all kept by the royal family. Because that Mei Zhen is a sea transformation realm expert, he was naturally kept behind by the royal family. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence too, the one who took him in was none other than 7th Prince, Zhao Chenggan. We were just at odds with the royal family. It isn't convenient to open our mouths and ask for him at this time. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. Yi Yuan's eyebrows knitted together even tighter. If Mei Zhen was in Zhao Chenggan's hands, then this matter was truly quite hard to deal with. After a long while, Yi Yuan finally slowly said, "This matter is indeed a little troublesome. But, I've remembered this favor. How about this? My present strength can't help you much, but I'll impart you a piece of soul cultivation formula." Star Abyss's entire body trembled as he said disbelievingly, What kind of soul cultivation formula?" As the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Star Abyss naturally did not lack soul cultivation formulas. Otherwise, he would have no way of becoming a sovereign either. But Star Abyss knew that the soul cultivation formula that Yi Yuan was imparting him would surely be extraordinary. At least, with his present strength and status, it was impossible to get. Star Abyss never dreamt that Yi Yuan's recompense would actually be so generous. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, "This soul cultivation formula is called Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art. It is a Tier 9 cultivation method." Tier 9 cultivation method. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take some common ware to fool him, when he heard, Tier 9 cultivation method, these several words, Star Abyss's heart still failed to live up to his expectations and pounded fiercely. Chapter 413 Mounting the Stage in Full Regalia. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art is just an ordinary Tier 9 cultivation method. It can at most support your cultivation to the Alchemy Emperor realm, not much of a big deal. But with your present realm, it's more than plenty. To Yi Yuan, Tier 9 cultivation methods were really no big deal. In Yi Yuan's brain, there were as many as over a dozen Tier 9 cultivation methods. The Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art was just an inconspicuous one. Similarly, a Tier 9 cultivation method, the Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Art was way lousier than the 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation. One had to know that the 1000 Augmenting Soul Incantation was the cultivation method that supported Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyan to the peak Alchemy Emperor realm. It was an absolutely a top grade among top grades. In his previous life and this life, Yi Yuan only imparted this cultivation method to his father, Yi Hang. Even Li Daohang, this half a disciple, Yi Yuan did not easily impart it to. Thank you for Senior's great grace. Star Abyss was overwhelmed by emotions and gave thanks. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "Disregarding that you've rendered such a great help to me, just the fact that you're Li Daohang, that boy's disciple, imparting you a soul formula isn't something of a big deal either. It's just that this life, I also don't know if I'll have the opportunity to make up for it." Towards this sort of topic, Star Abyss felt unable to interject a single word in. He could only remain silent by the side. Yi Yuan imparted the Heavenly Luo Soul Refining Technique to Star Abyss. He no longer doubted Yi Yuan's identity. How could a crystal formation realm boy possibly know a Tier 9 cultivation method? This was a Tier 9 cultivation method. To lower realm martial artists, Tier 9 cultivation methods were paramount existences. Deity realm, what did that have to do with lower realm martial artists? 2 days later, at the largest plaza in the capital, the Wind Emperor Plaza. Perhaps the Shao family was not some peak major family clan, but as one of the capital's 2 absolute beauties, Shao Ruyan was practically a household name. Her spouse-finding martial competition was naturally also the focus of everyone. At this moment, the Wind Emperor Plaza was swarming with people. It was virtually the situation of watertight. The Shao family completely did not anticipate such a spectacle. The spouse-finding martial competition had already been in progress for several months now. The martial artists who met the requirement already reached the tens of thousands. Among these people, the vast majority were actually just in order to make a name for themselves. Because everyone in the world knew that this spouse-finding martial competition match was carried out for the 2 Huang and Shui families. And the Huang family's Huang Wenshou and the Shui family's Shui Zaihe were practically the cream of the crop of the Fierce Gale world's junior generation. Under the circumstances where the other 2 great experts in the capital were absent, they virtually had victory in their grasp already. To the 2 Huang and Shui families, the Shao family was indeed not considered much. But to the tens of thousands of martial artists in the world, the Shao family was an exceedingly powerful existence. To martial artists of the junior generation, to be able to bring back the beauty and enter the Shao family, this temptation was seriously too great. Hence, even if everyone knew that there was no chance of success this time, the youngsters who registered were still bursting at the seams. In the center of the Wind Emperor Plaza, a high stage was established. The high stage was already fully occupied by eminent guests. Among them included the various large families' upper echelons, as well as the distinguished members of the junior generation. Both Huang Wenchou and Shui Zaihe were shockingly there. It was also uncertain whether it was deliberate or unintentional that these two leaders of the young generation sat together. The arena match had yet to begin, and the smell of gunpowder between the two became heavy. Shui Zaihe, I urge you to better find a reason to withdraw now. After today, the capital won't have whatever juxtaposed number 2 experts anymore. Huang Wenchou's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. But when Shui Zaihe heard that, he just smiled faintly and said, "Haha, I think so too. 2 number 2 experts, don't you feel that it's too many?" Huang Wenchou's face darkened, and he said, "Looks like you refuse to give up until all hope is lost. Fine, today, I'll let you have a taste of defeat and know what is called heaven beyond heaven, and people beyond people." Xiao Changfeng sat not far away from the two. Towards the dispute between these two people, he was deeply aware. He immediately smiled and said, "Two honorable nephews don't need to be like this. You two are the capital's top people and are bound to surpass us old fellows in the future. Today is just a martial competition to find a spouse, not some family clan's desperate fight. Both of you mustn't hurt your friendly relations because of this." These words sounded like mediating between fights, but recalling it carefully, it was always somewhat wrong. The two people's shrewdness were still shallow after all. Seeing that Xiao Changfeng spoke, Huang Wenchou took the lead to express his attitude, saying, "Father-in-law, have a seat for a moment. After Wenchou sweeps away these stinky salted fish, I'll come and marry Yuan tomorrow." Shui Zaihe sneered and said, "With the likes of you, pass through my hurdle first before talking." The two people chimed in one after another. Not only did Xiao Changfeng's words not placid the two people, but it also intensified the situation instead. Right at this time, only to hear Tong Suan shout in a clear voice, "Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi has arrived. His Highness, 7th Prince, has arrived." When his voice landed, the plaza instantly became much quieter. Shangguan family head, Shangguan Yi, slowly entered the high stage. Xiao Changfeng hastily got up to welcome. Behind Shangguan Yi, Shangguan Lingyun and Shangguan Lingshe followed closely behind. "Brother Shangguan and Your Highness, the 7th Prince, personally made an appearance. It really graces the Xiao family with your presence," Xiao Changfeng hurriedly said. Shangguan Yi said coolly, "Haha, family head Xiao is too courteous. Family head Xiao gave birth to a fine daughter. But today, she's going to be a fish leaping over the dragon's gate." Xiao Changfeng took a look at 7th Prince behind Shangguan Lingshe and said smilingly, "Not at all. To talk about fish leaping over the dragon's gate, it should be Brother Shangguan. Has Your Highness, 7th Prince, been well?" Xiao Changfeng greeted Zhao Chenggan again. Zhao Chenggan's expression was cold but was clearly very sensitive to Xiao Changfeng's words. He said with a smile, "These words from family head Xiao leaves Chenggan abashed." Xiao Changfeng had an awkward look as he said, "Haha, Your Highness, 7th Prince, is a man bestowed with great responsibility. Past matters, I can only impel Your Highness to scale new heights and not mention them." Zhao Chenggan nodded slightly and said, "Haha, grateful for family head Xiao's auspicious words." "Haha, everyone, please take your seats," Xiao Changfeng said with a laugh. These few words sounded simple, but they crossed swords multiple times in secret. The Xiao family could not shake off relations with Yi Yuan after all. The 7th Prince becoming such a huge joke, Xiao Changfeng was naturally quite awkward. Zhao Chenggan's words had a concealed blade too. But it was also skated over. By a few sentences of Xiao Changfeng's flattery, it was also considered to have passed the round. Regarding Zhao Chenggan, nobody dared to overlook him. Zhao Chenggan's heart was poured on Shangguan Lingshe. Xiao Changfeng was naturally well aware. Those words earlier were also considered to have smoothed things over. Right at this moment, Tong Suan suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Under Sovereign Star Abyss, Shi Heoran has turned up with his 7 fellow apprentices." The excitement in Tong Suan's words could not be concealed no matter what. And when his word left his mouth, the tens of thousands of people present were all taken aback with shock. Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples all attended at the same time. What kind of face was this? Chapter 414 Heroes Gather. Family Head Xiao, this she wish you good luck in choosing a splendid son-in-law today. Shi Haoran said with clasped hands. Although Shi Haoran did not come out independently and was just a disciple under Star Abyss, nobody dared to overlook his Alchemy King's strength. Putting aside Star Abyss, Shi Haoran's strength among the Alchemy Kings in the entire capital could also enter the top 5. Even those veteran Alchemy Kings like Yangshu did not dare to say that they could guarantee a win against Shi Haoran in alchemy. Therefore, Shi Haoran's position in the capital's alchemy scene was actually very aloof. Him coming by himself already gave the Xiao family sufficient face. Now that he led his 7 juniors here together, it could be seen just how astounding this scene was. The Xiao family has such immense face. Alchemy King Shi generally don't make an appearance in public activities. Today, he actually made an exception and arrived here. It's truly out of the blue. Hehe, did you guys hear? Xiao Ruyan's relationship with Alchemy King Shi's little junior brother, who is Ji Qing, is not shallow. This time, Alchemy King Shi most likely came to escort his little junior brother. There's such a thing, but with that Ji Qing's strength, he probably can't get on the stage at all, right? What's being competed today isn't alchemy but real swords and genuine spears, it's about martial strength. He, a crystal formation realm martial artist, simply doesn't have a chance, right? Haha, there's no way of knowing that. However, Sovereign Star Abyss's 8 great disciples came as a group. No matter how one looks at it, it's somewhat unusual. What is it? Wasn't that Ji Qing's 2nd level crystal formation realm? How long has it been? Why is he already 7th level crystal formation realm? What in the world happened? This. Many people discovered Yi Yuan's transformation and were unbelievably shocked. If, say, the Grand Pill Assembly did not stir up much of a wave a month back, then the matter of the 7th Prince, Zhao Chenggan, bearing a rod to ask for punishment already let everyone in the capital get to know Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's realm was naturally discussed by meddlesome people long ago. Yet, a month of not seeing him, Yi Yuan actually broke through 5 realms in succession. This was seriously too inconceivable. Xiao Changfeng laughed loudly and said, "Then, I'll have to thank Alchemy King Shi for your blessings." Haha, the two people exchanged glances and burst into laughter once again. Alchemy King Shi and fellow masters, please, take your seats. From Xiao Changfeng's mouth, Shi Haoran's juniors all became masters. This naturally included Yi Yuan too. Right after taking his seat, Yi Yuan felt multiple glances looking towards him. One of the gazes was very resentful. Who could it be except Zhao Chenggan? The matter of the sanction was already over. The main army already set off. Zhao Chenggan no longer had a need to suppress his anger anymore. The entire city knew that he hated Yi Yuan to the bone. This sort of thing did not need to be concealed, and it could not be masked as well. Of course, as long as it was within the capital, he truly did not dare to do anything to Yi Yuan. Not that he really dreaded that day's promise, what he feared was the Star Abyss behind Yi Yuan. That old fellow's influence was too great. But Zhao Chenggan clearly already noticed that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms consecutively. Apart from hatred in both eyes, there was even deep trepidation. There was another person sizing up Yi Yuan with thick curiosity. Seeing Yi Yuan look over, that person gave Yi Yuan a faint smile. Yi Yuan similarly responded with a smile. That person is the Shangguan Lingyun who is on par with His Highness, the 7th Prince. The position of Wind Emperor is only passed to the strongest person. Hence, the 7th Prince's great opponent is him, said Shi Haoran by the side. Yi Yuan asked in surprise, 7th Prince isn't the first person in the line of succession. Shi Haoran smiled and said, if Shangguan Lingyun breaks through to the boundless realm, even if the Wind Emperor passed his position to the 7th Prince, it will also make no difference to the matter, isn't it so? Yi Yuan thought about it and nodded, saying, it's indeed this logic. But, the Wind Emperor can suppress the Shangguan family and not let them rise up. Shi Haoran shook his head and said, the reason why the Wind Emperor's position is stable is not just because he's the only boundless realm powerhouse, but because he can maintain the capital's stability. The first-rate families all practically has sovereign-level powerhouses existing. Once the Wind Emperor deliberately suppresses a family, the capital will no longer know peace. The Wind Emperor ultimately has to ascend to the divine realm. If he incurred public indignation, his family clan will eventually be replaced or even exterminated. Yuan said with a realization, so that's the case. Looks like even invincible existences also have many things to take into consideration. Haha, that's natural. In this world, where are there invincible people? Even more powerful people have their soft spots. It's just whether or not others can discover and make use of them. Oh, right, this Shangguan family is the previous Wind Emperor's family clan, Shi Haoran said with a smile. No wonder the Shangguan family is so strong. Sigh. Similarly, one of the capital's dual absolute beauties, that Shangguan Lingshe is much luckier, unlike Xiao Ruyan with no command over herself, Yuan said in amazement. Speaking of which, Yuan still had to give thanks to this other beauty to be able to enter the capital. It was just that this Shangguan Lingshe walked too closely with Zhao Chenggan and naturally kept Yuan at a distance. Similar people, different fate. No matter how heaven-defying a person is, they are also unable to choose their parents. Xiao Ruyan's greatest misfortune was being born in the Xiao family. But her greatest fortune was meeting you. Haha, Shi Haoran said with a laugh. Yuan unwittingly rolled his eyes. This eldest senior brother was at it again. Eldest senior brother has such faith in me. Yuan asked curiously. If it were before, I would really not have much faith in you. But since master has such faith in you, I naturally believe his judgment too. Shi Haoran said confidently. How so? Shi Haoran gave Yuan a faint smile and explained it. Turned out that after Yuan left Star Abyss's place that day, Shi Haoran went to find Star Abyss to express his concern about Yuan's rapid breakthrough. But Star Abyss just said indifferently, your little junior brother's talent is extraordinary. It's just breaking through 5 realms, there's no need to make such a fuss. That spouse-finding martial competition, you accompany him and walk around. Don't let people hurt him and just bring him back safe and sound. Very clearly, Star Abyss was brimming with confidence in Yuan. Making him accompany Yuan here was also just for the sake of preventing accidents from happening. Haha, little junior brother, just need to care about letting yourself go. With me around, nobody dares to do anything to you. Shi Haoran was also full of confidence in himself. Haha, with these words from eldest senior brother, I can rest at ease. Yuan said with a laugh. Right at this time, Xiao Chengfeng came to the center of the platform, and he mustered up essence energy to cry out, today is the red letter day of my little girl's spouse finding competition. This Xiao did not think beforehand that there would actually be so many people coming here to rally. This Xiao thanks everybody here and now. Family head Xiao, enough with this. Let Miss Ruyan come out and let us broaden our horizons. Family head Xiao, I'm Miss Ruyan's loyal fan. My worship of her flows unceasingly. Yeah, this spouse-finding competition, you got to let us see what the bride looks like, right? For a moment, there was a hubbub of voices below the platform, causing a huge din. Evidently, everyone wished to witness the elegant demeanor of one of the capital's dual absolutes. Xiao Chengfeng smiled and said, everyone, hold your horses. My girl will be out right away. Chapter 415 Battle all the heroes under the heavens for you. As he spoke, a maidservant supporting a lithe and graceful figure came from the backstage. Xiao Ruyan was dressed in full red phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes, looking like a heavenly maiden descending to the world. But sadly, a red bridal veil was on her head, and there was no way of witnessing her true appearance. But Yuan could sense that behind that red bridal veil was definitely a face beautiful until it made people unable to extradite themselves. Whoever who could take off this red veil today would absolutely be the luckiest man in the world. What the hell, we want to see the real person. Yeah, if we don't see Miss Ruyan's face, how do we know if that's the actual person? What will we do if you get a fake one to hoodwink us? Quickly take off the head veil. Quickly take off the head veil. Seeing that Xiao Ruyan actually covered her face and came out, everyone immediately became indignant and exploded. Xiao Chengfeng said in a solemn voice, Harumph. Although the Xiao family isn't a first-rate family, we're a respected family clan in the capital. There are so many people present here today. How could this Xiao crack such a joke? Gentlemen, anyone who doesn't wish to take part in this spouse-finding martial competition can very well leave right now. Seeing Xiao Chengfeng fly off his handle, the martial artists present all remain silent. Offending their future father-in-law was not some wise move. Huang Wenchou sneered when he saw the situation and said, just these trashes are also worthy of witnessing Miss Ruyan's unrivaled looks. Truly toads lusting after a swan's flesh. Heh heh, aren't you one of the toads? What qualifications do you have to mock them? Shui Zaihe said with a cold laugh. Shui Zaihe, are you provoking me here? Humph, flaunting eloquence, you'll get it in a while. Huang Wenshou similarly said with a cold laugh. Haha, today, I'm definitely marrying Miss Yuan. Whoever dares to stop me, I'll step over his corpse. Shui Zaihe said, nonchalantly with a smile, but the words he said made people's hair stand on its ends. The spouse-finding competition had yet to start, but the smell of gunpowder already gradually becoming intense. Yuan, you go and sit properly at one side, Xiao Changfeng said to Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan nodded slightly and went to one side to sit down. Her position was very eye-catching. The entire plaza could see it, and as luck would have it, the place Yi Yuan was sitting at was the closest to her among the guests. It was also unknown if it was coincidental or Xiao Changfeng's deliberate arrangements. Xiao Changfeng watched Xiao Yuan sit down, but he took a very meaningful glance at Yi Yuan as if he had already internally decided that Yi Yuan was his son-in-law without officially announcing it. Xiao Changfeng's eyes made Yi Yuan involuntarily feel a chill. But how could Yi Yuan not know Xiao Changfeng's plan? It was just that, today's outcome would probably disappoint him. The spouse-finding martial competition today doesn't have any special rules. One just has to win on the platform in the end, and that will do. But once you step onto the platform, you'll be responsible for your life and death. On this point, you all already signed the life and death agreement when you registered. The Xiao family won't force anyone onto the platform. All of you can still back out now. This Xiao gives a word of advice here. Young martial artists whose strength hasn't reached sea transformation realm, they better not go onto the stage. Cultivation isn't easy. Why should a man worry about having no wife? Don't err today, Xiao Changfeng said. One had to say that this speech from Xiao Changfeng was still very useful. It was akin to a tub of cold water, splashing some people awake. Life or death on the stage was one's own responsibility. If one died, then they died. Nobody would pity you, and this spouse-finding competition had two final malefic stars waiting there. Snatching wives from those two malefic stars, the final outcome completely did not need much thinking. Those two people would definitely deal a killing blow. Hence, one had to properly deliberate on whether to get on stage or not. But, Xiao Ruyan's reputation in the capital was seriously too great. Before this, there were already all sorts of editions of Xiao Ruyan's portrait secretly leaking out. Although those drawings all differed from one another, they all had one distinguishing feature: she was overwhelmingly stunning. Adding the Xiao family's position in the capital, the vast majority of these martial artists was still like being on stimulants. Especially those martial artists below the age of 30 and had reached sea transformation realm cultivation. How could they be willing to yield without giving it a shot? Now, the spouse-finding martial competition official begins. Xiao Changfeng shouted in a clear voice. Right at this time, Xiao Ruyan suddenly heard a voice transmission coming from Yi Yuan. Good disciple, you're the first disciple that Master took in. Today, Master will battle all the heroes under the heavens for you. Treat it as a first meeting gift for you, disciple. Finished talking, Yi Yuan left, gliding on air, and landed on the platform. With her face covered, nobody could see Xiao Ruyan's expression. But her body started quivering lightly. What's happening? Who is that? You don't even recognize him. Did you forget that His Highness, the Seventh Prince, previously kneeled down before him to admit his fault a month ago? What? He's Ji Qing. What's he doing here? Are you a pig? Him coming out like this? Of course he's taking part in the spouse-finding martial competition. Bullshit. Of course I know that he's participating in the spouse-finding martial competition. But, he's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Isn't this courting death? Heh heh, I heard that this Ji Qing's alchemy skills have already reached the realm of perfection, utterly destroying Tong Wenchong in the two Shao and Tong family's Grand Pill Assembly. But who knew that he even has such confidence in his martial path? Yi Yuan's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. Xiao Changfeng had yet to withdraw. When he saw this move from Yi Yuan, his complexion could not help turning livid. This spouse-finding martial competition today had no rules at all. One just had to defeat their opponent, and that would do. And the youths present here today that satisfied the conditions. There were also 8,000, if not 10,000 youths. Furthermore, those who dared to register, which one of them wasn't an expert? The first martial artist that came onto the stage was at the greatest disadvantage. What he had to face was the non-stop battle against all the martial artists present. One person against 10,000 people. Xiao Changfeng wished that he could let loose a torrent of abuse. If you don't want to marry my daughter, you don't need to use such a method to reject either. What the hell was this? Forget that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Even Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, who were hailed as the number one among the capital's younger generation, probably did not dare to be the first on stage in such a situation, right? So many martial artists, by dawdling, it would exhaust them to death. The first one on stage clearly did not wish to marry Xiao Ruyan. Daughter must be very furious right now, yeah. Xiao Changfeng looked over in Xiao Ruyan direction. Indeed, he saw that his daughter's body was trembling lightly, hatred seething in his heart. Xiao Ruyan marrying Ji Qing was undoubtedly the best choice. But this fellow actually stood Ruyan up. Ha ha ha, turns out that this boy is a moron. To actually be the first one to rush up to the stage. Who does he think he is? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Can it be that he wants to sweep away 10,000 martial artists alone? Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggan really could not hold back and started mocking loudly. Your Highness, since this punk is seeking death himself, then let's not be courteous. Ha ha, wait until he's completely worn out, I'll go up on your behalf to take care of him properly. Huang Wenchou said with a laugh. Huang Wenchou's words incurred a wave of contempt. This flattery was also too lacking standards. But Zhao Chenggan did not laugh anymore after he heard it, his eyes flickering instead. No one knew what he was thinking about. Chapter 416, shocking all present. Disregarding Zhao Chenggan and the rest, even Shi Haoran and the other seniors were also at a loss on what to do after being caught by Yi Yuan's sudden ambush. No way, right, what is little junior brother trying to do here? Isn't the first one on the stage too risky? Yu Guang said with a frown. That's right, isn't this messing around? Can it be that he wants to challenge 10,000 martial artists with his own strength? Tang Ji also felt mindblown as he spoke. But Shi Haoran sighed and said, little junior brother tends to exceed all expectations when doing things, his behavior is not what we can guess. Him doing so should have a deep meaning. We should just watch. For a moment, the sounds of ridicule linked together, all saying that Yi Yuan overrated his own strength. Indeed, not long after, a 9th level crystal formation realm martial artist jumped into the platform, cupping his fists as he said, I'm Wang Jia. I specially came to challenge young Master Ji. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, please. The other party was courteous. Yi Yuan naturally would not put on a scowl. But he would not be courteous when making a move. Wang Jia knew that since this Ji Qing dared to be the first one on the stage, he definitely had some skill. But by relying on him being 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he was not too worried either. His hand suddenly had in spirit artifact longsword. He then cried out, shadowless sword art. Wang Jia's figure charged abruptly, stabbing towards Yi Yuan with extreme speed. This shadowless sword art had lived up to its reputation. It was just that, who he encountered was Yi Yuan. Arg, the audience was just planning on watching an intense battle when a miserable cry suddenly sounded out. Wang Jia directly tumbled heavily onto the ground. Wang Jia's speed was seriously too fast. Initially, some martial artists with slightly weaker strength already could not catch Wang Jia's form. At this instant, it was like they saw Wang Jia fall down out of thin air. It was very bizarre. What happened? I don't know either. Ji Qing is clearly standing there motionlessly. Could it be that this Wang Jia was being funny and fell down himself? Being funny? You're the one being funny, right? Showing the lower limits of his intelligence in front of so many people. Not unless this Wang Jia's brain is damaged. But Ji Qing clearly didn't move. Could it be that his movements were too fast and we all didn't see clearly? No, he really didn't move. All of a sudden, a gray-robed youth suddenly spoke. Those 2 people thought nothing of it either and asked curiously, what's going on? It's divine soul attack. This Ji Qing's soul art is so powerful. The youth said solemnly. Marveling sighs suddenly sounded out all around. It was actually an extremely rare divine soul attack. This kind of method to fierce Gale World martial artists was seriously too abnormal. The fierce Gale World martial artists' martial era was extremely flourishing. They all pursued the extremities of essence energy and concepts. Yet, very few people would use divine soul mystic arts to execute divine soul attacks. This aspect was the shortcoming of virtually all the fierce Gale World martial artists. Right at this time, that Wang Jia slowly struggled to his feet on the platform and clasped his hands towards Yi Yuan, saying, "Many thanks to Brother Ji for showing mercy. Wang Jia is utterly convinced with my loss." Wang Jia's speed was indeed very quick. Even if Yi Yuan used a divine soul attack, wanting to accurately hit him was not something easy too. But during the process that Wang Jia was in motion, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brain, and then he fell down. It could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's divine soul attack was. Furthermore, Wang Jia deeply sensed that Yi Yuan's blow just now completely did not use full strength. Otherwise, he might already be an idiot now. If he did not know what was good for himself and made a move against Yi Yuan again, it would probably not be as simple as a sharp pain anymore. Hence, he conceded very straightforwardly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your speed is pretty good. But what sword Dao pursues isn't the extremities of speed. You took a wrong turn." Wang Jia's entire body shuddered as if he understood something. He bowed towards Yi Yuan and said, "Thank you very much for Brother Ji's guidance. This Wang will never forget it." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and accepted it coolly. In Sword Dao, it was not over the top for Yi Yuan to say that he was the number one in the lower realms. His pointers, Wang Jia naturally received endless benefit. Yi Yuan saw through the drawbacks of this shadowless sword art that Wang Jia cultivated at a glance and pointed it out. Training the sword, pursuing speed was correct. But speed was not the only thing. The sword was the gentleman among weapons. It strived for agile and grace, power and magnificence. Pursuing speed blindly would forfeit the fundamentals of the sword. Ultimately, one's accomplishments would be limited. One sentence from Yi Yuan let Wang Jia walk countless lesser detours. Receiving a bow from him was naturally nothing inappropriate. In truth, Wang Jia only came out to travel the world after reaching a bottleneck state in his cultivation in concepts, seeking a chance to break through. Encountering the Shao family's spouse finding martial competition this time, he did not come here for Shao Ruyan but wanted to find opportunities to compete with young experts. He did not have any qualms, so he was the first to enter the stage and was very polite to Yi Yuan. It was just that he did not expect Yi Yuan to see through the problem with his sword art in one glance and pointing it out. His gratitude towards Yi Yuan naturally could not be any greater. Humph, unorthodox paths ultimately can't ascend to the higher levels, Zhao Chenggan said with a cold smile. But Shangguan Lingyun had a rare laugh as he said, "My view differs from Brother Zhao. That attack from Ji Qing earlier was no trifling thing. It could be seen that his attainments in the Divine Soul are extremely profound. The Divine Soul cultivated to an exceedingly high realm can similarly compete with martial artists. He also has to cultivate to an exceedingly high realm for it to work. He merely encountered a crystal formation realm martial artist this time. When he meets sea transformation realm martial artists, I'll see how he executes his Divine Soul attacks," Zhao Chenggan said in annoyance. This time, Shangguan Lingyun did not refute. He knew that what Zhao Chenggan said was right. While Divine Soul attacks were bizarre and powerful, once one guarded to some extent, it was very hard to succeed. Moreover, for Divine Soul attacks to want to leap ranks to battle, the difficulty was even greater compared to martial artists. While the Divine Soul for sea transformation realms did not produce qualitative changes, it was still much stronger compared to crystal formation realm martial artists. Yi Yuan's advantage could at most just reflect among crystal formation realm martial artists. This spouse-finding martial competition ultimately needed to rely on genuine martial strength to determine victory. If what this Ji Qing relied on was just Divine Soul attacks, he could not last for very long. "Big brother, if it were you, can you block his Divine Soul attack?" Shangguan Lingshe asked curiously. If I went up earlier, I might also suffer a huge loss. But now, the one who's at a disadvantage should be him. Shangguan Lingyun mused for a moment and replied. Shangguan Lingshe said in astonishment, "His Divine Soul attack is actually so powerful." When Zhao Chenggan saw Shangguan Lingshe praise Yi Yuan, he was very displeased in his heart as he said, "What's powerful about it? It's just a cheap ambushing trick. This kind of methods are extremely few, so everybody was unprepared. Once they are on guard, it's practically equivalent to being useless. I want to see how he plans on coping at the back." Shangguan Lingshe giggled as she said, "Last time, although Ji Qing was nearly killed by you, he was only at the second-level crystal formation realm at that time. It could be seen that he's also extremely formidable in martial strength. Now that he's already 7th-level crystal formation realm, his combat strength most likely already approaches sea transformation realm martial artists. It probably isn't so easy for the average person to want to win him, right? Chapter 417 Nobody dares to go up. Zhao Chenggen's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. But he had no choice but to admit that what Shangguan Lingyun said was completely correct. In comparison to himself, apart from Yi Yuan's realm being far lacking, he was simply powerful until he had no weakness to exploit. Zhao Chenggan could not quite dare to imagine if Yi Yuan and his realm were on par, what would the result of their battle be? If he let Yi Yuan continue maturing like this, that day might arrive very soon. Zhao Chenggan started to consider the idea and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on the stage. Who else? Yi Yuan looked steadily ahead as he said nonchalantly. Yi Yuan's move against Wang Jia already suppressed many people. At the very least, Crystal Formation realm martial artists would not dare to easily enter the stage. Without even moving and instantly defeating Wang Jia, this 9th level Crystal Formation realm wasn't going up there looking for a thrashing. I'll go. Right at this time, a well-built burly man dashed onto the platform. Please. Yi Yuan still did an inviting hand gesture. Heh, your divine soul attack might perhaps be of some use against Crystal Formation realm martial artists. But under my countermeasure in advance, it's already useless, said the burly man with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled faintly, and he said, is that so? When the burly man saw Yi Yuan's nonchalant look, he could not help becoming enraged. Courting death, the burly man dashed in front of Yi Yuan with a sudden huge stride. Despite his stature being extremely tall and strong, very cumbersome, this move was exceptionally vigorous. His speed was much faster compared to Wang Jia. An enormous fist smashed down towards Yi Yuan's head, however, only to hear a bang. The burly man collapsed with a loud bang, crashing downward until the stage quaked. Yi Yuan still did not move. This was a divine soul attack again. This burly man is a sea transformation realm martial artist. Furthermore, he even said that he took precautions. Too scary. This Ji Qing's divine soul attack is too scary. Even a sea transformation realm martial artist can't force him to make a move. Make a move? Make a move for what? This divine soul attack of this completely doesn't need to make a move, alright. What kind of divine soul attack did Ji Qing use? To actually be able to leap ranks and defeat a sea transformation realm expert. This is too inconceivable. Yi Yuan did not use some profound divine soul mystic art. It was still the god-stunning spike. Using divine soul attacks to cross ranks in battle might perhaps be beset with difficulties for others, but to him, it was as simple as drinking water. Yi Yuan's present divine soul realm already reached the Alchemy Grandmaster perfection realm. Same as Alchemy Master, his present perfection was completely different from his previous life's perfection. In truth, his current divine soul was already not much weaker than sea transformation realm. Using divine soul mystic arts to deal with sea transformation realm martial artists was not some impressive matter. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the divine soul, under the circumstances where the divine soul realm was roughly the same, even if the other party took precautions, so what? The Shao family's judge still stood there looking left and right, uncertain if this burly man would stand up again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, stop looking. He's not getting up. Drag him away. Come men, drag this person down, said the judge absent-mindedly. Seeing that burly man fall to the ground, Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingyun all revealed astonished looks. Especially Zhao Chenggan, who already did not know what to say. He had just said that Yi Yuan could not do anything to sea transformation realms. The result was that the well-built burly man collapsed with a crash. Shangguan Lingyun smiled wryly when he saw the situation and said, looks like we still underestimated Brother Ji. His divine soul attack already has the capital to clash head-on with sea transformation realm martial artists. The sea transformation realm that Shangguan Lingyun was talking about was naturally not that sort of rookie like the burly man. Although martial artists did not cultivate the divine soul, they should have methods to protect the divine soul. This burly man said verbally that he took precautions, but in truth, his precautions completely could not withstand a single blow. If it were Shangguan Lingyun, his defense would absolutely not be that easy to break through. Rather, Shangguan Linxie suddenly became mischievous and said to Zhao Chenggan with a smile, Your Highness, the seventh prince, why don't you make a guess whether or not the next sea transformation realm that enters the stage will be defeated by Ji Qing in a single blow? Zhao Chenggan gave a cold snort and said, I don't believe that he can keep winning all the way by relying on this one move. Cleaning things up, Yuan said indifferently again, is there anyone else coming up? One had to acknowledge that this spouse-finding martial competition gathered many young geniuses. There were a great number of sea transformation realm martial artists present. That burly man was only one of the weakest. To be able to advance to sea transformation realm before 30, this was already an extremely proud achievement. Therefore, these martial artists were all very confident in themselves. Even if that burly man collapsed instantaneously, they did not believe that Yuan could take them down either. But the result was that the next few sea transformation realms that went up were all brought down by Yuan in one move without a single exception. From beginning to end, Yuan did not move a single finger. And the strongest among these martial artists were already third-level sea transformation realm. After they collapsed, nobody dared to go up the stage again. For some time, the audience below the stage all exchanged glances with each other. There was actually nobody who dared to go up the stage. Even a third-level sea transformation realm could not survive one move under Yuan's hands. How to fight? This Ji Qing is simply too monstrous, he is eating his fill with one specialty. A method like this, if there isn't a powerful divine soul mystic art to protect the divine soul, who dares to go and fight with him? That's right, this is freaking bullying people. I feel that in front of Ji Qing, these past 30 years of cultivation were all wasted on a dog's body. Other people don't even need a second to make you fall. So, alchemists can be powerful to this sort of extent. Truly widened my knowledge. I really want to see now, whether Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe can force Yuan to make a move or not. Only now do I know where Yuan's confidence came from. Everybody was mocking him at the beginning. Now, it looks like we were the fools. With strength like his, so what if he is the first one on stage? Below the stage was widespread comments. Clearly, many people already directly gave up on going up the stage. At least for the early stage sea transformation realm martial artists, nobody dared to go up anymore. Xiao Changfeng only knew that his understanding of Yuan was still too little when he saw this scene. This young man was truly unfathomable, making people pleasantly surprised unceasingly. Young Master Ji already defeated 7 people consecutively. Is there anyone else going up the stage to challenge? If there isn't, I'm going to announce the results, shouted the judge in a clear voice. The audience below the stage all looked at each other. Nobody dared to go up the stage. Since that's the case, I announce. Huang Wenqiu could not sit still anymore. Although this Ji Qing was very strange, he could not possibly withdraw without fighting. Moreover, he was different from those rookies. He was confident that he could block Yuan's divine soul attack. Huang Wenqiu was just about to stand up when he heard a loud cry. A gray figure floated up the stage, interrupting the judge's words. This one is Shu Qing. I wish to experience young Master Ji's divine soul attack, said the gray-shirt youth while clasping his hands together to Yuan. This Shu Qing was precisely the first one previously to perceive that Yuan was attacking with divine soul attacks. Chapter 418 Worn Out. Who is this young man? His age doesn't seem to be old either. Pretty gutsy. That's right, he's still only first-level sea transformation realm. To actually dare go up and challenge Ji Qing, isn't it overestimating his own strength a little? I think not. This young man's eyes are radiating light, and he's full of fighting intent. He doesn't look like a foolish person. Perhaps he really has some reliance to count on. Shu Qing entering the stage drew considerable attention. The people who went up the stage at the back were all stronger and stronger, such so that it reached the degree of third-level sea transformation realm. But Shu Qing was only at the first-level sea transformation realm. If he did not have some reliance, then he was only a fool. Yuan sized up Shu Qing and suddenly smiled and said, turns out that it's a soul martial artist. No wonder you're so confident. Shu Qing's expression became stern when he heard that and said, Brother Ji's discerning eyes are like a torch. Truly incredible. That's right, I'm indeed a soul martial artist. What, he's actually a soul martial artist? No wonder he dares to challenge Ji Qing. There are exceedingly few soul martial artists in our fierce Gale world. Only Sovereign Qishan alone reached the highest level in this area. It's just that his elderly self has already vanished for several decades. Ever since Sovereign Qishan, the name of soul martial artist has never been heard of again. To think that another one would appear today. It's just that who knows how this young man's strength is, and how it compares to Ji Qing. But speaking of which, Ji Qing can also be considered a soul martial artist already. Except that his alchemist identity made everybody overlook this matter. The so-called soul martial artist was actually martial artists who primarily cultivated the divine soul. What soul martial artists were skilled in was not martial techniques but divine soul mystic arts. Their means were highly bizarre and powerful. Most martial artists cultivated the essence energy system. The execution of martial techniques was also mostly with essence energy as a basis, while soul martial artists' attack methods relied completely on the divine soul. This kind of divine soul attacks was powerful and hard to defend. Furthermore, it was incredibly dangerous. Martial artists getting injured was a very normal thing. As long as they did not injure their divine soul, most could heal. However, soul martial artists' attack measures directly affected the divine soul. Once they injured the other party, it would tend to be hard to heal. On the basis that the divine soul was injured, even if they did not die, it would have a tremendous impact on the martial artist's future cultivation too. This was the terrifying aspect of soul martial artist. Hence, when Shu Qing admitted that he was a soul martial artist, it stirred quite a commotion. Sea Transformation Realm soul martial artists were already very powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You facing off against my Alchemy Grandmaster Realm Soul Force with Alchemy King Realm Soul Force, isn't this somewhat bullying people?" Shu Qing's expression froze, and he forced a laugh, saying, "Don't joke around, Brother Ji. Just based on the means that you displayed earlier, I don't have much confidence in winning you." "How is this bullying people?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Fine. I'll witness the methods of a soul martial artist today. Come on, here I come." Once Shu Qing's voice faded, Yi Yuan felt like flying needles that covered the skies pricked towards his divine soul. Manifestation of soul force. Fine technique. Yi Yuan had a rare bout of amazement. This soul force manifestation was totally different from essence energy martial techniques. The so-called manifestation was just materializing the attack. The naked eye completely could not see it. It could only be sensed through the divine soul. One could say that this was the face-off between a divine soul and a divine soul. An invisible match. This showdown was incredibly perilous. But the outside world could not see any storm cloud surging. Yet, when those flying needles jabbed deeply into Yi Yuan's divine soul like this, Yi Yuan actually did not perform the slightest bit of defense. Yi Yuan shut his eyes, his face revealing an anguished look, looking very unwell. Shu Qing had already made the preparation of an arduous battle, but he did not think that it would actually be such an outcome. "You were too careless. The soul force flying needles damage to the divine soul is permanent. Even middle-stage Sea Transformation Realm martial artists would also be severely wounded after receiving this attack head-on. You actually did not defend at all. Truly courting death." Shu Qing shook his head and was just about to walk down the platform. Being struck full-on by this attack of his, Yi Yuan would also be the outcome of heavily injured if not death. He only went up the stage to experience Yi Yuan's means, and not for Xiao Ruyan. But Yi Yuan crumbling in one hit disappointed him greatly. Recalling how Yi Yuan swept across Sea Transformation Realm martial artists previously, what he relied on was really one specialty. Leaving like this, you don't think that you can win like this, right? Shu Qing was just about to step down from the stage when Yi Yuan's voice sounded over leisurely. Shu Qing's entire body trembled. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan with incredulity, he exclaimed in shock, You're completely fine. How is this possible?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Trying to defeat me with soul force flying needles, this sort of trifling means, isn't your distinguished self looking down on me too much? Whatever methods you have, just execute them. Otherwise, once I make a move, you won't have the opportunity anymore." Shu Qing was dazed for a very long time. He seriously could not imagine just what kind of method Yi Yuan used to resolve his soul force flying needles. Yi Yuan's soul force completely did not have the slightest bit of undulation. Which was also to say that Yi Yuan forcefully received his divine soul attack. But, completely unscathed. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Blade light, sword shadows. Shu Qing gritted his teeth and cast a divine soul attack at Yi Yuan once again. Yet, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean again. Yi Yuan did not have the appearance of being attacked at all and still stood there looking at him unperturbedly. Shu Qing refused to believe in heresy and virtually displayed all of his techniques. Divine soul mystic arts followed one after the other. Yet, despite him exhausting all the skills in his arsenal, it still did not cause a hint of damage to Yi Yuan's divine soul. With a crash, Shu Qing tumbled to the ground. Shu Qing laid on the ground, his expression wan and sallow. It was clearly the indication of soul force being drained. This Shu Qing already wore himself out. The astoundment in everyone's hearts could not be any greater. What was this? Wasn't it said that the divine soul attacks of soul martial artists were incomparably powerful? Why did this Yi Yuan seem to be immune to divine soul attacks? What kind of freak is this Ji Qing? That soul martial artist used all the skills he learned in his life and actually did not cause any injuries to him at all. This is playing me, right? Yeah, back then, Sovereign Qishan was the hardest sovereign-level powerhouse to deal with in the capital. The other sovereign-level powerhouses were all unwilling to provoke him. It could be seen just how terrifying soul martial artist's strength is. But this Ji Qing actually did not even move, and his opponent exhausted himself to the extent he collapsed. Did you all notice that many of the divine soul mystic arts yelled out by Shu Qing were identical with Sovereign Qishan's divine soul mystic arts back then? Could it be? No way, right? Looking at the laying on the ground and already completely drained Shu Qing, Yi Yuan casually threw out a medicinal pill and said, "Take it. It can help you to recover your soul force." Shu Qing received the medicinal pill, hesitated for a moment, but then he still swallowed it. Soon, it was as if a timely rain irrigated his divine soul. Shu Qing's divine soul was in the midst of rapid recovery. At this time, Xiao Changfeng suddenly got up and floated down to the platform. He clasped his hands towards Shu Qing and asked, "Could your distinguished self be Senior Qishan's disciple?" Chapter 419 Absolute Defense. Among the crowd, there were two unremarkable women. One of them looked at that figure on the platform with scorching eyes. It was also uncertain what she was thinking about. The other girl giggled as she transmitted her voice, "Hee hee, seeing Mr. Yi challenge the heroes under the heaven for Xiao Ruyan, I wonder what are your thoughts, miss?" This girl actually knew Yi Yuan's true identity. Who could it be but Yan Er? There was no need to talk about the other girl. It was naturally Li Er. Actually, these few days, they had been inside this capital the entire time. If not for this master and servant pair, Yi Yuan simply would not get to see his fellow apprentices. It was precisely because of the protection in the dark from the two of them that let those seniors of Yi Yuan survived safe and sound. On that day when Zhao Chengdan carried a rod to ask for punishment, it stirred up the entire capital. Li Er naturally also became aware that Yi Yuan actually quietly sneaked into the capital already. Of course, speaking of it, this was not considered quietly either. It was just that Li Er did not think that Yi Yuan would be the first to go up the stage today and challenge all the heroes in the world. Hearing Yan Er's secret voice transmission, not knowing why, a hint of billow was produced in Li Er's heart. This was simply an inconceivable matter to her. Didn't Li Er's heart only move for him? What's with me? Towards this kind of near betrayal thing, Li Er was obviously unwilling to admit it. What thoughts can I have? That Xiao Ruyan is known as the capital's dual absolutes. She's naturally as beautiful as a heavenly maiden. For Mr. Yi to be able to come together in holy matrimony with her, I naturally have to congratulate him. Yan Er pouted her mouth and said, "Words don't match the heart." Although Yan Er isn't a roundworm in Miss's stomach, to say who understands Miss best in this world, it has to be Yan Er. Miss painstakingly entered deep into the fierce Gale world and did so much for Mr. Yi. Don't you have any thoughts about him at all? Li Er was secretly startled, but she refuted, "What kind of thoughts? Don't you know that this soul-ripping illness of mine still has to fall on Mr. Yi? I'm doing this just to return him sufficient favor to let him treat me seriously. That's all." Yan Er waved her hands and said, all right then, all right then. Regardless of what kind of thoughts you have, it's also useless. After today, he'll be somebody with a wife." Not knowing why, when Li Er heard these words, an intense unwillingness welled up in her heart. On another side, a similarly unremarkable person was staring fixedly at Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing immense shock. To think that this punk really sneaked into the capital. Not only did he infiltrate inside the capital, he even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, and even made an appearance in an imposing manner at such a grand occasion. Truly audacious to the extreme. I was saying why there hasn't been news about him these 2 months all along. Turns out that he had long sneaked into the capital. However, your good luck has come to an end today. This person quietly withdrew out of the crowd and ran in the direction of the royal capital. If Yi Yuan were here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lan who tracked him down here. These 2 months, Lan who never left the capital the entire time. Everything comes to him who waits. He finally discovered Yi Yuan's tracks. It was just that Lan who never thought that the carrying a rod to ask for punishment a couple of days back which rocked the capital, the target of 7th Prince's apology, was actually Yi Yuan. On the stage, Yi Yuan was utterly clueless about this. Shu Qing opposite him already recovered considerable soul force. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sovereign Qishan is precisely my master. This is this Shu's first time coming out into the society after completing my studies. I didn't think that I would actually lose so miserably. Shu Qing's skills are trivial. I've lost face for master today. He's indeed Sovereign Qishan's disciple. Sovereign Qishan has left the capital for so many years. He actually groomed a sea transformation realm disciple. It's just that this disciple seems to be somewhat of a failure. He faced the crystal formation realm Ji Qing with sea transformation realm soul force and collapsed from exhaustion without even touching the other party's fingertips. Truly lost face for Sovereign Qishan. That's right, Sovereign Qishan back then was ever triumphant. Even His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, showed him some respect. How high and mighty he was. But the disciple that he taught is actually unskilled to this sort of degree. It's really a letdown. The fame of Sovereign Qishan was too great. In everyone's minds, apart from the Wind Emperor, he was the incarnation of invincibility. But his disciple actually lost with no part of his body unscathed today. Although everyone knew that Yi Yuan was very strong in terms of divine soul attacks. But Sovereign Qishan's disciple, as a soul martial artist, shouldn't he be stronger in the divine soul? Even if Yi Yuan was very monstrous, it was not to the extent where he would collapse from exhaustion, right? This was what they could not understand, nor forgive. Xiao Changfeng hearing Shu Qing admit it was also rather surprised in his heart. But verbally, he consoled, saying, "Young Master Shu doesn't need to blame yourself. It's not that you're unskilled, but your opponent was too strong. Today's loss was not due to lack of skill." Shu Qing asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" Xiao Changfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Shu learned from Sovereign Qishan. I wonder if you've ever heard of Divine Soul Absolute Defense." Shu Qing's expression changed, and he nearly jumped up. Absolute Defense. You're saying that what Brother Ji used earlier was Absolute Defense? Xiao Changfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I don't know either. It's just that other than Absolute Defense, I seriously don't know what other means are there still that can accomplish to such an extent. Only, you still have to get a confirmation from young Master Ji about the answer." When Xiao Changfeng guessed this answer, the astonishment in his heart was not any less than Shu Qing's. Divine Soul Absolute Defense. This term was just an existence of the legends. How could it possibly really appear on a human? Xiao Changfeng even suspected that this defense method was probably fabricated by somebody, or maybe hypothesized by some genius. How could such a perverse defense method possibly exist? But today, he really witnessed it. The so-called Divine Soul Absolute Defense was regardless what kind of Divine Soul attack the other party executed, as long as it was unable to break through extremum of one's Divine Soul, it would have no way of causing damage to them. Such a defense measure was simply heaven-defying. Shu Qing's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Family head Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable, to actually even know about Divine Soul Absolute Defense." That's right. The measure that this Ji used earlier was precisely Divine Soul Absolute Defense. The properties of the Divine Soul were completely different from essence energy. The cultivation system was also entirely different. The means of Divine Soul attacks was likewise ever-changing. But through a deep understanding of the Divine Soul, one could construct a defense measure that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than protective essence energy. That was absolute defense. Divine Soul attacks were invisible and ethereal. It naturally would not have huge destructive power like that. The innate attribute of Divine Soul attacks was still formed using one's soul force to damage the other party's Divine Soul. As long as one's comprehension of the Divine Soul was sufficiently deep, an absolute defense could theoretically be actualized. Of course, even with Yi Yuan's profound understanding of the Divine Soul, it also expended a huge amount of time to learn this move in his previous life. Shu Qing was only at the early stage sea transformation realm. He was not much stronger compared to Yi Yuan's Divine Soul. Wanting to hurt Yi Yuan under his absolute defense was undoubtedly a fool's talk. Chapter 420 Shameless Non-Stop Battles. The moment he heard the term absolute defense, Shangguan Lingshe was also extremely shocked. Divine Soul Absolute Defense. Doesn't that mean that there's only Ji Qing hitting people, while others can only get hit passively? This move is simply too amazing. Shangguan Lingyun nodded as well and said, in the past, I only heard of absolute defense and even thought that it was just a rumor. I didn't think that I would really witness it today. This Ji Qing is truly remarkable. Zhao Chenggan sneered and said, what absolute defense? He just didn't encounter experts. As long as soul force is stronger than him, absolute defense would only be a joke. Is that so? I wonder if there's anybody among you all that can break this absolute defense. Shi Haoran suddenly said, but Zhao Chenggan was not embarrassed at all. With a haughty look, he said, soul martial artists is just a minor path in the end. The martial artist path is the major path. He has absolute defense in terms of divine soul, but I wonder if he can block my tyrant martial howling cloud spear. Shi Haoran smiled and said, that might not be so. Zhao Chenggan laughed when he heard that and said, all right, I won't argue with Alchemy King Shi either. Just suffering a defeat in his hands, I haven't taken it to heart yet. However, he has to pass the rounds with Wenqiu and Zaihe first. The two of them are not simple people. Although Zhao Chenggan lost tremendous face previously, his power and influence were still present. The title of number 1 in the capital was not for show. Getting Zhao Chenggan's approval, Huang Wenqiu and Shui Ziahe appeared to be very enthusiastic. Of course, even if Zhao Chenggan did not sow discord here, these two people could not possibly let Yi Yuan off. But Huang Wenqiu gave a mysterious smile at this time and said, rest assured, Your Highness. I've already prepared a feast for Ji Qing. I believe that he'll thank me. Oh, then I'll be waiting to see it. Zhao Chenggan suddenly became interested. After settling Shu Qing down, this spouse-finding martial competition naturally still had to continue. But Yi Yuan's spectacular performance already made most people shrink back. For some time, there was actually nobody who went up the stage. Formidable divine soul attack plus daunting divine soul defense. How to deal with such a monster? Even a third-level C transformation realm suffered a crushing defeat in front of him. Unless fourth-level C transformation realms took part, or else, they would simply not be Yi Yuan's match. Is there anybody else going up the stage to challenge young Master Ji? Seeing nobody go up the stage, the judge opened his mouth to ask again. Right at this time, a youth sprung onto the stage and said, I'm here to challenge you. This youth's strength was uncommon too, he was at the third-level C transformation realm. It was just that this realm was somewhat lacking to Yi Yuan. This point, everyone knew full well in their hearts. Is this lad's brain damaged? Clearly aware that he isn't Yi Yuan's match and still run up to look for a thrashing. Heh, maybe he's bored out of his mind and sent himself up to let people train. Really can't understand why there are increasingly more idiots now. Smart people always held the majority on this earth. Fully aware that they were not a match and still going up to seek a walloping would clearly be thought of as a moron by people. Indeed, Yi Yuan just used one god-stunning spike, and that youth directly collapsed. Yet, when that youth buckled, another third-level C transformation realm martial artist directly went up to challenge. But was shot down by Yi Yuan again very quickly. What surprised everyone was that this was only the beginning. From then on, the young martial artists who went up the platform followed one after the other, all second or third level C transformation realm. While they were dropped by Yi Yuan very quickly one by one, everyone discovered that it was not quite right. If it was said that one was a fool and two was a fool, it could not be that over 10 in a row were morons, right? Yi Yuan's brows could not help furrowing. He instantly defeated his opponents directly right after coming up. The goal was to awe the audience below the stage and make most people not dare to go up the stage. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to deal with all of them. In comparison to using martial techniques, the god-stunning spike was evidently more awe-inspiring. Because he did not even need to make a move. Honestly speaking, he already achieved the effect. There was already not many people who dared to go up the stage. While there were still some 4th-level C transformation realm and above martial artists below the stage, they all had a wait-and-see attitude. These people were virtually all famed characters in the capital. Nobody was willing to come up and lose face. It was just that he did not expect a large group of fellows who did not fear death to suddenly appear, coming up here to look for a thrashing one after another. This made Yi Yuan feel very puzzled. His gaze involuntarily swept to Zhao Chenggan and in the others on the grandstands, and he quickly discovered that Huang Wenchou's expression was slightly pleased with himself. Yi Yuan understood the situation in no time. Want to use non-stop battles to exhaust my strength? Really, a pig-like brain. Since you used this kind of despicable moves, then don't blame me for being discourteous. I want to see how many people you can send up. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. At this time, there were clearly also some smart people below the stage who perceived that something was wrong. Their mouths involuntarily started ranting and cursing. Truly shameless enough to actually use continuous battles to exhaust Ji Qing's strength. Hey, do they still want face or not? The spouse-finding martial competition relies on true abilities. Using this kind of despicable moves will shorten one's lifespan. Using this kind of methods, even if they win, it won't be honorable either. If Miss Ruyan marries this kind of trash, I'm the first to be unconvinced. Hearing the cursing sounds below, Huang Wenchou had a very composed look. Evidently, he took no notice of these admonishment voices at all. Young Master Huang really has nice means. The lofty number 2 expert in the capital actually used this kind of lowly method to expend your opponent's strength. The surprise it gave us really isn't small. The fatty Tang Ji was very displeased by this action. He already carried a sting in his words when talking. But Huang Wenchou smiled and said, those who dare to stand on this stage will have to accept the challenge of all the young heroes under the heavens. If one doesn't have such awareness, I think it's best to scram down the stage early. Tang Ji snickered coldly and said, I wonder if young Master Huang heard the words of those martial artists below. Young heroes, young Master Huang really likes to gild your face with gold. But Zhao Chenggan said indifferently, since time immemorial, the victor becomes king, and the loser a bandit. I don't feel that Wenchou's way of doing things is in any way inappropriate. Since one knows the rules of today's spouse-finding martial competition, one would need to plan out a strategy well in advance. Ji Qing dares to be the first one on the stage. Don't tell me he's still afraid of other people going up to challenge him. Humph, really birds of a feather flock together. When Tang Ji saw that these two people were colluding together, he was so angry that he snorted coldly and did not speak anymore. Eldest senior brother, these few fellows are called the capital's number 1 and number 2 experts in vain. Simply shameless, carrying like this, I'm afraid that little junior brother Tang Ji's transmitted his voice to Shi Haoran. But Haoran smiled faintly and said, you take a look at little junior brother again. Tang Ji was secretly startled and involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan. Indeed, he saw that some transformation took place on his body. Prior to this, although Yi Yuan's body had that sort of aura which disdained all under the heavens the entire time, he did not have much killing intent. But now, the aura on Yi Yuan's body already became fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that they miscalculated, wanting to use this kind of method to deal with little junior brother. Little junior brother isn't some soft persimmon. This point can be seen from him using extreme measures to utterly destroy Tong Wenchong. This time, I'm afraid that Huang Wenchou that boy's flesh is going to hurt, Shi Haoran said with a smile. Chapter 421 All come up. With a tragic cry, the young martial artist opposite collapsed with a loud crash. But this time, this martial artist did not even get to emit a tragic cry and immediately stopped breathing. Yi Yuan directly pulverized his opponent's divine soul. Without a divine soul, the martial artist became a dead person too. Everyone was secretly alarmed and realized that the atmosphere seemed to have become different from before. Next, Yi Yuan said coldly. This time, the next martial artist did not jump up right away. Huang Wenchou's expression also changed. He knew that his methods had already thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Otherwise, he would not directly deal a killing blow. Yi Yuan's attacks previously all just made his opponents lose their combat ability and did not kill. Those martial artists only had to recuperate their divine soul for a while after going back and would be able to recover very quickly. But now that Yi Yuan was aware of this kind of despicable means, he naturally would not go easy anymore. One comes, I'll kill one. Two come, I'll kill both. He really wanted to see how many Sea Transformation Realm martial artists Huang Wenchou could prepare to send here to die. At this time, Huang Wenchou said a few words in a low voice to a servant behind. That servant received the order and left. Before long, another martial artist jumped onto the platform. This time, there was an uproar below the stage. 4th level Sea Transformation. A heavyweight class martial artist finally went up. Up to this point, Yi Yuan had a manner of sweeping clean all along. Everyone did not know where his limits lied, and third-level C transformation realm martial artists simply could not feel out Yi Yuan's limits. Fourth-level C transformation realm. Regardless whether it was essence energy realm or soul force realm, it all went up an entire step. Nothing more suited to use for testing Yi Yuan's limits. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan flashed a grin and said, "Finally sent a decent one up. But, you're still too weak." The arrival said in a great rage, "Don't belittle others. Clear my round first before talking." This martial artist was naturally also aware of Yi Yuan's prowess and did not let out any boasting. Up until now, Yi Yuan only used one move against everyone. One had to know that among these people, regardless of whether it was essence energy realm or divine soul realm, they were all much higher than Yi Yuan. Such a horrifying ability to leap ranks in battle seriously daunted people even from a distance. This young martial artist was already considered outstanding among those in the same generation. But in front of Yi Yuan, he seriously could not be arrogant. "Haha, clearing your round is it? Then, you have to receive it well," Yi Yuan said coolly. The young martial artist's expression changed, and he immediately felt that things were bad. However, it was already too late. He only felt a blur before his eyes. A streak of sword light already penetrated through his heart. How is this possible? Finished talking, this martial artist fell backward looking up at the sky, breathing his last. He did not dare to believe this scene before his eyes even till death. No way, right? Ji Qing he didn't use divine soul attacks, but used martial techniques to kill his opponent. Furthermore, it was still one move. Really freaking seeing ghosts. His divine soul attacks are so strong, and even his martial techniques are actually also so formidable. The opponent was at the 4th level C transformation realm. He finished him off in one move. Too powerful. I completely did not see clearly how he attacked. Why do I feel like his martial technique is even stronger than his divine soul attack? Is he really an alchemist? This Ji Qing is simply without any chinks in his armor. Unparalleled alchemy skills, overwhelming divine soul attacks. Even his martial techniques are so powerful. My God, how can there be such a genius in this world? Does he still want people to live? Yi Yuan did not use very dazzling martial techniques. With his present concept's comprehension, a streak of casually released sword light was already matchlessly powerful. That young martial artist earlier was at best equal to Lan Bao's strength. Yi Yuan already finished off Lan Bao at the 1st level crystal formation realm. Now that he already broke through to late-stage crystal formation realm, casually finishing off an ordinary 4th level C transformation realm martial artist was nothing amazing. However, his divine soul attack was already not very useful, so he gave it up immediately. If he could not even eliminate a cannon fodder like this, how could he get to maul the capital's #1 expert, Zhao Chenggan? Although they were both similarly at the middle stage C transformation realm, Zhao Chenggan's strength compared to that one just now was the difference of clouds and mud. This was the disparity in concepts. Seeing Yi Yuan finish off a 4th level C transformation realm with a casual blow, Zhao Chenggan's face could not help changing. He felt an immense threat. These few years, Zhao Chenggan had always viewed Shangguan Lingyun as his greatest adversary. But even Shangguan Lingyun could not give him such an enormous threat. Ji Qing, this brat is only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Being at the 7th level crystal formation realm and able to instantly kill someone at the 4th level C transformation realm. Wait until he advanced to the C transformation realm, what can I do by then? Looks like I must find an opportunity to kill this brat. Otherwise, the position of Wind Emperor will probably never reach my turn no matter what. In Zhao Chenggan's heart, nothing was more important than the position of Wind Emperor. For the position of Wind Emperor, he would do anything. But he naturally did not know that Yi Yuan completely did not care a whit about the so-called position of Wind Emperor, and Yi Yuan also could not possibly go and snatch whatever position of Wind Emperor from him. Zhao Chenggan treating Yi Yuan as an imaginary foe, Yi Yuan was seriously wronged. Yet, who asked Yi Yuan's guys to be too good? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly called out in a clear voice, "Huang Wenshou, however many people you prepared at the back, let them come together." The crowd was taken aback from shock. Only now did they know that the one working this never-ending battles was actually Huang Wenshou. But Yi Yuan calling out Huang Wenshou so cockily still gave everyone a great fright. Continuous battles were already shameless. Enough. Now, Yi Yuan actually asked the other party to come all together. One had to know that the ones coming up at the back were definitely powerhouses. That judge was also quite worried. He asked weakly, "Young Master Ji, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "What doesn't adhere to the rules is there? Coming up one by one is too troublesome. When do we have to fight until coming up together, resolving it is faster too? This. The judge looked towards Xiao Changfeng with beseeching eyes. Xiao Changfeng mused for a moment and said with a nod, "As young Master Ji says then." Huang Wenchou's face fell as he said, "Since you want to seek death, then I'll help you. Ask them all to go up." In a short while, over 10 silhouettes appeared up there vividly, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. When the crowd looked over, they involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. These dozen over people were mostly 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. There were even 3 people who actually already reached the 5th level C transformation realm. Such a lineup was seriously too strong. One had to know that Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. A 7th level crystal formation realm challenging a dozen over middle stage C transformation realms. Young Master Ji, finish them off. We support you. Yeah, utterly shameless. Come on, young Master Ji. We're all rooting for you. Young Master Ji, I want to marry you and become your concubine. Yelled out a female martial artist. This sort of unabashed measures already stirred up everyone's sympathy towards Yi Yuan. For a moment, the shouting below the platform rose one after the other. They were all supporting Yi Yuan. Chapter 422 Gorgeous Blossom. Yi Yuan swept a cold glance across these sea transformation realm martial artists and said coolly, "You all don't blame me. If you want someone to blame, then blame Huang Wenchou." Bon voyage. That apathetic attitude of Yi Yuan's thoroughly infuriated these people. They were all talented individuals among those of the same generation. Although they attached themselves to the Huang family, they had their own pride. But now, they were looked down by a 7th level crystal formation realm. "You're too unbridled, boy. Do you really think that you're invincible? You're facing so many of us alone. Do you really take us to be made of paper? Hee, so rampant now. In a while, there will be the time for you to cry." These people were currently cursing when all of a sudden, their faces changed. The surrounding heaven and earth essence energy underwent some minute changes. Countless pink flower petals were currently forming together in midair. Not good. This boy can actually mobilize heaven and earth essence energy. Quickly attack. These people were not rookies and discovered what was wrong very soon. Each of them unleashed their own ultimate moves. Except, how could Yi Yuan give them the opportunity? Breaking through to late-stage crystal formation realm, Yi Yuan was already not far away from sea transformation realm. His affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy already had a qualitative increase. Him unleashing 1,000 flowing petals again at this time, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath as before. It was only to see the pink flower petals which covered the skies surround the entire platform. The martial artists below could not even see clearly what was happening on the stage. What move is this? Too terrifying. Oh my god, he's only at the 7th level crystal formation realm. His control over heaven and earth essence energy actually already reached such an outrageous degree. This move, even late-stage sea transformation realms probably can't execute it either, right? Yet, a group of female martial artists was dazzled by this scenery. Whoa, so gorgeous. Young Master Ji must be a very romantic person to actually be able to execute such a resplendently beautiful move. When Shangguan Lingshe saw this scene, her eyes likewise roamed around. I'm really somewhat envious of younger sister Yuan now. To actually have such a phenomenal man battle all the heroes in the world for her. If there's a man who does this for me, I'd even die happy. Getting such a husband, what else is there to seek? When Zhao Chenggan heard these words, his face instantly turned green. Shangguan Lingshe was a very proud girl. He courted Shangguan Lingshe for several years and did not get such a praise from her either. Those words earlier, Shangguan Lingshe had clearly moved on already. However, Ji Qing that punk was still fighting for Xiao Yuan. Zhao Chenggan's heart suddenly became abnormally irritable, with an impulse to go down and kill Yi Yuan. 1,000 flowing petals, slaughter. 4 words were lightly uttered out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The flying petals which covered the skies were initially drifting about peacefully. But at this time, it became wild, charging towards the dozen over martial artists without care. For some time, Miserable cries lingered incessantly, making people's scalp tingled. They could not see clearly what was happening inside the sea of flower petals. But just hearing those miserable cries, they also knew that behind these dazzling flower petals, something not beautiful was currently happening. After a dozen over breaths, the flower petals dissipated, and only a lonely silhouette was left on the platform. Who could it be but Yuan? Those dozen over martial artists, including those few 5th level C transformation realm martial artists, were already sprawled at random on the platform. What kind of joke is this? A dozen over middle stage C transformation realm experts were actually annihilated instantly in one move like this. I can't stand it anymore. This Ji Qing is simply like a bottomless hole. You simply don't know where his limits lie. 9th level crystal formation realm, he instantly defeats in one move. 1st level C transformation realm, he instantly defeats in one move. 3rd level C transformation realm is still insta-kill with one move. Now, a bunch of 4th and 5th level C transformation realm, he actually used just one move to insta-kill. But this move is really powerful until it makes people feel suffocated. Truly can't imagine how a crystal formation realm like him can actually muster up so much heaven and earth essence energy. Exclamations sounded out all around. The shock that this scene brought everyone was too intense. Seeing this scene, Huang Wenchou's face became ghastly pale. These martial artists were all the elites of the Huang family's young generation. They actually died tragically in Yi Yuan's hands just like this. When he returned, how should he give an account to father? This time, he really played big. Originally, he thought that with a dozen over people ganging up on Yi Yuan, they would not lose too badly no matter what. He did not think that Yi Yuan instantly killed everyone with one move. This Yi Yuan was truly too monstrous. Huang Wenchou looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire. But at this time, Yi Yuan looked over. With a grin, he said, "Don't waste time anymore. The two of you can come up together." Both Huang Wenchou and Shui Zaihei's expressions changed, but they involuntarily exchanged glances with each other. "You're sure that you want to challenge?" "The two of us," Huang Wenchou said with a cold smile. "So much crap. Did I not say clearly enough?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "Heh, Huang Wenchou, looks like the two of us are being looked down by people. Why don't we go up to write our names ourselves?" Shui Zaihei said with a light laugh. Huang Wenchou nodded with a solemn look and said, "While I'm not quite willing to join hands with a fellow like you, but since he's seeking death himself, we have to team up no matter what. If I don't kill this punk today, it will be hard to sat the hatred in my heart." Haha, even being rampant has to have a limit, isn't it so? Although we're both 5th level C transformation realm too, he doesn't think that he can beat us for certain using just that one move, right? Shui Zaihei's smile gradually became cold. Among the junior generation in the entire capital, he only dreaded Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan. Today, he was actually disparaged by a crystal formation realm boy. It truly displeased him greatly. Fine, then the two of us sworn enemies will cooperate well today. Yuan's matter, after settling this punk, we'll fight a match properly again. Huang Wenchou said, poking such a big hole. Huang Wenchou must kill Yi Yuan today and marry Xiao Ruyan over. Or else, when he returned today, he would have no way of giving an account to his family. Young Master Ji actually wants to challenge Huang Wenchou and Shui Zaihei joining hands. This act is rather rash. I couldn't agree more. These two people are known as the capital's junior generation's number 2 experts. It's not an unearned reputation. Those people previously, even if their realms were on par with theirs, their strength was also at a different league. Although that move from young Master Ji earlier was powerful, it's only powerful in area of effect attacks. With Huang Wenchou and Shui Zaihei's strength, wanting to crack it shouldn't be tough. Young Master Ji fighting 2 alone, the difficulty is somewhat high. Both Huang Wenchou's and Shui Zaihei's strengths were already deeply entrenched in the hearts of the people. These martial artists all knew the terror of their strength. As for the number 1 Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, they dared to imagine even less. However, Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm after all. Facing these two great experts, it was seriously at too much of a disadvantage. The two people stood up and jumped onto the platform. Huang Wenchou grinned hideously and said, "Ji Qing, this is you courting death yourself. I'm not to blame. Killing you on the stage, I believe that Sovereign Star Abyss has no reason to put the blame on me too." Yi Yuan said indifferently, as long as you have the capabilities, there will naturally not be anybody who comes to find trouble with you. Chapter 423 Evenly Matched. Shui Zaihei, don't you turn up for work but not put in the effort. Huang Wenqiu said, relax, this bit of gains and losses relation, I can still differentiate it. Talk about other things after taking care of this punk first. Shui Zaihei replied, then that's good, go. Once Huang Wenqiu's voice faded, the two people's figure instantly vanished from where they stood. The speed was swift beyond comprehension. Previously, Wang Jia's speed during the earlier battle was as slow as a snail in front of these two. However, at that moment, Yi Yuan's figure similarly vanished from its original spot. Clank, 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 a series of metal clashing sound echoed. The martial artists below the stage practically could not capture these three people's actions. Only from the afterimages left behind occasionally did they know that these three were in the midst of an intense confrontation. Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihei being so fast were within everyone's expectations. But everyone did not think that Yi Yuan could actually keep up with the pair's speed. Fighting two alone, they actually fought until neither could gain the upper hand. When did Crystal Formation Realm martial artists had such speed? Too fast, I completely can't make out their movements. Who holds the advantage right now? Don't know, I can't see clearly either. Is Ji Qing really a Crystal Formation Realm martial artist? Did he hide his strength? Impossible. From the start to the end, his essence energy undulations was 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. It's certain, if I were on the stage, I would have died a dozen times over long ago. Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihei are indeed well deserving of being the number 2 experts. Their comprehension of concepts is simply not what rookies like us can compare to. In truth, Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihei were both very wary of Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals. The shock that the scene prior to this gave the two of them was too great. Therefore, these two acted in concert without prior consultation and chose to attack directly. They adopted the method of hand-to-hand combat to not give Yi Yuan the chance to execute 1,000 flowing petals. The two of them were at the 5th level Sea Transformation Realm. Their realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They decided to use realm to crush Yi Yuan to death. But the result of the matter did not develop as they imagined. The more Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihei fought, the more alarmed they became. Yi Yuan's Kanghua sword danced impenetrably. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves were exchanged, but the two of them actually did not occupy a gleam of advantage at all. How could they know that Yi Yuan comprehended the transmission concept and the wind flow concept? In terms of movement technique and in terms of offensive power, he was only stronger and not weaker. Apart from suffering some minor losses regarding essence energy, Yi Yuan tossed them several streets behind in other areas. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan could just barely fight to a draw with them. Otherwise, their outcome would not be any better than those martial artists previously. Furthermore, Yi Yuan continuously condensed a small mass of 1,000 flowing petals in the process of fighting them to neutralize their all kinds of attack. With Yi Yuan's present strength, just condensing such a small bundle of petals was basically something as swift as thought and completely did not require large-scale mobilizing of heaven and earth essence energy. Ji Qing's execution of his move already reached the extent of releasing and withdrawing as he pleases. Moreover, this move of his is like the flower petals dances along with his entire being. Truly a feast for the eyes and mind. Shangguan Lingshe praised. Of course, not everybody was unable to capture these three people's speed. There were many experts present and also plenty of people stronger than them. There were obviously people who could see it, but precisely because they could see it, their understanding of Yi Yuan's prowess became even clearer instead. Having been through such a long period of fumbling and comprehension, Yi Yuan's execution of the 1,000 flowing petals already reached an extremely proficient degree. It was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of this supreme true intent took another large stride forward. Shangguan Lingyun nodded his head as well and said, to wield this move to such a transcendent degree, this Ji Qing's strength truly makes people sigh with admiration. Shangguan Lingshe asked rather puzzledly, Big Brother rarely commends people. You didn't give rise to the thought of fighting with him, right? Shangguan Lingyun smiled and said, younger sister understands me. That's right, an opponent like this is really hard to come by. Shangguan Lingshe said in derision, then, did Big Brother take fancy on Ji Qing this rival or took fancy on young sister Yuan? Haha, you and sister Yuan are hailed collectively as the capital's dual absolutes. If I can marry her home, wouldn't that be beautiful? Shangguan Lingyun said with a loud laugh. If that's the case, then Big Brother will have to kill Ji Qing on the stage today. Or else, you'd establish a terrifying enemy for yourself, Shangguan Lingshe said with a smile. The smile on Shangguan Lingyun's face froze. Evidently, he had not considered this problem. And this problem was really a dreadful issue. If he really killed Yi Yuan, the Shangguan family would have thoroughly offended the Alchemist Association. As long as Star Abyss still sat on this position for a day, the Shangguan family could forget about ever finding the Alchemist Association to refine a medicinal pill. Such a loss was not what the Shangguan family could bear. And if he did not kill Yi Yuan, the grudge of snatching his wife was irreconcilable. How could Ji Qing be willing to drop the matter with him? Although Shangguan Lingyun had immense faith in himself, facing a monster like Yi Yuan, he still really did not wish to provoke. All right then, take it as if I never said it, Shangguan Lingyun said helplessly. Hehe, I have really never seen such a big brother. I'm getting more and more interested in this Ji Qing, Shangguan Lingshe said with a beam. By the side, Zhao Chenggen's complexion turned green once again. Yi Yuan already entered the hard-like still water state currently. Each and every action of the two people were within grasp. Adding his subtle manipulation of the 1,000 flowing petals, the more Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe fought, the more depressed they got. In a twinkle, several hundred moves passed. The two of them did not gain any advantage at all. The two number 2 experts in the capital's junior generation were actually helpless against a 7th level crystal formation realm when partnering up. Saying this out was an utter joke. What made them even gloomier was that fighting until now, Yi Yuan's essence energy did not have the slightest hint of being drained. It was as if it totally could not be exhausted. Where did this fellow get so much essence energy? One had to know that Yi Yuan already fought with 20 to 30 C transformation realm martial artists prior to this. Could it be that he did not expend any essence energy at all? A massive area of effect move like the 1,000 flowing petals should be extremely draining on essence energy. Why was Yi Yuan's essence energy so abundant? These two people discovered to their sorrow that they could not gain any bit of advantage with such a fighting method. Shui Zaihe, Huang Wenqiu suddenly yelled out. Shui Zaihe understood tacitly. The two of them withdrew their moves at the same time, pulling apart the distance from Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not continue his victorious pursuit but remained calm and composed as he stared at the two of them. With his essence energy thickness, plus extremely precise control over essence energy, he did not fear the two of them fighting a consumption battle with him. Ji Qing, I admit that you're very strong. But it ends here, Huang Wenqiu said with a cold snort. Clearly, he was very unsatisfied with this battle result. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, whatever moves you have, just use them. I'll receive it all. Huang Wenqiu sneered coldly and said, as you wish. Shui Zaihe, don't hide it anymore. Bring out your true abilities. Shui Zaihe nodded and said, okay. Chapter 424 Tu Na. They, two great experts fighting 2-on-1 and were actually unable to take down Yi Yuan. They both felt a loss of prestige. These first-rate families' top disciples naturally all had their own powerful trump cards. It was just that there were a scant few people who could force out their trump cards. Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe's trump cards were saved for each other. But now, they had no choice but to use them at the same time to deal with Yi Yuan. Because from them observing the matches until now, ordinary measures completely could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan was only at the 7th level crystal formation realm, his true combat power was already on the same level as the two of them. No, even so far as to say that it surpassed theirs. Because the two of them combining strength earlier only just barely fought to a draw with Yi Yuan too. A heaven-defying genius like this, how could they possibly defeat without going all out? Huang Wenqiu used a saber. He raised long saber in his hand and said solemnly, to be able to die under my wind rebelling 3 blades, it's also considered your fortune. But what Shui Zaihe relied on was a pair of naked palms. It was only to see him put his palms together. His aura increased explosively. His realm was actually rising continuously. Very soon, Shui Zaihe broke through to the 6th level C transformation realm. But it did not end. His aura was still rising unceasingly. Before long, Shui Zaihe broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm in one stroke. Everyone's faces changed. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Shui Zaihe actually learned the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Shi Haoran's complexion turned pale from fear. Origin Spirit 9 Transformations is a martial technique that uses the essence fire within the martial artist's body as the foundation to stimulate the martial artist's potential to let the martial artist temporarily break through realms. It's the Shui family's ultimate martial technique. To think that Shui Zaihe actually already successfully planted an essence fire inside his body and even successfully cultivated this martial technique. Truly surprising. Shangguan Lingyun gasped with admiration. Looking at Shui Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, the essence fire in his body should be a quasi-tier 4 origin fire. Pretty decent already, hehe. I really want to see how Ji Qing plans on dealing with these two people's ultimate martial techniques, Shangguan Lingshe said with a giggle. The effects of this Origin Spirit 9 transformations was actually similar to the 5-element Spirit Link pill that Yi Yuan took in the past. It could raise the martial artist's realm briefly. At this time, Xiao Ruyan finally could not sit still anymore. She could not resist uncovering her head veil slightly and taking the scene on the stage all in. When she saw Shui Zaihe breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm, she could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Ji Qing, nothing must happen to you. Or else, I won't be able to forgive myself for life either. Xiao Ruyan said with tears in her eyes. Heh, to think that you really held a move in reserve. If you suddenly used this move when fighting me, I would really not know how to deal with it. Huang Wenqiu said with a snicker. He and Shui Zaihe had always been well matched. Their strength was almost on par. Once Shui Zaihe directly broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm and reached late stage C transformation realm, even if Huang Wenqiu were more powerful, he would also not be his match. Shui Zaihe grinned and said, so, what even if you know? I don't believe that you can leap across 2 minor realms to defeat me. There was already an exceedingly huge disparity between the 6th level C transformation realm and 7th level C transformation realm, let alone Huang Wenqiu was only at the 5th level C transformation realm. Hence, Shui Zaihe was brimming with confidence. But Huang Wenqiu was very composed as he said, I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Even you had such a huge improvement, how can I dare to ease up? Finished talking, Huang Wenqiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. But what he skyrocketed was not his realm, it was the sort of pressure pressing forward with indomitable will aura. Shui Zaihe's expression changed. Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade, you actually mastered the 3rd move, Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade. Huang Wenqiu grinned and said, I wonder how the outcome will be if I use this to deal with you. At this time, although Huang Wenqiu's realm was still at the 5th level C transformation realm, in terms of aura, he surpassed even Shui Zaihe's. Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade, this boy still has some capabilities. To actually master the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade, this time, I want to see how Ji Qing deals with the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade plus Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Zhao Chenggan burst into laughter. Below the stage were also exclamations of shock. The reason why the two Huang and Shui families were called first-rate families was because apart from their family's foundation, these two martial techniques claimed enormous credit. These two people are indeed worthy of being experts tied at number 2. Such talent, how many people among the younger generation could measure up? Late stage C transformation realm versus late stage crystal formation realm. This difference is a bit too large. Let alone there's still a Huang Wenqiu who mastered the 3rd move of the Wind Rebelling 3 Blades. Reaching the realm of Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade, this martial technique is already considered attaining a higher level of mastery. The power of the Wind Rebelling Frenzied Blade is enough to let Huang Wenqiu rival the Shui Zaihe after raising his realm. How should young Master Ji respond? Wind Rebelling 3 Blades, this martial technique only had a total of 3 stances. However, with the mastery of each move, the power would show exponential increase. The reason why Huang Wenqiu could be hailed as the number 2 expert was by relying on him mastering the 2nd move and far in the lead among those of the same generation. And now, he actually even mastered the 3rd move. This indicated that he already cast those in the Huang family's same generation far behind. Of course, each move of the Wind Rebelling 3 Blades had 3 levels. Huang Wenqiu had not even reached large success in the 1st level. Even so, he was already sufficiently powerful. Everyone all knew that these two had very formidable cards up their sleeves, but did not think that these 2 trump cards were actually so powerful. Ji Qing, to be able to force us to unleash our trump cards, you can already be sufficiently proud. But after today, the capital won't have Ji Qing this person existing anymore. Huang Wenqiu said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan watched the two of them perform as a bystander the entire time. But, he himself did not make the slightest movement. Hearing Huang Wenqiu's cold laughter, Yi Yuan suddenly smiled. Looks like the two of you still have some capabilities to be hailed together as the number 2 experts in the capital. Haha, pretending to be calm. However, it's futile, Shui Zaihe said with a light laugh. The two of them used their trump cards. Their confidence naturally shot through the roof. Now, even if they were asked to go and challenge Zhao Chenggan, they would also not be the slightest bit fearful. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, no need to pretend. If you guys think that you can win me like this, I can only say, too naive. As he spoke, Yi Yuan gently released the Kanghua sword in his hand. Kanghua's sword plunged into the clouds and vanished from sight. In the past, my realm was insufficient and my essence energy was lacking, so I was incapable of unleashing the 1,000 flowing petals' greatest power. But now, my essence energy can already support the full-powered execution of this move. Thus, you guys enjoy it to your heart's content. It was like Yi Yuan's voice came from the netherworld, striking Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe's hearts word for word. Such a large display earlier, killing over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realm experts in one move, was actually not going all out yet. Then, how horrifying would the full-powered release of this move be? Very soon, they came to know how harrowing it was. Because flower petals which filled the entire sky already wafted up. This time, it was not just the entire platform. Chapter 425 Come down and play. Petals after petals danced in the air as if flower petals rained down on the entire plaza. If they did not know beforehand that this was Yi Yuan's sword move, people would be exclaiming in surprise at this beautiful scenery. In a place like the fierce gale world, it was very rare to be able to see this kind of falling flowers flying all around wondrous sight. Yi Yuan brought it to them. It was just that anybody was aware that behind this beauty, an immense danger was concealed. The flower petals which blotted out the skies and covered the earth gave people a hair-raising oppressive feeling instead. Oh my god, is this really a martial technique unleashed by a 7th-level crystal formation realm? It's too preposterous, right? The quantity of these flower petals is probably several times of that move previously. He finished off over a dozen middle-stage C transformation realms in one move just now. How horrifying will the power of this move be? This move is too heaven-defying. I really can't imagine how a 7th-level crystal formation realm can manipulate so much heaven and earth essence energy. How exquisite does one's manipulation ability have to be? Indeed, Yi Yuan's control over essence energy had already completely surpassed their imaginations. In terms of control of essence energy, Yi Yuan was Divine King level. And his abilities in this area were completely attributed to alchemy skills. In his previous life, Yi Yuan was extremely meticulous in refining pills, and his requirement towards control of essence energy was harsh to the extreme. Only then did he have such exquisite control abilities. In the past, Yi Yuan was a housewife who could not cook a meal without rice. Now that his strength increased dramatically and his essence energy was ample, he could unleash this aspect to its pinnacle. Controlling heaven and earth essence energy was not having it at one's beck and call, but to control the heaven and earth essence energy within a certain radius with the essence energy within the martial artist's own body as the foundation. Now that Yi Yuan broke through 5 realms in succession, the essence energy in his body showed an exponential increase. The essence energy that he could control naturally also increased exponentially. Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zaihe were still brimming with confidence earlier. But currently, their faces had a never-before-seen grimness. Such power was simply appalling. The pair exchanged glances, and understood each other without words. Wind-rebelling frenzied blade, advancing with indomitable will. Huang Wenqiu roared, charging at Yi Yuan with a lightning-like momentum. Starfire a blazing prairie. Shui Zaihe lightly flicked his finger. A small tuft of flames flew out swiftly, vanishing in a blink of an eye. The two people bore down menacingly. Yi Yuan mind stirred. 2 clumps of flower petals blocked their incoming path. Faint explosion sounds echoed in the air, wanting to stop the two people's incoming path. However, the wind-rebelling frenzied blade and origin spirit 9 transformations were not some common wares. Only to see Huang Wenqiu pressing forward like a hot knife cutting through butter the entire way, splitting the clumps of flower petals. While Shui Zaihe formed a no-man's land for himself with formidable strength. At the same time, the small tuft of flames that he controlled suddenly appeared by Yi Yuan's side. Yet, It did not have the starfire of blazing prairie's momentum as imagined. Because the instant that it appeared, there were already innumerable flower petals enveloping it. Inside that bundle of flames contained horrifying power. However, it was wrapped up by limitless flower petals. The petals exploded unceasingly, frittering away that mass of flames power. While on Huang Wenchou's side, only to see him split the sea of petals into two halves with one blade. A horrifying streak of saberlight passed through the flower petals sea, cleaving towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan unhurriedly controlled the boundless petals to continuously explode around the surroundings of the saberlight. By the time the saberlight arrived in front of Yi Yuan, it was already just an ordinary attack. Yi Yuan casually flicked with his hand. The saberlight dissipated. Huang Wenchou's expression changed drastically. This was his wind-rebelling frenzied blade's strongest attack. This streak of saberlight was enough to freaking cleave ordinary late-stage sea transformation realms into two halves. It was actually effortlessly resolved by Yi Yuan just like this. Huang Wenchou gritted his teeth, mustered up all the momentum of his saber, and slashed towards Yi Yuan once again. However, there were petals exploding non-stop around him, hindering his advancement. There were too many flower petals. Clumps after clumps exploded ceaselessly, seemingly without end. Yi Yuan was clearly not far away, but Huang Wenchou felt that this bit of distance was a short distance away, but poles apart. Just like this, his speed became increasingly slower. This wind-rebelling frenzied blade moved stressed about accomplishing in one vigorous effort. But this one vigorous effort was forcefully worn down by Yi Yuan. Depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Without that momentum of pressing forward with indomitable will, even if the saber technique was stronger, it would not be much stronger. The saber momentum that Huang Wenchou accumulated for a long time dissipated to nothing like this. The saber momentum exhausted, Huang Wenchou was instantaneously enveloped by infinite flower petals, going from offense to defense. While on this side, Shui Zaihe already sunk into the boundless flower sea. Although the flower petals were unable to break through his defense for the time being with him relying on his powerful 7th level sea transformation realm cultivation, he could not do anything to those flower petals either. Just eradicated one batch, and there would immediately be a vast quantity of flower petals replenishing over. This sort of fighting method really made people have an impulse to vomit blood. And that bundle of flames that he fired out was already like a candle flame in the wind currently, tottering on the edge of extinguishing. Seeing the great battle on the platform, everyone below the stage all held their breaths. They had never seen before that martial artists could still fight like this. Young Master Ji's martial technique is simply unheard of. These flower petals look very weak. So many countless flower petals together give people a feeling of being unmatched. Yeah, moreover, young Master Ji's attention is divided into three. He's controlling those flower petals to deal with the two people in a bundle of flames. This feeling of releasing and withdrawing it as he pleases really makes people revere. No matter how powerful the attack, going through those countless petals' self-detonation and erosion, it would rapidly become weak and feeble. This kind of feeling is like falling into a quagmire. The flower petals in the sky became increasingly sparse. Just as the petals were about to dissipate to nothing, Huang Wenchou and Shui Zaihe finally could not hold out anymore, and the flower petals breached their defenses. Two miserable cries sounded out on the platform at the same time, making people's hearts tighten when heard. The two mighty number 2 experts were defeated like this. The audience below the stage still did not dare quite believe this until now. How many years had it been since anyone from the capital's junior generation dared to challenge Huang Wenchou and Shui Zaihe? Apart from Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan, these two people could virtually be said to be invincible existences. But today, under their teaming up, they actually lost in the hands of a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. The impact this conclusion gave people was seriously too great. Even if Yi Yuan killed so many sea transformation realm martial artists previously, the impact it brought was also not as great as now. Yi Yuan stood at a corner of the platform dressed in white. Clearly quite young, yet gave people a feeling of insurmountable. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a heavenly deity descending upon the world, invincible. The shock that Yi Yuan gave everyone today could no longer be described using words. Crossing ranks to battle was every genius's inherent skill. But crossing ranks to battle like Yi Yuan, the people completely could not imagine it. One had to know that Yi Yuan's opponents could virtually be said to represent the highest standards of the entire Fierce Gale world's junior generation. Such a victory was too soul-stirring. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around to look at Zhao Chenggan, saying nonchalantly, "Your Highness, the 7th Prince, want to come down and play?" Chapter 426 Shangguan Lingyun's Anticipation. When Yi Yuan's voice fell, everyone's hearts plunged. "I'm a little hard of hearing. What did Ji Qing say just now? He wants to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. I didn't hear it wrongly, right? I really don't know how to use words to describe my current emotion. In this world, apart from Shangguan Lingyun, there's actually somebody who dares to challenge His Highness, the 7th Prince. Yeah, 7th Prince is a genius martial artist who comprehended true intent, on a completely different level from Huang Wenqiu and the rest. Ji Qing actually dares to challenge even him. Why do I feel like something is not quite right? Isn't this a spouse-finding martial competition? Why did it suddenly become a martial arts tournament? The matter of His Highness, the 7th Prince, courting Shangguan Lingjie is publicly known. As long as Yi Yuan doesn't provoke him, it's impossible for him to come down." Yi Yuan's words instantly ignited the entire plaza. Challenging the capital's number 1, the candidate for Wind Emperor. How formidable the strength and how much courage did this need? "Hey, you're sure that you want to challenge this prince?" Zhao Chenggan said with a cold snicker. Towards Yi Yuan's courting death action, Zhao Chenggan was naturally very welcoming. He had long wanted to eliminate Yi Yuan. Now, with this open and above-board chance to kill Yi Yuan, he obviously did not wish to let it slip by. Even with Yi Yuan using a powerful move such as the 1,000 flowing petals previously, Zhao Chenggan still had full confidence in eliminating Yi Yuan. "Little junior brother, don't be reckless. I know that your strength improved greatly. But Zhao Chenggan's strength is absolutely not as simple as you imagine." Shi Heoran's brows knitted and he transmitted his voice. Xiao Ruyan was so anxious that she almost wanted to jump down. She hurriedly transmitted her voice, "Young Master Ji, the pair's strength earlier is much weaker compared to Zhao Chenggan. You better not provoke him." But Yi Yuan smiled lightly and did not say any more. However, his meaning was understood by all. He was not joking but really wanted to challenge 7th Prince. Zhao Chenggan sneered and said, "You aren't thinking that you have the qualifications to challenge me after winning the 2 of them, right? Since you're seeking death, then I'll help you." Finished talking, Zhao Chenggan floated down. Arriving on top of the platform, Zhao Chenggan's long spear jerked and was full of overbearingness from start to end. "Haha, a vanquished opponent actually has the guts to challenge this prince. This prince admires your foolishness greatly. It's just that even I kill you today, I won't marry Xiao Ruyan either." "Don't you worry." Once he stood on the stage, Zhao Chenggan's tyrannical aura could not be concealed anymore. Especially with that long spear in his hands, it raised his aura to the peak even more so. Every action carried a breathtaking power. The number 1 expert among the younger generation lived up to his reputation. Hearing Zhao Chenggan's words, Xiao Ruyan heaved a sigh of relief. But she was also secretly worried for Yi Yuan. Zhao Chenggan already had not exhibited his strength in front of people for a long time. Most likely, even Shangguan Lingyun wasn't sure of his current strength. But nobody doubted Zhao Chenggan's present strength. "I will seek vengeance if there is a grudge. I entered a retreat for a month and broke through 5 realms consecutively. This was all for you. Hence, you should feel honored," Yi Yuan said coolly. Last time, Zhao Chenggan not only nearly killed Yi Yuan, he even almost killed White Light too. This grudge was not what an apology could skate over. If Zhao Chenggan sincerely apologized, then forget it. But the entire capital all knew that Zhao Chenggan was only forced by the circumstances. If not for Star Abyss exerting pressure on the Wind Emperor, it was entirely impossible for him to come to apologize. Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world soon. With Yi Yuan's personality of not leaving revenge through the night, how could he possibly wait until the future? Therefore, today, this fight was unavoidable. Ha ha ha, so what if you consecutively broke through 5 realms? You're not thinking that only you can break through, right? The reason why this prince was only at the 6th level C transformation realm was not because this prince couldn't break through, but it was because this prince was deliberately suppressing my realm. Hence, open your eyes. Zhao Chenggan laughed wildly. All of a sudden, Zhao Chenggan's long spear shook. An absolutely powerful aura undulated out. On the platform, an essence energy tempest actually formed. This, His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually breaking through. He's going to break through to the 7th level C transformation realm. If he breaks through successfully, then Ji Qing won't have any hope at all. What's Ji Qing doing? Isn't he going to go forward to interrupt 7th Prince's breakthrough? Watching him break through passively. Sigh, it's useless. Since 7th Prince dares to break through in front of him, he naturally isn't afraid of him interrupting. This is a powerhouse's absolute self-confidence. Furthermore, in that battle prior to this, Ji Qing's essence energy is also pretty much depleted, right? But speaking of which, 7th Prince actually broke through his bottleneck for Yi Yuan. This in itself should be an affirmation and placing importance on Ji Qing, right? For a time, storms raged on the platform. Zhao Chenggen's aura was in the midst of continuously rising. For geniuses like Zhao Chenggan, what was most important for them was not realm breakthrough, but it was comprehending concepts. When a martial artist was young, it was the most optimal time to comprehend concepts. Once their potential was exhausted, wanting to comprehend concepts again would be as hard as scaling to heaven. At that time, it also signified where the limits of a martial artist lay. Therefore, pinnacle geniuses never took breaking through realms to be of importance. Most of their time was used for comprehending concepts. Zhao Chenggan and Shangguan Lingyun, these people all did not deliberately cultivate essence energy but reached middle stage C transformation realm at this age. It could be seen how great their talent was. Yi Yuan naturally also placed priority on comprehending concepts. Hence, his essence energy realm was not high all along. If he went all out to break through, he would be able to break through to the Soul Sea realm in less than half a year. To an alchemy emperor, using medicinal pills to pile on realms was seriously too easy. Zhao Chenggan did not meditate to absorb essence energy. He just held his spear and stood there, but his aura was still in the midst of rising non-stop. 6th level C transformation realm to 7th level was not a small threshold. But in front of Zhao Chenggan, it was dismissed so easily. This was the number 1 person of the capital's junior generation. Shangguan Lingshui's face did not have any visible change in countenance. She looked at Shangguan Lingyun and said with a smile, "Big brother seems to be regretting a little." Shangguan Lingyun said with a regretful face, "Yeah, I thought of a really good idea just now to go down and fight with Ji Qing. But he actually challenged His Highness, the 7th Prince. It makes me feel really dejected." Shangguan Lingshui raised her eyebrows and asked, "What idea?" I just have to go down and defeat him, then fake defeat. To think that you can think of that. But Ji Qing is already an arrow at the end of its flight, while His Highness is like the midday sun. Is there still anything worth competing in this match? You think this way? Too shallow. How can a shockingly brilliant character like Ji Qing challenge 7th Prince under the circumstances where he doesn't have room for maneuver? Could it be that move earlier was still not his limit? But his essence energy has already reached its limits as well. Furthermore, His Highness even broke through to the 7th level C transformation realm. I seriously can't think of how he should respond. Heh, I'm also very much looking forward to it, Shangguan Lingyun said with a laugh. Chapter 427 How unfortunate, I know it too. Zhao Chenggen's breakthrough did not last for too long. Very soon, the essence energy tempest dissipated. But Zhao Chenggen's aura soared tremendously, stopping firmly at the 7th level C transformation realm. He looked at Yi Yuan with a cold smile and said, "Now, do you feel regret for your foolishness? But it's already too late. Provoking this prince is your greatest sorrow in this lifetime." Crossing ranks to battle were as simple as eating and drinking to Zhao Chenggan. Ordinary late-stage C transformation realm martial artists completely did not have the strength to retaliate in front of him. Even peak C transformation realm martial artists, Zhao Chenggan could easily kill too. And today, this was his first time being crossed ranks to battle by somebody. Moreover, it was not 1 or 2 minor realms, but a full major realm. This was an immense humiliation to Zhao Chenggan. But Zhao Chenggan had to admit that Yi Yuan being able to beat Huang Wenqiu and Shui Zihei's team-up showed that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to make him genuinely attach importance to him. Hence, he chose to break through without any hesitation. The Yi Yuan after breaking through 5 realms in succession was no longer the rookie that he could freely bully and humiliate on that day. Shangguan Lingyun was able to guess that Yi Yuan had a card up his sleeves. Zhao Chenggan could naturally guess that too. Yi Yuan still dared to issue a challenge to him under such a condition. It was impossible for him to be without preparations at all. Except that he was the same as Shangguan Lingyun, being unaware of what Yi Yuan's card was. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Really don't know where your confidence comes from." Is breaking through to the 7th level C transformation realm very impressive? Haha, the 7th level C transformation realm is naturally nothing impressive. But to deal with you, it's sufficient. Zhao Chenggan said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, looks like you're full of confidence. I really can't bear to smash your confidence. But it's such a shame. This sort of thing like breaking through realms, I've always been more adept. One realm is too little. Zhao Chenggan's face changed, and he asked, what do you mean? You just broke through 5 realms. Could it be that you can still continue breaking through now? Stop joking. Cultivating essence energy was a process that requires accumulation, especially after crystal formation realm. For each breakthrough in a minor realm, the required essence energy was exceedingly horrifying. Yi Yuan entered seclusion for a month, consumed so many jade spirit pills, and only broke through 5 realms. Making a last-ditch attempt at this juncture wanting to break through, that was virtually something impossible. The reason why Zhao Chenggan could break through was because he had already arrived at the bottleneck of the 7th level C transformation realm before and did not go and break through all along. It was why the breakthrough went so smoothly. But Yi Yuan's present condition, he just had a breakthrough all the way to the 7th level crystal formation realm. Breaking through again was easier said than done. Yi Yuan said indifferently, I'm not in the mood for joking. Didn't that Shui Zaihe use an origin spirit 9 transformations just now? How unfortunate, I know it too. Zhao Chenggan was stunned and had yet to react to what was going on, when Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, unwittingly making people feel asphyxiated. Then, Yi Yuan's aura rose rapidly under everyone's perception, directly breaking through the bottleneck for the 8th level crystal formation realm. Shangguan Lingyun stood up abruptly and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Muttering to himself, how is this possible? Isn't this origin spirit's 9 transformation? Why does Ji Qing know this move too? This is the Shui family's highly guarded secret. Where did he learn it from? Why do I feel like Yi Yuan's attainments in this move are even above Shui Zaihe? Look, he has already broken through past the 7th level crystal formation realm. This speed, today's surprises are really round after round, making it too much for the eyes to take in. This time, there's another good show to watch. Although Yi Yuan's realm could not compare to Shui Zaihe, the upheaval from the breakthrough right now was only more and not less than his. Yi Yuan's cleansing sandal sacred flame was a top tier among tier 4 essence fires. Letting Yi Yuan use origin spirit 9 transformation was overly putting fine timber to petty use. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's realm broke through to peak 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's aura was still rising. Half-step C transformation. Yi Yuan's realm finally stopped at the level of half-step C transformation. Sadly, Yi Yuan did not have an essence energy C within his body. Otherwise, his realm could still rise more. Half-step C transformation was already the limits of his advancement. At this moment, how did Yi Yuan still had the appearance of essence energy being exhausted at all? Only to see him full of vigor and energy. He actually recovered to his peak condition again. Hiss. Everybody sucked in a cold breath. Origin Spirit 9 transformations is clearly the Shui family's ultimate trump card. But why do I feel that at this moment, the one Yi Yuan executed is the orthodox one? Could it be a misconception? Shangguan Lingshe said with a frown. Not a misconception. Ji Qing's Origin Spirit 9 transformation is indeed much stronger than Shui Zaihe's. If not that his Dantian is already unable to contain even more essence energy, he might really be able to rise a few more realms. Shangguan Lingyun's face had a never-before solemnness. He previously even casually made the remark to go down and defeat Yi Yuan, then he would deliberately concede. Looking at it now, he was still too naive. Half-step C transformation Yi Yuan and the current him, who was weak and who was strong was really hard to say. Zhao Chenggan's expression was ugly to the max. He rose 1 realm, and Yi Yuan rose 3 realms. So freaking exasperating. However, Zhao Chenggan did not think that Yi Yuan could beat him like this. After all, he was still a major realm higher than him. Between half-step C transformation and C transformation realm lied a heaven and earth difference. Humph, only a temporary increase in realm. I want to see how long you can last. Eat a spear from me first. A black-colored long spear in Zhao Chenggan's hands was extremely fierce. It was actually a 128 restriction spirit artifact. In the past, when Yi Yuan fought with his opponents, he always held the advantage in weapons. But today, This was his first time losing out in weapons. However, this was not strange either. Zhao Chenggan was the son of the Wind Emperor. Forget about spirit artifacts, even profound artifacts would not be lacking. It was just that Zhao Chenggan's present strength was still unable to unleash the might of profound artifacts. That was why he would use a spirit artifact rank weapon. Zhao Chenggan's long spear danced. The tip of the spear actually swung out a crescent of light. The next instant, Zhao Chenggan's figure vanished from sight without the slightest sign. When it appeared again, a spear already passed through Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan stood on the spot and actually did not react at all. It's over like this. Isn't it too quick? Yeah, Ji Qing is so strong. Can't be that he can't even block one attack, right? No, wait, that was just an afterimage. What? Afterimage? Why would it exist for such a long time? Too fast. Because it was too fast, so in our eyes, he simply did not move at all. But, the platform is only this big, where did he go? Zhao Chenggan's brow furrowed, and he turned around suddenly, swinging the long spear around. Only to hear a clank. The long spear directly smashed the ambushing sword light into dust. Yi Yuan's figure finally appeared before everyone's sight again. In an instant, everyone felt a very oppressive atmosphere undulating out. Although it was only a probing exchange, the two peoples might already made everyone have a clear understanding. Chapter 428 Spear Shadow vs Sword Light. By the time Yi Yuan's silhouette appeared again, only then did the afterimage gradually dissipate. Such speed was simply unheard of. Indeed, you have some capabilities. No wonder you dare to provoke me. With this exchange, Zhao Chenggan's expression also became grave. Very clearly, the half-step C transformation Yi Yuan already had sufficient capital to pick a fight with him. You want to drag the time? Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Chenggan with a half-smile. Although the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations was powerful, it was clearly just a temporary increase in realm. When the time limit hit, one would recover to their initial realm and also have a series of sequela. Of course, even so, this martial technique was powerful all the same. Back then, there were countless records in the Medicine King Hall. Ji Qingyan also felt that this martial technique was rather interesting, and it needed to use essence fires too, which was why he took notice of it. To think that today in the lower realms, he would see other people use this martial technique. But Zhao Chenggan was not the slightest bit embarrassed having his thoughts seen through. So what if yes? Nothing. I just want to tell you that I can last for 2 hours at half-step C transformation realm. So, stop scheming in vain, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This time, Zhao Chenggan's expression finally changed. 2 hours? Are you joking? The Shui family's family head using the Origin Spirit's 9 transformations can last for at most an hour's time. You can actually last twice his time. The Origin Spirit 9 transformation, this technique, was actually rather heaven-defying. Even Shui Zaihe, this dabbler, could break through 2 minor realms consecutively, let alone the Shui family's family head. However, Shui Zaihe's realm could only last for 15 minutes at most. Yi Yuan's lasting duration was actually twice of the Shui family's family head. How could Zhao Chenggan not be astonished? If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try. Yi Yuan said coolly. Humph. Try then try. Can you soar to the heaven? Zhao Chenggan said with a cold snort. Zhao Chenggan kept his spear and stood there, putting on a ready-to-attack starting stance. An aura which made people feel stifled crept out in all directions. Clearly just a simple posture. People who used the spear would all display this pose. Yet, when Zhao Chenggan assumed it, it gave people a feeling of having no weakness to exploit. At this instant, Zhao Chenggan and the long spear fused into one. The next attack was an earth-shattering attack. It's Spear Shadow Carnage. My god, I heard that 7th Prince has already not used this move in front of outsiders for many years. This was the self-created ultimate skill that 7th Prince became famed for. I heard that back then, he merely relied on this one move to consecutively defeat over a dozen first-rate families' pinnacle geniuses, and finally he fought to a draw with Shangguan Lingyun. Ever since then, the number 1 position of Shangguan Lingyun and him became established. Heh, today is really an eye-opener. This is the pinnacle battle of the Fierce Gale World's junior generation. Missing out on today, one would have to wait until who knows when. At this time, everyone seemed to have already forgotten what the original objective of this spouse-finding martial competition was, and everyone was lost in this pinnacle battle. Facing someone such as Zhao Chenggan, Yi Yuan's expression was also a never before as grave. Yi Yuan was self-confident but not conceited. Zhao Chenggan was indeed the most powerful foe that he had encountered up to this date. The current Zhao Chenggan was akin to a fiend god descending. A simple starting stance was actually utilized to such a miraculous realm by him. One could see that Zhao Chenggan's comprehension towards the path of the spear had already reached an extremely profound realm. If his conjectures were correct, the true intent that Zhao Chenggan comprehended was precisely related to the spear. Yi Yuan knew the terror of this spear and would obviously not slight it. Only to see him pointing to the skies with his sword, his figure transforming into 9 figures. It was precisely the Azure Dipper floating 0-sword art, 9-sword stance. Yi Yuan had already not used the 9-sword stance for a long time. Compared to the 1,000 flowing petals, its power was indeed slightly weaker. But the 9-sword stance also had merits that the 1,000 flowing petals could not match up to, and that was hard to capture movement technique as well as powerful singular offensive might. The 1,000 flowing petals was the sort of sneaking in during the nighttime without making any sound, while the 9-sword stance was that sort of explosive style powerful. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's comprehension of the supreme true intent growing deeper by the day, his application of the 9-sword stance had a new addition. Not only was the 9-sword stance not eliminated, but it also became another one of Yi Yuan's killing move instead. And today, the 9-sword stance saw the light of day yet again. Tyrant Martial Howling Cloud Spear. Spear, Shadow, Carnage. Zhao Chenggan enunciated each word. Azure Dipper floating 0-sword art, 9-sword stance. At practically the same instant, Yi Yuan's also uttered nonchalantly. The next moment, a shocking scene which left everyone staring with their mouths agape happened. On the stage, there were spear shadows and sword lights everywhere, leaving everyone unable to feast their eyes fully on it. Zhao Chenggan's spear shadows were grand and boundless, overwhelming power and might. Yi Yuan's sword lights dotted the skies like stars, being all-pervasive. Spear shadows and sword lights continuously clashed in the air, dissipating. They were colliding and dispersing continuously. The spear shadows and sword lights each occupied half of the platform. For a time, it was actually evenly matched. So strong. Is this the strength of pinnacle geniuses? Seriously too strong. In one breath, how many swords and spears do they want to unleash? 7th Prince's spear shadows. If anybody else were standing on the stage, they would probably have countless holes pierced through already, right? Also, Ji Qing's sword lights, what kind of martial technique is this? To actually release sword lights with 9 phantom images at the same time. Could it be that these 9 phantasms are all real bodies? Actually, from a certain degree, Ji Qing has already won. He's a full major realm lower than His Highness, the 7th Prince, and he actually fought to a draw with His Highness, the 7th Prince. This shows that in terms of concepts comprehension, Ji Qing surpassed His Highness far too much. However, His Highness, the 7th Prince, already comprehended true intent. What on earth did he, Ji Qing, comprehend? Yi Yuan's performance already completely surpassed everyone's understanding. Martial artists who comprehended true intent were invincible existences among those of the same generation. Unless the opponent likewise comprehended true intent, otherwise, one would only get mauled. All along, it had only been Zhao Chenggan leaping ranks to challenge others. But today, he was forced to such an extent by Yi Yuan with half-step seed transformation realm strength. Indeed, from a certain degree, he was already utterly defeated. Except that the result from a fight was never something that can be determined with certainty. The strong would not possibly pity the weak either. Once they stepped onto the stage, one would only see the outcome and not look at the process. The advantage of Zhao Chenggan's realm was reflected very quickly. He launched spear after spear wildly, squandering his essence energy. The balance on the stage was broken, only to see those power spear shadows gradually overshadow the sword lights. Zhao Chenggan actually became more valiant as he fought. The unleashing of spears became increasingly faster too. The spear shadows continuously engulfed the sword lights, gradually reducing Yi Yuan's boundary. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yuan was practically on the verge of suffocating. Her fingernails already sunk deep into the flesh, cutting into her palm. But she was oblivious. Very soon, spear shadows occupied the greater half of the platform. Yi Yuan's defense radius only had an extremely small piece left. Everyone held their breaths. Once the spear shadows breached the sword lights, Yi Yuan's outcome would be being impaled by spear shadows. Mustn't have anything happen. Muse. Xiao Ruyan's tears failed to live up to her expectations and flowed down once more. Chapter 429 Nine Swords Return to One, Half Moon Slash. On a corner tower at the far end of the plaza, two slightly aged silhouettes were currently watching the great battle on the stage. One person was poised and elegant, possessing a remarkable aura of kings. It was actually a peak divine traversing realm martial artist. The other person's strength was slightly inferior, but he also had middle stage divine traversing realm strength. Such characters naturally had exceedingly high statuses in the capital. If a character like Xiao Changfeng were present, they would surely be able to recognize that these two people were precisely two characters who could summon wind and call rain in the capital: Shangguan family's family head, Shangguan Wenrui, and the Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. Hongfei, what are your thoughts? Shangguan Wenrui opened his mouth to ask as his gaze was staring intently at the spear shadows and sword lights in the distance. Zhao Chenggen's strength grows with each passing day. He's already much stronger compared to the last time he publicly made a move. Shui Hongfei said, I'm not asking about that. Ji Qing possesses the origin spirit 9 transformations. Don't you have any thoughts at all? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. Shui Hongfei sighed lightly and said, I was also taken aback from shock when I saw earlier. But this shouldn't have been stolen from the Shui family. Ji Qing's attainments in the origin spirit 9 transformations are even greater than mine. This disciple that Star Abyss took in is simply powerful until it makes people despair. Shangguan Wenrui shot a nonchalant glance at Shui Hongfei and said, I heard that a young man from the Endless World infiltrated into the capital. And this young man once killed the Lan family tribe's middle stage C transformation realm martial artist in the level 5 Gale region with first level crystal formation realm strength. Shui Hongfei's expression froze briefly. You mean that Ji Qing is that youth? Impossible. I also suspected this matter before. But the news from the Xiao family says that Xiao Changfeng tested Ji Qing's divine soul before. He's indeed somebody from the fierce Gale world. I naturally know that, but don't you feel that this young man is very fishy? In our fierce Gale world, other than the Wind Emperor, who else can groom such a monstrous genius? Shangguan Wenrui said coolly. This. Shui Hongfei thought carefully. There really was something not quite right. Shui Hongfei pondered for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. He startled awake abruptly and looked at Shangguan Wenrui in disbelief. Shangguan Wenrui gave a faint smile and knew that Shui Hongfei understood his meaning. Brother Wenrui is far-sighted, not what Hongfei can match up to. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile, Zhao Tianyan has reigned for many years and is no longer far from ascending to the divine realm. The battle for the next Wind Emperor has already gradually surfaced. There is bound to be a fight between a dragon and a tiger between Yun'er and Zhao Chenggan. However, this suddenly emerged Ji Qing thoroughly upset the initially stalemated situation. If today, Shui Hongfei took a look at the intense fighting in the distance. Yi Yuan's situation was already in imminent danger. However, this situation currently, it's probably very hard for Ji Qing to be ascertained of victory, right? Maybe not. Spear shadows which blotted out the sky and earth repressed Yi Yuan's 9 figures into a very tiny radius area. Currently, Yi Yuan was akin to a small boat hanging by a thread in the ocean, possibly overturned by the tides and winds at any moment. But Yi Yuan's sword lights were still not the slightest bit slow. Sword light versus spear shadow was at a disadvantage initially. The sword emphasized grace and agility, while the spear stressed on momentum akin to 30,000 caddies. Plus, Yi Yuan's realm was not the same with Zhao Chenggen's. Him being suppressed was also something very normal. Haha, I'll see how you will hide. Go and die. Zhao Chenggan was unbelievably excited right now. As long as he broke Yi Yuan's sword lights, he was dead for sure. While talking, Zhao Chenggan mustered essence energy even more feverishly. The spear shadows became even more frenzied. Just a little bit more and Yi Yuan's sword lights were about to be broken. However, Yi Yuan was still expressionless, as if he was oblivious to the danger. The defense circle became increasingly smaller, tinier and tinier. Finally, those countless spear shadows finally broke the limits, stabbing ruthlessly towards Yi Yuan's 9 figures. Many people gave a shocked exclamation as if seeing the outcome of Yi Yuan staining the stage in blood. Right at the critical moment, a dazzling light suddenly blasted out from the spear shadows. 9 swords returned to 1, half moon slash. Yi Yuan's voice rang out faintly as if giving that streak of light an enormous power. The spear shadows which filled the skies actually could not inch forward anymore. Those overwhelmingly powerful spear shadows actually gradually subsided under this streak of light. A half-moon-shaped sword light sweeping along with tremendous amounts of energy. Disperse those innumerable spear shadows. And not only did the charging momentum of the sword light not diminish, but it also became increasingly faster instead. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chenggen's expression changed dramatically. How could he still live if he was slashed by this gigantic half-moon-shaped sword light? In a panic, how could Zhao Chenggen still be bothered with displaying spear shadow carnage? He hurriedly pulled back his spear and moved sideways. The sword light swept past his body with a whoosh. That threatening sword chi shredded Zhao Chenggen's protective essence energy into tattered bits. It was also that Zhao Chenggen's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, he would be split into two parts right now already. Looking at the ground again, the platform already had a deep ravine slashed into it by this colossal half-moon-shaped sword light with scattered pieces of rock everywhere, looking very horrific. Below the platform, it was dead quiet, as if they were hit by an immobility talisman. Zhao Chenggen's body was stinging with fiery pain. Although that sword chi was unable to harm his foundation, it gave him considerable wounds. Each injury was reminding him that he had just brushed past the god of death. Zhao Chenggen was looking at Yuan rather blankly, somewhat befuddled by the current situation. He clearly had victory in grasp already. Why did the situation suddenly had a 180-degree turnabout, hitting him from heaven to hell all at once? Hey, did you see what happened just now clearly? Didn't see clearly. My eyes were freaking blinded. Was this a freaking skill released by a crystal formation realm martial artist? I think that this skill, even if Soul Sea realm powerhouses were standing opposite, the person would also be cleaved into two halves, right? After a long time, waves of commotions and exclamations sounded from below the platform. The shock that this attack dealt him was too intense. Haha, leaving no route for escape so that one would fight desperately to win. This absolute strike back is too beautiful. Shangguan Wenrui praised, accumulating momentum with the sword, flourishing with extreme decline. This boy is truly monstrous. This path of amassing momentum is patented by spear users. But, it was unleashed by Yuan. This slap is really resounding. Shui Hongfei sighed with admiration. If this child is really an endless world native, he would truly be our fierce gale world's calamitous disaster. No matter what, this child can't be kept. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly said. Yuan looked at the Zhao Chenggen who was still suffering from shock and said with a faint smile, ran pretty quick, This move today, consider it as teaching you for free of charge. When you go back, you got to comprehend it well. Even if Zhao Chenggen's face was thick, he was flushing with shame currently. He naturally understood what Yuan was talking about. This slap was really resounding in his ears. Yuan's half-moon slash was actually born from that final attack when facing off against Tianyu. Yuan fused it into the nine-sword stance. But if he unleashed this attack right from the start, its power would be far from as powerful as right now. The process of sword light clashing against spear shadows was actually the process of Yuan accumulating momentum all along. Only after waiting until the sword light was broken and Yuan released all of the amassed sword intent, was there such a matchlessly powerful attack. Chapter 430 Certain Death. Zhao Chenggen's face turned red. He wanted to refute but did not know where to begin. The most important thing about using a spear was accumulating momentum. How could he possibly not know? Spear, shadow carnage, the power of this move was extremely great. His starting stance was actually accumulating momentum. Yet, it was precisely because this move was extremely powerful that when Zhao Chenggen wanted to merge these innumerable spear momentums into the final spear, he could not do it no matter what. But something that he, this spear-playing user, could not do, Yuan who used a sword did it. This could not be said to not be a kind of irony. This match today undoubtedly gave Zhao Chenggen a genuine battle with immense referencing value. As long as he went back to study it in detail, perhaps he might really be able to fuse the accumulated momentum into spear shadow carnage one day. Ji Qing, don't you get cocky. Our fight has only just begun. Just now, was only merely a warm-up. Zhao Chenggen said with a black face. Clearly, he was truly enraged this time. Haha, of course I know that it's only starting now. Earlier, I let you dodge that move. Next time, there won't be such good luck, Yuan said with a faint smile. Humph, that's also what I want to say to you. Zhao Chenggen said with a cold snort. This exchange made everyone became speechless. That was just a warm-up. If they really fought, wouldn't it tear down this entire plaza? The might of geniuses is indeed not what the likes of us can make wild guesses about. Similarly, a sea transformation realm martial artist, 100 of me added together is not 7th Prince's match either. Most importantly, 100 of you added up is not even as powerful as that 7th level crystal formation realm. He's a monster. I really want to see where his limits lie. Yi Yuan's potential was seemingly limitless. Each time you thought that this was his limit, he would break through his limits again the next fight, reaching a brand new height. Now, the surrounding spectators were long unconcerned about who would win and who would lose, and was also indifferent to who Xiao Ruyan would marry in the end. What they were most concerned with was just what extent Yi Yuan could perform to. Could Yi Yuan defeat the #1 expert, Zhao Chunggong, and replace him to become the fierce Gale world's rookie king? In the foreseeable future, as long as Yi Yuan did not die today, the future position of Wind Emperor was his for sure. Under everyone's eyes, Zhao Chunggong pointed his spear at Yi Yuan again. This time, he actually raised his spear with one hand over his head, while the other hand with his fingers as swords, pointing them at Yi Yuan. Very soon, an abnormal atmosphere started to undulate out. Everybody had yet to recover from Yi Yuan's attack earlier, but at this time, was forcefully pulled back to reality by this sort of peculiar atmosphere. Zhao Chunggong stood there like a statue without moving a hint for a long time. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Regarding Zhao Chunggong's next attack, he instinctively felt out of the ordinary. Not just Yi Yuan, practically all the martial artists at the plaza could feel it. What martial technique is this? Why does it make me feel like the air is about to solidify? Wasn't His Highness, the 7th Prince's strongest move Spear Shadow Carnage? What martial technique is this? Are you a pig? How long has it already been since 7th Prince used martial techniques in front of everyone? Such a long time. Did you think that His Highness, the 7th Prince, would remain marching on the spot? Yeah, most likely, between Shangguan Lingyun and 7th Prince, they are unaware of each other's depths now. But without question, these two persons' strength is unfathomable right now. In the plaza, martial artists with slightly weaker strength all felt that. Breathing was rather difficult, but that terror in their hearts could not be repressed no matter what. Yi Yuan suddenly vanished from where he stood. Zhao Chunggong's body, which had not moved for a long while, finally moved slightly. Only to see his upper body rotate slightly, but his sword finger turned to another position. The next instant, Yi Yuan's figure appeared again, and Zhao Chunggong's spear and sword finger were still pointing at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together once more. This probing action earlier finally let Yi Yuan confirm that he was totally locked on by Zhao Chunggong. Big brother, what is this move of His Highness's? Why does it give people such a repressing feeling? Shangguan Lingshui's brows were also tightly locked. Evidently, she felt rather uncomfortable too. Shangguan Lingyun's expression was solemn as he said, "The last time I fought with him was already a matter of 3 years ago. Looks like these 3 years, he wasn't idling either. Ji Qing is in danger." "What?" Shangguan Lingshui exclaimed in shock. "How can you be so certain? Ji Qing, he is so strong. He can't possibly be in trouble, right?" Shangguan Lingyun shook his head and said, "If Ji Qing had Sea Transformation Realm strength, even if it was only first level Sea Transformation Realm, breaking this move isn't hard. But sadly, even after using Origin Spirit 9 transformations, he only has a strength at the half-step Sea Transformation Realm. Why is this so? I feel that realm doesn't seem to be that important to Ji Qing. Half-step Sea Transformation and Sea Transformation Realm might perhaps be a huge difference to others, but to Ji Qing, it doesn't seem to make any difference, right?" Shangguan Lingshui asked in puzzlement. Shangguan Lingyun shook his head again. "The more so for showdowns between experts, the more important realm is. Zhao Chunggong and my realm have always been more or less the same." Neither shook the other off. "Don't you find that strange?" Only with Shangguan Lingyun saying that did Shangguan Lingshui felt rather odd. Although these two people's strength were well matched, it could not be that they were also walking together in terms of cultivation in essence energy, right? These few years, the two of them virtually always broke through realms at the same time. Recalling now, it was really quite strange. Shangguan Lingyun continued talking, "Martial artist's realm is external. Everyone can see at a glance, and it simply can't be concealed. But comprehension towards concepts is internal. Each day that we don't face off, I'll not know how much he comprehended. But I can confirm that even if there a gap between the two of us, it's only just between millimeters too. Hence, the two of us would have a mutual understanding to maintain a similar realm. We all know that once one side's breakthrough speeds up, the other side will also risk his life to break through. Because as long as one side breaks through first, the other wouldn't be a match at all. But even though Ji Qing's realm isn't high, he still hold the advantage earlier. Shangguan Lingshe said uncertainly. Shangguan Lingyun said with a sigh, between Ji Qing and Zhao Chenggan, it is not as balanced as between Zhao Chenggan and me. The reason why Ji Qing can persist until now is by relying entirely on his concept's comprehension, which is a cut above the rest. And his greatest shortfall is his realm. Pausing for a moment, Shangguan Lingyun continued again, just now, Ji Qing already probed Zhao Chenggan. He's unable to shake off Zhao Chenggan's vital energy lock-on. With Yi Yuan's concept's comprehension, as long as he has a seed transformation realm strength, he can absolutely get rid of Zhao Chenggan's lock-on. But now, he must forcefully resist this blow from Zhao Chenggan head-on. And forcefully withstanding this attack face-on, even I will die for sure. What? Even you'll die for sure too? How is this possible? Shangguan Lingshe turned pale with fright. Even the Shangguan Lingyun who was ranked equally with Zhao Chenggan said that it was a certain death. Just how horrifying was the power of this attack? Chapter 431 Terrifying Battle. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Chenggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed all of his comprehension towards attack and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. Then, do you think that Ji Qing can ward off this blow? Shangguan Lingshe asked curiously. I don't know, I completely can't figure out Ji Qing's ins and outs. In comparison to Zhao Chenggan, this is a more terrifying adversary. Because you'll never know what kind of surprise he's going to bring you next. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave face. Although Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chenggan had already not had a frontal battle for a long time, everyone grew up together and could more or less estimate each other's strength. But Ji Qing was different. Since standing on the stage, Yi Yuan's means had been emerging in an endless stream. Divine Soul Attack, Absolute Defense, Thousand Flowing Petals, and Half Moon Slash. Even the Shui family's ultimate technique, Origin Spirit 9 Transformations, Yi Yuan used it even better than the Shui family's family head. No one knew what kind of perverse move Yi Yuan would use next. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and actually closed his eyes. This scene gave everyone a huge shock. What is Ji Qing doing here? Gave up on resisting? Maybe. He's preparing some move. Prepare what ass move? Don't you see that he didn't maneuver any essence energy at all? Seventh Prince's next move is bound to be an extremely deadly attack. He's still not launching any martial technique now. Isn't this waiting for death? Zhao Chenggan was also slightly stunned when he saw this scene. But this did not hamper him from continuing to strengthen his momentum. The essence of this move from Zhao Chenggan was momentum. He could not release Spear Shadow Carnage's accumulated momentum, but it did not mean that his comprehension on momentum was a total mess. On the contrary, in comprehension on momentum, Zhao Chenggan was extremely formidable. It also because of this that he created this current move. The momentum of Spear Shadow Carnage was too hard to amass. Heh, you know that you can't avoid this hit, so you gave up on resisting. But I won't show mercy. Zhao Chenggan said with a cold laugh in his heart. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura undulated out with him as the center. Are you trying to force me to have a head-on confrontation with you here? Fine, as you wish. Yi Yuan's calm voice entered the ears of everyone present here. This voice was so composed that it made people feel hard to get close to, as if Yi Yuan was a person from another world. This is hard like still water. That's right. This is absolutely hard like still water. The hard realm that even Zhao Chenggan is unable to comprehend, this boy actually comprehended it at the crystal formation realm. Shangguan Wenrui, who had been calm the entire time, finally showed an astonished look. Truly unbelievable, he's only 16. Hard like still water, there might not even be 1 in 100 million martial artists that can comprehend it. How on earth did he do it? Shui Hongfei said with a vicissitude of emotion. Under anticipating eyes, Yi Yuan's two palms was gradually brought up from the sides. Two distinctly different essence energy attributes extended out from his two palms. A miniature whirlwind was held in the palm of his left hand. The whirlwind was currently expanding rapidly, gradually taking on the features of a wind dragon. A small cluster of pale yellow flames was held in the center of his right hand. The flame grew increasingly vigorous as it blazed, gradually forming a fire dragon. Yi Yuan was currently mobilizing heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly right now. Half-step C transformation could only mobilize heaven and earth essence energy in an extremely small radius area. But to Yi Yuan, half-step C transformation was already enough to let his affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy reach an exceptionally terrifying extent. Yi Yuan entered heart-like still water state in order to maximize this affinity to muster even more essence energy. At this instant, Yi Yuan was also already staking it all on one last throw. Zhao Chenggen's momentum was still in the midst of rising rapidly. Right then, Zhao Chenggen's aura finally rose to its peak. Tyrant Martial Howling Cloud Spear, glimpse of heaven. Zhao Chenggen gave a low cry. A spear pierced out, sweeping along with boundless heaven and earth essence energy, violent to the extreme. Where it passed by, sand and stone were flung all around. The entire stage was already pulverized to dust by his one spear. At the same time, Yi Yuan's palms pushed. Two small dragons gushed forth, instantaneously tangling together. Wind fire violent blaze transforming dragon. Yi Yuan roared. In the process of the intertwining, the two small dragons actually gradually merged into one, becoming a colossal dragon of wind and fire. The gigantic dragon roared as it swept over towards Zhao Chenggen. It actually gave off a series of dragon roars. Xiao Changfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he yelled out, "Quick! Quickly dodge!" Actually, no need for him to shout. Everyone below the stage already noticed something off. These two people's moves were overly terrifying. Once they clashed together, they completely dare not imagine what would happen. The entire platform had already turned into fine powder. Blast waves rolled out in all directions, wave after wave. Looking at the distinguished guests on the stand, they had long left their seats. While the audiences were thrown into confusion, the two people's attacks collided together. An explosion sound which reverberated through the skies sounded out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. A dazzling light spread out like the sun, blinding the people until they could not open their eyes at all. Quickly run. A martial artist thought that he had retreated to a safe distance. But he quickly discovered something wrong and was sent flying by the enormous air blast. Arg! Air! Miserable cries rose after one another, only to see martial artists being sent flying by the enormous air blast one by one. The power of a single attack was utterly appalling. What on earth happened? What the hell did those two people do? Ouch! So painful. Is this freaking hell the battle of Sea Transformation Realm martial artists? When were Sea Transformation Realm martial artists powerful to this extent? What happened to those two people? Who in the world won? Don't know. I completely can't see at all. That blinding light has already persisted for over a dozen breaths and actually hasn't dissipated yet. Many people squinted, wanting to see what happened inside that bundle of light. But they only saw a vast expanse of white light and could not see anything at all. Several more breaths passed. The white light finally dissipated slowly. The first thing that reflected in the eyes of the audience was a stretch of ruins. The platform had already disappeared entirely, and what replaced it was a huge pit. In the huge pit, Zhao Chenggen stood with his spear. That appearance was very intimidating. And opposite him, Yi Yuan was struck out over 100 feet away, his clothing tattered, and injuries all over his body, looking very alarming. Once Xiao Ruyuan saw, her eyes immediately turned red. She pulled down the head veil with a grab and rushed in front of Yi Yuan like flying. Propping Yi Yuan up, tears flowed down with a pitter-patter. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale white, looking feeble to the extreme. Young Master Ji, are you alright? Chapter 432 Recruiting Disciple. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Ruyuan's words. Xiao Ruyuan was very anxious and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Hugging Yi Yuan, she cried extremely heartbrokenly. Little junior brother. Shi Haoran also panicked when he saw the situation and hurriedly ran in front of Yi Yuan. Shi Haoran hastily searched for Yi Yuan's pulse. Only seeing that Yi Yuan just fainted for the time being did he feel relieved and heaved a long breath. Rest assured, little junior brother just received a huge impact and fainted unconscious, Shi Haoran said with Xiao Ruyan. Concern led to panic. Xiao Ruyan herself was also an alchemist. Earlier, she actually forgot to read Yi Yuan's pulse. Alright, that's really great, Xiao Ruyan cried from joy. But Shi Haoran frowned and said, alright. Does he look alright to you? This injury of his, he probably has to lie in bed for a period of time. At present, Yi Yuan looked very miserable. Ignoring external wounds, his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact too. If there were no medicinal pills to assist in healing, a single mishap and he would die. How could he possibly be fine? Shi Haoran's gaze involuntarily looked towards Zhao Chang'an hatefully. It was only to see that Zhao Chang'an was staring dead straight at Yi Yuan currently, his expression was without a modicum of joy. Sigh. Ji Qing lost in the end. I even thought that the number 1 throne of the capital would be displaced today. Who knew that His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually powerful to such an extent already? Ji Qing is still unable to create a miracle in the end. But for him to be able to perform to this step, it's already very heaven-defying. Give him another 1 or 2 years, and he'll surpass His Highness, the 7th Prince, in all aspects. This battle, Ji Qing had a moral victory. That final blow from 7th Prince, even Soul Sea Realm martial artists might not be able to receive it. Ji Qing is just a 7th level Crystal Formation Realm martial artist, but he fought to such an extent with 7th Prince. In my heart, he's the victor. Strong people always garnered people's respect. Yi Yuan's performance had already obtained the recognition of the vast majority of the people present. In their hearts, for Yi Yuan to lose out slightly to the 7th level C transformation Zhao Chang'an with strength a major realm lower, he did not count as a failure no matter what. Xiao Changfeng came close and took a look at the heavily wounded Yi Yuan, and looked at Zhao Chang'an again. For a time, he did not know how he should announce the results. This match, 7th Prince. ... Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Changfeng said halfway but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's violent coughing sounds. Xiao Ruyan was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, Ji Qing. You finally woke up, why you scared me to death? As she said, Xiao Ruyan cried again. Yi Yuan smiled dryly and said, Ji good disciple, don't cry anymore. Bawl your eyes out, and you won't look pretty anymore. What master promised you, is all accomplished. Xiao Ruyan had a doubtful face as she said, Ji Qing, you clearly already lost. Haha, I said that I was going to pummel him. How can I lose to him? Yi Yuan's laughing affected his wounds, hurting him until he contorted his face in agony. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the expression of Zhao Chang'an opposite changed. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell down backward. This scene was too sudden. Everyone was caught unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't His Highness, the 7th Prince won? Isn't this plot reversing too quickly? Can it be? Ji Qing really created a miracle and became the number 1 person among the capital's junior generation from here on forth. My God, with his present realm, who can surpass him in the future? All at once, the entire plaza exploded. Sounds of exclamations rose and fell. This scene was too inconceivable. Ji Qing was clearly already beaten until heavily injured and dying. In a twinkle, the 7th Prince could not make it anymore. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed happily. Although he looked very tragic, he was not fearful for his life. In this match, as long as Yi Yuan won, he would be the right and proper capital's number 1 person. The future position of Wind Emperor was without a doubt his. Such glory was not even worth mentioning to Yi Yuan. But to the fierce Gale World martial artists, it was paramount. In everyone's understanding, the Wind Emperor would surely be born between Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Chang'an, the two of them. But now, Yi Yuan appeared and utterly upset the entire arrangement. Under Xiao Ruyan's aid, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill that he refined himself. His injuries took a turn for the better very swiftly. While he was still unable to stand up, his complexion already became rosy, and his essence energy was also in the midst of gradual recovery. Such recovery speed made everyone exclaim in shock again. Family head Xiao, announce the results. Yi Yuan urged. Xiao Changfeng looked at the Zhao Chang'an lying on the ground and did not know what to do for a moment. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, his dantian is already damaged by me. It will be hard to have any advancement in this lifetime. So, you can announce the results now. What? Dantian damaged? Xiao Changfeng nearly jumped up. Another thunderbolt out of the blue. The insufferably arrogant 7th prince actually became a cripple. This, once His Majesty, the Wind Emperor knows of this matter, how enraged would he be? Ji Qing, why you're framing me up, digging a pit for the Xiao family? Xiao Changfeng stomped in a rage. But Yi Yuan did not care a hoot as he said, with my Qixia mountain backing you up, what are you scared of? Oh right, there's still something I forgot to tell you. As he said, Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan and said with a faint smile, good disciple, come. I, Ji Qing, in front of the many heroes in the capital today, take you in as a disciple. Acknowledge master now. What? Acknowledge you as her master. Xiao Changfeng felt like his brain was a little lacking. When did the agreed-upon spouse-finding martial competition suddenly become acknowledging master? Xiao Changfeng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and was so furious that his entire body was trembling. This move from Yi Yuan was thoroughly cutting the Xiao family away from the royal family. Henceforth, the Xiao family would have to depend on the Qixia mountain lineage. Or else, they would die without a burial ground. What, does family head Xiao think that I, Ji Qing, can't teach your daughter? Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long while did he wave his hand and said, forget it, forget it. My Xiao family swore fealty to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, for generation after generation. Who knew that when it reached my, Xiao Changfeng's, hands, it actually fell to such a plight? The story is played out, and the wood has become a boat. What else do I have to say? Ruyan, acknowledge him as your master then. Xiao Changfeng took a deep look at his daughter and was filled with a vicissitude of emotions. He never would have thought that today's spouse-finding martial competition would actually develop into such a conclusion. Obtaining her father's permission, the final trace of kink in Xiao Ruyan's heart also vanished like mist and smoke. At once, she bowed solemnly towards Yi Yuan. Master is high above, receive disciple Xiao Ruyan's bow. Yi Yuan laughed and said, haha, good disciple, to think that my, Ji Qing's, first disciple, is actually a girl as exquisite as a flower. Master's present strength is meager and doesn't have anything good to give to you either. This jade slip is used as your master acknowledgement gift. Take it. As he said, Yi Yuan passed Xiao Ruyan a jade slip. Chapter 433 Identity Exposed. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly, her expression was rather vacant. She agreed to acknowledge Yi Yuan as her master with ulterior motives, and it was not to really learn something. She did not think that Yi Yuan really prepared a master acknowledgement gift for her. Take a look. Master prepared a set of soul cultivation incantation and 2 sets of refining arts for you. You have to study them well in the future, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Xiao Ruyan sunk her divine sense into the jade slip as told and started to browse. This scene looked extremely comical in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was more or less the same as Xiao Ruyan's, both high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Now, Yi Yuan wanted to take a girl whose strength was relative to his as his disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat odd. What do you guys Yi Yuan is playing at here? Xiao Ruyan is one of the capital's dual absolutes. Furthermore, you all look at that concerned look of Xiao Ruyan's when Ji Qing was injured just now. Clearly in love with him. He actually only took her in to be a disciple. Aggravating me to death. Xiao Ruyan is my goddess. Ji Qing is already the capital's #1 now, and he actually dares to trample on my goddess's dignity. I want to duel him. Screw off you. With that strength of yours, it isn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want to duel. However, Ji Qing's action is really unimaginably weird. He himself is just a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How is he going to teach disciples? In my opinion, this Ji Qing thinks too highly of himself. Even though he's Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, to talk about giving pointers in alchemy to the alchemy grandmaster Xiao Ruyan who is his peer, he probably isn't qualified enough yet, right? I'm very curious though, about what are the things inside his jade slip. Heh, what can there be? Simply his own cultivation methods and refining methods. Just that these things, his comprehension is already slightly stronger than Xiao Ruyan, right? Master teaching disciples was not a simple imparting of cultivation methods. It was more so to clarify doubts for disciples and give pointers to various problems encountered during the process of cultivation. Especially alchemy skills. It was deep and profound, hard to learn and hard to be proficient. Everybody knew that Yi Yuan's was amazing at alchemy. But regardless of how incredible he was only an alchemy grandmaster. Regarding higher realm things, how much could he comprehend? Imparting soul cultivation methods and refining methods a little and being someone's master was truly a bit too child's play. And currently, Xiao Ruyan's brows were slightly furrowed, and her expression gradually becoming solemn. Xiao Ruyan was clearly not yet used to called Yi Yuan master. Call master, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath and called out, Master, this master's acknowledgement gift is too precious. You're my disciple. Giving pointers in your cultivation is within master's duty, what precious. From today onwards, you'll cultivate the soul cultivation method on the jade slip. But you must promise master that this method absolutely mustn't be divulged. Only you alone can cultivate it. Otherwise, even its flouting teachings, master, will clean the household. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's voice became extremely stern. Actually, what Yi Yuan gave Xiao Ruyan was the 1000 augmenting soul incantation as well as the Yin-Yang Separation Flow technique and the tri-origin samsara art cultivation skills. But what he gave Xiao Ruyan was only the first 5 levels of the 1000 augmenting soul incantation, enough for her to cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign. Moreover, in the jade slip were extremely detailed annotations about the 1000 augmenting soul incantations and the 2 types of skills. They were all Yi Yuan's notes of his understanding. With these things, no matter how poor one's talent was, cultivating to Alchemy King Reem was not an issue at all. With Xiao Ruyan's talent, cultivating to peak alchemy sovereign was only a matter of time. In truth, this introduction gift, Yi Yuan considered it carefully too. Just talking about talent, while Xiao Ruyan was not considered at the zenith, she was already pretty decent. Xiao Ruyan's intentions, Yi Yuan was naturally very clear. Furthermore, through this period of living together, Yi Yuan could also trust Xiao Ruyan's character. Since that was the case, why not he be a bit more generous and pass down his mantle? Killing Ji Kanglin was a near certain death mission. Even Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee that he could succeed for sure either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world right away. Towards this eldest disciple of his, he could not be shabby no matter what. Hence, he passed these 3 things to Xiao Ruyan. Presumably, with these things, Xiao Ruyan ascending to the divine realm in the future would not pose a problem. Hearing Yi Yuan's warning, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed too and knew how great the weight of this jade slip in her hand was. Xiao Ruyan was an expert too. Sweeping the contents of the jade slip over, she knew the value of this jade slip. She acknowledged him as her master was to get close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan really took her to be his legacy successor. After musing, Xiao Ruyan nodded solemnly and said, Rest assured, master. Disciple will engrave the contents inside the jade slip into my divine soul to slowly understand and absolutely won't reveal it to a third person to know. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Okay, this matter is done. Master's injuries aren't light in. Still need to head back and recuperate about. You follow me back to Qixia Mountain then. Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and actually really supported Yi Yuan like a disciple and left. Yi Yuan nodded slightly at Shi Haoran. The party was just about to leave when all of a sudden, a dozen overfigures descended from the skies and blocked their path. The one in front was an old man with age much alike star abysses. And looking from the aura coming off of this person's body, he was actually a divine traversing realm martial artist. Ding Liang, what are you here for? When Shi Haoran saw the arrival, his brows involuntarily knitted. The old man called Ding Liang did not pay attention to Shi Haoran and said indifferently, The dark shadow guards are handling affairs. Unrelated personnel quickly leave, otherwise, kill without amnesty. Ding Liang's voice was not loud, but it spread out like a large bell. Every single person in the plaza heard it loud and clear. Dark shadow guards. It's actually the most mysterious dark shadow guards under the Wind Emperor's command. Is this the power of a sovereign-level powerhouse? So powerful. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, quickly go. I heard that the dark shadow guards have extremely high autonomy when handling matters and can execute on the spot before reporting. If we don't leave, we'll die a pointless death. There were tens of thousands of people in the plaza. But currently, they retreated like tidewater. Very soon, in the vast plaza, only Yi Yuan's group and Ding Liang's group were left. Ding Liang, what the hell are you doing? Shi Haoran asked again unhappily. Although he was a full major realm lower than Ding Liang, in terms of status, he was not inferior to Ding Liang. Hence, he dared to directly call his name. Shi Heoran was the #1 person under Star Abyss. Other than needing to give a disciple's bow when facing the Wind Emperor, he could directly disregard other people. Ding Liang still did not answer. He took a look at the unconscious Zhao Chengdan not far away and his brows involuntarily furrowed. He asked Yi Yuan, "His Highness, the 7th Prince, was defeated by you?" Not knowing why, since the beginning earlier, Yi Yuan's eyelids kept twitching constantly and had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that this Ding Liang did not come with good intentions. Seeing Ding Liang pose a question, Yi Yuan said, "So what if yes? Can it be that you want to take revenge for him?" Haha, taking revenge naturally won't reach this old man's turn. Yi Yuan, take a trip with me. Ding Liang said with a light laugh. Chapter 434 He's my little junior brother. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed. But he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name?" Ding Liang said expressionlessly, "I didn't call the wrong name. You're well aware in your heart. However, you actually defeated His Highness, the 7th Prince, to this extent. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, most likely won't let you return." Shi Heoran's face fell as he said, "Ding Liang, you don't say some things here that make neither head nor tails to confuse the public. Just spit out what you have to say. But if you want to touch little junior brother, go past me first." Ding Liang looked at Shi Heoran and said with a smile, "You call him as your little junior brother repeatedly. Do you know his true identity?" Shi Heoran said with a cold smile, "Your meaning is that Master Star Abyss is blind to take little junior brother in as a disciple?" Ding Liang's expression faltered slightly. Shi Heoran bringing out Star Abyss, this great Buddha, involuntarily made him have to reply carefully. Although Star Abyss's realm was similar to his, he was a character that even the Wind Emperor dreaded. Moreover, Star Abyss being protective of his people was known to all. If one really infuriated him, he would do anything. Of course I don't have this meaning. But, maybe Lord Star Abyss is also kept in the dark. Ding Liang obviously would not fall for it. Humph, if little junior brother really deceived Master Star Abyss, there will naturally be his elderly self to punish. When did it come to your dark shadow guards to carry out a superfluous action? Little junior brother, let's go. Shi Heoran said with a cold snort. As he said, Shi Heoran brought his fellow apprentices and prepared to circle around Ding Liang to leave. How could Ding Ling let them go? With a slight shift in footsteps, he blocked in front of them again. Shi Heoran's brows furrowed and his tone gradually chilled. Ding Liang, are you bent on instigating antagonism between the royal family and the Alchemist Association? Ding Liang shook his head and said, "Alchemy King, she doesn't need to be like this. Ding Liang is also here on orders. Your little junior brother is a spy who had infiltrated from the endless world. This point is already conclusive beyond all doubt. If Alchemy King she doesn't believe, you can ask him yourself." Shi Heoran's heart plummeted and was invariably caught in a dilemma. In truth, through Ding Liang's words earlier, Shi Heoran already had some suspicions. But he was still not willing to believe that this was true from the bottom of his heart. After musing for a moment, Shi Heoran forcefully pressed down the doubts in his heart and said to Ding Liang, "This matter is much too important. Want to ask? It's also not my turn to ask. I'll bring little junior brother back right now. Master Star Abyss, he will handle it impartially." Ding Liang's face fell and wished that he could kill Shi Heoran with one palm. "Handle my ass impartially. If you bring this boy back, you all will close your doors to handle impartially. At that time, do I have to go before Star Abyss to ask for him? No way, this matter is already investigated clearly. Alchemy King she has no need to go back and ask Lord Star Abyss. I'm bringing away Yi Yuan right now. When the time comes, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, will explain to Lord Star Abyss personally." Ding Liang said immediately, "I said earlier, want to touch little junior brother, pass me first. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me." Shi Heoran said angrily, "You." Ding Liang was so angered that he was spouting smoke from 7 orifices. As they spoke, both parties' gunpowder smell gradually thickened, with the manner of a single word of disagreement, and they would fight. But, if they really fought, Yi Yuan's side would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. The other party not only had Ding Liang, this divine traversing realm powerhouse, but the others were also mostly Soul Sea realm experts too. Yi Yuan's side were all a bunch of alchemists. How could they be the Dark Shadow Guard's match? Fine, I'll expose his identity in front of everybody. See how you still defend him. Lan Hu, come out for me. Ding Liang howled. A figure appeared in front of everyone. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his face could not help changing too. That last trace of a fluke was also all gone. Long time no see, Yi Yuan. In order to find you, I've flipped the entire capital over these past few months. I didn't think that you'd actually be right under my eyelids, and even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple. If not for today, I was seized with a sudden impulse to come here and take a look at the spouse-finding martial competition. I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know when. You escaped back to the endless world. Although Lan Hu said it smilingly, anyone could tell the fury in his words. These words said by Lan Hu was not in any way exaggerated. These few months, he would go to the city gates and keep watch there, hoping to discover Yi Yuan. Yet, several months went by, and he did not even have any hint of information. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan not only entered the capital long ago, but Yi Yuan also even became Sovereign Star Abyss's 8th disciple. This discovery made him depressed until he was about to vomit blood. Seeing Lan Hu, Yi Yuan knew that his tracks were ultimately still exposed. Knowing that he could not conceal it, Yi Yuan gave a faint sigh and said, "So, it's Lan Hu, huh? It's really been a long time since we've met. I didn't think that you'd actually pay such close attention to my affairs." When Yi Yuan's words came out, the facial expressions of Shi Heoran and the others changed drastically. This was equivalent to him acknowledging the matter of being a spy. How is this possible? I clearly investigated your divine soul before. All of the characteristics were exactly identical with his fierce Gale World martial artists. By the side, Xiao Changfeng's face already turned deathly pale and still did not dare to quite believe it until now. Hearing these words, Ding Liang had a doubtful look too. His realm was much higher than Xiao Changfeng's and could sense that Yi Yuan's divine soul was no different from fierce Gale World martial artists. If not for Lan Hu seeing Yi Yuan before with his own eyes, it was utterly impossible for him to suspect Yi Yuan. In truth, if not for this point, perhaps Yi Yuan would have been exposed long ago. It was impossible to be arrogant under their eyelids until now. Among the people that Yi Yuan came into contact with, many were high-tier martial artists and could very easily detect the abnormality of his divine soul. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Haha. That's very simple." As he said, Yi Yuan's divine soul underwent a minute transformation. But everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Everybody's eyes went wide and stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even the sovereign-level powerhouse, Ding Liang's pupils constricted. He was evidently abnormally shocked. Haha, nothing is impossible. It's just slightly altering the characteristics of the divine soul, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Only after a long while did everyone recover from the shock. Ding Liang said with a solemn voice, "Shi Heoran, you saw it too. What else is there to say? This child's talent is even more monstrous than Shangguan Lingyun and His Highness, the 7th Prince. He absolutely mustn't be allowed to leave. Or else, he's bound to be my fierce Gale World's mortal malady in the future." Shi Heoran's expression flickered ceaselessly. Clearly, his heart was endlessly conflicted. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Many thanks for eldest senior brothers and senior's care these few days. Little brother is also helpless. That's why I hid my identity. Today's matter will be shouldered by little brother alone. Eldest senior brother, please return." At this juncture, Shi Heoran falling out and becoming enemies with him was an extremely normal thing. Yi Yuan obviously would not bear enmity against him. On the contrary, he was very grateful for Shi Heoran's care this period of time. Shi Heoran's this sort of shielding one's shortcomings very much matched Yi Yuan's appetite. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that Shi Heoran suddenly blocked in front of him and said to Ding Liang, "No matter who he is, he's my little junior brother. You want to bring him away, sure. But I have to bring him back to xianxia Mountain. First, and let Master Star Abyss deal with him first. Before anything else, he's my little junior brother. Nobody can think about touching a hair of his." Chapter 435 Yi Yuan's Charm. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from Shi Heoran angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. Shi Heoran already thought it through currently and was no longer conflicted. He immediately said coolly, "I'm only saying to wait until he returns to xianxia Mountain. I didn't say to let him back to the fierce Gale World either. What are you kicking up a fuss for? You're aware of Master Star Abyss's character. If I hand Yi Yuan to you today, I'll die very horribly when I return. While you, likewise won't feel nice. Ding Liang could not help choking up. Star Abyss's sanctions were still fresh in everyone's minds. Humph, let's go. Seeing Ding Liang waver, Shi Heoran gave a cold snort and was about to bring them away. Wait a minute. Ding Liang suddenly woke up and gave a loud cry, Shi Heoran. Don't you compel me to use force. As he said, the aura of divine traversing realm released. Everyone's faces changed. The oppression of a divine traversing realm was not a joke. Ding Liang did not even make a move yet, and everyone already had a feeling like the heaven was rent asunder and the earth cracked. Even breathing was very laborious, as if somebody was clutching their throats. What was the notion of divine traversing realm? This was basically the pinnacle existence for lower realm martial artists. A character that stood at the very peak of the food chain. An existence like the spire of a pyramid. Once such a character made a move, ordinary people utterly did not have the chance to resist. Even Soul Sea realm martial artists were also ant-like existences in front of divine traversing realms. When Ding Liang demonstrated his power, Shi Heoran's face changed too. He was not an arrogant and conceited person. In front of Ding Liang, he did not have the leeway to retaliate at all. But in order to bring little junior brother back to Qixia Mountain today, he was ready to risk it all. This was something that must be done by someone of the Star Abyss tutelage. Want to punish, it was also punishment by their own people. When was it other people's turn to punish? Everyone had their own insistence, and Shi Heoran's insistence was the pride of Star Abyss's line as well as protection towards their own people. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. Shi Heoran's words revealed an icy cold intent. Ding Liang suddenly let out a sigh and said, Shi Heoran, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has already issued the order to be sure to bring Yi Yuan away. Apologies, I can only offend. Only to see him wave his sleeves grandly. An enormous force sent Shi Heoran flying out. Shi Heoran crashed heavily onto the ground and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Eldest senior brother. Seeing Shi Heoran sustain injuries, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Ding Liang did not hesitate in the slightest and took this chance to directly reach his hand out and grab at Yi Yuan. A horrifying oppressive power directly shackled Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually could not move at all and could only let Ding Liang capture at his discretion. But at this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback from shock and yelled out, Ruyan. Get away from me. Xiao Ruyan's hand stretched out and turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words. But she shut her eyes, a manner of waiting for death. Regardless of who you are, you're my, Xiao Ruyan's, master. I can't watch you die. Ding Liang, want to kill, you kill me together too. Xiao Ruyan reproached daintily. Humph, ignorant child, to actually help an enemy from another world. I still have some trepidation towards Shi Heoran, but just with a little baby girl who's still wet behind her ears like yourself, do you really take me to not dare to kill you? Since you wish to die, I'll help you achieve your aim. Ding Liang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was so anxious that he broke into a cold sweat. He cursed, you dumbass. Quickly get lost for me. Do you hear? Yi Yuan was suppressed dead by Ding Liang's aura and completely could not move at all. In that battle with Zhao Chenggan prior to this, his wounds were extremely severe. Now, he completely did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Ding Liang wanting to kill Xiao Ruyan was simply as easy as blowing away dust. Could it be that he had to watch Xiao Ruyan die before him helplessly? Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. Ding Liang's figure was suddenly totally blocked. A large fatty suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Ruyan. It was precisely second senior brother, Tang Ji. Tang Ji looked at Ding Liang calmly as he said coolly, Ding Liang, kill me together too. I want to see how many people can you kill today. As he said, the other 5 seniors blocked in front of Yi Yuan too, covering him solidly. At this instant, Yi Yuan's eyes unwittingly became somewhat wet. These seniors clearly knew that he was someone from another world, yet they actually barricaded in front of him without any hesitation. This gratitude, Yi Yuan probably could not cut it off in this lifetime no matter what. Humph, who says that I must kill you guys? Just the likes of the few of you also wish to get in the way of me capturing this boy. Ding Liang gave a cold snort and lightly slapped out a palm. Immediately, violent winds howled, sending everyone flying. The strength of a divine traversing realm martial artist was simply inexorable. Yi Yuan was originally already heavily injured. At this time, injuries piled on top of injuries, and he could not hold back the sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. A blur before his eyes. A silhouette appeared before him. Really can't tell that you, boy, actually have such charm to make so many people willingly die for you. However, I want to see who else can stop me from capturing you now. Ding Liang said lightly with his hands behind his back. Yi Yuan's complexion was as pale as paper and was already very frail. He looked at Ding Liang cold and detachedly and said coolly, Ding Liang, right. If I don't die today, there will definitely come the day where you'll regret it. Ding Liang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Yi Yuan spoke very calmly. But the calmer he was, the more enraged it meant he currently was. If not for Tangji earlier, Xiaoruyan would already be a dead person. Ding Liang was wary of the identities of Shi Haoran and the others, but he completely thought nothing of Xiaoruyan. What capitals dual absolutes? In the eyes of a character like Ding Liang, it was a joke. When needed, he did not mind ruthlessly destroying a flower at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ding Liang's brows involuntarily knitted. He said with a cold smile, young man, you're thinking too much. Don't forget where you are right now. This place is the fierce gale world, not the endless world. Even if I let you leave today, do you think that you can escape from the capital? In here, everyone is your enemy. You alone are facing an entire small world. Hence, don't hold any chances in your heart. You won't have the opportunity to take revenge. Ding Liang did not suspect Yi Yuan's words and also did not feel that Yi Yuan's words had any laughable areas. Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Chenggan, who was a full major realm higher than him with 7th level crystal formation realm cultivation. Such monstrous talent, surpassing him in the future, was practically set in stone. Yet, the Wind Emperor would not give him the opportunity. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Yi Yuan was extremely feeble right now and already could not be bothered to carry out meaningless arguments with Ding Liang. He shut his eyes and slowly revolved his skill to refine the medicinal strength. Alright, it's late. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is most likely already anxious from waiting. Take a trip with me. Ding Lian said. His hand reached towards Yi Yuan once more. Ding Lian, you treated my disciples in such a manner, have you made the preparations to receive my wrath? Right then, a cold voice suddenly sounded out and transmitted into everyone's ears. When Shi Haoran and the others heard this voice, they could not help becoming overjoyed. Chapter 436 Wind Emperor appears. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. Master, Shi Haoran and the others called out in one voice. A figure stood in the air, facing Ding Liang across a distance. Who could it be but Star Abyss? Lord Star Abyss. Seeing Star Abyss, Ding Liang also involuntarily lowered his proud head. Regardless where, the status of alchemists was exceptionally venerated. Even in the fierce gale world where alchemy skills had declined, an alchemy sovereign powerhouse like Star Abyss still had a lofty status. The reason was none other than because the medicinal pills required by divine traversing realm experts, only Star Abyss could refine them. This was the reason behind the pride of Shi Haoran and the others. What kind of existence alchemy sovereign powerhouses were, one just had to look at the medicinal theory class Yi Yuan studied back then at the Dan Wu Academy to understand this point. A theory foundation left behind by an alchemy sovereign became the holy scripture that the entire continent pursued. This was a character that could leave behind a legend on a plane. An era might have many divine traversing realm powerhouses. But the number of alchemy sovereign powerhouses were scanty few. Star Abyss's status in the entire fierce gale world could be seen at a glance. Ding Liang, you beat up all of my 8 disciples until heavy injuries today. This account, do I find you to settle it, or should I go and claim from Zhao Tianyan? Star Abyss said coolly. Ding Liang sweated heavily. He did not think that Star Abyss would actually arrive so quickly. This time, it was not easy to wind this matter up. Ding Liang was a little too rash. But Lord Star Abyss, this new disciple of yours is the Endless World spy. Lord Wind Emperor gave a death order to definitely bring him back to interrogate. Ding Liang was helpless and could only bring out Wind Emperor. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Yi Yuan's matter, I'll go explain to Zhao Tianyan myself. Now, you can leave. I'm afraid that this is inappropriate, right? Ding Liang did not think that Star Abyss was actually so unyielding. For a spy from another world, he actually did not even give face to the Wind Emperor. Star Abyss shot him an indifferent glance and said, "Then, are you prepared to take care of me together too?" Ding Liang was shocked and hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not. Even if Ding Liang's guts were any greater, I wouldn't dare to make a move against Lord Star Abyss either." But Star Abyss no longer bothered with him and said to his disciples directly, "Support your little junior brother and follow me." Ding Liang's heart was gloomy. Indeed, like master, like disciple. This master and disciple's way of handling things was simply carved from the same mold, they were directly treating him like heir. But Ding Liang daring to make a move against Shi Haoran and the rest did not mean that he dared to attack Star Abyss. Making a move against Shi Haoran and the rest still had room for maneuver. But making a move against Star Abyss's actual person was equivalent to the royal family and the Alchemist Association breaking away completely. With the Alchemist Association's rallying power, forget about them, these divine traversing realm experts, having to chance to have any medicinal pill to use in the future. Most likely, in the entire Fierce Gale world, no martial artists could get medicinal pills. Even the Shao family and Tong family, these alchemy families who depended on the royal family, they would probably close down their stores very soon as well. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss would actually shield him so domineeringly, making him feel a warmth in his heart. Although the current Yi Yuan was just a small character in the war between two worlds, his monstrous talent had already been revealed. The Wind Emperor would not let him leave easily. Star Abyss saying this was tantamount to falling out with the Wind Emperor. Such resolve, how could Yi Yuan not appreciate the kindness? You caused an uproar in the capital actually just to take in a disciple. Star Abyss transmitted his voice. Thick displeasure was revealed in his words. Very clearly, stirring up this situation was not what he wished to see. To be able to send Yi Yuan away noiselessly, that was the best outcome. Yet, Yi Yuan was simply not a law-abiding person and actually caused storms to rage throughout the entire capital for a girl. Even more damnable was that Yi Yuan defeated everyone, but the final outcome was not to hug a beauty back but just to accept a disciple. This sort of powerful and unconstrained style of doing things also made Star Abyss this titan thunderstruck until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "For real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. Since we're friends, how can I watch her jump into a fire pit helplessly? It's just that I never thought that thorough considerations would have an oversight. There was actually still somebody who recognizes me in the capital. Forget it, forget it. Don't know what kind of fortune this little girl garnered in her previous life, to actually be able to encounter a person like you. Follow me back first, this matter still needs to be discussed at length. You actually wasted Zhao Chang'an. The Wind Emperor most likely won't leave the matter at that." Star Abyss heaved a sigh. Great grace can't be thanked with words. Today's matter, I, Yi Yuan, remembered it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What's there to thank? If you were really a spy, I wouldn't care less about you. It's just, who asked you to be somebody that master, his elderly self, holds in high esteem?" Star Abyss said with a sigh. "Haha, didn't think that one day, I, Yi Yuan, would actually receive Li Daohang's grace," Yi Yuan said with a self-ridiculing laugh. Star Abyss had just brought everyone and walked not far out when he discovered a silhouette blocking their path. This scene happened too unreal, making everyone unwittingly feel their eyes blurring. Because just earlier, there was clearly nobody there. But the next instant, a person suddenly popped up there, as if he appeared out of thin air. Such a bizarre thing involuntarily made people feel a chill down their spine. Looking at the arrival, Star Abyss's expression had an indescribable graveness. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and already had some guesses about this person's identity. "Star Abyss, although your Alchemist Association isn't under my rule, harboring people from another world like this truly make us bitterly disappointed," the person opened his mouth and said apathetically. This person that showed up bizarrely was actually the absolute sovereign of the Fierce Gale world, the Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyan. And he was also the Fierce Gale world's one and only boundless realm martial artist. An existence that looked down upon myriad worlds. Zhao Tianyan's age did not look old, still maintaining the appearance of a middle-aged person. Seemed like in his younger days, he was already an extremely powerful existence. Of course, if he was not a peerlessly talented person, how could he possibly break through to the boundless realm in the lower realms and attain the position of the Wind Emperor? Zhao Tianyan wore a casual dragon robe. Apart from this, there were not too many ornaments, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. It actually gave people a feeling of returning to one's original simplicity. Star Abyss sucked in a deep breath and said in a slightly low voice, "Since you know that the Alchemist Association isn't under your jurisdiction, why did you dare to touch my disciples?" Even an existence like Star Abyss, when facing a boundless realm powerhouse, felt immense pressure too. One had to know that under such an environment like the lower realms, boundless realm represented invincibility. Even peak divine traversing realm martial artists were only just slightly stronger ants in front of the boundless realm Wind Emperor. If not for this, why would the Grand Yan True Sect need to sacrifice countless divine traversing realm martial artists to cast the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array back then? Zhao Tianyan ruminated for a moment and said coolly, "Looks like, you knew his identity long ago." Chapter 437 Unprecedented Humiliation. My own disciple, of course I know. If I didn't know beforehand, why would I appear here now? Star Abyss said, "Although you're the Alchemist Association's chairman, you're also born and bred in the fierce Gale world. Is what you're doing here treating this land that raised you fairly? 1. I didn't do anything that let down the fierce Gale world. 2nd, my disciple also didn't do anything to let down the fierce Gale world. The so-called conspiracy theories are completely conceived out of your own imagination. My disciple only came to save his seniors. Being serious, my disciple came to the fierce Gale world still because the swift wind guards captured his seniors, isn't it so? But you also saw this child's strength. If we let him leave unchecked, he'll be my fierce Gale world's mortal malady. Once he leaves, there will be many, many fierce Gale world brave warriors that will die in his hands next time. You're also a titan of a world. Don't you consider for your people?" The two people had a lively conversation and were actually like old friends of many years chatting. These two people did not belong to the same group. Although they knew each other for many years, they were not some old friends. Star Abyss even once caused mayhem in the capital for his disciples' matter and forced the third prince to death. But at their realm and status, every action had the demeanor of an expert and would naturally not look like lower-level martial artists squabbling. Yet, from the contents of their conversation, their opinions clearly could not reach a consensus. The smell of gunpowder gradually thickened as well. This was absolutely not some good news to Yi Yuan's side, and the Wind Emperor's words clearly struck Star Abyss's Achilles' heel. If Yi Yuan returned to the Endless World, there would bound to be many fierce Gale world martial artists who would die in his hands in the future. In such a war between two worlds, nobody could detach themselves from it. Yi Yuan could enter deep into the fierce Gale world today for his seniors. He would surely have to kill people for his close ones in the future. And Yi Yuan's potential was seriously too scary. This point, no one could refute. These words that the Wind Emperor said was actually equivalent to admitting that he dreaded Yi Yuan very much. Humph, posing as someone with high morals, Yi Yuan suddenly said with a cold snort. Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. In this world, there was actually somebody who dared to provoke the Wind Emperor. Even if Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, this Gaul was also too fat. Even if Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Chenggan, before the Wind Emperor, he was still nothing at all. As long as the Wind Emperor was willing, he could kill Yi Yuan without even needing a finger. Soul Sea Realm, the divine soul communicating with one's essence energy sea, one could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy. Divine Traversing Realm, the divine soul and essence energy sea merge into one, roaming the world freely. One could manipulate heaven and earth essence energy in a large scope. Boundless Realm, the divine soul gains a preliminary glimpse into the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. One could take control of heaven and earth essence energy within a fixed boundary. Saying that they were controllers was not over the top. Hence, the Wind Emperor wanting to kill Yi Yuan now was practically just a matter of a thought. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhao Tianyan glanced sideways slightly and looked at Yi Yuan. Everyone's hearts were thumping and had no clue how the Wind Emperor would punish Yi Yuan. Is there wait for you to speak here? Puny little crystal formation martial artist, saw us and actually dared to not kneel. Zhao Tianyan's dignified voice sounded. Zhao Tianyan was not seen taking any action either. All of a sudden, the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy became berserk and actually squeezed towards Yi Yuan like a cage. This was too sudden. Everyone did not react in time. Immediately, Yi Yuan felt a weight of 30,000 caddies on his shoulders as if a pair of large hands was forcefully pressing him down to make him kneel. Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, and his knees gradually bending. All the bones in his body gave off creaking sounds as he used all the strength in his body to resist. Who the hell are you, to also fit to make me kneel down? Yi Yuan's face turned red, and he said this sentence word by word. Zhao Tianyan said emotionlessly, "We are the ruler of a world. Could it be that we cannot bear a kneel of yours? I, Yi Yuan, only kneel to parents and don't kneel to the heaven. Compared to the heaven, what do you even count as?" As he said, Yi Yuan's jaws were chattering. Each word needed to use his entire body's strength. Yi Yuan's back was already bent, both legs slightly curved, but he stubbornly refused to kneel down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces including Zhao Tianyan's all changed. What martial artists practiced was heavenly Tao. What they feared most and held in reverence most was also heavenly Tao. The might of heavenly Tao was what humans simply could not surmise. Yi Yuan actually uttered words like this. Simply too unbridled. Speaking recklessly of heaven. Truly don't know life from death. With your strength, how do you know the terror of heaven? Zhao Tianyan said. Zhao Tianyan, you're still not staying your hand yet. Humiliating my disciple like today, you have to make preparations to receive my wrath. Star Abyss saw Yi Yuan's agonizing state, and his heart pounded. Speaking recklessly about heaven, among the people present here, there was probably nobody who understood heaven better than Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was burdened with a deeply seated blood feud and had already long lost awe and veneration towards heaven. Alive again, he was going against heaven. The heaven wanted to exterminate him, Yi Yuan. Then he, Yi Yuan, was going to ask the heaven why it was so unjust. Although it was uncertain who Yi Yuan's enemy was, a person that could kill a peak alchemy emperor was definitely among the peak existences in the divine realm. Compared to them, Zhao Tianyan truly did not count as anything. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's former identity, how could he willingly kneel down towards a puny little boundless realm? If it were before, boundless realm was not even fit to lick Yi Yuan's shoes. Star Abyss could understand Yi Yuan's words. He did not feel surprised. But Zhao Tianyan humiliating Yi Yuan like this was what he could not accept. Who knew that this time, Zhao Tianyan was a never-before unyielding. Star Abyss, although I dread your identity, it's not without a bottom line. Furthermore, not everyone by your side can scorn our prestige. Even if he's your disciple, making him kneel down to greet us the first time meeting us is not considered overboard, right? Moreover, he crippled Goner. This kneel serves as making an apology. With Zhao Tianyan saying it like this, Star Abyss really had nothing to say. If Yi Yuan was his eighth disciple, even if Yi Yuan was somebody from the endless world, kneeling down to greet the Wind Emperor was nothing inappropriate. But the problem was that making an Alchemy Emperor kneel to the Wind Emperor was an unprecedented humiliation. Although Star Abyss did not interact much with Yi Yuan, regarding his temperament, he still had some understanding. Even if Yi Yuan were to die, it was also not possible to kneel towards the Wind Emperor. For a moment, Star Abyss fell into a dilemma and did not know what words he should use to rebut Zhao Tianyan. Right then, Yuan suddenly scurried out from the crowd and kneeled to the Wind Emperor with a slam. Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor, I beg you, let Master go. He only did it for the sake of saving his seniors and is really not a spy. If your Majesty wishes to punish, Yuan is willing to die in his place. Yuan's face was smeared in tears, but her face had indescribable stubbornness. Yuan, you mustn't be rude, get back for me, Xiao Changfeng hastily reproached in alarm when he saw the situation. Offending the Wind Emperor was not a burden that his Xiao family could bear. Chapter 438 Made You Suffer. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Yuan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. He had long seen through that this Wind Emperor was not some good-natured person. To be able to kick off a war between two worlds for his own personal interests, such a person was a fierce and ambitious person no matter how one looked at him. How could such a character take pity on a frail little girl? You, this baby girl, don't know what's good for you either. To actually help an aberrant person from another world plead for leniency. The Xiao family received our grace for generations, and this is how you repay us. Alright then, since you want to die, then we will send you off. The Wind Emperor's words did not carry the slightest hint of emotion, making people feel a chill in their hearts when they heard them. Don't, Yi Yuan shouted, but it was as if Zhao Tianyan did not hear it at all. only to see him raise his hand slightly, his index finger lightly flicked. A starlight flew towards Yuan's heart like a comet. Nobody had any suspicion that as long as this bit of starlight touched Yuan, she would be dead for sure. But at this time, who could save her? The starlight arrived in front of Yuan in the blink of an eye. But it was like Yuan did not see it at all. She currently had her back turned to look at Yuan, giving him a gentle smile. Swoosh, bang, the starlight did not strike Yuan, but flew towards the far end, smashing onto the ground. An enormous rumble sounded, rock fragments were smashed flying all around. Yuan disappeared. Regarding this surprise, the Wind Emperor was calm like before. He then turned to Yuan. Spatial spirit artifact, looks like I still underestimated you. Turned out that in that critical juncture just now, Yuan unleashed the spatial spirit artifact and transported Yuan inside. This scene naturally could not escape the Wind Emperor's eyes. However, you can't even protect yourself right now, you actually still have the thought to bother with others. I want to see to what extent you can hold out. Zhao Tianyan's voice had just faded when Yuan suddenly felt the pressure around him immediately increased multiple folds. That horrifying pressure even squeezed the space until it morphed, giving people a very unreal feeling when looked at. And Yuan's body sunk down more than half under this kind of pressure. One knee was practically on the verge of touching the ground. Yuan spurred the essence energy in his body frenziedly, trying to straighten up his back desperately. Under the enormous pressure, Yuan finally could not resist vomiting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only so, under the compression of space, the skin on Yuan's entire body also cracked, oozing out blood, looking very wretched. Zhao Tianyan, if you have the capabilities, kill me. Even if I'm beaten until my bones are ground to dust, I also won't kneel down. Yuan practically snarled it out. Kill you? Killing you is too easy. As long as I'm willing, what's hard about grinding your bones to dust? But, I only want your kneel, Zhao Tianyan said coolly. Zhao Tianyan waved his hand once more. The pressure around Yuan skyrocketed once more. Very clearly, as long as he was willing, he could crush Yuan's body into pieces with just this move. And the pressure that he was applying right now was just a drop in the bucket of his strength. The goal was to make Yuan kneel down. Under the tremendous pressure, Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred, his body dropped bit by bit too. Seeing Yuan's wretched appearance, Star Abyss's fury finally ignited too. However, he had yet to take action when he heard Zhao Tianyan say indifferently, Star Abyss, I advise that you better not make a move. You're aware, on the martial path, you're too weak. As he said, Zhao Tianyan casually pointed with a finger again. Heaven and earth essence energy immediately formed a thin membrane, wrapping Star Abyss inside. Star Abyss's face changed and smacked out a palm at the thin membrane. The thin membrane did not move a hint, and Star Abyss was actually bounced back. This was the strength of a boundless realm martial artist. Even the sovereign-level Star Abyss was so incapable of withstanding a single blow in front of Zhao Tianyan. Alright, wait there obediently. After I take care of this brat, we'll slowly chat, Zhao Tianyan said faintly. Star Abyss gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Tianyan, you deserve death. But Zhao Tianyan did not pay attention to Star Abyss anymore. He increased essence energy for Yuan once more. Suddenly, Yuan's aura rose frenziedly. His eyes were blood red as he stared at Zhao Tianyan icily. Zhao Tianyan said lightly, burning blood essence burning 50% of blood essence in one go, you've virtually already ruined your own foundation. Doing this, just in order to not kneel down before me. Truly an obstinate youth. But, the more this is the case, the more I want to make you kneel. Haha, Yuan was heavily injured originally. Under Zhao Tianyan's pressure, he had reached his limits long ago already. He could persist until now by relying entirely on a single conviction to hang in there. Yuan was self-aware that he was certain to be killed and simply burnt 50% blood essence in one shot, instantly filling the essence energy in his body to the brim. Under such a condition, he actually slowly stood up a little. However, all of this was futile. Yuan compared to boundless realm martial artists, the gap was too great. Just pushed back some and Zhao Tianyan slightly exerted pressure again, immediately pushing Yuan down. Yuan's feet actually trod the ground until it caved in. And at this time, Yuan's knee was only a mere couple of inches distance away from the ground. Burning 50% blood essence was also unable to resist even a tiny bit of time. Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry. Yet, there was a voice in his heart telling him non-stop, "Don't kneel. Don't kneel." The current Yi Yuan was already dyed by his blood until he became a blood person, looking terrifyingly ghastly. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help showing a visible change in countenance. A crystal formation realm youth actually displayed such a stubborn side in front of a boundless realm martial artist. Although these people were all Zhao Tianyan's subjects, at this very instant, they unwittingly felt pity for Yi Yuan in his hearts. Why geniuses were called geniuses was not only because they needed to have outstanding talent, but they also needed unyielding belief and a tenacious personality even more. Yi Yuan possessed all the qualities that a genius should have and originally should soar to the skies in one move. But today, he was cruelly humiliated by Zhao Tianyan and ultimately could not escape death. Such a violent method rather made people hold in contempt. Killing people was merely the head hitting the ground. But, shaming like this hurt morals and conscience. Yi Yuan felt the strength in his body waning bit by bit. Resisting the spatial compression was progressively more abilities falling short of one's will. Up to here, this was Yi Yuan's final thought. Finally, he could not endure anymore, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyan's mouth revealed a trace of a victor's smile. Yet, Yi Yuan's body did not collapse. A beautiful figure walked out of the void and caught the Yi Yuan who was about to kneel down. The woman gave a melancholic sigh and said, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Li Er came a step late and made you suffer." This woman was precisely Li Er. Her appearance was as if a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. There weren't any signs in advance at all. Seeing Li Er, Zhao Tianyan's expression underwent a change for the first time. A solemn expression actually appeared. With his strength, he actually did not discover that a person was hidden in the void. "Who are you, to actually dare barge into the capital?" Zhao Tianyan said grimly. Chapter 439 Instant Karma. Li Er completely did not bother with Zhao Tianyan at all. Only to see her slowly extend an exquisite arm, gently pressing her palm on Yi Yuan's chest. A light halo spread out on Yi Yuan's chest, and it actually gave people a peaceful feeling. Seeing that Li Er did not pay attention to him at all, the Wind Emperor's face fell slightly. "Humph. Ignorant of what you're saying. To actually dare offend us. Deserve to die." Zhao Tianyan flicked a finger with one hand. A stream of light instantly arrived before Li Er. Yet, right at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared. That stream of light actually vanished from sight inexplicably before Li Er. But no one saw Li Er make a move. Her hand was still pressing on Yi Yuan's chest as if she was utterly oblivious to the matter of Zhao Tianyan attacking her. Zhao Tianyan's expression had yet to change in time when all of a sudden, he felt all the hair on his body stand on its ends. An intense feeling of danger assaulted from behind. He turned around swiftly. A stream of light transported out from the void. In haste, Zhao Tianyan quickly unleashed another finger. Two streams of light collided together, giving off a violent explosion. Zhao Tianyan actually fell back several steps in a row. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. The Wind Emperor was a boundless realm powerhouse. He actually could not deal with a girl. Zhao Tianyan sucked in a cold breath instead. Concept of space. "You, who on earth are you?" The concept of space was an exceedingly profound concept, extremely difficult to comprehend. The Wind Emperor was also considered someone with many experiences. But he had never heard of anybody who had comprehended the concept of space in the lower realms. Furthermore, looking at this girl's move earlier, it was clearly comprehended to an extremely profound realm already. The Wind Emperor's face was very ugly. After becoming the Wind Emperor, this was the first time he felt an immense threat. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a muffled groan. He was clearly in great anguish. But when Li Er saw this scene, the expression on her face eased up considerably. Only at this time, did she slowly raise her head. Looking at Zhao Tianyan indifferently, she said, "Your dog head will be left on your neck for the time being. Before long, Mr. Yi will personally come to retrieve it. As for who I am, you don't have the qualifications to know yet." Zhao Tianyan's face fell, and he said with a frown, "Humph. Just know some concept of space, that's all. You don't really think that you've subdued us, right?" But Li Er no longer bothered with him. Gently carrying Yi Yuan up, she said, "Mr. Yi, I'll bring you home right away." Seeing Li Er completely disregard him, Zhao Tianyu flew into a great rage. With a flash, he blocked in front of Li Er and said, pretending to be mysterious, "You can leave, but this boy must stay. Li Er's eyelid raised slightly, and she said coolly, with just you. Zhao Tianyan said with a cold snort, so what if just us? If we let you bring him and swagger your way out of here, then how will we rule the fierce Gale world's citizens in the future? This is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. Can't blame me. As she said, Li Er's eyes suddenly released two beams of light. The light flashed and passed right away. Zhao Tianyan was just brewing up a big move when all of a sudden, he shuddered. His pair of eyes actually gradually became vacant. Li Er's brows furrowed, but her divine soul was in pain. That sort of ripping pain transmitted over. Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Ding Liang instinctively felt something off and could not help yelling out. Yet, Zhao Tianyan seemed to not have heard it. He still stood there without moving a muscle, as if he was a wooden puppet. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Ding Liang hurriedly came to Zhao Tianyan's side and shook his body. But Zhao Tianyan did not have any reaction. Demoness, what did you do to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Do you know what you're doing? You're making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale world. Ding Liang admonished furiously. Although Ding Liang's words were fierce, he did not dare to make a move against Li Er. This demoness actually cast a spell and froze the Wind Emperor in place. How could he possibly be her match? Is that so? So what if I'm making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale world? Li Er said indifferently. Having Zhao Tianyan kicking up a ruckus like this, Li Er was not in a hurry to leave. She slowly put Yi Yuan down and leaned him against her shoulder. Seeing this action of Li Er, not knowing why, Ding Liang's heart pounded, and he had a foreboding feeling. Only to hear Li Er chide lightly, come over and kneel down for Mr. Yi. Everyone's faces changed. Was this woman crazy, to actually make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, kneel down to Yi Yuan? But at this time right now, there was no longer anybody who took Li Er to be an ordinary person. This woman was too bizarre. She actually just gave Wind Emperor a look and inundated him completely. Boundless Realm was the strongest existence in the lower realms. He actually did not even have the chance to attack. Also, the Wind Emperor he wouldn't really kneel to Yi Yuan, right? Under everyone's stares, the Wind Emperor actually really moved 2 steps in front and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Ding Liang was taken aback from fright. He hastily grabbed Zhao Tianyan's arm and yelled, Your Majesty, don't. But the Wind Emperor paid no heed at all. Instead, he waved a hand and sent Ding Liang flying out far away. Zhao Tianyan moved several more steps over and actually really kneeled down with a slam. This time, it really made the atmosphere blow up. Everyone watched this scene blankly, with a look of incredulity. What kind of magic did this woman cast on His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? To actually be able to make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, so obedient. Heh, this also counts as instant karma. Just earlier, Zhao Tianyan wanted to make Yi Yuan kneel down. In the end, Yi Yuan did not kneel, but he himself kneeled to Yi Yuan instead. This is the situation where those who like to disgrace others will frequently be humiliated by others. Star Abyss said with a cold smile. Through today's events, he had already completely fallen out with Zhao Tianyan. Now, seeing Zhao Tianyan actually kneel to Yi Yuan, he felt incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. The only pitiable thing was that Yi Yuan was currently still in an unconscious state and was unable to feel the delight of revenge. Today's matter, it is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. I'll claim a bit of interest on Mr. Yi's behalf first. Now, kowtow to him. I don't say stop, you're not allowed to get up. Li Er admonished. Just like that, Zhao Tianyan really kowtowed to Yi Yuan non-stop and was incomparably obedient. Li Er's finger moved slightly. Xiao Ruyan was actually released from the spatial spirit artifact. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was actually prostrating to Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan could not help jumping in fright. What is going on here? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he. No need to make such a big fuss. It's just carrying a slight punishment out on him. Just based on his actions today, it's enough to kill him. But for the sake of Mr. Yi to be able to personally take revenge in the future, temporarily let him off today, Li Er said coolly. Only then was Xiao Ruyan awakened abruptly. There was still a peerless beauty standing before her. Xiao Ruyan emboldened her courage to look Li Er up and down a couple of times. There was actually a feeling of being ashamed of one's unseemliness. Could it be that this woman is Yi Yuan's beloved? No wonder, he turns his nose up at me. Turns out that the difficulty he talked about was this. Xiao Ruyan could not help bemoaning her fate inwardly. Alright, I'm about to bring Yi Yuan back to the endless world at once. Everything that he did today was for you, so I let you out to ask you something. Are you staying here, or are you following Yi Yuan back? Li asked emotionlessly. Chapter 440 Return to the Endless World. Xiao Ruyan also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Two small worlds. This was a distance the same as the two end points of the earth. Going to the endless world, she might never be able to return here again in this lifetime. And at this place was her elder brother, her parents. The Wind Emperor was still groveling there non-stop, while Ding Liang was desperately trying to pull him up. But he refused to get up no matter what. Over on this side, Xiao Ruyan fell into a dilemma and had a conflicted face. Ruyan, you mustn't go with him. Or else, I, Xiao Changfeng, will break off all ties with you. Xiao Changfeng said coldly. Xiao Ruyan's entire body shuddered, and her gaze involuntarily turning to Xiao Changfeng. It was only to see Xiao Changfeng staring with furious eyes, he had a look of firm resolution. For a moment, countless memories welled up from the bottom of her heart. These years of diligent studies and bitter training, not daring to slack off the slightest bit. When the elders unanimously said to push her out as a bargaining chip, Xiao Changfeng kept silent and said nothing by the side. She was heartbroken and swallowed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder, her consciousness dissipating bit by bit. Xiao Ruyan's eyes gradually became resolute. Father, these past 20 years, daughter has been living for the Xiao family. And today, daughter is already somebody who has died once. Daughter wishes to live for herself for once. Therefore, I want to follow master. Finished saying this sentence, Xiao Ruyan felt like all the strength in her body was drained. This was absolutely an earth-shaking move for her. Xiao Ruyan had been instilled with the idea of existing for her family clan since young, and she herself was also a very filial girl. But today, she cut off everything from her past. This demanded immense courage. For a person to sever off all fetters and integrate into a new world anew, how powerful a conviction was needed to support this. Good. Xiao Changfeng was so enraged that he was shaking. He did not think that his all-along obedient daughter would actually do something so decisive. From today onwards, I, Xiao Changfeng, will take it as if I never had you, this daughter. We break off all ties, Xiao Changfeng said while trembling. Xiao Ruyan's whole body quivered, and she nearly fell to the ground. A strand of gentle essence energy instantly enveloped her, it was only then did she stabilize. Li said coolly, I more or less understand your affairs and also understand you very much. Actually, in all honesty, I even envy you very much. You can dump everything to pursue your happiness. This is sufficient. Mr. Yi is kind and just, daring and resolute, he's absolutely worth it for you doing all these. Li's words were akin to injecting Xiao Ruyan with a cardiac tonic. Xiao Ruyan nodded and said, many thanks to Senior for advising. Li nodded slightly and said to Star Abyss, your kindness, Mr. Yi will surely repay it personally in the future. He's currently heavily injured so he won't bid farewell to you all. Star Abyss said, Star Abyss's strength is meager, that's why Yi Yuan received such severe wounds. I am seriously ashamed. Senior, please take good care of Yi Yuan. Star Abyss is endlessly grateful. That's of course. Finished talking, Li swirled her long sleeves, bringing Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan and vanishing from sight. It was as if they had never appeared. The plaza was dead silent. Only Zhao Tianyan's thumping kowtowing sounds echoed. It was also uncertain how long had passed. Zhao Tianyan suddenly trembled and some light finally returned to his eyes. Zhao Tianyan's heart plunged, and his brows could not help furrowing. At this instant, the entire plaza seemed to have fallen in temperature drastically, unwittingly making people shudder. He was still maintaining a kneeling posture right now. Very clearly, something very nasty happened earlier. Just now, what happened? Zhao Tianyan asked Ding Liang. Even though Ding Liang was a divine traversing realm powerhouse, hearing this sentence, he also felt a chill come on. Ding Liang revealed a difficult look. Speak, Zhao Tianyan said somberly. Ding Liang was powerless, and could only recount the events earlier. Each word that he said, Zhao Tianyan's face would darken a degree. By the time he finished talking, Zhao Tianyan's face was not much different from black charcoal. Apart from the Qixia mountain lineage and the Xiao family's Xiao Changfeng, the people who are aware of this incident are already all dead. Before leaving, Lord Star Abyss said to me that he'll keep his group of disciples and Xiao Changfeng in check, and they will absolutely not speak of today's incident. Furthermore, he even said that the Alchemist Association will collaborate wholeheartedly with the royal family and provide all assistance with regard to medicinal pills. Ding Liang added, not far in the distance lied corpses all over the place. Among them was even 2 Soul Sea Realm martial artists. Zhao Tianyan's complexion eased up a little, but he still said with a solemn face, this matter, you did very well. Looks like Xiao Changfeng has already thrown himself under Star Abyss's sect. This is a troublesome matter. To Zhao Tianyan, Star Abyss was indeed a porcupine that was not easy to touch. As the ruler of a world, Zhao Tianyan was deeply aware of the Alchemist Association's formidability. Regardless of which plane, the Alchemist Association's chairman would always be an existence that was exceptionally revered. Although the fierce Gale world was a place where even birds would not shit, if he really killed Star Abyss, the Divine Realm would surely pursue it. Boundless Realm martial artists were indeed pretty good in the fierce Gale world. But placed in the Divine Realm, it was too ordinary. The Divine Realm's Alchemist Association's punishment was not what he, a puny little Boundless Realm martial artist, could withstand. Ding Liang said, since Star Abyss wants to cooperate sincerely with us, it shows that he doesn't wish to cause the relationship to be too stiff. Furthermore, making today's matter known to everyone has no benefits to him either. So, the words behind, Ding Liang did not say. Deciding this sort of thing naturally had to be left to Wind Emperor himself. Zhao Tianyan nodded his head and said, today's matter will end at this. If there are any rumors at all, kill regardless of who it is. Fierce Gale World, Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Several figures quietly walked out of the void. Senior, we are. Towards this place that was covered in a dense fog, Yuan was very perplexed. Li nodded and said, this place is already the Endless World. This place is the Endless World. Looks like it's indeed much richer in resources than the fierce Gale World. Xiao Yuan sensed the thick spirit qi and said comfortably. But Li shook her head and said, although the fierce Gale World is scarce in resources, the Gale winds, tempering to martial artists is what the Endless World martial artists can't enjoy. From the start of birth, fierce Gale World martial artists would train in an arduous environment at all times, and their accomplishments would also be much greater compared to the Endless World martial artists. To really talk about who's better and who's worse off, it's really hard to evaluate. Xiao Yuan said in surprise, then His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he. Li said coolly, just foolish concerns. The things that the Wind Emperor knows are much more than you people. The Divine Realm isn't some nice place. He can call wind and summon rain in the fierce Gale World. Arriving at the Divine Realm, he'll truly be a bottom-tier martial artist. Invading the Endless World, giving it a nice-sounding name of thinking for the fierce Gale World martial artists, actually, isn't it for his own personal gains? Xiao Yuan widened her mouth and said, it's actually like this. Of course, just as Li was talking, her brows suddenly knitted together, showing a very anguished look. Xiao Yuan asked in alarm, Senior, are you alright? Chapter 441 touched. Li's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. This scene made Xiao Yuan turn pale with fright. In her eyes, Li was practically an invincible existence. Even the Wind Emperor was played around in the palm of her hands. How could she have a headache? Right then, Yuan at the side muttered in his sleep and similarly had his brows tightly locked, appearing very anguished. Master, are you alright? These two individuals were like this at the same time. Xiao Yuan was at a complete loss and did not know what she should do. Yuan opened both eyes with some difficulty and noticed that the surrounding environment was somewhat strange and familiar. I'm not dead yet, Yuan said feebly. This time should be the time where he was the most severely injured since rebirth so far. In the past, no matter how severely he was wounded, as long as he consumed medicinal pills, he would recover back to usual in less than 2 days. But this time, if not for Li helping him to protect his heart pulse, Yuan would probably have croaked already. Didn't die. Master, you're so amazing, why would you die? Xiao Yuan sobbed softly. It's Yuan who is she? Yuan suddenly discovered a pained look Li and asked weakly. Master, you actually don't recognize this senior. Xiao Yuan even thought that these two people were surely on intimate terms. Who knew that Yuan did not know her at all? This threw her into utter confusion. At this time, Li Er suddenly gave off an agonized groan and actually collapsed. Senior. Xiao Ruyan jumped in fright and hurriedly support Li Er, lying her flat on the ground. Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan was in a state of utter confusion and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said feebly, no choice. All the essence energy in my body had fully dissipated. I can't muster any strength at all. Why does this girl's silhouette look somewhat familiar? Master, you really don't recognize Senior? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully. Don't recognize means. Don't recognize. Why would I lie to you? Yi Yuan was speechless. From Yi Yuan's angle, he could just see Li Er's appearance. This flawless face would absolutely make every male have a feeling of not bearing to defile. Even if Yi Yuan was currently severely wounded, he also had a feeling of palpitating with excitement. But Yi Yuan dared to confirm that this was absolutely his first time seeing this face. But Senior, she rescued you from the Wind Emperor's hands. How is it possible that you don't know her? Xiao Ruyan said in puzzlement. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. So, it was her who saved me. Yeah, Senior is incredible. Even the Wind Emperor isn't her match. Xiao Ruyan recounted the events after Yi Yuan fainted for Yi Yuan to listen, making Yi Yuan extremely surprised after hearing too. Ocular art, could it be? Yi Yuan said with a frown. What ocular art? Xiao Ruyan said blankly. Nothing, I just thought of somebody. But, Yi Yuan precisely thought of Li Er. But the difference between the two persons' looks was also too great. Yi Yuan did not have any trace of essence energy in his body right now at all and was utterly unable to perceive Li Er's condition. So he dare not confirm either. But looking from Xiao Ruyan's description, this was absolutely ocular arts without any doubt. And among the people that Yi Yuan knew, only this Li Er possessed the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique. But the problem was that Li Er only had crystal formation realm strength. Could it be that Li Er deliberately hid her strength? If Li Er could really play around with even Zhao Tianyi, then concealing her strength in front of him was not anything impressive as well. Furthermore, the profile of this girl before his eyes was very similar to Li Er's. Was it possible for the two of them to be the same person? Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan felt that she should do something. There are recovery medicinal pills in my storage ring. But I can't use any essence energy at all right now. You help me take out. Yi Yuan said. Okay, Xiao Ruyan agreed. Every martial artist had their own unique way of opening their storage rings. As long as Yi Yuan told Xiao Ruyan the way to open, she could open it very quickly. Xiao Ruyan followed Yi Yuan's instructions and finally found the Azure Profound Heart-Nourishing Pill and let Yi Yuan swallow one. This time, Yi Yuan's injuries were seriously too severe. Even after he consumed the Azure Profound Heart-Nourishing Pill, Yi Yuan's recovery speed was still very slow. After half a day, Yi Yuan finally recovered some strength and could barely manage to stand up. He struggled to come before Li Er and reached for her pulse. Towards his savior, Yi Yuan naturally could not let her be in a coma unchecked. But with this reading of the pulse, Yi Yuan could not help being greatly alarmed. This gorgeous to the extreme girl was actually really that ugly girl, Li Er, whom he saved previously. With this, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat baffled. Looking at this, him saving her back then was purely a superfluous action. With the strength that Li Er showed, annihilating that group of people was truly too easy. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled the instances in the Eternal Splendor Palace. Thinking about it now, it was actually Li Er protecting him in the dark. Yi Yuan suddenly felt that he was so silly. Wasn't diverting attacks, this sort of concept of space, precisely one of the abilities of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye? It was just that the situation back then was too complicated and Yi Yuan did not think too deeply as well. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan's gratitude towards Li Er truly could not be any greater. These many months, Li Er was actually lurking by his side the entire time and moved to assist when he was in peril. And this time, Li Er used the Moonlight Heavenly Eye once more, causing the two kinds of spirit physiques tearing at her divine soul to be even greater, resulting to her ailment to finally erupt. Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely the most painful time for Li Er's divine soul. Zhao Tianyan was not some garbage opponent. Li Er inevitably exhausted considerable soul force to use the Moonlight Heavenly Eye to cast it on Zhao Tianyan. This was undoubtedly heaping one disaster on top of another to Li Er's present medical condition. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan involuntarily blamed himself immensely and was touched. Looking at it now, Li Er most likely followed him and protected him because he saved her and helped her diagnose her medical condition. How could this not move Yi Yuan? Master, Senior, is she alright? Xiao Ruyan asked worriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, won't have any major issues for the time being. But what? Xiao Ruyan asked puzzledly. Nothing. I indeed know her. But her current appearance is radically different from the first time I met her. So I didn't recognize. Yi Yuan said. Like I said, how can Master possibly not know Senior? Haha, she won't have any major problem for the time being, but I still have to recover my strength as soon as possible to help her refine some things. Ruyan, I burned 50% blood essence at one go. My body is too weak right now and simply can't refine medicinal pills. These 2 days, I'll guide you by the side, you'll be helping Master in recovering strength as soon as possible. Yi Yuan said. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.